Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go. Not much good stuff happening for us yesterday. Astros losing 4-1. Couldn't get anything going offensively. Well, you didn't have Jordan even in the lineup on a getaway day. Just holy crap. What a crap. It was just blah, blah. They scored a run in the first and then nothing the whole game. Again, is there another team this late in the season that doesn't have a 2-game win streak?
It seems. I'm sure there is, but that seems
in the history of baseball.
Yeah, there's been some long
because
losing
there's
streaks.
Teams that have started.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably somebody this year in baseball.
No.
Why not?
I'm talking about this is historic.
As of earlier this week, it was the Astros and 3 other last place teams. Well, 3 last place teams who had not won 2 games in a row.
That's not surprising.
This is historically bad.
Well, then the Astros are part of many historic teams.
Like it was them and the Orioles and the Braves, I think, and the Rockies.
It's crazy. The Orioles, those are all. Look at 3 of those 4 were teams that were factors just a year or 2 ago. Major factors.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the
Orioles are 7-10. Big deal. They can pull out of that.
Did you see Brian McTaggart's tweet the other day? Yesterday. When the Astros, after 16 games, the Astros this year were 7-9. Last year they were 5-11. The year before, 7-9. The year before, 7-9. The year before, 7-9. The year before, 7-9.
Wow, they're the Bregmans of early baseball.
Yeah, so
I didn't realize it was like that. It was under 500 in all these years.
Yeah, they just stopped. For whatever reason, this team just gets off to a slow start every year, and this is under Dusty and Joe. So. It's just what it does. It's just what it does.
It's funny. The Astros have the best. They have the best run differential in the division at -4. It's -4 for the Astros, -6 for Seattle, -9 for second place Angels, who are 9-8, and then the Rangers are tied for the worst, and they're 11-7. They're -13. What that means is, they took a couple of big blowouts and had some close wins. But the A's, who are 8-10, kind of a surprising 8-10, by the way. It's a good mark for them. They've won 2 in a row. Don't count the A's as a team who hasn't won 2 in a row. They've won 2 in a row.
Well, right now they're on a 2-game win streak, and the Rangers. Yeah, the division sucks. The division is
it's not a good division, and somebody's going to emerge. The Angels are said. I think the Angels will be interesting. They've played 14 of their first 17 games on the road, and they're 7-7, which is good. And then they're 2-1 at home. So, that's a stretch where I'm sure you want to be able to play.
Which is silly because you got nice weather here, and you're playing up in Minnesota's played 9 home games. Kansas City 10 home games, Cleveland. And you got nice weather here, and you're not playing here. It's just Major League Baseball.
Well, when you say here, you mean L.A.
Yeah, here, L.A.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I'm in L.A. Coming back today, and I'll be in studio for the next couple of weeks. So that'll be fun to be back in Houston. But do you know that it's
in time to drink?
Yeah, I know. It'll be Monday. It'll be Sunday night. Watching the Rockets, it'll be it's time to drink. How about that?
Yes, that's right.
Watching the Rockets, it'll be so much fun. I'm not sure I'm going to remember much from the game. I'll have to watch all the highlights or rewatch the game before we.
Can't you just enjoy a couple of drinks and relax and not try to get to where you might need to go to a hospital?
No, I guess if I don't want to have any fun, I guess I could do it that way. Okay.
You just make it where you know that hospitalization is a potential hazard.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try to get back to my levels.
Yeah.
As soon as I can.
It's pretty quick. You better ease into it.
No, there's no such thing. There is no such animal as easing into it. especially if I go to the game. I might go to the game, so we'll see.
Monday we got basketball. We've got I'll be back from LA to talk. Well, no, not this upcoming Monday. I won't be. Yeah, you're right. I'll be in LA for the whole week. And
you got to get up at 4, like I've been getting. Like I get up at 4.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to get up at 4 and do the show, and then
I got to do TV after. Then I got meetings and TV. So I'll have Path to the Draft Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Colin Coward will be one of those days, and then I do all day draft Thursday night, Friday, and then Saturday. I've got 7 straight hours. I get to take one bathroom break in 7 hours, talking about every player that's drafted. So. It is the hardest week of my existence. Is a week of the draft just because of how many things they have me on. So, but I'll be there, and then Monday when I get back, the following Monday, be able to talk about all the players the Texans drafted. Speaking of that, did you get to see any of Nick Casario's press conference yesterday? I just totally forgot. I forgot to go. I was going to go, and I totally forgot.
Yeah. No, you're too forgetful. That's why you're not a mule.
I am forgetful. I had errands to run, but I have things I got to do before I get out of town.
And stuff around the city, so that's why you forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that, but I did watch it. I get sent, the footage, so I watched the whole press conference, and it was vintage Nick. I mean,
it was Nick.
Not saying a whole lot.
Yeah.
He answered some questions. He's a little bit better than he was in terms of answering questions. He used to want to keep everything a secret. Like, so can you tell us how do you know what position are you drafting in? That's, there's going to be a lot of positions. There's going to be a lot of draft spots that people can look at. Like, dude, it's just a question. Just answer. It doesn't need to be a secret. Not everything needs to be a secret. Sometimes it just requires a basic answer. And he has, to Nick's credit, he came from one of the most paranoid organizations in history, the New England Patriots and Bill Belichick. But to his credit, he's gotten better. We're gonna get that cut up and have some sound throughout the morning to revisit what he talked about. There were some interesting answers, I thought. Nothing groundbreaking. Most of the time, there aren't groundbreaking when GMs meet with media before the draft. But it's some,
especially Nick. It's a word salad all the time.
Yeah, I mean, typically. But he had some. He talked a little bit about offensive line, what they're looking for, some of the things he mentioned some of the guys that left and that they got out of there. He kind of backed himself up a little bit instead of said, he made a phrase, he used the phrase, they left or we got them out of here, meaning it lets you know how he thought about certain guys.
Right. So next gen stats put this out about, and I want to go over this. This is, let's see if we have enough time. It's 7:08. Yeah, we got a little bit of time here. We got about 5 minutes, but we'll delve into just the beginning of this, and then we'll on the other side we'll talk about the guys that fit this mold and our potentials in the first, second, and third rounds. Over 4 drafts as the Texans GM, Caserio has traded up 13 times on draft day. Most among active GMs. In 2023 alone, the Texans made 8 draft day trades, 5 up, 3 down. Across 12 trades over the last 2 years, 5 deals were made with Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Wow, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, and
must be in separate rounds.
Does Nick deserve as much credit for the Eagles' success as Howie Roseman?
I don't know. Who did Howie trade? Who did they get in their trades?
Well, that's that. Well, apparently he helped build a championship roster. We know Nick has helped build a championship roster. He did it with the Eagles. Caserio has selected just one player, Tank Dell out of Houston, from a non-power conference at the time they were drafted. Out of 32 overall selections since 2021, in both the 2022 and 23 draft, the Texans selected multiple players out of Alabama. Since 21, the Texans are the only team in the NFL that hasn't drafted a player with an NGS athleticism score above 85. On the flip side, only 3 of their 32 picks had an athleticism score below 60.
Yeah, that's
only
traits.
One, Kamari Lassiter, in 2024 was selected before day 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
by the way, I'm assuming those stats, they're also including the Texans dealing a 26 6-rounder for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and that just happened. This year.
Assuming, I guess, yes,
Yeah,
I would have.
that's one of the picks.
Yeah, because it's since then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that wasn't for picks though. That was just for Kenyon Green, right?
No,
Yeah.
they flipped. No, there's a 6th.
Oh,
Well, it's still a
right.
trade though. That's what they said.
And
trade. They flipped 6th and 5th.
Right.
Houston gets the 6th from 26, and the 25 5th-round pick goes to the Eagles.
See if you agree with this, okay? And I think we still got time, so we can go through this. First round Texans draft targets. This is according to Next Gen Stats.
Mm-hmm.
Projected 2025 first round big board. Armand Membo, Kelvin Banks Jr., Emeka Egbuka, Gray Zabel, Josh Simmons, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon.
I think most of that sounds right. I mean, they don't have Tyler Booker. They should have Tyler Booker at the first. They should have him way up the list. And then I would eliminate Josh Simmons. Other than that, I think it's actually
you would eliminate who?
Josh Simmons.
Josh Simmons.
Not Swarm.
Yeah, they've got Donovan Jackson in the second round.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Is
I don't know why
Jackson going to last till then?
Maybe not. Had a conversation with somebody yesterday, like, why isn't Donovan Jackson being mentioned the first more often? I said, I don't know. I mean, I think he's slightly better than Tyler Booker, and I think he's a little bit more than Gray Zabel. I don't really get why he's not being mentioned more. Oh. He's more athletic than Booker. He's got power conference experience over Gray Zabel. I don't understand why he's not mentioned more, which when you watch his tape, like other people see the tape too. A lot of times I'm not off from what NFL GMs see. There's 32 of them. My guess is Donovan Jackson does go in the first round. Tyler Booker goes in the first. Gray Zabel goes in the first. The positions that could get pushed out are wide receiver. Like Egbuka, I had him falling out of my mock draft in the last one, but everyone I talked to says, no, put him in. He's just the football character is too high. He's a wide receiver. You have to have at least 3 wide receivers.
How would we feel about it? Because initially we were all Egbuka.
I put him in my first mock to the Texans. Egbuka. Yeah. I think it makes sense. It's before they added Christian Kirk.
Well, it's before, and that was before they got rid of Laramie too, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It was before they got rid of him. Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't. But it was also before they added Trent Brown and Cam Robinson. It was before they did the Ed Ingram deal. Before they did the deal for Laken Tomlinson. So I don't. That's why I hate doing mock drafts that early. They're irrelevant. You're gonna have so many changes to teams because of free agency. But Egbuka fits a position of need. He fits the swarm mentality. He's got great football character. He's been very productive at a power school. He fits the Texans mold.
Yep.
So,
all right. So that's the first round. We'll look at second and third as well.
So they went deep. Wow.
Interesting name. Yeah, they went second and third. So we will do that. That's Next Gen Stats. We'll see what Lance thinks about those things. But let's see first what he thinks about John Daspit.
Well, what I think about John Daspit is he's a winner. He is somebody who has won, billions for people over the years in his settlements. And he's one of, files more cases, has the most. So many people call him because they hear about from other people the success that he has had. He has more lawyers than anyone else here in the city of Houston. And the reason's simple. You know how when you're in school and you hear about class size, right? You got one teacher to every 14 students. That's a good ratio as opposed to one teacher for every 32 students. It's because you can't get the same level of attention. That's why that's considered a good thing. Well, it's no different here with personal injury lawyers. Your personal injury lawyer is going to have cases that they work on as well as yours. The problem is all these other places have a small number of lawyers, so they're working on a ton of cases, and their entire thing is, look, this is a numbers game. Let's get this over. Let's do whatever we can to get a settlement done, get this signed off on, get the check sent. We get our commission and we move on to the next one. And that's all you are, is a number to them. And they don't care necessarily about what happens to you 5 months down the road, 5 years down the road. John Daspit does. His law office does. They have a large number of lawyers so they can really spend time on your case, make sure that you get fair settlements in terms of your hospital bills, your physical therapy, your surgeries, your time missed from work needs to be compensated. Your pain and suffering needs to be compensated at a fair rate, not one that the insurance company decides. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm fighting hard for you, and they don't just win. They get big wins against the insurance companies who are trying to fight and squeeze you for every penny they can. It's 713 call now. That's phone number, easy to remember. 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Let's quickly, we got a couple of calls. Stafford and Travis want to get in here, and we'll get them in here in just a second. But quickly, let's go through the day two board, Lance, and see what you think of the guys that Next Gen Stats thinks the Texans.
Yep.
We just went through, for those of you just joining us, we went through first rounders. Armand Membo, who won't be around. Kelvin Banks won't be around. Emeka Egbuka, Gray Zabel, Josh Simmons, who Lance says get him off your board. Kenneth Grant, Derek
Well,
Harmon.
I like, look. Let me. Josh Simmons
he's not a Texans guy.
Josh Simmons has the best pure left tackle traits. It's going to be. I think somebody's going to just say, screw it, we got to take him, because. But the word on him is that the work ethic is a little problematic. And what are they trying to do in their offensive line? They're trying to get it right. That's why they're going to try to draft a Booker or a Grace Abel. But I think Booker's the guy. Booker is supposedly the leader of all leaders. He and Jalen Walker are two of the best leaders in this entire draft.
Yeah.
And they're badasses, both of them. But Jalen Walker, go
Anderson Jr. on defense and to have Booker on offense.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want when they talk about swarm, that's what I don't think Booker's the best offensive lineman in this draft, but he's a tough guy and a badass, and he's good enough. Like, he's physical. I'd be happy if they got him there. But Josh Simmons is
because we got callers. Let's so the second round possibilities. Donovan Jackson.
Yes.
Josh Connerly Jr.
Okay, so if you traded back and into the early second, these guys are not going to last until you're picking a second. If you traded back and you had the 33rd pick of the draft, Josh Connerly, yes, should be on the board. Yes, Donovan Jackson for sure.
Elijah Arroyo, Quinshawn Judkins.
They brought him in. They brought
Alfred
him in.
Collins.
They brought him in.
Joshua Farmer and Miles Frazier.
They brought him. They're just going with a bunch of guys they brought in for their top 30. But yeah, I would say yes. Judkins is kind of like a poor man's Joe Mixon in terms of how he runs. Josh Farmer's a big, thick nose tackle or defensive tackle in the middle that would make some sense against the run. Yes, that's probably more third round though, not second, to be honest with you. And then Arroyo they brought in, the tight end from Miami. That would be in their standard second round spot. Yes, they would consider that. But yeah, he'd be in consideration. Those are actually all pretty good names.
So, all right, third, fourth, Cameron Williams. Third, fourth, Jadon Blue. Third, fourth, Terrence Ferguson.
Wait. Jaden Blue may not be sworn. Okay, so there's some questions about that. But talent-wise, absolutely. Cam Williams, my dad actually worked him out yesterday at Exos for 3 teams, and one of those teams was the Texans. Texans, Cowboys, and Saints were all there. Those are the only teams that had representation there. But they're all teams that need tackle. And Cam has talent now. I was watching the tape, and I was like, holy crap, man, this guy looks really good. It's just the teams I've talked to, I think he's going to have to rehab after the draft. My guess is he goes in the 4th. Well, they did say 3-4.
3-4.
But I've been told put him in the 5th. But the traits are just too good. He'll go, I think, 4th.
4th, 5th, Malachi Moore. How about when you put your first mock out?
Pass.
People were pissed that you didn't have Malachi Moore in there. Now they're looking at him in the 4th. No. 5th?
That was Malachi Starks.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Malachi Moore's from the Alabama. I think he's more 5th, 6th. I don't think he is. I don't think.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I don't think.
And then 4th, 5th, Jarquez Hunter.
Yeah,
running back out of Auburn.
Yeah, that's good. That's a pretty
5th,
good list.
6th, Montrell Johnson Jr. from Florida.
It's the 7th PFA.
And then you undrafted free agent Graham Mertz.
Quarterback out of Florida from Wisconsin. You remember him, John?
Yeah. I'm familiar with his work, and it would be might as well just sign a body.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. He's once you get late, like you got Max Brosmer from Minnesota, and maybe 6th, 7th. Yeah, that's not. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good list. That's not a bad list.
Yeah, next gen stats. We appreciate it. They
might be using my draft projections.
They might be. Let's get Stafford in here. He called yesterday and put us on hold, and we got his hold music, which was totally sweet. So let's get him in here and see if we can't get some more hold music.
Look, man, I didn't even know. So look, I'm gonna be honest. I forgot, but it wasn't because I felt like I was on hold for so long with y'all. So my son put a popcorn kernel in his ear this weekend, and we've been dealing with that. So I got a phone call about that.
Wait. Say this again. This really happened. This isn't just a turn of phrase. It's not just a saying. Somebody got a popcorn kernel in their ear in real life.
My son, I love him to death. He put a popcorn kernel in his ear. And so Saturday I was running around all over Houston trying to, ER. No one could get it out. So he's gonna have a surgery actually this morning to have get it out.
Man.
But so
how old is he?
I took a call. He's 8. He's too old to be doing stuff like that.
That's true.
But it is what it is, man. But and another thing, at the hospital, they told me it happens a lot. It happens way more than I thought. I don't know anybody that's ever done it, but
I bet it's
that's
Stafford.
neither here nor there.
Stafford, hold on. Tell me. I'll bet you they also said 91% of the time it's a boy. Because, that's something that boys are doing, not girls.
Yeah, it's boys, man. They told me it's a lot of stuff, too, like roaches getting kids' ears, flies. It's like, but so yesterday, like I said, like I forgot I was on. I completely forgot because I was on that call, and I go to work and school get on. I'm on my way home, and I'm listening to the Killer Bees, and they do a car wreck of the day segment, right? And I'm listening, and then they say, our car wreck of the day is Stafford. He called in and he put John and Lance on hold, and he had hold music, and then they played the recording, and I didn't realize it was me until it clicked on me. Like, is that me? I didn't even know my phone had hold music. Like, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't that blew me away. But that's how I found out about it. And I was like, oh my God, they're gonna block me from the show. But what I had called in yesterday was, y'all were talking about the Rockets and the Kevin Durant, and I had a thought about James Harden, because James Harden's been showing up in the news the last couple of months about him talking about his legacy and his career not being appreciated. And I think, does James Harden's exit out of Houston affect his legacy? Because I feel like he was always supposed to have the Houston fan base by his side until he kind of went about the trade the way he went about it. Like, he really soured a lot of people in the city, and he had a great year this year, but it's like he ruined his own legacy, I feel like. And I don't know if he don't win a championship, I don't know if he could ever get that stigma back. Like, and is his legacy in Houston ruined? Like, how far would an apology go to the city if he did that? Because I think he really messed himself up in Houston the way he left. On top of that, Stone has been killing the draft. Like, he's been replaced. I don't want to go on the rampage, but that was my thought about yesterday.
So I would just say this: it's not. I don't think the legacy. I mean, T-Mac on the way out, Tracy McGrady was slandered just badly, and this guy didn't play in a lot of games. He was injured all the time. He ended up having a surgery, so he couldn't get traded from the Rockets. People called him She-Mac and all this. They were, you remember the deal. No, but people don't do that about James. I think James is locally. There's still a lot of people that love James. The Rockets front office wanted him back. I don't think it's going to hurt James's legacy at all with Houston fans. Nationally, I do think the way he got out of there, the idea of the quote unquote fat suit, the way he got out of the Nets situation, the way the situation went down with Daryl Morey's a liar in Philadelphia. He had 3 straight falling out with, and trying to push his way out of 3 different locations. I think that hurts him, besides the fact that he couldn't get over the hump. He had, all the basketball stuff we know, were great score and all that, couldn't get over the hump. James has that, not just locally, nationally, John, he has that reputation of being the party guy. Is he serious enough about basketball? But I think James probably isn't really appreciated enough as a basketball player. If you just take into account what he's done on the court, it's been pretty spectacular. He really has 16 straight years, John, in the playoffs. He's never not made the playoffs.
Yeah, no, listen, he's a great basketball player. He's a Hall of Famer. He has his downside. He has his defense. He has his extracurricular. He has the fact that he's never been able to win it all. Never gotten, he did get to the NBA Finals, but that was when he was a backup. I mean, he's been great. He's great. What do we have to do? I mean, he never won it here. I mean, he would be beloved if he was able to get past Golden State one time and get that team. Of course, it was, Chris got hurt. And it was,
yeah, but he didn't play big in the, he can't hang his hat on, man. He really balled out, but they just couldn't win.
0 for 27. The Elimination James is real. It's real. It's a real thing.
At multiple teams.
Yes. It's what happens. He just folds on the biggest stage at the biggest time. He folds, and that's going to be his legacy. He's not winning anything. He's not going to win it all with the Clippers. He's not. So, I mean, his legacy is going to be he's a great, great, great scorer. I think, and I thought about this the other day, honestly, one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. You could probably say, I mean, there was, Kareem and, LeBron and Michael. James is in the neighborhood, man. James, as far as being able to create your own shot and score without any help, he's up there with the greatest ever. And that's going, but what? I mean, he's going to be a guy. He'll have his jersey retired here in the city of Houston, and he'll be a guy that you just go, okay, that's great. I don't know what we have to. I don't know how much more you can appreciate what he did because he didn't win. Yeah, we're about titles, right? This is in a society. If you don't win a title, then you're Charles Barkley, and you're going to hear about it for the rest of your life. And James is in that neighborhood. James is in that same a great one of the all-time great.
But
NBA
Houston
players.
Fans are not. I mean, when I saw people welcome Tracy McGrady back with a standing ovation, and I remembered how and Tracy didn't do as much for this team as James did, not even close. Never had that level of success. I mean, there's no doubt James is going to be welcome back. People will think fondly of him. They'll remember the good times and all that stuff. James will be fine in the city of Houston. But
you know this. Rockets fans are different than we are.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
James
No,
was
they're much more.
beloved. James was beloved in that building when he was playing while we were criticizing him. And a lot of people were criticizing him. Sure. But Rockets fans were, love James.
Yeah, no, because they're true fans. Like they're not going to be negative. They're not sports talk fans who get, we get a little bit more feisty about stuff because we're just real. That's why.
We keep it real. They don't.
That's it. We're just realer than everybody else.
Barkley greater than James Harden. I don't know. It's arguable.
Barkley in his career. Yeah, I think it's very arguable. Barkley, by the way, was a guy who got lazy late in his career, was constantly injured because he wouldn't work out in the offseason. It's why he did. But I mean, Barkley also over the last third of his career just kind of shut it down and stopped being, Barkley had issues sometimes off the court stuff. Creeped in on him with being arrested for stuff. Like Barkley wasn't. Let's not misremember Charles Barkley. Michael Jordan didn't want Charles Barkley on his team because he said, "You don't work hard. Yeah. It's not important enough to you."
What the F is a true fan? A myopic idiot? Yeah, that's what a fan is. That's what it's fanatical. Yes, that's what they are. They don't. They have their team.
They're more.
They
positive.
love their team.
They're more positive.
And the negatives you put aside.
It takes you longer to get real about people. That's what Dell's saying. You've got thundersticks. Yeah. He's saying you bash thundersticks together and you defend.
That's what you are.
And if somebody says James played poorly, you call the person a hater.
That's fine.
And then
you're probably at Sunday's game, rooting your team on, expecting a run to the finals because that's what you're supposed to do. You're a fan.
Yeah, I have no issue. But don't come at me if my job or John's job or any of us, if we have an opinion and we're talking about it, don't just say we're haters.
That's fine.
But
that's their job. They
then you hit thundersticks. That's fine. You smash thundersticks together. That's fine.
You're not a hater. You're just a slob.
All right, we got to get to a break because Travis has the most important question. It's about Jack Besh and Trey Harris.
You don't know about this, but he's not a hater so much. He's just a slob.
Who?
You.
Why? Just tell John later.
Not only that, he's a thief. Not only that, he's a thief
and a slob.
Yeah.
John thinks
all right, let's talk underdog right now.
let's talk about the playoff extender. There's a really cool feature that Underdog added that I think is it's unlike anything I've seen because it gives profit boost to you, boost after boost after boost. Here's what happens. You start a playoff series, so the Rockets are getting ready to come up, right? So game one, you're going to get a boost. I don't know, 20% boost, 25% boost, 30. I don't know what it's going to be. But they're going to boost your chances of winning. They boost your percentage. So you get a percentage boost on that game. And if you continue to play, each game, you unlock new boosts. So you have a chance to really, what they're telling you to do is the more you play, the more often you play, more frequently, game after game after game on Underdog Fantasy. And don't forget, you can do it for as low as $1 on the play. You can go like $200 if you want, if you really want to go big. You have a chance to make more than you would typically make because of these boosts. So every game that you do it, your boosts and your ability to make more than you usually would is going to increase. All you're doing is taking a look at the statistics for each player, and you're going higher or lower on the statistics. And with each game you play during the playoffs, your boosts go higher and higher. You keep doing it. The next series, it gets even bigger. I mean, don't miss out on this. You're going to be watching these games. Win money with your basketball knowledge. And it's easier to me when you're watching a playoff series. You get a feel for how the series goes. You're going to make money there just by watching and being a smart analytical fan. You got a chance to really make a lot of money, to be honest. You have to download the app, Underdog Fantasy. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play if you really you got to be good to do that. But some of you may be that good. Hey, you wouldn't love to win 50 times your original play, a $20 play times 50, times 50. That's that's $1,000 winner for you. So make sure that you are playing along at Underdog Fantasy. This is your chance. All you have to do is download the Underdog Fantasy app. Use promo code Lance. You're going to get up to $1,000 bonus cash when you make your first deposit. So throw some decent money in there so you can get decent money coming back. It's Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspeakgambling.org.
We are less than a month out that you can protest your taxes, and it's something that you have to do. This is no joke, man. If you just let it go, I let it go 1 year, I didn't do anything, and then the next year it's like, holy crap, it's like doubled my taxes. I'm not even, it's ridiculous because the government is always jacking it up, always. And they're always jacking it up too high. Not always, 86% of the time. That's the number. Ownwell has done hundreds of thousands of these protests, and 86% of them ends in wins. And that's an average of 1,100. Yours could be way more than that. Could be less, could be more. But here's the deal about Ownwell, too, is you say, well, I got to pay them. Well, you don't pay them unless you win. You don't do a thing. You don't lift a finger. You sign up. It takes 3 minutes, and Ownwell does the rest. And you pay them a fraction of what you owe. And that fraction, go shop it. That fraction is less than a lot of other of these companies that are protesting. So this is kind of a big deal for you, because if you don't want to pay stupid property taxes, you got to go with Ownwell. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. I thought you knew.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. Travis still there, Del? Okay, let's get him in here. He's been waiting. Let's get Travis in here. Hey, Travis, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I won't take as long as Stafford did. I'll just get to the point. And, hey, do me a favor. Don't hang up on me because I'm out of my car. I want to hear your answer. I saw a mock draft where the Texans are drafting McMillan, the receiver out of Arizona. I won't even attempt to pronounce his first name. But I don't see him taking anything other than an O-lineman. But what do you think, Lance, of Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss, or Jack Beck, TCU, in the second, third round possible?
Yeah, I like both those guys. Jack Beck is came from LSU, went to TCU. His hands are absolutely automatic. He is what he is. Put him on hold, Dell. Don't hang up on him. He is got good size. Not a fast wide receiver, but most people think he's going to work from the slot. He's going to be a big slot receiver. So he's kind of a mismatch player. Steve Smith and I were talking about him. He calls him a tight end because he thinks any big guy, any big receiver that works from the slot is basically just like a move tight end, basically. So, but he is really has great body control, and you throw a contested catch, he's going to win it. He catches everything his way. I like him. And I think he probably goes in the second round. Most everyone I talk to sees him in the second round. Trey Harris probably in the third round. He's an Ole Miss wide receiver. Could have come out last year, would have been about a fourth or fifth, probably a fifth-round pick last year. I think he moved up. I think his tape is – I've got a second-round grade on him, but he probably goes in the third. Ran a low 4.5, but when you watch him on tape, he's – a lot of those touchdown passes Jackson Dart threw were to Trey Harris. He's the guy, the big guy that gets deep. He's very, very tough after the catch, too. So they'll throw him a lot of hitch routes and let him just run over people out on the perimeter. He is – I don't know if either of them really are the type of compliment that they're looking for. I'm trying to think. For Nico Harris, Nico Collins, probably Besh actually might be pretty interesting, but yeah, I like both of those players a lot. I'm not sure what Nick Caley plans on doing in terms of his passing attack and if it's going to be more static or more fluid. The passing attack with Bobby Sloak was more fluid, more of the standard, play action, and you're throwing a levels passing game and you're trying to hit guys on the move. And the passing attack now, the one that CJ Stroud saw, was a lot of vertical or a lot of stop routes, were shorter. And you may see more of that now. We may see more of and if that's the case, then Jack Besh makes a lot of sense because he wins contested catches. Both of those guys have really good size. And then Tetairoa, it's Tetairoa McMillan. They call him Tet McMillan, or you can call him T-Mac. So just say Tet McMillan, and everyone's fine with that from Arizona. I don't think he'll be there when a Texans draft at 25, so I think it's irrelevant. I think he either goes to the Cowboys at 25, at 12, or to the Seahawks at 18. Matthew Golden, though, I did a national draft. ESPN Radio had a national draft for people from every market who are whatever. And when I got to the 25th pick, when they sent it to me and I looked at the list, Tyler Booker was gone, Gray Zabel was gone. Matthew Golden was still on the board. I'm like, I'm taking Matthew Golden. Because if Matthew Golden's still there for the Texans, man, I'd run the card up. The guy gives you a great second wide receiver to Nico Collins. He's got speed. He's ascending and getting better. We saw the improvement from Houston to Texas. If Matthew Golden came to the Texans, I'd be more than happy with that. So I don't think he'll be there at 25, but if he is there, like in that national draft where when 25 came up and I looked at the board, I'm like, I'm taking Matthew Golden. So, but I like those other two wide receivers as well. I think Harris could fit in the third, Jack Besh maybe in the second.
There it is.
It's almost like I do this.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. What do you want? Is there anybody that you're thinking of? Like Travis was? You're more than welcome to get in here and ask Lance, the preeminent draft expert. I know it because I saw a trading card with Lance Zerline with a Frisbee in his hand.
Well, that was her action figures.
Milk with poo on it.
Uh-huh. That was an action figure.
Oh, it was an action figure.
I told Harold Quijano about that because it means se acabó. No. It's a me cago en tu leche. And he says that whenever he's shooting dice or he's throwing dice.
I don't think you should be saying that.
I don't even know what it means.
I do.
You said it yesterday too.
Yeah. And he thought it was so hilarious that somebody made an action figure with poo. And I said, well, it's an AI. It's not an actual action figure. AI did that. He goes, dude, 3D printer. We need to have this made. And I want to start making some for everybody I know where I want to make their own action figures just for Christmas. I'll give it to them. I'm like, well, the AI, somebody needs to make, if y'all know what this is, it's the Chat GPT where you tell it to make this. Well, one of y'all made it for me. So make John's with what? Whatever you want to do. Gucci slides. Coors Light.
Yeah.
He's got to have his beard. You have to say what his name is and where he works. And then it searches.
One for me.
Is it possible in this world where we have like a scene in his home where he has an MOP shirt, allegedly Man of the People, but it's been tossed in the garbage because he needed to make room for all his Gucci? Can we do that?
That's a lot.
Can we have
an action figure?
Just have the John action figure, but a trash can instead of your poo milk. Just a trash can, and you just see a shirt
that says MOP,
but in the garbage, just to tell everyone that that's a false narrative.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I am the man, not a man of the people.
Like Lance was very eloquent and informed in his opinions, considering you're a man of the people. He's a preeminent draft expert. So you listen to him talk about Beck and Trey Harris. Does it hit differently when you know he's a trash panda and he leaves his dirty socks laying around the studio?
So this is a really,
hold on a second.
Yeah.
Who in the studio where you work, why would you ever take your shoes and socks off?
Number one, they were socks I was going to put on. I brought them because I was going to go disc golf. And then I decided, no, I'm not going to. And I just left them on the ground. And Dell was assuming, and I had socks on my shoes. And Dell made it seem like I had just left some filthy, dirty socks.
Socks had dirt stains on them. So
they had been worn outside many years.
So you don't know how to wash socks.
Many years. Yes, they're not coming out beyond that. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Why did you have spare clothes on the floor?
Well, because I was going to go disc golf. I brought them in accidentally. They were in my pocket.
You carried your socks in your pocket?
Yeah, because from my house. You carried
dirty socks in your pocket.
No, they were clean. They're right from the drawer.
There's no proof that they're clean.
And I even smelled them to prove it to them.
That doesn't mean
I smelled them in person.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to smell dirty socks. I don't like stinky things.
You've never smelled your own stink before? What are you talking about?
I don't like stinky things.
Yeah. When you fart, you push the air up.
No, nobody likes stinky things. I don't like stinky things.
That's not true. You wanted it to waft. No. I can't trust this because you smelled the socks. They weren't dirty.
Yeah, you can trust it. You can trust it.
You smell your own farts. Go, that was a good one.
That's definitely not true.
So either way,
that's one of the biggest reaches I've ever heard.
You had spare clothing, and you say they're clean, but evidence says they were dirty. And
There's no evidence that says they're dirty.
The stain,
I smelled them.
The stains on the socks say they're dirty.
If you smell your socks, you've got to get.
Why were they on the floor again?
I was going to put them on, and I did this, and I took my shoe off, and I'm
So
like,
you
nah,
were-
I'll just wait.
So you were going to change your socks in the studio?
Let's just talk about what a diva you are, that one pair of socks almost ended your life.
It's not. I'm not a diva. I'm just pointing out that it's a
No.
pattern of you being a trash panda.
Both can be true.
From
Both
dirty
things can be true.
napkins to
You're a
rings.
diva, and
You see
he's a
this? Look
filthy
where I
I'm
put
not
it.
barn.
I'm not a diva. I work more than
Yeah.
both of you
Yes.
here, so I'm not
No,
a diva. I'm a
he
hard
is a
worker.
diva.
I'm not. But I just will point out. I
Diva.
just expect to walk in and not see your dirty ass socks at my feet.
I
That's
agree
fair.
With that.
That's
I
fair,
agree with
but you
that.
know what? I
also
made up
agree, Delta
for it.
Diva.
I made up for it.
Surprisingly, John leans into a negative comment about me. So that's a surprise.
All right, we got a break. We're way behind. We got to talk about HRP, who saved the day, saved my world, by the way. Yeah, and you know what? It's not like they had to. I made a mistake. I put I put a ridiculous amount of money on my 401k. My whole check went to my 401k, and I was like, I need that money. And so Breon and Rachel worked it out. Laura called up there and said, you know what? I know this is an impossible situation. Can you retrieve that money for him? And they did. I originally thought, well, HRP finally made a mistake. I was wrong. HRP doesn't make any mistakes. That was true. They said, did you see how much you said you wanted allocated for your 401k? And I was like, oh, God, I'm so stupid. Why? This is your fault, HRP, for letting me do that, for letting me. But no, most people can handle it. I couldn't. So here's the deal. HRP saves the day. Once again, they can save your business. They saved me. They'll save your business. And this is not even an exaggeration. If your costs are too high with your business, the way you're doing business, then you need HRP, because they'll pare down the payroll of how much it's costing you. Your HR, your taxes will be more streamlined and efficient. They have the technology that you don't have. There's a reason they do this as a business and you don't, because they're good at it. HRP, go look at your business and let them handle all this stuff that you don't know how to do. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Richard in here. Then, Del, let's play this Draymond thing with Dylan Brooks, which so this is older. This is when this is when Dylan Brooks was with Memphis, and Dylan Brooks had some stuff to say about Draymond, and Draymond reacted to it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we got us a series in which, 9 years ago, Steven Adams got kicked in the nuts by Draymond in a series, and actually it's happened multiple times where he got nut tapped, at least nut tapped by Draymond's foot. And then Draymond and Dylan Brooks have history as well. So it's Draymond. He's got history with a lot of people, but we'll hear about he and Dylan Brooks. We'll also get to Nick Caserio soon. I know the other station has probably run the whole thing 14 times, the Nick Caserio. So we'll take some bits and pieces out of what Nick Caserio, the word salad.
We could run it the whole time, too. We get 32 minutes off.
I know, right? We could run the whole thing.
What are you doing,
right?
John? Quit clowning people and start being more efficient.
I know. I want to work. I'm not like you. I don't just throw my socks around the studio. I like to work. Okay. I'm here for the people.
You are like RuPaul. You better
do a
work.
job. Richard is here and wants to get in on the show. Hey, Richard.
Hey, what's up, guys? I had a couple questions for the preeminent draft expert, Mr. Lance. Was just reading over Lance Zierlein 3.0, and you have Golden going to the South. He might be available, or probably will be available in late 20s or later rounds. If the Cowboys do what I think they should do and trade back and accumulate picks, will Golden be there, let's say 18 to 25? And then who do you think they should get with the accumulation of maybe a second or third round pick? Maybe another running back draft is deep, or another receiver. I would like them to get Hampton from North Carolina maybe later, or pick up Ted or Golden late. And they have a million needs, so I do think they need to trade back and get some picks. Wanted to see what the expert thought on that. Thank you.
Well, Hampton will be gone. He's going to go in the first. I got a second round grade on him, but he's, by all accounts, he's going in the first. Either the Denver at like 19 or 22 to 22 to the Chargers, may even go before then. So Hampton will be gone. Omarion Hampton, the running back. I do think running back for the Cowboys or wide receiver. I think if you trade back, there's a chance Matthew Golden will be available. It's kind of hard to tell. If Ted McMillan goes first and Golden goes second, it's tough to project wide receivers in this year's draft because not as many teams need them, and the teams that do need them also need positions like tackle or pass rush or defensive tackle, there's better players in the draft at those positions. So I don't think Matthew Golden's going to be available at 25. You mentioned 25. That's the Texans. 18 is where Seattle lives, and they don't trade up. They only trade back. But if you're able to trade back, let's say Dallas, let's say Jackson Dart's not drafted 9th, and the Pittsburgh Steelers want him, and they move up from 21 to Dallas at 12. At 21, you might be able to get Matthew Golden. So it's a possibility, but you've got so many issues on your roster. You need a defensive tackle. Like, who are you going to play in the middle? Your defensive Mazzy Smith, he ain't getting it. So I think Dallas could definitely be looking at defensive tackle in the first round also. That's one. If you move back, not at 12, but if you move back from 12, I think defensive tackle needs to be in play. I've heard the Dallas Cowboys like Tyler Booker out of Alabama a lot because they want a replacement for Zach Martin and they want a leader. So I think at 12, Tyler Booker's in play for them. That's a little early. If you trade back, I think he's definitely in play. So to me, I don't think it's a lock that it's, you need running back, you need wide receiver, you need defensive tackle, you need a guard. Cowboys have a lot of needs.
Are we talking Cowboys football for this long on this
John,
show?
they're in the state. You have to be a fan of every team in the state. No, I've heard that.
They're an also ran. They're inconsequential. They're
Tell
really,
it to ESPN.
Yeah. Well, ESPN,
after they do a piece on
why
Shedeur going to the Giants
ratings
today.
Are low. They're probably not going to last.
Highest ratings, the very highest ratings.
Oh, speaking of which, can you guys Wait, we got a lot to get to. But do you see this hat I'm wearing today? It's from Trump. I'm going to bring this back to Houston. It's from Trump National Golf Course.
Uh-huh.
I went and played it with JT, and I wore it here to play golf with some guys. And they're like, "Hey, you one of them maggots?" And I was like, "What? You one of them maggots?" And I was like, "No, not a mag. This is from a golf course. It's from the golf course, Trump National. I'm not a maggot." And they were like, "Well, it seems like." And then, I was like, "Oh my God, I can't wear this hat here."
Know your environment.
Because, yeah, I mean, it triggers this thing here. So I'm bringing this back to
You
Texas.
didn't know that putting that hat on would cause that?
It's a golf course.
People don't care.
But
the
John,
name is. What's he talking about? The name's
said,
on the hat.
I have an electric truck, and it is not a Cybertruck.
Yes.
And they would have said,
and
okay.
It's not a Tesla.
They would have said, Tesla is a Cybertruck. And they would have said, Ally.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Said, I have a Ford electric truck, sir.
Ford electric truck. That's how deep I am.
That
into this.
name on anything is going to elicit that type of reaction. You think anyone separates anything between the golf course and what if you ate a Trump steak? What do you think would happen?
I mean, I just don't care.
Yeah,
I don't understand how many people. I think you probably don't care. If I saw somebody wearing a hat, I don't.
I would just keep going.
Okay,
I would go about my day.
I don't care what hat you're wearing. You could have the Joe Biden.
The Trump derangement. The Trump derangement syndrome is real. It's real. It just triggers people that to irrational actions.
But people don't like them. And some people
no,
do.
they don't like them.
And that's just
fine.
how it goes.
But it's a hat. It's a blue hat.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You know it doesn't matter. Why are you surprised?
Let me ask you a question. If you went to a golf course in Texas and you wore a Nancy Pelosi golf course hat, do you think it would elicit a reaction? Yes. If there's
Pelosi
anything
golf course.
Pelosi National.
They would hate it.
Yeah, what are we talking about? It
no,
doesn't
it'd
matter.
be cool. Everybody be like, what? That is awesome.
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't.
I promise you it wouldn't.
It would not. It doesn't matter one way or the other.
Anybody, why can't Melissa be in this studio instead of John sitting there with his hat? People call him a maggot.
I was like, I never heard that one before. I'm a maggot.
See, Melissa's just
good for Melissa. It's today.
She's off during a break, and it's 8:02, and we're past our break.
John had to tell a story about something that's
All
not
right,
surprising.
We're gonna break it now, and we're gonna
somebody
talk.
in California called you out for a Trump hat. No.
Then we will talk about Draymond versus Dylan Brooks. Okay, that's gonna happen.
Good guy versus. It's kind of bad guy versus bad guy.
Yeah, no, he's a
but
bad
I like
guy.
our bad guy, so that's fine.
He's a bad guy. There's no question.
I think our guy likes being the bad guy too.
Hey, I'm coming back, and I can't wait to get to Texas Card House, play cash games, play tournaments. Oh my gosh, every Friday is a senior event. You're 50 years old, and you can play in this event on Fridays, and you accumulate points to get into the World Series of Poker senior event. Okay, they'll send you there with the plane and hotel and with the entry fee. How cool is that? So get to Texas Card House and get in on this on Fridays. Oh, and they also got a huge event, a $15,000 event on Sundays at 2:00. That's awesome. Just $140 to join, and you can have $100 add-on at the break, but you don't have to put that $100. It costs you $140 to possibly get in on $15,000. That's a great deal. That's happening at Westheimer on Sundays at 2:00. So get there. They've also got Hijack Poker. It's a new poker app by Texas Card House where you can put in money with a credit card or cash at Texas Card House locations, Westheimer or Spring. If you have a hard time putting in money with your credit card, you can go to Texas Card House and put the money in. And there's no bots. Play with real people, backed by Texas Card House. Only available in Texas. There's 4 Texans, made by Texans. Play on your smartphone or computer. It's Hijack Poker. Get the new app by Texas Card House. Texas Card House, the premier location now for poker in the city of Houston. Before we get to Draymond, I don't know, it's not breaking news, but it looks like Nico Iamaleava has chosen to disappear from the world. He's going to go to UCLA. Iamaleava is he's going from a power to a play. And oh, by the way, I saw this story. Is California going to have a really, really hard time unless you're desperate, like Nico apparently has been since leaving Tennessee? A bunch of schools says, "Nah, no thanks. We don't want any." UCLA is going to pay him, but with the taxes here, if all things are equal, you offer me $2 million here in California, or you offer me $2 million in Tennessee. Of course, I'm picking Tennessee.
Tennessee is 0. And California's 12.3. I saw Andy Staples had the whole thing on it. They're not going to say the money because it's going to be a lot less. He was going to make $10 million. Like, this truly is a pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Paying $10 million to go play college football for 4 years, which he wouldn't have even been in for 4 years. He probably would have been 3 and then gone to the NFL draft.
If he played well enough.
It's just the greediest, ego-driven thing. You lost sight of it's just immediately become, well, I'm better than him. I'm better than him. I'm better than him. And I really don't blame Nico.
He's 20. He's 20 years old. Do we expect 20-year-olds to make informed decisions about these sort of things?
And it's Cordell Landers, and it's Big Nick.
And the flat out lying on Twitter when a reporter
and they call
the story out, and they call
him
out the days, hours before it leaks that this is actually real.
100% real. Was such a weak-ass move. For them to try to embarrass a writer who had all the information. He was 100% correct. So now the On3 people, they're all going after they're all really slandering, not slandering. They're really going after Nico's side. And I think everyone kind of knows it's not really Nico, but did you know that so now it's Josh Heupel's offense wasn't a fit. It's the same offense that Hendon Hooker played great in. Well, one of the reasons we're leaving is Josh Heupel's offense was.
You want to play in Deshaun Foster's
supposedly
offense?
They were putting pressure on them we need better receivers, we need better offensive linemen. Please let Tennessee do their own job and quit trying to play general manager, player's dad. I mean, this happens. My brother tells me this happens all the time. Everyone's dad, not everyone, but many players' dads believe that they are the boss of every team and that they have the right to tell you exactly how to build your team. In fact, this was crazy. I found this out. Nico's dad pushed the high school where Nico was going to emulate Josh Heupel's offense his senior year. So they had to change their offense to emulate Josh Heupel's offense from Tennessee. That same one now that they claim is, well, it's just not an offense that will breed NFL excellence or whatever. Like, dude, throwing with anticipation and accuracy and being a good decision maker is a quarterback trait. It has nothing to do with the offensive scheme. It's just the weakest set of arguments. And he is going to get less. Now he goes to a stadium that at times had 5,000 people in it last year. This is UCLA.
Yeah.
UCLA. No one's
That's
there.
That's what I said.
The people don't care anymore now that they went to the Big Ten. They don't care about UCLA at all.
He might get a national game, maybe once this year.
Maybe he really likes being home.
Tennessee, that's going to be on Saturday night with 100,000 people.
He's a California
kid. Bad
Maybe.
move.
The only benefit you can see is maybe it's better for him. He stays home because he's a California kid, and that might be the best part of the whole deal. He doesn't have to deal with Tennessee.
Yeah.
Let's get off Nico. Let's get to the Rockets. Rockets and Golden State playing. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, actually. How about 2 10 seeds are actually going to try to make the playoffs for the first time, which has never happened. But both of them won last night, the Mavs and the Heat. So we'll see what happens there if a 10 seed can possibly make it and then get slaughtered in the first round. But the Rockets are playing the Warriors, and that's what is of interest to us. There are a lot of subplots. One of them is how the Rockets haven't been able to get past Golden State in the postseason. This is the 5th time in 7 playoff appearances that they'll play each other. The Warriors have dominated. The Warriors have dominated everybody that's on the court, if you want to know. Well, they've dominated everybody, period, right? So it's no surprise that the Rockets have a lot of players who have had no success against the Warriors in the postseason. But Dillon Brooks had some stuff to say about Draymond Green, and Draymond responded. This is old. This is when he was with Memphis, but a lot of this stuff, there's going to be some heated exchanges between these two guys. There's no question. And I hope Steven Adams plays physically with him too. Maybe kicks Draymond in the nuts.
But don't lose your composure.
Right.
Don't let Draymond take you into the gutter where you lose focus on what the task is.
Right. Well, here is Draymond, and Draymond makes some pretty. I gotta say this, he makes some pretty good points.
Okay.
This idiot said, "I don't know what Draymond does out there." He said, "I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that, or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking, because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you.
All right, let's cut it there. And listen, Dillon Brooks, Dillon did talk a lot when he was with Memphis. You know, he's been a great citizen here. You know, other than the text that he gets on the floor, he's been
Memphis.
Great.
I thought he was. I was not a fan of Memphis. I thought he really hurt their causes.
Yeah, he did. But he has been a great citizen here. And actually, his 3-point, I have no qualms about him taking threes. He has been great this. He's hit a lot of big ones. And I don't know if he's adjusted. It looks a little bit different. It looks like it's coming out a little bit lower. But he's got a quick trigger, and he's making them. So I'm fine with that. I've been fine with Dillon Brooks. Going after Draymond, Draymond is a Hall of Famer. Like it or not, what you think of Draymond Green, all of the things that he just said, he's a Hall of Famer, and he's got the championships. He's got the rings. You want to be where he is, as opposed to talking about it and going after Draymond, and I don't like him, and I don't like this, and I don't. Whatevs, go beat him. Go beat him now. You know, that's where you'll get under Draymond's skin.
That is 2 years old, though.
Yeah.
That post is 2 years
Dillon
old.
Brooks hasn't done anything since then.
Yeah, we're on the come up. Maybe you didn't hear. We're a 2 seed. They're playing in the. They're
great.
playing in the trade.
Beat him. After you beat him, then get on the come up.
What you do is you don't get into it. You be smart. Don't get into it. Don't turn into where you're suspended for a game in the playoffs. You know it's coming. You know there's going to be a stare down, a clap in the face. It's going to be that stupid stuff that he does. Do not fall for his banana in the tailpipe. Don't. No shenanigans.
Well,
you can be tough. Don't throw people to the ground. Don't do anything that can get you suspended.
Listen, first of all, as physical as the Rockets are, there's going to be there's going to be sideshows in this deal.
I think that benefits honestly, it's a team that's never played in the playoffs together. I think that 100% benefits the Golden State Warriors. They're veterans. They don't get shaken by that stuff.
It didn't benefit them last game.
Draymond they won championships with him choking people.
Yeah.
And suspended and kicking people in the junk and putting people on sleeper holds. This is nothing new to Steph and those guys. He loves it. Please, I beg that you let Draymond get in your head. Steph and them will just This ain't nothing new to them. They played with this guy for over a decade. The Rockets are not used to this.
No, I understand that, but you know what? This Rockets team ain't backing down to nobody.
No, I don't want him to back down. Just don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Stop being stupid.
Oh my God, Rosie's here. All right, we got a break. 73780-3776. What do you think of that? What do you think of? We'll play Nick Caserio. We'll play some Nick Caserio sound on the other side. But right now, I want to give you some cash. John Clay Wolf is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. And there's two ways that you can win. Get 250 chances if you mail in an entry. Do you know how to put a stamp on an envelope? Do you know how? Because if you know how, you got a mail-in entry. You can put a stamp on an envelope and fill it out. Then you got 250 chances to win part of $25,000 in cash. Or you get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. If John Clay Wolf buys your car, immediately 1,000 chances go in the hopper. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car. It doesn't care what kind of car it is. And if it's a classic or collectible, they got GMTVCC.com, which is where John Clay Wolf, he ain't scared to pay top dollar for any classic or collectible. He loves them. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers. Get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your car right on the money. Hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. You have to go to GiveMeTheVin.com because if CarMax buys your car, if they outbid John Clay Wolf, he's going to give you $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So, Lance, how proud were you when Nick Caserio said that they use mock drafts to gauge how high a player might go?
When the Texans said that?
Yeah,
Caserio
said it.
I knew that. I had the Bears tell me that they use mine. What they do is they study mock drafts, and then they find the ones that they feel like, they have to do it afterwards, and then they find the ones that they think have a certain level of accuracy for range of players.
I wouldn't be so proud of the Bears. They suck. So.
Well, it's when he first got there. He had gone from the Chiefs, so the Chiefs had used it. So the Chiefs used mine, just so you know.
All right. Okay. Good.
But it's not just me. There's like 3 or 4 of them that they use, and I don't know who the other ones are, but I know. It's just they need a range, they need a gauge, and so what they do is the ones that they trust, they use them, they put them up on their board, or at least this is what one team does. They put them up on a big screen, and then they do a contingency of what they would do based on if this happened. Okay, what if this happens? And what if this trade happens? Then what do we do? What if this player's off the board? So all they're doing is just going through, they just use it so they have contingencies on, how should we move forward? I've helped the Texans before on where guys are going to be drafted.
Right. Well,
I've talked to people inside the Texans over the years they say, where will this guy get drafted? And I tell them, because I want my team to do well.
Well, it's smart because obviously they have their opinion and their board of where they think players should go, but they're not talking to other GMs like you are. So they're getting a good idea of what other GMs are thinking and whatnot. I don't know how much Daniel Jeremiah or Mel Kiper. I don't know how
DJ's the most connected. DJ's the most connected.
Yeah, right. So I mean, you're getting a good idea of what other GMs are thinking. If they're being honest,
but you talk to
you're getting behind the scenes.
You talk to scouting directors. And you do it throughout the time. Like, hey, how do you see these guys? And you don't. It's not like which team is going to draft which player. You're just getting an idea of where a player could go.
So Nick talked about the 25th pick overall, right? Here is Nick Caserio. Now, they got the 25th pick, but there ain't no guarantee that they're going to be picking at 25.
No.
Especially with Trader Nick. Here's Trader Nick on that 25th pick.
We're always prepared to pick. And if we pick at 25, we're going to get a good football player. So, I mean, that's what we're focused on. So, I mean, honestly, we feel good about this draft. I mean, there's players littered throughout the draft. So we're pretty well positioned. Right now, we don't have a 4th round pick. We got the top 4 in the top, 40, or excuse me, 4 in the top 89. Don't have a 4th, got a 5th, don't have a 6th, have 2 7s. So we'll have an opportunity, we think, throughout the draft to add players that we think are going to create some competition on this football team. So, I mean, I'd say whoever we bring in, I mean, it's going to be hard to make this football team. So, I mean, just try to get the right players. But we feel good about the players. I mean, our board's probably smaller than some other boards, and that's okay. But, I mean, there'll be players that pick on Thursday. There's going to be players that pick on Friday. Honestly, there's going to be players for us to pick on Saturday that we actually feel good about. So, I mean, we're going to get a good player if we pick at 25. So, and if we don't pick at 25, then wherever we pick next or whenever we do pick, we think we're going to get a pretty good player.
Yeah. And there's good. And he's right. Saturday means day 3, which means rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is a deep, it's not top heavy. It's not great at the top. You don't want to be in the top 8 picks really. You don't want to be in picks 4 through 4 through 8, 4 through 10. 4 through 12. You don't want to be there.
Oh yeah, right.
It's not really good. If your team's 4 through 12.
Well, Membo could be good though, right?
Yeah, there's guys that I think will be good. You're just having to draft them higher than you would any other draft.
Right.
So, that's you'd rather get that. And is there a big difference between the first tackle and the 4th tackle? That's the question. There may not be that much of a difference. So, if there's not that much of a difference, all things considered, you'd rather have the 4th tackle where you have you pay him less in the first round or trade back, but no one's going to want to trade up. Who wants to trade? Here's the players that teams could trade up for: Jalen Walker, from Georgia, Ashton Genty, and then I don't know, maybe a tackle. Like,
well, you might come out of the second round to get Shadur late.
Yeah. Yeah, if you like quarterbacks. See, I don't know that anyone's trading up high to get a quarterback. I don't see that happening. If Sanders doesn't go 3, then I don't know where he goes. Jackson Dart could go 9. Jackson Dart could go 21. Sanders won't go 9. I don't think Sanders goes 21. So it's hard.
You're sure that the Saints won't take Shedeur?
Yeah, I've heard he's not even top 3 on their board.
Really?
Yeah, I heard that from a pretty good source. So, yeah, if they take somebody, it would be. I've heard they like it Ward and
I've
then Dart
seen
too.
a lot of ESPN guys talking about him at 9.
They don't know.
So
I'm just telling.
I mean, you go out on that limb against ESPN.
Are they preeminent?
They're not preeminent per se.
That's fine.
Not per se. No.
That's fine. No, they honestly they don't. I doubt some of those guys aren't. No, I'm just gonna say. I trust my guy who told me what their board looks like. Yeah. At quarterback. I don't know the rest of it. I mean, I hear about boards on a few different teams. I think I know some things on Texans.
Yep.
Some of the stuff I think I know I like. Some of the stuff I'm like, ugh, gross.
Ugh. So wow.
Did you see somebody? Did you see somebody ask Nick about? It was Wexler. What a muckraker this Adam Wexler kid is.
About his mistakes?
Yeah, are you maybe going to look at analyzing offensive linemen differently?
No, that was Landry Locker.
Oh, it was Landry?
Yeah.
Muckraker.
Do you have that sound, Del?
I do.
I was cringing just listening to the question. I'm like, ugh.
Wow. Well,
I like it. I like that he's asking it. It's a fair question.
Let's hear it. Let's hear about.
You sure that's Landry and that's not Wex?
He said it when you go to his Twitter. He has the audio and he said, I tried to ask him. He said, I didn't get much out of him, but I asked.
Oh, okay.
All right, here it is.
Yeah, we always look at everything. So, I mean, just try to make the decisions that we feel, are in the best interest of the team. It's always case by case. Each year is going to be a little bit different. So, contracts are contracts. I mean, just part of the process. So, we'll look at everything, and if there's something that we feel we can improve, we'll look at it. And if not, then, we'll kind of keep moving forward. So I don't think there's anything, wholesale that we feel like we got to do, that much differently.
I'd ask for wholesale differences.
His question was legitimately, you've had some trouble missing on these guys. Are you going to look at evaluating things there?
Yeah.
You look at evaluating things differently at that position now?
Maybe kind of, sort of, but not really. What Nick gave us.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting this in, Del. Is there something that you missed? Because I'm putting the top audio, and I don't know if you can play it because there's a bad word in it.
Well, he was asked about, do you go back and look at learn from your mistakes?
Right. And he says,
but that was in general, right? All his draft mistakes.
Yeah, right. And he said, well, you guys effing talking about him all the time.
Oh. Nick said that?
Well, apparently, they'll play that, or well, you can't. I mean, if it's been
Nick, don't be sensitive.
I think he said it in a joking fashion, but he goes, "Yeah, you guys remind me about him all the time."
Yeah, well, that's the quote right there. That's the one. Good. I like Nick going after. Yeah.
Well, he's been a little piss and vinegar the last couple. He's feeling himself now, where he comes after people when he gets challenged a little bit. And not even challenged really in a bad way, I don't think.
9-7 is not the goal. And you know what? This is just another version of 9-7. It's 10-7. We're 10-7. That's okay. We're division. We win division. AFC South banners. Okay. That's what is this. God, that kind of really reminds me of O'Brien. Is this like what? I hope it feels different though, but it's kind of the same, isn't it? It's we're the 10-7 Texans. We win AFC South. We might win a division game. We might not. And then we're done. And then that's the season.
Yeah.
And then scene. I mean, is anything going to change anytime? The same SOT, same old Texans is.
It changes when you win at a high level.
Yeah, with this AFC, I'm not sure. Is there anything that's changing this offseason with what they've done? Is there anything that's changing for this upcoming season, or is it going to be 10-7, 9-8, 10-7, maybe 11-6, and then first round and done. I mean, is there
Well, what changes?
Is there
you
any
just have
indication that anything is changing?
Well, I mean, not until we see it on the field.
Well,
I
not
don't
with.
know. I mean, it's already changed massively in 2 years. Yes.
Not with Pat Mahomes still in the league. Lamar Jackson still in the
look
league.
where
Josh
they were.
Allen still
But
in the
look
league.
where they were. Yes, I'd say that the signs are that things, if you're objective about it, yeah, they've changed massively. To go from the laughing stock of the whole NFL, from the ownership on down.
The last 2 years.
The last 2 years, the
10-7.
Astros have made, but the Texans have made a big jump up from where they were. Yes, the 10-7. That's not same old Texans. They were the worst team in football.
Well, the Astros don't compare them to the Astros.
No. I said the Texans. I said the Texans
to a championship.
The Texans went from worst team in football, most embarrassing team in football, to 10 wins.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the last 2 years, and every time they make the playoffs.
That is the last 2 years.
But we're past that.
That was a plus. You mean
we're
there's 1
years
year
away from being we're 3 years away from being the worst team now.
I mean they just.
I'm not talking about we used to be the worst team anymore. We've got 2 years of 10-7.
You asked if there's any sign of it improving. Yes.
Mediocrity.
Yes, there's signs of improvement. They just showed it.
Well, no.
You're just
this
going on a
offseason,
one.
Wait a minute. What have they done this offseason that they've shown improvement?
I don't know what they could do.
Well, I didn't say that. The question is, what have they done?
They got a cancer out of the locker room so that they could try to get better leadership in there.
Yeah.
They got a cancer who was having an impact on the right tackle and the right guard. They got rid of the right guard.
Yeah,
and the right tackle now no longer has that guy to be an influence.
They also got rid of a really talented guy.
Yeah, because they
replaced him with Trent Brown.
No, they got rid of the talented guy. Well, which one do you want? You either get to keep the talented guy
both.
who's a cancer.
No, you could get rid of the talented guy and go get another talented guy.
But they did. Right. It wasn't on the market, guys.
That's fine. But
nobody on the market.
Then why are you signing players who are objectively bad last year?
You have to fill out a roster in camp. It doesn't mean Trent Brown's going to make the team.
But
guys.
you signed multiple. Let's not focus on Trent Brown. He's one of several who were bad.
Brought him up.
Ed Ingram, fine. We can mention Ed Ingram, Cam Robinson. They signed multiple guys who were not good.
I don't think Nick does a very good job on the offensive line.
Well, you heard him say we're not going to change anything wholesale, a little tweak here or there, but we're still going to do what we do, and that's been terrible.
And you have to, but the fact is, they're great at certain positions, and they've been weak on the offensive line. And I don't know how that changes if the same guy's doing the evaluating and picking. I want him to do well. I like Kenyon Green. He missed. I was on Kenyon Green too, just like Nick was. I like Juice Scruggs in a gap scheme. They drafted him for his own scheme. Thought that wasn't a great fit. That hasn't really been the issue so much as Juice hasn't been healthy. Scruggs hasn't played that much. Titus Howard wasn't his, but he extended him early. I thought that was a big mistake by Nick instead of just letting him play his fifth-year option and then make a decision. But other than that, I mean, I guess Shaq Mason, to me, he knew Shaq from New England. Shaq, they gave a bunch of money. He wasn't that great. Who are the other misses on the offensive line? I mean, Patterson's done what he's supposed to do. That's not bad. It just hasn't worked out. And some of it was Bill O'Brien's, some of it was Bill O'Brien's too, but I don't know. I went into this knowing the Texans couldn't really get much better. I was already resolved to. They didn't have the salary cap money. There wasn't a free agency on offensive line.
They were willing to trade for a safety. There was no ability. Now I know offensive linemen are tough to take from people.
No one's trading.
Yeah, no one's trading
a good offensive line.
But sure, not a lot of money. But they've restructured deals, and from what we look at now, their offensive line is worse. They're going to, I guess, use a power of friendship in the draft to get better. Is Cam Robinson a good football character guy?
No, not that I know.
And yet they brought him in.
Yeah. That's the thing that's a little bit puzzling and that just shows their desperation. They're desperate and they're like, this is a 1 year guy. We got to get somebody in who's got starting experience. But it was never, once you'd moved Tunsil, your die was already cast. Is that your lot had been cast? I think that's how it goes.
Something like that.
I think our lot has been cast for another year at the very least.
Yes.
We haven't. The Texans are not in the same neighborhood as the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens.
But if your quarterback plays better, John, don't you think that? And if they start calling the good plays, don't you think they can?
I'm hoping
more?
the good plays. Yeah, the good play guy.
Now
Nick
that
Caley,
the bad play guy is out, everything's. I was told everything would be fine with
the good play guy is going to overcome what the offensive line issues that the last guy who was a good play,
if you call the good ones,
who was a good, he was a good play guy at one point, then he became a bad play guy.
But Dell, you
Ball, he
failed
was
to
never a
you
good play guy.
failed
It's just
to
CJ.
understand that you brought up a guy who was in the organization, who was behind the scenes. Now he's the offensive line
we
coach.
haven't even mentioned that.
And now we got more cohesion.
A guy who was in the room last year, and I guess his voice was too small to fix everything. Now that he's cleared out all the bad voices, he's going to have a large enough voice to fix things. And it has nothing to do with him and Nick going to the same school and also being with the Patriots at the same time. It has nothing to do with that either.
Another first place schedule. Another
AFC South, though.
Another an offensive line.
I'm not giving up. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not. I've seen bad offensive lines. All you have to do is just play better. You don't have to be the most talented. You need to play as a 5-man unit. I've seen too much of this happen to where a team, especially the offensive line, were really talented look at LSU, all these draft picks on their offensive line, and they stunk this year. Will Campbell's going to be a first rounder. Emory Jones is going to be a third rounder. Miles Frazier is going to be a third or fourth rounder. They got Dellinger, who's going to be a 6th or 7th round. They're going to have 4 guys drafted off the offensive line. And frankly, they objectively stunk this year. They couldn't run the ball. Nussmeier was under pressure constantly. Like sometimes it's about how you play together as a 5-man unit. So I'm just not giving up on that. I haven't decided the Texans are done. Well, same old Texans.
Are any members of this
even played yet.
Any members of this 5-man unit, did any of them play average football last year?
Of this one?
Yes, the current one.
Well, I think Titus did. I think Laramie did.
But he's not here anymore.
Are you saying 5-man unit or eunuch?
I don't think unit. The 5-man unit.
It's a new. I was on Will Kunkel's podcast, and he really got sad when I said this. He's like, "But what can you do to fix it this year?" I said, "It can't be fixed this year."
Oh well, great.
Well, I mean, it's just the truth.
You just said you can. I see.
No, you can play better. It doesn't mean you can fix it. It doesn't mean the solution. You're not going to find a solution in 1 year. It's just not going to happen. Your offensive line was
that's what I said.
Unmitigated disaster, but it doesn't mean that you can't win more games and go deeper in the playoffs. You just don't. You're not going to get your guard, center guard of the future may not get it in 1 year because you still need D tackle. You still need wide receiver. You still need backup running back.
So with the draft pick, whoever it might be, let's say they
traded away offense. You traded away picks, by the way.
All right, we were way behind. We got to break.
Is this the third?
John
break?
Child's coming up top of the hour. He's got
Maybe.
some winners for us in the NBA playoffs.
I don't really know.
Right now, we got Chastain Ford to talk about. If you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car, that truck or SUV, there is, to me, there's only one place to go. I don't care if you're a business or you're residential. Customize the way you want it, not the way they want it. No add-ons, no markups. That stuff is always happening. You can talk about 5,000 off here, 7,000 off there, 30,000 off, whatever it is, whatever number it is. Chastain Ford says this: we're going to give you employee pricing. How's that? You're going to get the brother-in-law deal or the brother deal. Okay, better to be the brother deal, unless you're a good brother-in-law, not king butter. Here's the deal: is if you are somebody that's looking for a deal, you want the employee pricing, and that's what you get at Chastain Ford. Ford is doing that throughout. I'm not sure that all the other dealerships are doing it. I'm not sure that all the other dealerships are giving you all the rebates that they can. I'm not sure that they're finding you the best interest that they possibly can. I told this story before. Ford had an interest rate, and the guy who was working it up for me said, we ain't doing that one. It's too expensive. Let's just go with this bank. It's less. I was like, you're going to piss off Ford. They said, we don't care. We don't care. Ford, we don't care. We're going to get you the best deal we possibly can. That's the way they go about it at Chastain Ford. That's the way they'll go about it for you. Employee pricing. You get the best deal you can at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. You're going to buy a Ford truck or SUV. To me, there's one place to go, Chastain Ford. Woo! Let's talk about Robin Orlando. Woo! At Houston Powder Coaters. What? That's right. Houston Powder Coaters is what. Woo! She'll fix your patio furniture. Woo! That's what Robin Orlando does. Okay. She don't woo a lot like that guy does, but she will fix your patio furniture. She'll make it look brand new again. Okay. How is it? How is that patio? How's that metal? Okay. Does it need work? Because they can fix it. The slings, the straps, all that crap, they can do it all. Okay. I don't think she describes it as all that crap, but that's what they do. Okay. Your wheels, if it's metal, it's getting rusty, it's getting old, it doesn't look as good, it's scraped up. Let Houston Powder Coaters make it look new again. Okay. Car parts, wheels, lift kits, bumpers, boat parts, anchors, whatever it is, all rusty and old. No, doesn't have to be. And oh, by the way, that metal is much better. Over 100 different colors in stock to choose from. You can make your whatever look like your team. You want your boat anchor to look like your Astros team or your Cougs or your Longhorns or whatever it is. Yeah, they can do that. Okay. If you're looking for something that's unique, that's different, that's gonna make it look great, free pickup and delivery, kind of a big deal. Okay. And if you're and no matter what it is, Robin's gonna be honest with you, because if she can't fix it, she'll tell you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888. You need something to look new again. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back on ESPN. 713-780-3776. Let's get some calls in here. Yep. I think we started something. People want to talk a little Texans. Keith and Andy are here. Let's go with Keith first. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. NFL draft, obviously, 1 week. A couple quick questions. I haven't heard anything at all on Quinn Ewers. Lance, where do you think Quinn Ewers goes? And then also, Seattle brought in Sam Darnold and Drew Lock back. Do you see them flipping maybe, Sam Howell somewhere? Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Well, why are you laughing? Why still laughing?
I'm sure you have thoughts on whether Sam Howell will get traded.
I'd never thought about it one time up to this point.
No?
I guess they could flip Sam Howell. I suppose. I don't know. Maybe he goes for a
Keith
sixth.
Has the most obscure thoughts.
I mean, Keith, his mind lives for sports.
Well, in obscure.
Like Keith is where I was when I first started this.
Excited about Joe Flacco re-signing.
I know, guys. I'm looking at the free agency market, street free agents. You are? Yes, I'm looking at some wide receivers who are on the streets. They could move Sam Howell, I guess, for a sixth or seventh, I suppose. Quinn Ewers, man, I mean, the tape is just not good. So it's hard for teams to get around that. And I know he was hurt for much of the year. I think his agent believes he's going in the second round.
Playoffs every year.
Well, now it's true. You want to name the last Quinn Ewers road loss? Do you think he's had one over the last 2 years? Because the answer is no. He has not had a loss on the road over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's beaten Alabama. He's beaten Nick Saban and Alabama in there. Like, you can put together a profile that looks really good for Quinn Ewers. He's won. People talk about Shador, the Shador people, like he completely turned the program around. Well, he's 13-12, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Sam, you want to look at what the Longhorns did under Quinn Ewers? If you want to go look at where Quinn Ewers,
why are they not retiring his jersey?
Because they're waiting to retire Arch's. There's a chance Arch could get his jersey retired next year.
There is a chance of that.
No, I mean, seriously, you want to talk about turning around a program. This is a Longhorn team that couldn't. He's gone to the playoffs. He went to the playoffs twice. Like, this is actually what a turnaround looks like. You got a team who now we credit Sark with it more than Quinn Ewers. But if you really wanted to just use the Shador Sanders method of acknowledging quote unquote program turnarounds, Texas with all with all the everything in the world, all the money in the world, all the recruiting potential, the money, they actually have turned it around with Quinn Ewers at the quarterback position. Now, I shy away from that because I think it's much bigger than one player. But you can put together a sweet little graphic, and I've seen him already. He has no losses on the road over 2 years. And that includes an SEC schedule. He's been able to win on the road. He's got some good things working in his favor. With that said, third or fourth. I mean, tape's not great. He hasn't got much better from his freshman year. Average decision maker, an average field reader, not super mobile. It's just, can you believe he went from being considered a top 5 pick to like third or fourth round now. It just goes to show you.
So you haven't answered the Sam Howell question.
Yeah, he could get traded for a 6th or 7th. Who would have watched this year's football season and come away saying, you know who should go in the first? Jalen Milroe. I don't understand. To me, this is one of the great mysteries that I've ever encountered in the draft. Jalen Milroe, I thought we were on board, but this is really a bad year.
He's not going in the first.
Really? Why is he at the draft? Why did they invite him to go sit in the green room?
He's going to sit there forever.
Why would they do that to him? Do you know how they do this? It used to be Gil Brandt would do it, and then Gil's passed away. But there's basically a sampling of NFL teams that one person does a sampling of NFL teams and they report back. Jalen Milroe going to the draft should absolutely be on your radar as a possibility going to first. It seems crazy because we all watch football. The game against Oklahoma was objectively one of the worst games I've ever seen for a quarterback. I can't to this day believe he's drafted in the top 2 rounds. Like his tape is bad.
He's not going to be. He's not. He's going to sit there all day on Friday too.
You think so? You don't think he goes to a third?
Ooh, wait a minute. Why?
I'm with
you. If you look at tape, how can you're a general manager, a smart person in this world? How in the world are you drafting Jalen Milroe to be your quarterback?
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think, and this guy was talked about yesterday because this kind of question came up, do you think Julian Edelman ended up being a good NFL player?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Julian Edelman had
that's a different story. That's a different deal. But yesterday you said, no, they're drafting him as a quarterback.
No, they will draft
Julian Edelman was a quarterback in college that was a wide receiver in the NFL.
Teams, yes, but he had never caught a pass and all that. What I'm telling you is the teams that value him high, behind the scenes, in their back pocket, we've got a guy that runs in the 4.3s that weighs 220 pounds. That
first round athlete.
Miller.
We got
Miller. Let's go.
They have a first round athlete.
It's just like recruiting. ATH. What position does he play? ATH. They're not going to say that.
Yeah, because
you're not going to say it to the kid. You're not going to say it to anybody because you want him to be. You want him to be Jalen Hurts. You want him to take that next step. He ain't Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a much better passer coming out, but you're drafting him to be you're drafting him as an athlete. The teams that like him, the teams that view him as a quarterback. You can't get there watching the tape just because he's fast. Big deal anyway.
But if you think he is, and he is one of the best athletes in the draft,
he is.
You get out, you pick him in a spot where no one thinks he should go because they're thinking quarterback, but you have this thing in your mind, bottom of the first round.
Give him a shot at quarterback.
Yeah, you'll let him
in camp and all that.
Yeah, you give the kid a chance to be in the meetings.
You're not going to tell Twitter you're moving into a different position.
You can't take the hate that Polian got. So you tell him, hey, quarterback, sure.
No, we see him as a quarterback. We see him as a quarterback. Yes, he's a great athlete. We think no matter when the ball's in his hand, he's special. Wait, well, what do you mean by that? Well, and so and quarterbacks now make a lot of plays in this league. Oh, okay. Okay, I already know a team in the first round that was getting the message to him about they were gauging whether or not he'd make a position switch. And of course he doesn't want to, and I wouldn't want to either. My dream is to be quarterback. If I'm Jalen Milroe, my dream is to be quarterback until.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, he's not a quarterback. What do you want to do?
Because they have dreams.
Forever?
They've got dreams. All those kids have dreams.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I thought
playing in the NFL dream.
Well, he's going to get the chance either way.
But Jalen Hurts got beat out at Alabama by Tua. I thought at Oklahoma he was good, not great. He won a Super Bowl. Like Jalen Hurts got a lot better as a quarterback. You can talk yourself into that with Jalen Milroe. I get it. This accuracy is not going to change. He's going to be inaccurate.
No, all right, enough. Jalen Milroe, goodness gracious.
Thursday night, John.
When
he gets picked, be ready.
Oh no, he's going to get picked on Saturday. Fire Festival 2 has been postponed, and tickets refunded.
Okay,
no new date announced. Thank you.
Postponed until July, I assume.
No, postponed indefinitely forever.
You're not a serious person. He stopped this vibrant football conversation to talk about Fire Fest, particularly when John Chill is on hold.
John Chill is going to come up next right here on ESPN 97.5.
Fire Fest 3 is going to be at Lake Charles.
Right now, I'm talking about own well. I'm talking about your property taxes. I fought mine before and lost, and it's a killer. It's bad. It's not good. Do not try it. Do not try this yourself. You don't have the technology that Ownwell does. You don't have the expertise that Ownwell does. Ownwell does this. They've done literally hundreds of thousands of protests for people. And here's the deal. They win 86% of the time, which is an outrageous number. That means the government is wrong 86% of the time. They're charging you too much. If you just let yours go and don't protest it, you're going to get killed, because in the long run, it compounds year after year after year. They keep on charging you more, and all of a sudden your property taxes are through the roof, and you're like, what the hell happened? Well, I'll tell you what the hell happened. You didn't fight it. You need to protest. The date to protest, you have to do it by May 15th. So do it now. Go to ownwell.com. Ownwell is the way to go. They're great. You don't pay unless they win, and you pay a fraction of what they win. Okay, the other guys are charging more. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you here. All you need to do is go to ownwell.com. The deadline to protest, May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum. Wow, look at Sammy Velamaki. He's 5 under today through 9. What? At the RBC Heritage. John Chill joining us from the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget. He is the CFO at the Golden Nugget there. You guys take golf bets?
Yeah, we took golf bets. Yeah, we had took a little bit of a beat. I think a lot of people had Rory, and then there was a prop bet last week. I think it was Rory and Scheffler to finish in the top 5. That did not help us.
Your boy had Rory, John. Your boy went from Minwoo Lee to Rory last week.
I had Shane Lowry, and I think he shot like an 81 Sunday. I was like, oh, that's
I had
not good.
DeChambeau, and he just fell apart.
Wow.
Just fell apart. Just destroyed all my hopes and dreams.
What an amazing final round! That was interesting.
It was great.
Even the family watched it. Yeah, they never watched golf. It was insane to see.
It was great. Rory doing a typical Sunday at the Masters thing. Just that shot on 13 was just incomprehensible.
Yeah,
I mean, that was crazy. He's 86 yards out. He could hit that shot. No, 999 times out of 1,000 he can hit that green. That one time he didn't. And it was for the Masters. John Chill with us here on ESPN. You can't take Rockets money, right?
No, but you could do it on the online on the DraftKings app to do the Rockets. Yeah, so we'll still support.
So are you seeing what are you seeing? I know you saw a lot of Cougs money in the NCAA tournament. Are you seeing Rockets money right now?
Well, yeah, you're seeing nationally. It looks like Golden State's still, looking at the series. Looks like they're getting more money as far as the series play. For us, I'm sure we'll probably.
Okay, wait a minute.
Take it here.
Explain how they started minus 200 or minus 190, and the Rockets have a 53% chance. Explain to the people the betting angle versus the true odds of winning the series.
Yeah, so it looks like it depends on the handle and then the number of bets. Also, they look at both situations. So if you're seeing a lot more bets for Golden State, you'll start seeing the money move, and then also they look at what the sharp plays are. They know who's out there and who when they put their money on, that line will move as well. So they look at both. They look at the general public. And then they look at the guys that do this for a living.
So we feel like we're being a little bit disrespected here. But the fact of the matter is, it probably should be even money. Who's going to win this series? Because it's a toss-up. Who's going to win? But if you put even money out there, Golden State you'd be deluged with money on Golden State, right?
Yes, yep. If it goes down, yes, there'd definitely be more money.
And you don't want that much risk out there.
No, you go for the juice. You try to equal out. You try to see what gets both sides and what comes in the middle, and then that's the safest bet for us at the book. And
now sometimes you want a side, but I don't know that you want the Golden State side in this, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting. I mean, you got a number 2 seed versus a number 7 in the series is plus 155. I mean,
right?
It's I think it's happened once. I think last year maybe the 2 and the 7, and I think the Rockets have not got the respect that they deserve nationally. I get they're young, and that's been the national play with them and all that, but they're still a good team. And like they always say, they might be young enough not to know any better. And just go in there and play like they've been playing, and they finished up strong. But it's interesting to see that, to see that as high as it is. And that's one of my big plays for the series is the Rockets at plus 155.
But yeah, I mean, if you're getting plus, what are you getting right now? Plus 150, 170? What?
Yeah, 155 right now for the series.
155?
Yeah.
I mean, the Warriors are such a public team, and the Rockets weren't even in the playoffs last year. So I can certainly see the public. Well, it's what the public does, and it's why the books got all that gold that they have in marble is because people play, what they know. And quite frankly, the Rockets, you love them, right? I mean, this is one of your favorite plays.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at, to me, Golden State, after you take out Butler and Curry, I mean, they're kind of not offensively that good after that, you know, and Rockets defense can shut them down. And, you know, I think Houston's half court offense is better than what's perceived out there, you know, and all that. So I just don't see where that disparity in odds is that big of a difference. And like I said, a number 2 seed. So, you know, out of the Western Conference, I mean, you can't, you know, there's a lot of good teams in there. And here's the other one I like. I like them to win in 6 games, 4-2. They're plus 350 at minus 1.5 games. I like that as well. So Rockets to win the series, 4 games, or it's minus 1.5 games. I like the series to go 4-2.
4-2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
and what else? What other series do you like?
You know, the other one, Knicks Pistons. I think Detroit's played well. That's another one for the series. I like it over 5.5 games at minus 125. I mean, Detroit's been good defensively. I think the only thing, you know, doing some research is they play good defense. Brunson does go off when he plays Detroit. He averages 28 points and he's like 58% or 52% shooting. So, you know, that's one of those series I think it'll go late. A lot of the series prices, if you look, and this is just interesting as far as the betting angle. The Celtics are minus 50-1. If you took the Magic, they're 16-1. I mean, that's just a huge disparity. If you kind of like the Magic, there's no sense of betting that. I thought that'd be closer to 20 or 25-1 compared to the Celtics line there. The Clippers, Nuggets, that's just you know, the coaching, I think, will play a part in that with the Nuggets. I think we'll see. Clippers are playing good. But those are the 2 series prices I like there. Saturday, as far as the games, I like the Bucks plus 5.5 over the Pacers. I still think that Bucks are a good team. And we'll see what the Lakers can do. Lakers minus 4 over the T-Wolves Saturday. And then Sunday, I like the Rockets minus 1. Again, going back, they're a favorite, but they're, you know, a dog in the series. So I like the Rockets at home. Celtics, stay away. I don't like 14 points. And that's a lot of points in the playoffs. And Magic hasn't played that bad. I mean, if you look at hopefully the series are better than the playing games. I mean, as far as betting, you could cash the tickets in on the Heat, Mavs, and Magic after the first quarter. I mean, those were definitely blowouts here in the last couple of days. So, but yeah, 14.5 points, too much for me on Sunday. I like the Rockets. Like I said, Bucks and Lakers, and then as far as the series, I like the Rockets.
Do you like either of the 10 seeds being the first 10 seed to make the playoffs? You know what? If Kyrie was around, this Mavs team would be a problem.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that, you know, if he was around, I mean, they looked good last night, and you know, maybe AD's got something to prove, and they can make a run. They definitely got the height. I mean, you could tell that helped out yesterday or last night. So
maybe Nico Harrison was right about all this. Okay.
Yeah, instead of getting chanted and booed, maybe he made the right decision. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But I kind of like the Bucks a little bit as far as the series too, and see where they end up here this weekend and all that. But definitely got some NBA going on, and then we got the NFL draft next week. So I shut it like politics. I shut off the NFL after the Steelers. Do you guys think we're going to have a quarterback by Thursday, or we'll be drafting a quarterback next week?
Saints,
Steelers,
Shador 9.
I think you will have one by Saturday or by the end of Friday night for sure.
Oh, Steelers. You're talking about Steelers, not Saints.
Well, Saints, yeah, we do Steelers. You think? Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm not.
Chill as a Steelers guy.
Oh yeah. That's. I thought you were talking Saints. Both teams need one. I don't know. Yeah, I think they will. I think you have to if you're the Steelers. You don't know what Aaron Rodgers. He's playing. Who didn't know he was going to play these little baby games with people? Just such an Aaron Rodgers move. Totally predictable. He didn't learn one thing, John. Not one thing did he learn. It's the same old Aaron Rodgers crap. Yeah, you'll have a quarterback by the end of Friday night too.
Hey, John, I want to bet on who's going to be the 4th pick. Can I do it?
Yep. Yeah. Let's see. Let me go back. Let me get on that one. See what the NFL.
Who you betting, John?
And you know what's out there too is over-unders. We'll talk about those next week as well. But let me get
next Thursday. We got to get all the odds, and we've got a preeminent draft expert that can help us with that stuff. Okay.
Who do you want for the fourth pick?
It obviously depends on what Cleveland does, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Giant. If the Giants take Shador or Dart,
what's Kelvin
it
Banks?
Changes the whole draft.
What's Kelvin
Let's
Banks?
see. Kelvin Banks is 30. Yeah, 35-1.
Kelvin Banks is 35-1 at number 4.
Plus 3,500. Yeah.
What about Will Campbell?
Will Campbell's the favorite at minus 225. Abdul Carter's 6-1.
Well, he'll be gone.
Yeah.
But if Shador, it depends.
What is Abdul Carter at number 2?
Number 2, Abdul is plus 260.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're thinking he's
it's because everyone
first
keeps
or
putting
second.
You got to remember that these odds are just based on a bunch of mock drafts. That's all it is.
Well, so they got Travis Hunter.
And so they got one tackle. Will Campbell, at minus 220 or whatever, and they got the other one at plus 3,500. You said 35-1.
3,500.
And Kelvin Banks, that's a value right there.
What about Mason Graham at 4?
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
He's 18-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so you got
That's
some
not bad.
little, some little shots you could get in there. Just take a little swing.
There's some money in them there hills. There's some money.
I mean,
there's some money to be made there. People.
Probably worth dabbling if you like to dabble.
So you gotta listen next Thursday. We'll break down the draft and give you some winners with John Chill right here at DraftKings Sportsbook. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Great talking with you. And so go watch your NBA playoffs at the Golden Nugget, right? Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got so if I want to go and watch the Rockets on Sunday night, I can get a reservation.
You can. Yep. Yeah. Reserve it for Sunday night after you have your Easter dinner, and come on into the book and watch the Rockets. We'll definitely have it on multiple TVs.
Yeah, I mean, spend Easter. There's no, the holiest of places, at the DraftKings Sportsbook to watch your games all day Sunday, Saturday, and Sunday. We got the playoffs starting, and we got hockey starting as well. If you know a little hockey, man, you can make some money. Okay, at the DraftKings Sportsbook. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us. And I am talking about the Golden Nugget. I love the Nugget. It's one of my favorite places to be. Here's why. Instead of going all the way to Las Vegas, okay, the plane flight, the cost of the plane flight, the time it takes to get there, the time from the airport, getting your luggage, all of that crap, it's a good 7-hour trip. I mean, literally, it's a good 7-hour trip from door to door or more. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, I-10. Very easy to get to. You're playing, and it's fun. It's just it's a Vegas-like casino, hotel, pool, golf, nightclub, restaurants. Why go all the way to Vegas when you just got it right here, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? You will. I'm telling you, it's not going to be any better in Vegas. It's not any better. The casino is Vegas. I mean, it's built on Vegas. Okay, you're looking for the best way to get that gamble on. It's the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to get to Kevin O'Connor, Del. Let's get him. He may be the smartest NBA person in the world, so let's hear from him. But first, we got Andy. He's been on hold. Let's get him in here. Hey, Andy.
Hey guys, looking at this draft and the offensive line. I've got two scenarios that I think they're looking at offensive line. Robinson's got to start, correct?
No,
not necessarily. Could be Fisher. I think there's a competition.
Not necessarily.
You got to get it. You got to get into camp and have a competition. There's no answers yet.
No, wait a minute. The odds, Lance, are probably 50 or maybe greater that he starts.
Yeah, no, that's what I think. I think it's a toss-up.
But it's not a sure thing. Not a sure thing.
I think it's a toss-up.
Well, if it's not, I really question that $14 million you give them. Then I mean, good grief. The way I look at it is, could we see Robinson playing right tackle and Howard playing left tackle?
No, I don't see that. I think they put him back at his normal. Cam has played left tackle.
Past it, Lance.
But why would you do that when Cam has been a left tackle and Titus has been a right tackle? Why would you change when teams switch their rushers both sides either way? Everyone knows you just have to have an athletic right tackle too. It doesn't really matter.
What did you think of Titus as a right tackle?
Average.
Well, Howard played a couple of games. 2 years ago at the left tackle, did all right. But the reason is because it seems like you always want your best tackle at left. So are we looking at maybe Robinson playing left tackle, Patterson at center, Fisher at right tackle, and Howard at guard, and then you're drafting a guard?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
So I'm guessing. So that means what they saw of Fisher is they think he'll improve to be a solid right tackle.
Yeah, I think that's what they have to work off of. I don't think there's a lot of options. I mean, in a perfect world, Fisher looks great in the offseason, looks great in camp, looks great in preseason, and he's your starting left tackle. Titus Howard's your starting right tackle. You have Tyler Booker. I think this is the Texans' dream scenario. You have Cam Robinson as a swing tackle. Tyler Booker's your new starting left guard. Juice Scruggs is your center, and then the right guard is a battle between Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, probably Laken Tomlinson. I think in a perfect world, that's what it looks like for him. That's what they feel like it looks like.
You don't think Booker would be like an automatic starter?
Yeah, I put him at starting left guard.
Yeah.
Okay. Where would Howard be?
Right tackle.
Oh, okay. So you're not, and left tackle would be Robinson?
No, left tackle would be Blake Fisher, because in a perfect world, in a perfect world, the guy that they want to develop has really developed from year to one and year two, because Cam Robinson's a 1 year guy. Blake Fisher is a chance to get it right. That's what the Texans are hoping for. So in a perfect world, your younger guy who's less expensive moving forward is your full-time left tackle. That's the perfect world. That's the best scenario, is one of your own drafted players you have under contract for cheap is your solution at left tackle. And then you get to have Cam Robinson as a swing tackle. And if something goes wrong inside, then you're bumping Howard back inside and Cam Robinson takes over at one of the tackle spots.
Well, first you said $14 million. Cam Robinson is $12 million. And his roster bonus is 1.25. So, I mean, he brings a dead cap of over $10 million. So there is a good chance Cam Robinson is more than likely not, and more than likely you're starting left tackle.
Well, but no,
more than likely.
But it's a 1 year deal, right?
Yeah.
So the dead cap means dead cap is $10 million. But what is his cap number? Basically, it's canceled out.
His cap number is 5.5.
Okay, so then you would lose. Okay, so you would lose $4.5 million. But I don't see them cutting him. I see him as worst case scenario, swing tackle.
So Aaron Wilson, as of March 16th, sources told him I think this was before Cam Robinson was signed. I don't remember exactly when Cam Robinson
When was this? March 16th?
March 16th.
Okay.
The plan was for Titus Howard to go to left tackle, per sources.
Okay.
And then Blake Fisher would get first crack at right tackle.
So they're going to just take a chance with Titus Howard. I can tell you from experience and talking to somebody that I've lived with for years and years who helped give birth to me, that he does not believe an NFL offensive line coach thinks it's way harder moving from tackle to tackle. Like, it's not a given. Some guys like switching right hand, left hand hitting. For some guys, it's really, really difficult. He had that issue with Max Starks, who is a big, plodding, lumbering. You would think he had no chance at left tackle, and yet he was way better at left tackle than right tackle. It's not a given that a guy can just switch sides and be okay. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It certainly can happen. Some guys don't have any issues. Some guys, the muscle memory is a little bit tougher. So I would just get that. But then again, Blake Fisher wasn't a left tackle in college either. So, that's probably where you get the Titus out. There is a scenario where Titus is left guard, Blake Fisher's right tackle, and Cam Robinson's left tackle. Absolutely.
Cam Robinson was signed on the 19th, so that report was 3 days before the Cam Robinson signing. But at the time, that's what he thought or was told. But now maybe things have changed.
Well, then I would say it's closer to Howard guard. Then I would say it's closer to Howard guard, Fisher right tackle, Cam Robinson left tackle is what I would guess.
They're going to get a guard more than likely, Lance, in the draft at 25, and Cam Robinson's going to be your left tackle,
or guard or center. Yeah, I would say there's a good chance that happens. Yeah, but I think I think it's in this order. I think it's Tyler Booker, Gray Zabel, Donovan Jackson, in that order. Donovan Jackson was at Ohio State. To me, I'd put it Donovan Jackson 1, Tyler Booker 2 for me. And then, but they love, like I said, I don't know if they love it, but Tyler Booker is a swarm as hell. So
he's at Alabama.
Since they all do, he's Alabama. He's tough. He's big. He's physical. He's an ass kicker. I guarantee you, he will come over and have something to say about someone hitting his quarterback late, as opposed to the Texans who are busy taking different Instagram pictures. They're in the huddle showing off the way they did their pants, the way they were able to roll up a sleeve or whatever with their jerseys, and then making sure they put that on their stories on their Instagram. Tyler Booker will actually go over and knock somebody's ass down if they're playing with his quarterback. So I think D'Amico would like to have offensive linemen who actually care about the quarterback too. I think that'd be cool. That show it. I'm sure they all care about him. Maybe sometimes the outward expression of aggression would help.
Yep. All right. We got a break. We are up against it. Good stuff, Andy. Thank you for the call. Thank you for listening. Kevin O'Connor, we'll hear from him. Maybe the smartest NBA analyst in the world.
Easily
we'll hear
the
from
smartest.
him on the other side. But right now, we're talking Access Vascular Health. We're talking Doc Benavides. We're talking about how not only you, but your wife, you heard her talking also about if you're getting the in vitro, she can help with that as well. Your wife may have some issues, and Doc Benavides can help her. Okay, I don't like talking. I'm comfortable. I'm more comfortable talking about a man's prostate. Okay, and your prostate may be too big. Your prostate may be spreading, and if your prostate is too big and you're going to the bathroom too much, you're up and down, can't start, can't stop. You're up in the middle of the night often. Now you need Doc Benavides. If it's not cancerous, Doc Benavides is the only solution. Do not let your doctor tell you need surgery. Do not get prostate surgery if you don't have cancer. Do not do it. And if you know anyone that's getting prostate surgery, stop them and say, listen, how about getting just an IV and it decreases the size of your prostate? And she's getting like, I don't want to say, it can't say 100%, but it's probably right there of success rate. So here's the deal. And it helps with ED. It helps with your life. Okay. So if you have a prostate issue, you have to go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There's so much still to talk about. We haven't gotten to this, though. Kevin O'Connor. Here's his prediction. Rockets, Golden State, first round. Here is basketball expert Kevin O'Connor.
Expert.
My series prediction is Houston in 6. I'm taking
That's
Houston
all.
in the series. And I think we're going to see some changes from Golden State throughout the series in order to match the youth and the athleticism and the energy that the Houston Rockets defense brings. I'm really a believer in Houston's defense. And with Golden State, I do worry about them having enough shooting around Stephen Curry. It's a lot to ask from Steph in a series. And look, we'll see. They have a lot of bodies that can throw Jimmy Butler as well. So that's my prediction.
Houston in 6. Thank you. Now, okay, the email is going to talk about the starting lineup here. Okay, what's your starting lineup, Lance, for the Houston Rockets against the Golden State Warriors?
Well, I mean, same as it's been, I suppose. I'm going to run Fred and Jalen and Amen and Alperin and Dylan. Why am I changing it?
Yeah. Well, Ime says, just hold on.
Okay.
Not so fast, my friend.
Okay.
Okay. That's not necessarily the case.
All right.
The starting lineup can be tweaked.
Yeah, it's been really the rebounding thing. Moving guys around to certain positions has hurt our rebounding, but we've also defended certain players very well with those lineups. And so something we look at, and I think we can tweak some things and put different players on different players. Obviously, men guarding guards and being away from the basket has hurt us some. Out ball has hurt us some. And so you can take away a few things, but it hurts you in certain areas. And so that'll be something to look at specifically matchup-wise with them.
I think that might be more to do with who guards who as opposed to who's in and who's out.
That makes more sense, yeah. I don't think the starting lineup changes, but how you defend, but that's the beauty of the Rockets rosters. They have multi-positional guys.
Well, and okay, I'm going to tell you this, since it's the first round, 2 days off in between games, Steven Adams is going to be on the court for 20 minutes or maybe even a little bit more. Because Amen is away from the basket. He's a big rebounder for the team. Steven Adams is quite listen, you could have Jabari, Steven Adams, and Alperin on the floor together, okay, in the backcourt, Jalen and Amen, or Amen and Fred whenever Steph is on the floor. Amen's got to be on the floor. Got to keep him out of foul trouble, man. He can't get into foul trouble. But you're going to see the bigs. I think you're going to see the big lineup because they will out-rebound the snot out of them on the offensive end.
So it's
Steven Adams is not good, a great offensive rebounder. Great.
Yeah, it's interesting because Golden State is the team that single-handedly revolutionized the small ball lineup. I shouldn't say single-handedly, but they were the ones known for small ball where they made teams like you just couldn't match up with them. You just couldn't match up with them because Steph would basically take you at the top of the key and he'd run a high screen and roll. He'd get a switch off and then he'd do a number on your big. If you have him in the game, how worried are you that they'll do the same thing? You bring Steven Adams in and all they do is run his man to the top of the key and they try to isolate Steven Adams on Steph.
Not worried about Amen fighting through. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, you can't go under a pick because you're gonna get cooked.
Yeah.
If you go over,
worried.
then Steven.
Amen's aggression. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, I'm not worried about Amen. It's about Steven Jackson. Steven Adams to me. How do they squeeze it over the top, which you don't see very often, where they try to funnel it back up towards the half court like the Cougars do as an old school, you squeeze over the top of it with the defender. Steph can make the slip pass. Like, it's not going to be easy if you go bigs because you still have Jimmy Butler, Stephon Curry, Steph Curry rather. But see, the difference is Podzinski. Like I would say, okay, Jimmy Butler. If you look at the old school lineup of, what's his name? Dale came over from Philadelphia. The all everything three, the super clutch, who Golden State had for years, winning championships.
Iguodala.
Yeah, Iguodala. Thank you. I mean, it was different when you had Iguodala, Steph, and Klay Thompson. It just seems so much more different. But it's like Klay wasn't a take you off the dribble guy, and Iguodala's not going to be any better than Jimmy Butler necessarily. So I'm trying to figure out, and Draymond Green is that same slug. I'm trying to figure out why that small lineup was so dangerous, but this one. But you can go double bigs on this one and have success. Like I'm trying to.
Steven,
younger
in the game that the Rockets just beat their ass. Steven Adams played 17 minutes and he was +7 on the floor.
But how many times did the Rockets beat their ass this year?
Once.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That's all that counts.
I'm saying that I don't know that that's a recipe for success if it happens once out of 5 times.
And you had Steph
they
have
didn't play
the
him
worst
5
game.
times.
They
played
did play 5.
Yes, at least 4, but maybe
no,
5.
they played 5. I looked up the split.
Yeah, they played 5. And the other Rocket win was the 91-90 game where the Warriors were terrible late here.
Steph.
We talked about it.
No Steph.
We talked about it. They lost the game without Steph. The Rockets.
You got outplayed 4 of the 5 games by Golden State, and you whacked them this last one. I don't.
Yes.
Well, early on they weren't playing the double bigs though.
Early on they didn't. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm always a little leery about double bigs against Steph.
They held Golden State to 99, but the Rockets only scored 93 early in the season. 99-93. Steven Adams played 18 minutes and he was +10.
Well, that's fine.
I mean, when Steven Adams is on the floor, he's a positive.
But you have to. We can't just talk in generalities. Steven Adams is going to have to at times do some light guarding of Steph Curry. They're not going to just let Steven Adams sit there and not run pick and rolls at him. That's just not going to happen.
Well, all I know is when he's on the floor, he's a positive.
No, I would agree with that, but I just think this is a matchup concern that you have to ignite. I guarantee you the Rockets are working on this.
And unlike regular season games, he'll get picked at. Like in a regular season game, maybe you're not targeting Steven Adams possession after possession after possession. In these games, guys will get targeted, and that's why the playoffs are such fun. You find out who's what, because game plans are specific to players in these matchups, and you'll find out, can Steven Adams stay on the floor if the Warriors, and will Ime let it happen if the Warriors go after him? We saw it against Memphis. Memphis was steadfast. Edie, no matter what happens, if you're guarding Jimmy Butler and it makes us deficient in the defensive end because he can attack you and we got to help and leave this guy open, we're going to leave you on the floor because we think rebounding is important. It's the give and take. So we'll find out if Steven Adams is playable on defense enough where his ability to go get boards is kind of surpasses what he might be as a defensive deficiency.
But at the same time, even if Steven Adams, they pick on him and they have success, that's the great thing about the Rockets is, okay, so what? We'll go to Jabari. We're fine. Like it's not really a panic.
No, I understand that. I think but we're talking about how the Rockets will score points and Steven Adams is a big part of that, grabbing boards. I think considering the Warriors want to play small, they may welcome Jabari because if Steven Adams can't be played off the floor, that's a big problem for them when they're trying to protect their defensive points.
Oh, yeah. No, they've got to try to play Steven Adams off the floor because we see the double big is it's grabbing a bunch of additional possessions for the Rockets, which you can't afford because they turn you over. So, it's an interesting cat and mouse game because you want to play Steven Adams off the floor, and what you do is go right at him and you try to have early success, 3 straight threes against Adams on a high screen and roll, get him off the court. Okay, good. Now we can keep him out maybe the whole series. You get the Rockets afraid of it. Because if you don't get Steven Adams off the court, then you're going to get beat up by their big lineup. And God forbid you don't set good screens on Amen Thompson and Amen's able to play over the screens, then you got real problems. Because then, or what you do is you face guard, like what the Rockets did in the last game was they just face guarded. Amen Thompson and Dylan Brooks face guarded Steph. And Steph, you're not getting the ball.
Yeah.
And then they're cooked. Then Golden State's cooked.
One of the games against Golden State was early in the season, which was a different Rockets team. They gave up 127 to them. Since then, the Rockets defense and Steven Adams has been, one of the games that they won, actually, 91-90, Steven Adams didn't play. but they're 2-3 against the Warriors this year, and I think they're a different team now than they were when they were playing
Well,
them.
they both
and
are.
Steven Adams is playing.
They both are.
Yeah, because Jimmy Butler didn't join
Yeah,
it.
Jimmy-
They
yeah,
played very
absolutely.
good. They played very
But,
well since Jimmy got
I mean,
there.
the best that they played against them was when Jimmy Butler was on the floor.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
best
one
that the
game,
Rockets
though.
played against them.
That's true,
Right.
and I love that game. That's one game.
Yeah.
Like, that's not. This is still Golden State's won a lot of games.
But that's the only game they played him against when Jimmy
It's
Butler
true.
was
I
on the
got
team.
you. I
But
got you.
It's true. It's just that as well as they play defensively, we're talking about maybe one of the worst games Steph Curry's ever played. So
I would say the worst game,
Well,
but
there's
it was
a reason that
it
he
was,
played
yes,
that worst
John,
They
but
put it
they're
on.
not much like Luka. We've had this discussion. You're not holding Steph Curry down over the course of 7 games.
Maybe you're not.
Well,
I
yeah,
wouldn't bet
you're right.
against
You're right, John. Actually, you're right about this. I would not. I would
Dell
not be able
would not
to.
be able to
You're right
defend
about
him.
that.
no, maybe you're not.
Thank
but
you.
Amen is.
Well, okay. I just don't. Well, fine. Maybe he scores 15 because that would still be a bad Steph Curry game. And if he had scored 15 on that Sunday, they would have won. I'm just saying 3 points
Bold prediction.
is drastic.
Bold prediction for me. In the first 4 games of this series, Steph total points is 17. Okay?
That is bold.
It's very bold.
Bold prediction.
I would say if you said average is 17, that's very bold.
No.
That would be an
Total points.
extremely bold. What do you think, underdog? I'm looking. Is there?
Are
any
you going to be
chance-
sitting courtside and hit him with an ankle lock very early to make sure that happens? Are you going to run out on the floor?
Nope,
Hey,
I'm
he's
not gonna
got
run
a.
out.
I mean, it's not like that's a great matchup for Steph, honestly. I don't.
Seven-
But he also. This is the alt. You were just telling us that you got to put him in consideration for the greatest player that's ever played. I'm thinking the greatest player that's ever played, and certainly the greatest shot maker, is not just going to get punked out for 5, 6, 7
Got
games in
punked
this
out
series.
last game.
He
That's
did.
all I know.
He did. There's no question.
Yep. It's John the new Thundersticks.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
That's okay. I
It's
want
fine.
some thunder. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Rockets are going to beat them. The Rockets are going to beat the Warriors. This is a joke. I'm not thundersticking. I'm just giving a realistic analysis.
You are kind of.
I wasn't thundersticking, and that's a
Del-
new verb.
Del, have we missed anything today?
We watched your club, the great Real Madrid, get knocked out by Arsenal in the Champions League. Your club, you went to go watch them. They got beat.
Well, both are my club, really.
Yeah, you bleed Arsenal red, but you have more recently been seen at Real Madrid home games, and they
That's-
got knocked out 5-2 by over 2
Ready for
games
this?
by Arsenal.
Steph Curry, what do you think is high-low in game 1 of the game against the Rockets?
25.
25.5.
Mhm. John says he won't get to 25 through 5 games.
Right.
You can, you know what you can do on underdog? You can take it all the way down to 19.5 and play it lower, and you're almost get 2 times the amount of your payback when you do that. If you think he's going to have another terrible game, then you go all the way down to 19.5 and you play lower than that on Steph Curry. Wow. They've got him at that. They got Jimmy Butler at 22.5. They got Jalen Green, who we went through the splits. Jalen has been atrocious
Right.
against Golden State.
Well, okay, now, we got the Kenny Smith sound. Let's play this because we haven't. Okay, Kenny Smith, who is way smarter than you with your little statement about Jalen Green right there. Okay, you made a statement right there. Well, guess what?
Just read off some numbers.
Guess what?
He just read numbers. There was no statement. He
no,
has
no,
been
no, no,
objectively terrible.
It sounded negative to me.
Well, the numbers are bad.
Here is Kenny Smith on Jalen Green versus the Warriors.
If you really look at the second half of the season, since All-Star break, the Golden State Warriors are 21-7. They're not a 7 seed. They're not with Jimmy Butler. They're not playing like a 7 seed. They're playing like a 3 seed.
Like a team that had the second best record in the Western Conference after the All-Star break.
So this is a difficult. This will be a lot of difficulty but I do think that this will be the series that Ime Udoka changes Jalen Green into what he did with Jaylen Brown. Helping him out, getting him to that next level and being more consistent. Because Jalen Green is a guy who can get 30 points one night and get 9 the next.
Now he got to work on that, but don't compare him to Jaylen Brown.
I think this is the series that he will be consistent and that will take the Rockets over the top.
Thank you. Kenny, smarter than Lance.
I like the Rockets' chances. There's no way Jalen Green plays as bad as he has against the Warriors in this series. There's no way. He's got to play better. It's just not possible for him to be as brutal as he's been statistically in this series. But God, that'd be great if he turns into Jaylen Brown.
What?
Oh my
Now,
gosh.
he went from Green to Brown. I wish we had a Billy Brown spot. I wish we had an Aqueduct Plumbing spot right now.
So Green, wait a minute. And Sean pointed this out. Green mixed with Rockets red
makes
brown.
Does it? Is green and red brown?
Yes.
Isn't anything turned into brown once you throw enough colors in it?
Well, if it's in the toilet, probably. But I don't know how the colors. I just know green and red makes brown.
That's right. That's right.
How about
You're
the
right
Rockets
about
send
that,
us our
Dell.
jerseys? Dell got his own.
I got my own.
Olaleye jersey.
Sean Mapes got a personalized
He
jersey
got a
too.
Mapes jersey.
Yeah.
Where's mine, Lance? Did you take it? You took my M&Ms.
I gave it to
Steve.
I gave it to this homeless man downstairs, and it says
That's
Gartano.
Great. By the way, Sam, I ain't wearing no jersey. I ain't doing.
You're
that,
just supposed
so.
to take a picture with it.
Like
I'm not taking a picture.
like your draft pick. You don't have to wear it. You hold it up like your draft pick.
Oh,
You say
okay, I'll
thanks,
do that.
Rockets.
Okay, I'll do that.
That's all.
Yeah.
Give you. I'm not a jersey wearing guy. I'm just not.
No, because you're a grown person.
Well,
it's
a lot
playoff
of
grown-ups
time.
wear.
Yeah, a lot of grown men wear jerseys.
Not real ones.
Oh,
wow.
Whoa.
You just called people not real.
And then he dabbed.
Then you dabbed?
He's still dabbing. It's
wow.
Tornado
we
dab.
Got a break
we
got
the ever elusive tornado dab.
Oh my God. We got a break because we got news of the weird coming
Now
right
he's
next
dizzy.
right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now I'm talking about game day men's health. I'm talking about you feeling better. I'm talking about you feeling about reaching your goals.
Oh, no.
Okay. You're sitting in your car right now or wherever you're listening at your computer. Got a little belly fat going on there. Got a little belly fat. You know, one of the things that really hurts you, belly fat is really, really, really not great in all aspects of your life, okay? So you want to get rid of that? Game Day Men's Health will help you. Game Day Men's Health has peptides. Your testosterone might be low, so that's why you're gaining weight. You're gaining because your body's not fighting the way that it should. All of these, I play a doctor on the radio, but I am not a medical doctor, okay? I am not someone who can help you figure out exactly what you need, what kind of peptides and how to get you to places. Game Day Men's Health has that. Game Day Men's Health has people who will help you to reach your goals, be it working out harder, be it better sexually active, be it focusing better. All of these things, Game Day Men's Health is just better, and I just feel like they care more. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a long time, and I haven't seen the care like I see at Game Day Men's Health. They're going to work harder for you, and they're going to find the right program for you to get to where you want to get to. Get off your big fat belly now and get to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, guys, you've seen the races at games, right? In Washington, they have all the presidents that run around the track and they race, right? And what do the Astros do? They got cars. What do they have?
Oh, yeah, they dress up as whatever. I can't remember what the race is. For
Yeah, they're races, and it's on the board, and everybody screams, 1, 2, 3. Well, there's a new race that you can actually go to Poly Market and bet on, and it is sperm racing. Thousands of people are going to watch microscopic sperm race each other.
How are they getting this sperm?
Well, it's actually.
Are they just going to take off at the same time? You know what that's going to require?
The track is going to be shaped like the female reproductive system.
It's going to be a creepy video.
Well, it could take up to 40 minutes, but you can bet on it. There's going to be announcers.
I used to be the GOAT in that game.
Well, at some point.
I was goated.
It's, at some point, everyone that's alive, there was a winner. There was a sperm winner, right?
Yeah.
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 There was a sperm winner.
Sometimes the winning sperm had some bad DNA in it.
Yeah, right. Really bad.
I mean there's some
Jeffrey
kids who can't
Dahmer's,
jump.
That one.
That wasn't a great one.
Bad one.
That wasn't a great one.
No.
And sometimes your kids can't jump very high.
Yeah. No, right.
You got to get a pro dunk.
Well, you got to get a pro dunk to make up for the
right.
poor sperm
for the bad genetics
that won.
Yeah.
The poor.
Why is this sperm running so fast? He's going to just have slow genetics.
Are you guys going to bet on?
I'm not sperm betting.
On sperm races?
I'm not allowed to working for the NFL.
Oh, you're not. You're not allowed to bet on that.
No, they're not going to let us.
Yeah, you're not allowed to bet on that. Yeah.
Sucks because it would be.
That's a shame.
It sucks because
it's going to be a big event.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know when it's happening, but I don't care. I don't think I'm going to watch it either. But it's happening in Los Angeles, by the way.
It is?
Yeah.
What's wrong with your people?
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's what's going to happen. What else do we have here? Oh, my goodness. A Florida woman was arrested for aggravated battery with a Pringles can. Do you feel like a Pringles can is dangerous in some kind of a fight?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's full of Pringles and you hit with the edge, you always have to hit with the edge.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
If you hit with the metal edge, absolutely. If you generate enough force, I mean, you've got to be pretty twitchy, to create that kind of torque. But absolutely, I bet it could cut you wide open.
Yeah. No. The Pringles can be dangerous.
Yeah,
There's
for
no
sure.
point.
For sure.
But
she
you
should go to
still
prison.
buy Pringles. We're not saying don't buy Pringles.
No,
buy
just don't
Pringles,
use it
just
as a
don't
weapon.
use them as a weapon.
Don't use it as a weapon.
Yeah, no. Central Florida woman arrested after selling human bones in a curio store. Do you feel like people should be able to sell human bones at any time? I do too.
Yeah.
Why can't you sell what you
Michael Jackson
sell everything else?
Michael Jackson bought the Elephant Man's bones.
Right? Why can't you buy?
He had a chimpanzee that he lived with. He brought Webster around with him, was holding Webster around at the Grammys one time like he was a pet. Yeah, you should be able to do all that. He wore one sequin glove. We didn't question any of these things in the 80s. We just said, well, I guess he's just walking around with Webster as just a kid is just walking around like he's his kid, just walking around with Webster, who was probably about 12 at the time, but he had that disease where he was little. And Brooke Shields. He had Brooke Shields and Webster at the Grammys.
Well,
with one glove that had sequins on. And he bought the Elephant Man's bones.
Here's the deal, though. Right up until about R. Kelly, you could pretty much do anything if you could sing.
Yeah, R. Kelly made people take a look and say,
he changed the whole game.
What? Maybe we should look deeper into this stuff. And then Diddy was the coup de grace.
Diddy did whatever he wanted.
Yeah, Diddy was still run. Well, a lot of people, that's because no one told.
That's because you guys didn't take Dave Chappelle's sketch as a warning sign.
Dave Chappelle.
Trip.
I'm seeing all these comedians like they're looking at stuff from the past that guys have said in interviews, and I realize, oh my God, they're basically telling you
Dave Chappelle
just hinting about Diddy.
On his very popular Comedy Central show did a whole sketch about R. Kelly peeing on people. and no one cared about why that might be a problem. It's just funny. Dave's just being funny.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I will see you in Houston tomorrow, everybody. We'll be in studio. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Right now, we're talking about, Pro Dunk. That's what Lance was just talking about. If your kid did not get that Jalen Green hops gene, that's okay. It's all right because they don't have to have it because you can lower the goal for your kid. Not everybody has the Jalen Green hops, okay? You just don't. And you can't, and kids can't dunk. And by the way, when they're 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they probably can't reach a 10-foot goal, okay? More than likely. And you want them to play, you want them to have a good time, you want them to be outside, you actually want them to enjoy it. Well, if you do, then get the Pro Dunk goal. The Pro Dunk goal is the best. You raise and lower it with a push of a button. It's the best. You're looking for the best way for your kids to be out there having fun. ProDunk.com. It makes the everything about it. Everything about it is the best goal. From the installation, tempered glass backboard, everything. Stenciling your driveway. There's no better goal in the history of goals. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
Welcome into the show. And we're dirty sock free to begin, so that's an improvement from yesterday. But because of a recent text I got, now I'm questioning whether I'm overreacting. So I'm going to need you, Sean, and maybe anyone who wants to chime in on this can tweet the show at Delv2 at Sean and Mapes. You can certainly call 713-780-3776. Maybe I'm overreacting. Yesterday, if you were watching on Twitch and Twitter, you would have seen a Rockets gift box. They gave it to a lot of media members in the city. There was a jersey, there was a hat, some M&Ms, Rockets branded M&Ms, a lot of things to let you know the playoffs are here. We're back in the playoffs. Get excited about Rockets basketball. It wasn't just traditional media. If you were a prominent Rockets account, you might have got one from extra Twitter. Maybe you have a podcast, you get one too. Okay, the Rockets did a nice thing. They sent us some stuff. Thankful for that. But now, because the social media team will be the social media team, they want us to take a picture, I guess, in the jersey and send a thank you, or maybe she'll write the thank you note as part of this social media post from the company saying, thanks, Rockets, for the stuff. For some reason, that bothers me. Why are we creating a post to thank the Rockets for the gift boxes? I feel like the 2 hours yesterday where their jersey was prominently displayed and the box was out there was enough. Do I want to be involved in a social media post where I'm standing in a photo in a Rockets jersey? I'm not a jersey guy. I don't wear them. This isn't a commentary on you if you wear one. It's just not what I do. Maybe I should just, bend the knee, take the photo, and send it to the social team so they can post it. Sean, you have a box of Rocket stuff.
I do have a box.
I just got a funny text from Brian. Goes, I can't send a photo. I didn't get a box.
Yeah, Brian McDonald did not get a box.
So he can't be part of this.
No.
So
now does that affect your thinking that
it's unfair?
Yeah, there's some out there that would love a box. That would love to have a box to take a picture of and be included, but
it doesn't really affect my thinking.
But he can't. He's out there. He had to watch me put on my jersey.
Oh, you put it on yesterday?
Yeah, for Brian mostly.
Just to taunt him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know how I do.
Understood.
So yeah, I there's those less fortunate that produce 3 to 6.
The less fortunate of us who didn't get their Rockets branded.
Not only do they have to stay
gift box
late here, they also don't get a personalized jersey. Do you know how hard a number 25 McDonald on the back would go?
Man. As hard as a number 25 Olaleye or Mapes, or maybe even harder. Who knows?
Probably not as hard as
a Mapes one. Yeah, of course. What am I saying?
The only one that's game worn for one segment of radio.
You may have been the only one to put on the jersey so far. I know I've seen Jeremy Branham on Instagram have a post. I don't think he wore the jersey.
I still had the tag on.
Yeah. So new. The tag was on it.
Yeah.
So you have put on the jersey. Have you taken your photo yet?
Yeah. After the show, Paul and I took one together.
Oh, someone told me to bend the knee. It's not that big of a deal. It's really the principle that I'm being asked to take a photo for what?
I feel like that's most of your hangups with really anything social media related is the fact that you're being told to.
Yeah. If it was my own original thought, which it never would be, I wouldn't be so against it. But hey, could you do this for us? What's the reasoning? To thank the Rockets? Is that what this is about?
Or it's
engagement? What are we doing here?
A little bit of like they just need to catch you doing it naturally, They can just pull something from yesterday's show.
Maybe why not? There's actually me on the air with the jersey laid out and the gift box. Why not just grab it from that? That's my thank you.
You gotta put the dog medicine in the peanut butter sometimes,
Am I a golden retriever or beagle in this case? I don't know. It is the principle of it all. I don't know if the Rockets want our thanks, but I guess they're about to get it.
I mean, I think they want the social media post.
I'm sure, but not the fact that if you go to our YouTube channel or Twitch or Twitter, you could have seen the
we gotta do it for the gram,
displayed.
Dude.
Okay,
it's all about the gram.
It's ridiculous. Now there's a running commentary from someone who's saying I should do it. They're not giving me really any real reasons, just that I should bend the knee. That's not enough. I'm not a knee bender. It happened. I saw it happen to Ned Stark when he bent his knee.
Yeah.
Head got lopped off.
Should one of us give it to Brian, and Brian will just hold up an Olaleye agency?
Does Brian want to customize vanity jersey that isn't even his, and he wants to hold that up?
Yeah, he's a big fan of your work, I bet.
I don't. Well, he does use a clip or two for Who Said It, but that's just he grabs clips from everybody. Doesn't mean he's a fan. You stop using Riley, not you, the same running commentary. Stop using Riley and Spo as a way to make. If Riley and Spo switch you, no, I actually wouldn't do it. That's my whole point. It doesn't. It's not a Rockets thing.
Yeah.
I don't vibe with the social media aspect of it all. But thank you. I'll say it now. This is better. More people will hear it than see what the post, unless the post goes viral. Thank you, Rockets. I appreciate the gift. I think we all do. It was very nice for you to do as they get ready for their first playoff series in years.
Okay.
Just grab that.
I'll clip that.
Clip that, send it to Sam. That should be enough, right?
Yeah.
A nice audio message thanking the Rockets. And more importantly, the Rockets playoffs begin on Sunday. We know.
More importantly?
Than that social media post, yes.
A little bit more.
Yes, I think it's more important than the social media post with the Warriors coming to town. We'll hear from Ime Udoka a little bit later. He discussed a couple things, including some possible tweaks to the lineup. And it's more about who will guard who as opposed to someone coming in or leaving the starting lineup.
We also got a T-shirt. Do you want to
put that on?
Or put a dress shirt on and then put the T-shirt on over it? Rusty Harden style?
I would only do that if I knew Rusty would see it.
Well, I'm sure we can tag him.
If I to honor him, since he's been the third part of the show for a good bit this week, I would do that if I knew Rusty would get a kick out of it. Just because
he'd probably be like, "What
the F is this? What do you mean?"
Thanks, I guess. Must have loved my defense of Deshaun Watson.
Did it go well? I mean, he's not in jail, but he was never really in danger of going to jail.
Super poorly.
Well, he had to pay out, so we just don't know how much, which I guess is good enough. And you know what? He was free to go get a big deal, and that's gone well for the Browns, right?
It's gone well for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, he can dance, he can get engaged. I think he's engaged, and he can cash in on $30 million or whatever it is.
Doesn't even really have to rehab his Achilles.
But he is taking note of the people who are questioning him. I saw that a couple weeks ago. We didn't bring it to the show, but he's taking note.
Oh, okay.
He realizes people are questioning him, and he'll be ready. Not this season, but likely in 2026 he'll be ready to call out all the haters with his play.
I don't think anyone's questioning him.
No, the haters.
No, I think it's all pretty. No one. It's not a question. We have the answer. People are just like, he stinks now. It's not a question.
Okay.
It's not can he do it. It's this guy's done.
Fine. I will change the way I phrase
the doubters,
it.
the
doubters, the haters,
there are many.
The believers who think he's incapable of getting back to what he was when he was a Texan. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest those haters, doubters, non-believers are correct. We'll probably, I guess the question is, will Deshaun be back before Tank Dell? What do you think is more likely? What do you think is more likely? Tank Dell comes back as a productive NFL wide receiver, or Deshaun Watson comes back as a productive NFL quarterback?
Tank Dell by far.
Yeah, because when Tank is healthy, he plays, but that was a devastating injury. And we played the sound earlier in the year with Cecil Short saying, who was a former Texan for a little bit, former Texan, and he said, I was never the same. 4 years later, I was cleared. After my career was over, I was cleared to do football type stuff.
Yeah, and I could see they both come back in 26, but Tank still needs 4 weeks or something. He starts on IR.
Yeah.
But as far as who will have a good year after, even taking in he'll never be the same, still give me Tank Dell. Just it's easier to be a wide receiver than as a quarterback. And literally the last time we saw Tank Dell, he was catching a touchdown pass.
Yes,
last time we saw Deshaun Watson, it was sad.
Yeah, the football play was sad. The on-field stuff, and then
the on-field product was sad.
And then, I wasn't particularly upset about how poorly he was playing, but if you're just ranking quarterback play, it was pretty sad.
I'd put a frowning emoji on it.
Yeah. If we were 14 and that's how we judge quarterbacks.
I'm sure this is what SI Kids does now. It would just be a
Lamar Jackson, smiley face,
sunglasses.
Yeah,
sunglasses emoji.
Yeah, he has worn those on the sidelines at night in the game.
Exactly. That's the picture we use.
And Deshaun, frowny face. That's been his time.
CJ Stroud, the one where the mouth is kind of slanted.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was going to go well, and
mixed
then
feelings.
2024 wasn't so great, but they got the bad guy out of here.
They did.
Slowick's out. Kaylee's in. We should be fine, and we'll hear from the guy who was part of that decision making those hirings and firings. Nick Caserio. He spoke a week before the draft. The draft well, actually today is a week before the draft, but he did like his pre-draft presser yesterday. So we'll hear from him as we can play a game of did he actually say anything? It's the tried and true Nick Caserio press conference agenda. Say stuff without actually saying stuff. So we'll play that game. We'll also do another edition of our Tucker trade tracker. It was feeling pretty good before this week started. Before the Astros hit the road.
Yeah, we should have really done it on Monday.
Yeah, because your thought that the Cubs got fleeced, that was a good thought.
I had more wind in my sails.
Things have changed since.
Yeah,
because Paredes on the road is a disaster, as still hitless in St. Louis. He's not great on the road. That's just what we know. He's certainly not going to hit for power on the road, at least when he's an Astro so far. So we'll get to that. We're just getting started here. If you want to call in about anything, you can. I think we're going to have Raheel today. I'm not sure. He has not texted me yet, so maybe Raheel's busy. But he is the host of CityCast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts, and maybe he'll tell you about what's going on in the great city of Houston. So you can call in 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. My excitement is filtered over to Sean. He's going to watch Sinners tonight. Ryan Coogler joint with Michael B. Jordan.
7 p.m. IMAX.
The reviews are still saying you should see it, everybody. I don't know if it's
I'll be
at
the judge.
100%. Well, yeah, you can watch it
All
yourself
right,
and
Coogler.
see.
Big Ryan Coogler. What has he ever done?
Have you ever heard of that thing called Black Panther?
The what?
Exactly. Killmonger's in Sinners. Does that get you going?
Oh,
there it is. There it is.
You mean Adonis Creed? Yeah.
No, he's killed. Well, he did do Creed as well. That's what Ryan Coogler does. He and Michael B. Jordan team up, and this could be the next Scorsese and De Niro. That's what people are saying. This movie is going to elevate those two too, where they are, where the director actor combo that's the standard for the next 20 years of movie making. We will see. Who knew a vampire movie could reach that type of prestige? We're about to find out. Sean, tonight I might go as well. We'll see about that. Okay. I love a matinee movie. We had a matinee baseball game yesterday that didn't go well. It felt like it was off to a good start. The Astros manufactured a run. Altuve and Pena very aggressive on the bases early. Sean, did you know that Jeremy Pena's in the middle of a hitting streak? His batting average wouldn't tell you that.
I mean, you can go 1 for 4 every game.
Exactly, and that's kind of what's going on. And maybe sometimes when he gets 5 at bats, a little less. Maybe it's 1 for 5, considering where he's at. But Jeremy Pena, he's got a long hitting streak going, and that continued in the first inning yesterday as the Astros put across a run. Christian Walker had a chance with a runner on third to push another run across. He struck out in the pitch he didn't like very much. But if we're going by what the box said on television, it was a strike. And that was the last run the Astros scored. Ronel Blanco, he was out there, and we're not getting the Blanco we got last year. That feels like maybe in a sport where we don't like to jump to conclusions, maybe we can jump to that conclusion, because Ronel Blanco has not matched his start to last season. The Astros go down 4-1. So the bats were very silent after that first inning. And Blanco, he wasn't terrible. 5 innings, 3 runs. If the team could hit, that might have been enough. But this team doesn't push runs across. Very few crooked innings. And that continued yesterday. So they lose the series to the Cardinals. They're now 8-10. And the chances of winning 2 in a row snuffed out. It's just who they are. We can't even talk about putting a streak together, because I barely consider 2 in a row a streak. I just say it's 2 in a row. They can't get to 2 in a row, so they're going to begin again. But it's them. I don't even know. Last time we talked about this, it was some last place teams. I haven't looked in on what the Rockies and Orioles have done since, and the Braves, if any of them are in the middle of a 2-game winning streak, if you want to call it that. But the Astros remain one of those teams who can't put anything together, let alone a winning streak. It's just been a rough, boring watch so far. And anytime a team gets more than 1 run in an inning, you feel like the team's in trouble. Yeah, the Rockies are in the middle of a 6-game losing streak, so we'll say no to them.
And Atlanta's in the middle of a 2-game losing streak.
So no as well. And the Orioles have
1-game winning streak.
So no team that we mentioned early in the week, including the Astros, has broken that trend of not being able to win 2 games in a row. So 8-10 for the Astros.
I think the Astros will do it, though.
I think they'll get there at some point.
That's it. They have
144 more games to go, something like that.
I think they can do it.
I think they're capable of that.
I don't know. I mean, they haven't.
They're tied for last place. Not that that matters. The only thing that really is interesting about the standings right now is that the ALS is full of teams with a negative run differential. The Rangers have a -13, so do the A's, and the Rangers are 11-7. The A's are 8-10. You can kind of figure that out. The Rangers have probably won plenty of close ball games and got blown out a couple times, and that's why the differential is as high as it is, while they are 4 games above 500. So very early, but a disappointing end to the Cardinals series, where That's not a good baseball team. You had a chance to take 2 out of 3, even with the Ronel Blanco, let's say, average start. Your bats just weren't up to it, and that has kind of been the case all year long. And whether these numbers are sobering or not, you can be the judge, but these are just a fact as far as the Astros and hitting. Through 18 games, this is from Brian McTaggart. He tweeted it out. Their slash line right now is 216, 300, and 317 with an OPS of 618. None of those numbers are good. If you're not a baseball person, me and you are the same. They're not good. They scored 3 or fewer runs in all but 5 games. And some of the guys you expected to be productive so far, Christian Walker, mentioned him striking out early in the game. He's had 2 extra base hits. He's hitting under 160. Yiner, 130 with 3 extra base hits. And Cam Smith, who you take what you get from Cam Smith, considering he's a rookie and a surprise. 2 extra base hits, hitting 200. It's been poor, and it continues to be that way. And you comfort yourself with this because it's the numbers that continue to get thrown out there because of how slow the Astros start. It's right in line with what they've always been over the last 5 or 6 years. They're a slow starting baseball club, and it has not mattered. Does this one feel different? I'm not sure. Maybe if I thought about, well, Bregman always starts slow as an Astro. Got to throw in that caveat because as a Red Sox, he seems to be just fine. He'll get it together, and they've had injury to the pitching staff early in seasons in the past, and they've been able to overcome it. This one, the reinforcements are guys who get injured all the time because now you're not banking on a Ronel Blanco to hopefully surprise, and then you get Hunter Brown after he found a sinker becoming the pitcher he has become. Now you're hoping that guys like Lance McCullers, who have been hurt for a long time, and Luis Garcia, who we really don't have a timetable about when he's coming back, are your saviors, as opposed to healthy guys. Surprising. Different vibes. I think a lot of people, at least if I go by what I'm reading in spaces, feel a little differently about this club, but they got 144 games to change their mind. Is this a 90-win team? Do we get to 90? I don't. Because I just set 90 as okay. They win 90. They win 90.
That's a bad division.
Yeah, they win 90. They're winning the division. Do they win 90 games this year? I don't think.
I mean, they would have to win at least back-to-back games.
Yes,
a couple times.
Yes, and maybe even get to a 5-game winning streak. Maybe 4. A couple of those.
No. I mean, they can get a couple 2s. They stack a few 2s up. They can crawl above 500, and then 9 games over by the end of the season. That is funny that when you say 90 wins, you're like, wow, and it's like, well, 9 wins over 500. Like,
it's not that big.
It's not like a crazy high bar to have.
Well, you would actually be more, right? How the math works.
Well, I'm just doing 81 plus 9.
Understood. Yeah, but it would turn out to be, you'd obviously be 90 and 72 or something like that. Yeah. But understood. When you do it in your head, it's like, oh, you just happen to win 9 more games than
I mean, 500 plus 9.
Yeah, you win 9 more games than a 500 team would have won. Does that sound that impressive? Turns out in baseball, it's pretty impressive. Does it make you a title contender? Not the way they're built currently, but hey, they got time to figure it out. So does the front office. I do see people going, man, Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell ruined this franchise. I don't know if it's ruined. At some point, you're not going to be the best team in baseball. It just the cycle.
Yeah, when someone ruins it.
Well,
that's when it happens.
Okay, but the fact that they've been great for so long is actually the outlier, unless you're the Dodgers, you have ungodly money to spend. But if you're even the Yankees can't spend enough to be as good as the Astros have been. At some point, you're not going to be good. I know when you're in it, you don't think about that. You're like, it's going to go on forever. But no, at some point, the cycle will flip, and you won't be good for a little bit. Is this a premature entry into that? But it's kind of the way things go. Well, if you're not going to pay homegrown guys, it's sort of like the model of NFL where now you're depending on guys who aren't yours. It's a little different because it's kind of an individual sport when you're talking hitters and pitchers. You don't need teamwork per se.
Yeah, it doesn't need to mesh.
Yeah, if you're a good hitter, you're a good hitter. But you think about how it goes in the NFL. when you lose homegrown talent and you have to bring in guys who have played in other spots, the meshing is more difficult. As I just said, it's a little different. But you're bringing in Paredes and Christian Walker instead of having Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. At some point, it was going to flip in the other direction. I know some people thought this dynasty would last an eternity.
Yeah.
Some people, it's you.
The sun never sets on the Astros dynasty.
It sets on every dynasty. Sets on every civilization. Shout out to Rome. It sets on them all. No. But is this the end? Are we in the hey, let's sign the Carlos Lee era of Astros baseball?
I mean, Jose Abreu and Christian Walker, aren't that?
I didn't want to seriously paint Christian Walker with the Jose Abreu brush. I make jokes in that fashion.
But paint him with the Carlos Lee brush.
Yes, Carlos Lee was productive.
He was pretty good.
Just not
for like 2 years.
But not in moments that mattered. Carlos Lee wanted to hit a home run when they're down 8-4. He would do it. But if it's a 6-4 game with 2 men on, probably not going to hit that home run. I would just like Christian Walker hit the ball in the outfield and find a soft spot for it to land. I told you about that exit velo crap. Yeah. Now look at us.
Just find grass.
Hit them where they ain't, Christian. That's a start.
Choke up on the bat.
Yeah. Lay down a butt. I don't know. Get on base. Work a walk, man. He tried to yesterday, and he struck out on a pitch he didn't like, as I talked about. Okay, so the Astros go down. So be it.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever, man.
It's playoff time.
It's play-in time.
Yeah.
With the playoffs to follow shortly after.
Astros don't know anything about the playoffs. This Astros team. Last year. I mean, they were in the play-in. They're in the glorified baseball
play-in. Last
year's
Astros team were the Bulls and the Kings combined. And we may have 2 10 seeds make the playoffs. That has never happened before in the play-in era. We'll talk about the games last night, mostly because we mentioned Klay Thompson being awful in his last play-in game. Well, it was his last game as a Warrior, and it was his last play-in game last year where he didn't get booed, but if he might as well should have been if he was at home. He happened to be on the road. He went 0 for 10 or 11 last year. Didn't score a point against the Kings. He fixed that last night for the Mavs, and then the Heat went into Chicago and beat up on the Bulls. So we'll talk about some basketball, some playing basketball, and then we'll also hear from Ime Udoka as his Rockets prepare for the real playoffs with the Warriors coming to town on Sunday. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Ime Udoka spoke to local media yesterday. Rockets getting ready for the Warriors. We'll hear from Draymond. He has been complimentary of some Rockets in the past. Like, he likes Tari Eason, despite Tari Eason doing the Warriors come out to play thing as they were getting ready for a potential game that would decide who would make the play. And think of that. We're just over a year removed from that conversation. Like, man, the Rockets are fighting. Do you think they could beat the Warriors and make this a real run down the stretch to make the play-in? Now the Warriors are in the play-in, and the Rockets are welcoming them in as the 2 seed. So big time turnaround for the Rockets, just in a different stratosphere when it comes to not only success but attention. Warriors Rockets on Sunday, and they feel like they have a clear 8 when you include their starters, and you can throw Tari, Steven Adams in, and Jabari, and maybe there's a guy like Aaron Holiday who might get 8 to 12 minutes. Does Reed Shepherd get times? Cam Whitmore? Those are in that range of. Those are guys who are in the range of. Well, if someone's in foul trouble, maybe they'll play. That's kind of how those guys sit with the Rockets rotations. About 8 guys, and then maybe a 9th, depending on circumstance.
Cam Whitmore and Reed, and 25-point game. I think they need it. I think they need it to be a blowout. That's the only time they come in.
I think foul trouble might dictate, or maybe it's an Aaron Holiday thing if there's foul trouble.
I guess what I'm thinking is that Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, and just pick a Rocket starter, is going to play like 38 to 42
I think
minutes.
It's going to be Tibbs-like with the minutes.
Yeah, and so there's just like not 8 minutes for Aaron Holiday to play, really.
Well, I think those minutes come if someone's in foul trouble. I'm not saying he's getting 8 minutes, period. I just think if someone has to sit, picks up 2 early fouls or a third in the first half, he may get minutes that way. But maybe a defensive replacement, but I don't think it's going to be a thing. I think we're seeing even the bench guys, 6 through 8, they're playing 25 minutes. Steven Adams will get 15 to 20, depending on what the lineup suggests. But
yeah, I think Jabari
and Tari in that 25 to 30
yeah,
range.
and then just Steven Adams a little bit less.
15 to 20.
And then, like, again,
here or there.
Depends on foul trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a solid 8. Or circumstances that aren't beneficial to the Rockets lead to someone else having to play.
Yeah.
Look, Julian's back. So we'll get to him, then we'll hear from Ime Udoka on what lineup tweaks might be in store. What's up, Julian?
Morning, gentlemen. I think you guys can win this if Jalen Green, a.k.a. Super Saiyan Simp, has a good series. If he's consistent, I think you guys go as he go. I think you guys go as far as he can go. I know that sounds silly, but he's the best player on your team that isn't consistent. I mean, if the guy can be what he does whenever he's at his peak, he's a top 7-5 scorer in the league. My thing is, he doesn't affect the game in any other way other than scoring, unless you guys see something that I don't. I mean, if I'm wrong, that's cool. And then the second thing, let's go to entertainment. Did you watch The Residents?
I have not gotten to that yet. It's not high on the list of things. When I got a lot to watch, man. April's a busy month. The Resident might be something that I pop on in the summer when there's a little less going on. You think it was silly to
Go ahead. What about Mobland?
I'm up on Mobland.
What about Mobland?
I'm up on Mobland. I'm watching every episode as it comes out. Tom Hardy is one of those actors I'm always interested in what he's doing, except for Venom. Don't care. That's Sean's thing. Sorry. But anything else he's in when he's not co-acting with the symbiote, I'm in on. So I will watch Mobland, and I hope at some point Taboo is supposed to come back, a show that's his that came out like in 2018 or something. That show.
Are you serious? I thought that was over with. I thought I hadn't heard anything about it in so long. I like Taboo. I thought he was a goon.
Yeah, I mean, it's still something that he's trying to get to a season 2. It's not completely dead yet, so I wouldn't guarantee that it's coming back. but they are still working on Taboo season 2. So be ready. Like it's like be ready in like 3 years. I don't know, but it's still alive.
All right, gentlemen, have a good one.
All right, appreciate it, Julian. He thought it was silly to suggest that Jalen Green being consistent was the way the Rockets went. Not when he called him Super Saiyan. Was the last word simp?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, when he called him Triple S. That wasn't the silliest part of that Jalen Green talk. I don't know. I think simp is aggressive. Isn't he in a committed relationship and has a child with that woman? I don't think that makes you a simp. Right? Right.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I don't think it makes you a simp.
I mean,
I think since you're actually with the woman.
I haven't seen any
evidence.
Yeah, simp-like activities. So
yeah, I don't know.
I'm not gonna throw that at him. As far as like the basketball stuff, again, ridiculous basketball stuff they talked about. No, not ridiculous. I think he's mostly right that the glimpses, the peaks of the Jalen Green experience, like he would be the best player on the Rockets if you could do that semi-regularly.
He'd be an MVP candidate when
yeah,
he's at his
I
peak.
mean, I'm not even saying like actually do the 30 points a night thing. Just like do that 2 out of every 3 nights instead of 1 out of every 4. But he just hasn't really done that yet. I think that, I think that's kind of the secret sauce for the Rockets. And this one is just Jalen Green against Pods and Steph Curry. There's not really a tough matchup out there for him offensively. I guess Gary Payton the second, but if the Warriors are playing Gary Payton the second on defense, they have to play him on offense too, which will help the Rockets. And I don't think this is going to be I don't know how much you can count on Şengün in this series. Just like what Şengün is going to have to do is post up Draymond Green and
avoid the trickery. Don't get called for an offensive foul because
don't let him get under your skin.
Yeah, all the things.
And then even if you do all that, then you also have to back down Draymond Green and score on him.
The actual player himself, you have to beat that guy.
And so that's where I just don't know. I just don't know what we're going to be, how much we're going to be getting from Şengün in this series. When it comes to, I mean, on both sides of the court, honestly, but especially on offense.
I was listening to you, but I was also reading up on Taboo.
Oh, okay.
And he does associate the delay on working on Venom, which makes me hate Venom even more. Even more. Tom Hardy says, I've been busy.
Did he make 3 Venom movies in between the seasons?
Yes,
of
he says he's been working. Yes, it hasn't been on for like 8 years now. It came out in 2017. Of course, the production probably started in like 16 for that show. He was like, yeah, I've been on Venom for 7 years. I've been busy. So he hasn't been able to. But Julian, in a recent interview promoting the show you brought up, Mobland, Tom Hardy tells the interviewer that they are writing season 2 of Taboo right now. So it is being worked on. And now that it appears there are no more Venom movies to get in the way, we might get another season of Taboo.
I'm happy for you guys.
Thank you.
I think we both got to eat on this one.
No.
I got 3.
Yeah, but I'm starving.
3 Venom
You're full.
movies. You got a season
I'm
of
emaciated
Taboo.
when it comes to Taboo. You're full.
I mean, you got what, 6-7 hours of content? I only have to scrape by with like 6. No, because the second movie is like 80 minutes long. The second movie is ridiculously short.
80 minutes too long.
Man, that's messed up.
Sorry.
The White Lotus finale was longer than the Venom.
Rightfully so.
What did the Venom movie?
Rightfully so. But hey, it appears that Venom is pushed aside. And
it was The Last Dance.
We'll get to more. Yeah, of course. We'll see about that. There's another bag for Tom Hardy. I don't think he'd be against it. But get to Taboo first. You can come back with Venom in like 2031 or something.
Well, I mean, he has to be in Secret Wars.
Yeah, he has to be. Can it be just the symbiote and the voice? We never see Eddie. Can we do that instead? So he can do other stuff?
Just AI him.
Yeah,
just
AI.
AI him.
Yeah, an ADR your voice later. You don't even have to be on set, Tom. Do Mobland season 2 and get to Taboo. There it is. That's my plan. I'm not your agent, but I got a plan for you. Okay. We'll hear from Ime when we come back. We were talking about, let's say, Alperen Şengün and whether he'd be effective or not, and how he needs to avoid.
Yeah, I think it's a Jalen Green series, not a Şengün
Yeah, the
series.
tricks of Draymond. Well, while the starting lineup likely won't be changed. There may be some tweaks about who's guarding who because of the effects that have happened since the lineup change when it comes to rebounding. So we'll hear from Ime. You're going to hear a lot of basketballs being bounced because it's right after practice. So we'll do that. And we'll also play the sound from Draymond Green because he had some not so nice words for Dylan Brooks. Now, this is years ago, back when Dylan Brooks was with Memphis and his reputation was in the trash. So really, Draymond was just piling on. It's been a resurgence for Dylan Brooks, but we'll hear some of their history when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, we'll do this quick. We're getting close to the end of the first hour. Don't think we're going to hear from Raheel. He normally texts me, go, hey, let's talk about this. Have not heard from him. So that's why I said last week, maybe we'll talk to Raheel again next week. It's just how it goes. I'm sure he's busy putting together another edition of CityCast. So Ime Udoka spoke after practice. You'll hear the bouncing balls. He was asked about some things that have happened since they've gone exclusively with Amen in the starting lineup. Now that they're fully healthy and they have their set starting lineup, you've seen some regression in some places and some positives in others. Here's Ime Udoka on that and maybe if tweaks will be coming.
Yeah, it's been really the rebounding thing. Moving guys around to certain positions has hurt our rebounding, but we've also defended certain players very well with those lineups, and so something we look at, and I think we can tweak some things and put different players on different players. Obviously, men guarding guards and being away from the basket has hurt us some. Out ball has hurt us some, and so you can take away a few things, but it hurts you in certain areas, and so that'll be something to look at specifically matchup-wise with them.
Yeah, so if you're hiding Fred Van Fleet on a non-scorer because you want Amen taking their best scorer, and that scorer is a wing or a guard, he's not going to be close enough to cause all that havoc on the defensive boards, grabbing them, slapping balls away from guys who think they have offensive rebounds, all the things he does that go beyond just the regular old demon, as Sean said earlier this week.
Yeah, the league messed up.
Yeah, the league messed up letting the Rockets get that demon, and then they did it again by letting the Pistons get the other demon, except Detroit was next, so the league had nothing to do with it after 4. But he will, if they mimic what they did against the Warriors in their last game, he will be on Steph Curry chasing him around screens, and Steph generally isn't around the rim. So Amen generally won't be around the rim to clean up the offensive boards. You'll have to depend more on Fred Van Fleet if he's hiding on Moody to be more of a guy who's a help with the gang rebounding. It's the give and take of all that.
Or do you want Fred chasing around Steph?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Maybe in 2019. Maybe.
He is a guy that has like experience. I don't think that there's like obviously you'd prefer Amen and even like Dylan Brooks, although he's probably going to be on Butler. But there's not like a obvious like, oh my God, we cannot let this guy guard Steph Curry. Even like Jalen Green, like I don't love him like having to chase him around screens. But if it's like a isolation scenario, like I can live with Jalen Green staying in front, trying to stay in front of Steph.
But Steph's maybe the toughest shot maker in the history of basketball. So staying in front of him,
that's why I'm like, sure, Fred VanVleet, why not?
Yeah,
just to like what Ime is saying, to let Amen cause havoc other places.
Maybe be a roamer more than anything else.
Exactly.
I'm not that concerned about Steph blowing by guys because it's not even really, it's not really his goal. It's just that his ball handling, his ability to get you in there because you're so over aggressive because if he gets a clean look, he's likely to knock it down. There are a lot of things, and we've seen him for over a decade now do what he's done and done a lot of it against the Rockets. So I think you'll see a lot of guys on him, but if they go all in on the face guarding stuff, the length of Amen, the physicality will be something we'll see quite a bit. We just assume what we saw in that game a couple Sundays ago is going to happen again. The Warriors, we'd imagine, will have ways to get him free. We played the sound earlier this week of Steve Kerr talking about how Steph is being defended. It would be, now people question Steve Kerr as a coach because they just think, hey, you just roll up the ball and you let all these Hall of Famers go to work, particularly when they're in their prime. But you would think that coaching staff would find a way to not allow what happened in that game to happen throughout the series. Or maybe the haters are right on Steve Kerr, because if you can't adapt, and I get it, Amen will be Amen, but you would think Steve Kerr and the Warriors have seen every coverage you could imagine, except when a demon's out there. So maybe they'll find a way to shake Steph free and get him away from Amen. But that's to be seen.
Yeah, I think I think that no matter what happens, there'll be several different guys that get a shot, and
I
think
agree.
I think it's going to be something where both coaches I trust to make adjustments here. I don't think that how they defend each other and what offense they run in game one will be the same as it is the last game of the series for either team, really. I think both teams are going to be forced to do stuff that they don't want to do or don't normally do. That's why, like Ime talking about possible starting lineup change, like that does not me at all. Watching this team throughout the season, how Ime Udoka coaches this team, like he'll bench a guy. He's not afraid to move stuff around for what he thinks is best. And then if they win this series, the next series, it might be something not completely different, but he'll adjust to that series too.
And you can see it after game one. That's how quickly this stuff happens in the playoffs, where in a regular season, you'll give it a little runway to see if it works. And what happened in one game that doesn't necessarily translate to another. But if you get picked apart by something the Warriors do, and it's vice versa, Kuminga, who had not played in these last two games, the one against the Clippers and now against the Grizzlies, Kuminga may have a place for the Warriors in this series. There's some concerns, at least from the inside of that organization, about him as a player. Although they've held on to him forever, they never want to get rid of him. But there's some questions about where they think his fit is going forward. But in a game in a series where there are a lot of big athletic wings, the Warriors are deficient unless they put him on the floor. So that's just one thing we might see from the Warriors. And of course, maybe Jabari's small ball five more than we've seen, because the Warriors play very small and they take advantage of Alperen. These are why these series are pretty fun. You get to see the back and forth. Of course, if you're in it and you're watching your team lose, it's less fun because it's the anxiety of it all. But I'm excited to watch this team play and see if they have answers for what the Warriors provide, and see if the Warriors have none for what the Rockets do, because the Rockets are always going to be big and physical. The Warriors only can be that so much. They just don't have the guys for it.
And going, just a quick thing on them being so big and physical. The schedule for the series came out. I think it came out like immediately after
they beat the Grizz
playing game, but it is Sunday, Wednesday, and I think like Saturday for the first three games.
Yeah,
and then game 4, 5, 6, 7,
every
if
other
necessary, is every other day. So I think that's something that is going to be very frustrating for like us. That they'll play 3 times in a week, and then the pace will speed up a little bit more. But I also think that's something that will benefit the Rockets, just being the younger team who didn't have to play a overtime game in game 82 and then a play-in game and then this series.
I think the Warriors had an elimination game on Tuesday. If they don't win that, what I mean by that, if they have to play a game to decide they make the 8 seed, first of all, they're not beating OKC, and secondly, I think if they're playing that game on Friday, wrap it up. They're not winning. They're not competing against the OKC Thunder in the series if they had to play 2 games,
that many games,
and then play on a Sunday, not a day, but with the day off in between. That series is over before it begins. So that they had to win, and it took everything. Jimmy and Steph had to play great for them to win.
Yeah,
which I think maybe helps the Rockets. I'm not sure there's a lot of juice with those Warriors outside of those two, but of course, if you have 2 great players and they play that way, they're always going to be a little bit of a threat. Okay, we'll do the Draymond Green stuff on Dylan Brooks a little bit later, because it doesn't look like we're going to have Raheel, so we got a little bit more time. We'll come back with some Caserio stuff. Caserio spoke to the media about the Texans' plans, and we'll play the game. Did he actually say anything? Sean, you'll be the judge. I've heard some of the stuff already, so I already have my opinions. Sean, we'll play some stuff from Caserio about picking at 25 and maybe a change. It was a good question from Landry Locker. He asked him about maybe changing the evaluation of how you do the offensive line stuff, considering you've invested contracts and picks and things have not worked out. Will you change some things? We'll see what Caserio says in the second hour when we come back. Welcome to hour two. I saw Michael Carroll just walk by. He is our weekly guest on Fridays. Never have any concerns about whether he'll be on the show, like Raheel. Raheel sometimes joins us, sometimes doesn't. Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30 every Friday when he's not on vacation. So we'll talk to him tomorrow. Okay, so Nick Caserio spoke to the media yesterday. A lot of questions were posed to him. A lot of it was going to be about the draft. We're now a week away from that. And the Texans, it feels like, are going to be locked in on an offensive lineman. I talked earlier this week about Lance's thoughts on who they should grab. Tyler Booker is a guy he has mentioned quite a bit as someone who fits Swarm. And you know what? We discussed whether we would fit into Swarm, and Sean was a strong no. He's not a Swarm guy. I'm not a Swarm guy in this way. I hate acronyms. I'm sick of hearing about who's a Swarm guy and who isn't. I know that's the thing that's in that building, and I'm sure it's an indoctrination that the players have all been a part of, and now they say Swarm too. Look, football teams any team can be very cult-like, but football teams in particular, because we're all pulling together for one thing, and that's generally a good thing. And if you don't believe, then how can you win? And what's better than giving someone something that they can latch onto? And Swarm is what D'Amico has decided. Gotta say, I appreciate the product. I appreciate their attitude. I like the way their defense plays in particular. I don't like, in this case, it isn't a catchphrase, but it feels like it is. It's supposed to be all encompassing of what the Texans represent. Just pick me a good football player on Thursday.
So if they
don't care about that Swarm stuff, just pick a good football player.
But if they had the Swarm mentality, the Swarm mindset.
I don't like.
No, but they just didn't say
yes,
Swarm mindset.
I am fine with all of the things that they want their football team to embody. I don't like it being put in this handy dandy thing where everyone is, well, if he's either Swarm or not.
Yeah, the Texan way.
Which is something.
Texan culture. There we go.
Don't try to trick me because of who I root for. I know what you're doing in there. I don't like that either for the most part. It is now something that basketball team in South Florida says, and they used it to beat the Bulls of all teams last night. Heat culture.
The toughest team wins.
Or the team who has their star guard not miss in the first half.
That team normally also wins.
If your star guard goes for 23 in the first half, you're normally going to beat a team who was the 9th seed. That's generally how things go. Doesn't take much, and he did that. Tyler Hero did. So we'll see if they can beat the Hawks tomorrow. But yeah, I just pick a football player who has high football character, who fits all your athletic benchmarks. I just don't like it being packaged in the Swarm in that Swarm acronym. But whatever. I don't know if I heard Caserio say Swarm yesterday and doesn't say Swarm in this clip. This is him talking about who they might target at 25.
We're always prepared to pick. And if we pick at 25, we're going to get a good football player. So, I mean, that's what we're focused on. So, I mean, honestly, like, we feel good about this draft. I mean, there's players littered throughout the draft. So we're pretty well positioned. Right now, we don't have a 4th round pick. You know, we got the top 4 in the top, 40, or excuse me, 4 in the top 89. Don't have a 4th, got a 5th, don't have a 6th, have 2 7s. So we'll have an opportunity, we think, throughout the draft to add players that we think are going to create some competition on this football team. So, I mean, I'd say whoever we bring in, I mean, it's going to be hard to make this football team. So, I mean, just try to get the right players. But we feel good about the players. I mean, our board's probably smaller than some other boards, and that's okay. But, I mean, there'll be players that pick on Thursday. There's going to be players that pick on Friday. Honestly, there's going to be players for us to pick on Saturday that we actually feel good about. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to get a good player if we pick at 25. So, and if we don't pick at 25, then wherever we pick next or whenever we do pick, we think we're going to get a pretty good player.
He has that line in the tuck. Last year, he said the same thing. It's going to be pretty hard to make this football team. Now, you did have injuries at wide receiver, but when you go 10-7, maybe you overestimate the talent on your football team. It's going to be pretty hard to make this football team. Your offensive line has been completely revamped. Maybe the standard that you set is a little low. I don't think that team, when it came down to it, was that talented, and it showed during the season. It's going to be a little hard to make this football team. I hope not, at least not at the offensive line positions. I hope it's fairly easy as long as you draft good players to make this football team, because if you are leaning on Ed Ingram and Cam Robinson and Trent Brown as stalwarts for your 2025 offensive line, CJ's in real trouble. It better be fairly easy for a first round, second round pick, or third round pick at offensive line to make this team, because I think they have a lack of talent there. If they're going to operate with those guys, you might as well just not even watch 2025. It's going to be kind of a redo of 2024. I understand if you draft a DB, it's going to be hard, maybe not to make the team, depending on when you draft them, but hard to break in and be a starter. Understood. That's a strength. Defensive end, get it. Linebacker, I think you might be able to improve at linebacker. Offensive line, it's not hard.
Yeah.
It's not hard to
That's
make
what he
this
should
team.
have said. It's going to be hard to make this football team, except for
offensive line.
Offensive line.
We're welcoming
maybe
all.
wide receiver.
Oh, that's the other one. I didn't even mention that. It is Nico, Christian Kirk, and who?
Braxton Berrios.
I said and who? Braxton Berrios.
Justin Watson.
Braxton Berrios is almost. I know Titus at one point put right tackle only in his bio. Braxton Berrios returner only, and if that, I don't know if he put that in there, it's kind of insulting to him, but I would say returner only as far as how he can contribute to this team.
I was going to be more insulting. Boyfriend only.
Boyfriend of influencer only.
Influencer boyfriend.
That's
his position on the team website.
Alex Earl's boyfriend. It's kind of.
I mean,
so you know when recruiting ATH, he's AEB. Is that instead of receiver, he's AEB?
Yeah. I was trying to think of instead of WAG.
Yeah, he is someone who might make the team. I don't think it's that difficult. You have your solid guys. Yes, Joe Mixon, solid. I guess Damian Pierce, he's back.
Sure.
But
I mean, in wide receivers, you have Mechie and Hutchinson.
If you can improve on that, you should try.
That's the real, like, Berrios is just funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's I think you can make the team at wide, not you, but player
much
they
like
draft
we found out earlier
in the top 89
that I couldn't shut Steph Curry down. John made that point earlier this morning. I also could not make the Texans at any position, actually.
Yeah, it'd be tough for you. Just the closeout.
Maybe Casario talking to the media. Landry Locker would be tough for you to make this team.
It would be tough for
everybody.
No
there.
disrespect.
I mean, DJ Bieniemy was a track star at Louisville.
Yeah, but defensive back is that's one of the spots they're good at.
Yeah, but we don't know what his hands are like, so we don't know if he can catch a football with the threat of contact coming his way. So maybe if that was strictly for the media, it's going to be hard for any of you guys to make this football team. I would agree. In fact, I'd be like, you know what, Nick, you're right. But at offensive line, with the guys that are going to be available to you, one of those guys should be a starter. Now, the thing is, can we trust them to draft anyone? Because when they draft offensive linemen, it generally doesn't go well. Blake Fisher's next in line to prove that point wrong. He wasn't great, but he was a rookie. He'll get his chance. And Aaron Wilson in March, before they signed Cam Robinson, said Blake Fisher was going to be the right tackle and Titus Howard was going to move the left tackle. That was before Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson being a tackle may change things. Trent Brown, I think maybe is more a camp body more than anything else, but we'll see. So there. It's going to be hard to make the football team, and they'll pick a good player at 25. We hope so. We hope.
Yeah, that'd be a big problem, Nick, if a week before the draft you're like, I don't know.
Our board's not
25?
coming. Our board's not coming together. This is a 14-player draft.
He did say that the board is probably smaller than most teams, which isn't
that more about the swarm stuff? Like,
yes.
We got guys who are swarm and other guys who aren't.
And in the realm of how long was that? A minute long Nick Casario answer, where most of it is uninteresting. That was at least a little interesting. That they view themselves as having a smaller board than most teams. Okay, then
there's certain
something.
And we heard that last year during the season. There's certain guys built for playing for the Texans and other guys that aren't.
They're built for this.
Like Cam Robinson. That's a guy who
Ed Ingram
who fits what the Texans
built
are about.
For this.
Okay. Which leads me back to my point about that swarm stuff. It's all nonsense. Like if Cam Robinson, a guy who the Patriots wouldn't touch because they were worried about his football character. You bring him in. Okay, sure. I'm sure the
Didn't they
standards
bring in someone else.
I'm
too?
sure the standards are high in other places, but when you're desperate as hell for any type of offensive line talent, you'll sign him no matter what the concerns are.
Trent Brown, right?
Another guy
Built for this.
who people question his football character, who's maybe a bit out of shape, stuff like that. But we ain't got no bodies here, so let's sign a body. But our board is smaller than most.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to make this team.
Not if Trent Brown makes it. That'll be proof positive that it ain't that hard to make.
Hopefully it's hard for him to make it.
I would hope that they acquire enough bodies and Blake Fisher's good enough to make Trent Brown a guy who doesn't make this team.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't make the team. I'm just saying
it
he needs
difficult.
to work really hard to make
it. Shouldn't be Trent Brown. Man, this was a cakewalk. I heard it all. I heard all about this stuff and how difficult it was, but it was really easy.
I need DJ. I need Jonathan Alexander. I need Aaron Wilson to be like, you know who's really wowed in training camp? This is a new Trent Brown. This is a Trent Brown unlike we've ever seen before.
I don't want it to be Trent's just really the best of what's here.
Exactly.
I don't need that.
And around the league, no one really got cut that could knock him off the roster.
Yeah, the Texans were waiting until final cut day to see if they could replace Trent Brown. It just so happens that offensive linemen are at a premium right now, and no one's shook free. No good one shook free. We'll end this Nick Caserio discussion with this. He spoke about the offensive line because he was asked by Landry Locker, one of the guys who probably it would be tough to make the team for. He spoke to Landry Locker asked this question about the offensive line. Will they change their evaluations considering the number of assets they put into it and the money they spent on guys for that all not to work out? Maybe you want to switch it up a little bit. Here is Nick Caserio's response to that.
Yeah, we always look at everything. So, just try to make the decisions that we feel, are in the best interest of the team. It's always case by case. Each year is going to be a little bit different. So contracts are contracts. Just part of the process. So we'll look at everything. And if there's something that we feel we can improve, we'll look at it. And if not, then, we'll kind of keep moving forward. So I don't think there's anything, wholesale that we feel like we got to do, that much differently.
You made wholesale changes with the personnel and the coach. Didn't you? You fired the O-line coach. You got rid of multiple offensive linemen. Your two most veteran offensive linemen you said goodbye to because they likely didn't fit Swarm. So you're going to continue doing things the way you do as far as evaluating talent, but you just were slapped in the face by being wrong about how you acquired talent and the guys you thought were right for what you wanted to do. To say I don't trust them to draft good offensive linemen would be obvious because I've said it several times. But I'll say it again. I don't trust them to draft good offensive linemen. But it'll be paramount this draft to go do that. And yet, we're not really going to change our evaluations and how we do things. All right. Maybe being stubborn will work. I do credit them for making a move with Chris Strausser. Do I credit them for just giving a guy who's already in a room a promotion? I'll play the hindsight game. If they're good, I'll give them all the credit in the world. But currently, I'm neutral on that decision. And I don't know how else you could approach that. I don't know anything about, what's his name again? Cole Popovich. There it is.
Pop.
Nope. Not doing that because that makes you think about a great coach. Not doing that. I'm going to call him Cole. Like the guy who avoided a beef that kept the rap game alive for an entire, I guess it's still going. Jermaine. Anytime I talk about Cole Popovich, if I call him Jermaine, I'm saying he backed out of something. Shout out to J. Cole. Hey, protect your peace, man. That was why he did it. Oh, look, Rahil's texting me now. I forgot about it. Still want to do today. Do I? I really don't know. I was actually asking Sean.
I thought that was rhetorical.
It was kind of rhetorical. Then I realized I don't have an answer for that.
I don't know. We're already behind.
We're already behind.
How about tomorrow? Super easy Friday.
Just let
Rahil at 11 and Michael at 11:30.
You come from the sports map school of doing radio. I feel that. Remember when you would just cut up an hour, re-rack it, and run it again?
A 4-hour show, but that's really only 3.
Only 3. Those were the days, right? Down in the dungeon down there, you cutting up an hour of programming that already happened and rerunning it.
Actually, you know what? Let's just clip this segment. Just run it tomorrow. I'm sure they'll love that.
So redo the Casario segment.
Yeah.
Do you want to record the Michael Carroll segment now so we don't have to do it tomorrow live?
Maybe. Yeah, Michael, get in.
No, after the show, that's actually extra work. Have Michael come in now, do the segment, and then have it ready to go tomorrow. If you missed what we talked about yesterday with Michael, well, don't worry about it. We'll do it today.
Yeah,
we'll just run it again.
It all still works.
I'll talk to Raheel. See, Michael's here.
There we go.
There it is. He's ready to go. No, Michael, we'll do it. We'll do it at our normal time. The host of Comicast just walked in. You could have heard the full Comicast, or at least an edited version of their podcast, yesterday from 8 to 9 on ESPN 975. And, of course, you want to hear the whole thing, you can listen to it wherever you listen to your podcast. Michael Carroll tomorrow and Raheel tomorrow, it seems, as well. He'll probably be busy and can't do it. But, oh, well. Oh, what we do is, like, some of that stuff is evergreen. We'll just do the whole art car stuff again. We'll just run that. Whatever it takes not to do the last hour of tomorrow's show. We got a 2-hour show. We're trying to get an hour of it out of the way. We're grinders. Once again, another example of how we would not fit Swarm.
No, this was not a very Swarm mindset conversation.
Not at all. Okay, we'll talk about one of the legends of college football taking a step back when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Lee Corso retiring. No longer will Lee Corso be on game day. And of course, if you watch, you've seen what's going on there. Product of age and other things. But Lee Corso, a legend. If you were like me and grew up watching college football and loved the sport, game day was a big part of why you loved it. You get up, and I was on the West Coast, so you get up at like 8 a.m. back when it was still just an hour. Now it's pretty much as long as a Super Bowl pregame show. Now it's that long because everyone that ESPN employs has to be part of it. But it used to be this. It used to be Chris Fowler starting it off and talking about the games of the week, maybe a big story or two. You'd send Tom Rinaldi out someplace for a special. You'd talk to a couple players for the game that ESPN's going to have at night, and also maybe a game that they don't have. We'll hear from those players. Then Corso would do his picks, and then we'd get to the games. Now it's a 3-hour or so extravaganza because everyone has to be on the panel. And of course, we got the picks as well. Corso's popularity was why that picks segment got extended to having a celebrity who has some type of association with the school that the school and the site that they're at shows up. Like, hey, Katy Perry had some association. I forgot what school it was. They were someplace, and somehow Katy Perry wound up on the set.
Wasn't it like an LSU Ole Miss game or something?
It might have been.
Or like Alabama Ole Miss.
And she was at the height of Katy Perry's popularity, not the woman who's going up
right
into
now,
space.
The height.
Feels
Literally
different.
the height. It's
Well,
the highest she's ever been.
For about 10 minutes, she was the highest she's ever been because she left the stratosphere. And then people were crushing her because why are we wasting time sending celebrities up into space? More so, with all the it's that thing. With all the problems in the world, why are we sending these celebrities up into space? Because of how much it costs. I get that line of thinking, but it's not like the guy who sent them up into space was going to use that money to solve the world's problems.
Yeah.
So while that sentiment is maybe some virtue signaling, and I wouldn't say it's wrong, if you could have told me that if not for this adventure, the guy would have decided the money could have been best used curing some disease, solving world hunger, then I would agree. But he would have just spent it on something stupid that didn't help people either.
It just been a super yacht.
Yeah, so whatever. He wasn't if his idea was to actually help people, he wouldn't have ever sent them up into space. He would have actually started helping people. So if maybe you're furious with the celebrities for enabling this guy, so be it. But Katy Perry, I still remember her. Remember her on game day, but that wasn't my game day. I didn't see that live. I saw that on Twitter. My game day was watching Lee Corso fight a duck. Put on the opposing team's head and fight a duck. That's what I was about. But now, he no longer will be on game day, and I'm sure they'll do a great tribute to him. And I guess week 0, because that's when game day will come back. So Lee Corso no longer part of game day.
Yeah, I think they announced he's doing one last show.
Okay. To say goodbye.
Yeah. August, I don't know, 30th, whenever that first Saturday is. So yeah, like you said, just like absolute icon of to be very sports radio about it. A Mount Rushmore sports show. Sports, I guess it's not a studio show, but a sports panel show. It's like that and Inside the NBA are pretty locked on as two of the biggest shows in like the television medium's history. And losing a guy who's like the DNA of it is going to be weird. It's going to be tough. Obviously, like you said, if you watched in recent years, he's been on a little bit of a minutes restriction, I would say, but still the headgear picks still hit every single time. And that is part of the show that like I think should and probably will just kind of end.
Yeah, I
with
don't
Lee
want
Corso.
anyone taking that over.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. I don't need McAfee sitting there.
They'll just have to figure something else out.
Find out another bit, but the Lee Corso headgear stuff should stick with Lee. That's all. And maybe we get, hey, Lee Corso picks whatever. I don't know how you do it to make it creative, and then the headgear appears, or the mascot of the team he thinks is going to win appears, something like that. But as far as anyone taking that bit over, seems silly. You're right. It was an Ole Miss game, but Alabama was involved. That's
okay.
That's where Katy Perry
I think it was the one
on when she was on game day. Yeah,
it was the Chad Kelly one.
Was it Chad Kelly or Bo Wallace?
Oh, actually, that was Bo Wallace. Chad Kelly was the next year in
Tuscaloosa. Yeah. So nice recall on that. Katy Perry on game day about 11 years ago.
I was gonna
now.
say it was 2014. I was in college watching this.
Yeah, and Lee was maybe not in his prime, but still going strong. And Desmond was there, and Fowler and Herbstreit was there. Back when they just had 4 people in the panel. Now, well, it's like every other show. Every other show has far too many people on it. Look at it. You probably can't see it from there, but the stage almost looks ridiculous in comparison to what it is now.
Oh, how small it is?
Yeah, where it's far reaching. It feels like it's stretching from a 10-yard line to another 10-yard line. This one's just normal looking.
It's like, yeah, that fits 4 people.
Yeah, as opposed to what they have to do now.
Yeah, that one and the was it was a U of H. Was it with Carl Lewis? The U of H one where he pulls out. A key part of the Lee Corso headgear pick is the fake out. To me,
Yeah.
it's the pull one mascot head out and then like he did at U of H, say bleep it, throw it away, and put on the real one that he was going to pick.
Yeah, did Lee Corso learn from high school recruits in the hat game, or did he start it?
Oh, I don't know. He might have invented it.
Which came first?
I mean, how long they've been doing the show? Like the 90s?
Game day's been around forever.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know if recruits back then were doing that.
Yeah, the hat game. It's not recent now in comparison, but I think game day started first because most of those selections weren't even on television. The hat game stuff, so it's been relatively new, but now it's been around a while. But Lee Corso done with game day, so we'll see how they kind of respond to that. I'm sure they'll try to dole out money to bring someone who isn't even college football related to the show. That's just kind of how it goes. That's ESPN's bag. All right, we'll go to break with that. Found out Rahil's going to join us tomorrow. He forgot to text me what he wanted to talk about, so Rahil will join us tomorrow. The host of CityCast. So we'll do that segment with him, and then we'll also talk to Michael Carroll. I'm a little shaky because there are 2 people. I know Todd, but there's a tall gentleman in there too who I do not know who's here. So now I'm a little nervous. I got a studio audience beyond Sean. So we'll get to break with that. We'll hear from Draymond Green. We were going to get to that. Draymond Green, a couple years ago on Dylan Brooks. He wasn't kind, but you wouldn't expect that from Draymond. So we'll hear from him when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And it's still the play-in, but it's the playoffs for basketball. You still have time for your Takes 2 tickets to enter that sweepstakes on Prize Picks, where you put in a lineup, an NBA lineup, and you get a chance to win 2 tickets and VIP treatment to the NBA Finals. Maybe you'll see the Houston Rockets playing there. It starts on Sunday, and not only can you go game by game in the basketball playoffs, but you can also do series projections. Where do you think that Giannis is going to score more than 32.5 per game in the Bucks Pacers series? So there's a lot of ways to attack this. Obviously, they still have the NBA. They still have Major League Baseball. They have soccer. They have anything you want. Tennis, F1, darts. They have something called BBL, which I'm interested in, but I don't know what that is. They have esports. Whatever you want, you can find it on Prize Picks. All you have to do is download the app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
I wish we did have something recorded that we could play because I was in the middle of watching the Fantastic Four trailer. Is Marvel back? I don't know, but the Thunderbolts trailer and this one speak to at least the tone. We're taking a more serious approach to our superhero movies. That's what I'm here for. Less Taika Waititi, more, hey, this could be the end of the world. We need these people to save us. And that's kind of the tone of the Fantastic Four trailer. Pedro Pascal, he's been having a moment for some time now, but he's in it. For people who are, well, this is probably a better conversation for tomorrow with Michael, but for people who care, we get to see Reed Richards and some of his powers. We didn't see that in the first couple of looks at the Fantastic Four. So that's out there. Of course, Thunderbolts, very serious tone, at least from the trailer, which is kind of a departure from what they were doing earlier, where it seemed kind of too jokey. But hey, we'll see what those look like. Sean's going to go see a good movie, allegedly. No, he's going to go see it, but the movie is allegedly good. He's going to go see Sinner. So he'll have a non-spoilery review for our segment with Michael tomorrow.
I might just do a spoiler review. F it.
And you know it's tough because
screw y'all.
I can't actually turn off your mics like I could if John and Lance were hosting and I was in there. So if he wants to ruin the movie for everyone, he can.
I would just like for one time for them to be like, you know what? Spoiler. Like no spoiler alert. I'm just gonna ruin this movie. Every show, every podcast, be careful. Spoilers ahead, whatever.
Because people are considerate of others.
Nah, someone just went, Tony Stark dies.
That's what John did, but he was guessing. He said
really?
He said Iron Man dies.
That's also what LaShawn McCoy did.
But he actually saw the movie, or was he guessing? Yes.
He said R.I.P. my guy Tony Stark.
Yeah, John had not seen it. He just said, or maybe he saw LaShawn McCoy's tweet. I'm not sure the timeline there, but he said it on the air. And was like, what? But he would never see it because he thinks they're cartoons.
Yeah. Anyway, I might spoil Sinners. I might not. We'll see.
Maybe I will be forced to watch it to avoid you possibly spoiling it for me. Maybe I got to go watch it after the show. We'll see about that. Okay, Dylan Brooks, one of the guys who will be the focal point of the series because of his history with the Warriors. There's a lot of history there for a team who hasn't made the playoffs. We have the franchise history of the Rockets playing the Warriors and the Warriors just ending Rocket seasons. We have Steven Adams and his confrontations with Draymond. And, of course, we have Dylan Brooks, who has said things about Draymond and the Warriors because he was in this Dylan the Villain arc when he was with the Grizzlies. He was part of that team who was supposed to be the up-and-coming team that was going to end the Warriors' run. Of course, we know the Warriors won a title in that frame where the Grizzlies were trying to make a run, and Dylan Brooks was sent packing when the Grizzlies very publicly, at least through sources, told people that we have no plans to bring him back while the season was still going on. He's changed the trajectory of his career. The Rockets gave him a deal that a lot of people didn't think he was going to get. He got it, and now he's starting for a 2 seed. But back when he was still, well, at least when his reputation was in the trash, Draymond Green piled on. Here's Draymond Green a couple years ago now talking about Dylan Brooks.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that, or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you.
There's more there. He goes on to say that he's not even sure that team likes you. Well, Draymond, pretty prescient. Turns out they didn't like him. They told him to go. It's a lot of him stating facts about what he's accomplished and why Dillon Brooks should, I guess, be more respectful of him and the team that the Warriors were, and I guess still are a little bit. What catches you is just idiot, dumbass. Those are just things you normally don't say. Like, I don't know the last time I've called any adult that. I will yell at a television when I'm watching a game, but in a composed way, just drop that guy's a dumbass. That guy's an idiot. They're not coworkers, but they do the same job. That's what caught me, that the blatant lack of respect for Dillon Brooks as a person. Like, you idiot, this dumbass, and now they will see each other for who knows how many games. At least four in a high-stakes situation. It's going to be fun, man. All the things that the Warriors have taken away from the Rockets franchise, and the Rockets have some chance for a get back. In fact, the Rockets are very much in the position that the Grizzlies were. While Dillon Brooks is older, a lot of his teammates are the age he was, and the rest of his Grizzlies teammates were when they were a 2 seed trying to challenge. Dillon Brooks just isn't part of that youth movement. He is one of the established veterans. How things change and how they still stay the same. So do we expect anything more than words? Dillon Brooks has he gotten into anything physical? We normally leave that with Amen as far as the physicality and doing things that get you thrown out of games. Dillon Brooks has been given technicals, but he hasn't been thrown out of a game for anything physical, right? This year?
I don't recall one off the top of my head.
Like there's a shove here, a shoulder bump here.
Like the Kevin Durant one against the Suns in late March, early April. But that wasn't like super physical. That wasn't like hitting someone in the nuts or something.
No.
But yeah, I was thinking this as we were thinking about this series. How many ejections do you think there'll be in this series? Combined guys
from double techs or just
thrown out because of either technical fouls or flagrant. Not foul outs, not anything like that. Just flagrant 1, flagrant 2, or accumulation of technical fouls.
My first thought is that no one will be thrown out for a flagrant 2. Okay. I don't. That just is so rare.
It happened when the Grizzlies played the Warriors. When Dillon Brooks broke the code, according to Steve Kerr.
I do remember that instance.
Gary Payton II. So
I do remember that. But he
has broken the code before.
And Amen got thrown out of a game for his flagrant 2 on Giannis, right? They consider that a flagrant 2. So the Rockets have a history, at least. Draymond has been thrown out for flagrant 2s as well. So maybe should I amend my statement? It just I think there will be a point to be made by the officials to get control of this early, considering the reputation. And it's funny, we're talking about Draymond and Dillon and Amen. While Jimmy Butler doesn't get himself involved in actual physical altercations, unless he's gonna go head to head with Grant Williams, but he will challenge guys. Now, I don't know of any animosity between him and any Rockets players, but that can come after a hard foul in game 1.
I'm sure he's not like a huge fan of Dillon Brooks.
Who is? I don't think there are many people
who
don't play for the team he's on that are huge fans.
That they're going to be laughing and dapping up.
Did we play the Jaylen Brown sound where he just called him a weirdo and he's the only one? We did play that. Yeah. So Jaylen Brown, not known, and in fact, he was pointing out, not a lot of people talk to me, but Dillon Brooks is one guy, and he's just a weirdo who has to try to stay in the league by doing this. Of course, we kind of ripped apart that statement. So, yeah, he has a reputation, and the referees know it. There was an interesting physical thing that happened between him and Draymond while he was with the Grizzlies, where they were kind of going nose to nose, and Draymond had the ball, and Dillon Brooks wouldn't move, so Draymond was like, no, I'm just trying to get the ball out of the way, while he was elbowing Dillon Brooks in the face by moving the ball side to side, and Dillon Brooks wouldn't get out of the way. So there has been that. But what was the original question again?
I'll
Ejections?
I'll set
You
a
said
line.
ejections?
I'll set a yes. Ejections, either technical fouls or flagrants among, and I'll just say people involved in this series.
Could be coach. Steve Kerr can get furious.
I mean,
Ime, we know, has it in him.
I'm throwing. Ime's at least getting a tech. He might get 2 techs in a game. He might get thrown out of a game.
Ejections. What's your line?
2.5.
2.5 for me would suggest a long series.
Yes, I am building that in.
You're building that in.
I am thinking that this goes 6.
Somehow, some way, someone leaves the game early, but not by foul out.
Not by foul out.
Okay.
Ejection or injury. Ejection.
Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go under. For some reason. Hold on. 2.5. Over 7 games. If a game is because the possibility of a rocket or a rocket ejection during a blowout, if they're getting blown out, something like, I'm gonna go over because I think if there are blowouts in this series, guys will do what they have to do to leave early.
I think we're getting at least 2 from the Rockets. either Udoka getting tossed, Dylan. I mean, Tariq and Amin Thompson. Like there
are enough.
There's
guys
so many
to get you there.
or potential culprits.
I don't think Jimmy will get thrown out of a game.
I don't think Jimmy would.
Will we get a
Draymond's iffy?
Will we get a
funny.
Steph thrown mouthpiece?
It's happened before. It's happened before. Dell. Although I think did he foul out and then throw the mouthpiece and get a tech, or
I thought he didn't get a foul.
That's right. That's right. And then that was the second technical.
Yeah.
And he got tossed out of game 6.
So there's a possibility with all the physicality, if he doesn't get a call, particularly if they're down in the game, that could happen. So I'm gonna go over. If no Klay Thompson is interesting because I think if Klay Thompson was still around, he's a little squirrely and ornery too.
Could either draw an ejection
or get himself ejected. Yeah. So coaching staffs, players, you know what? 2.5 is a good number. I'm going to go over. I'm going to build in that it's a long series too.
Yeah.
And we get 3, at least 3.
Yeah. Maybe like, I don't know. Is there someone like Kevon Looney get
No,
ejected?
I don't
or
see Kevon
Moses Moody?
Quentin Post. Is he someone the Rockets will try and he won't hand? He feels like the type that the Rockets will try to bully. He won't go for it. And it'll lead to a couple technicals for him.
Maybe.
I see something where
Santos might get if he plays. I don't know.
If he plays,
I'm just naming guys.
We'll see how
Pods will get a tech.
Oh, Pods is getting tech. He's getting teed up. Whether he gets thrown out or something else, but I think he gets teed. So, out of the 10 starters, does anyone avoid a tech in this series? Şengün likes to complain.
Yeah, Jalen might. Jalen's not very recently, but has recently gotten a
Fred,
tech.
we know, depending on the referee, he can be had too.
Yeah, Amin.
Yeah.
Probably not I see more flagrant in
Amin
for Amin than a tech. But
so the Warriors have
Draymond Green,
Jimmy, Steph. Who are the other? Oh, Pods, and who's the 5th? Moody.
Yeah, either Moody or Looney.
So out of the 10. How many starters? What's the line for starters getting technicals in this series?
Just amount of technicals, or how many starters get at least one?
How many starters get a technical?
I'll do 7.5.
Maybe
6.5.
Who are the swings? Do you think?
I think the swings.
Because while Jimmy has the personality to get one, he isn't known for it unless you try him. Like he's not a giant ref complainer. Well, he complains, but he doesn't get technicals for it. I think Jimmy and Moody are the swings.
I think Jimmy, Moody, and Jalen are the swings. Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Because Jalen Green, like, he could get a tech, but he's not like a tech guy. You know?
I'm going to go, you said 7.5?
Yes.
I'm going to go under.
Yeah.
I think we might land at 7 or 6
I think
or 7.
Right after I said 7.5, I kind of wish I said 6.5.
Yeah, it's a little high. It's a little high for that. And we're way late.
No.
You combined?
We're early.
Oh, we're early. Oh, I thought we were almost done for the day. We are.
I mean, we are almost done.
I thought we were behind
close.
in getting there. Paul Gallant will be up next. He'll. I'm assuming have thoughts on the Rockets Warriors. It's the story of the week.
He will. He'll have thoughts about it.
Yeah, he's talked about them quite a bit all week. It's just what the deal is. It's Rockets Warriors once again, and the Rockets aren't the favorite despite being a 2 seed. But this is the most vulnerable, despite the Rockets being up 3-2. As far as these series have gone, this is the most vulnerable I think the Warriors have ever been, even with how good they played with Jimmy Butler. I think an off night by either one of those guys leads to the Rockets win. I don't think they need to be as dramatic as holding Steph to 3 points. But if Jimmy has a night where he isn't as efficient or as productive as he was against the Grizz in their playing game, I like the Rockets in those matchups. How many great games can they get from Jimmy Butler over the course of 7 games? Does he have it in him? They'll have 2 days off between games to start, so that helps the Warriors' cause. And with the 4 days between games, well, yeah, 4 days between games, right? They played on Tuesday.
They play Sunday, Wednesday.
No, I mean
Saturday.
4 days between their playing game and then their first game. So that's there too. So they'll have rest coming in. They'll have rest between games early. So you may get the best of both their 2 stars early, and we'll see as the series goes on if they can do that over and over again as the series goes longer. All right, that music means we're done for the day. So we have Raheel tomorrow and Michael Carroll tomorrow, and maybe a non-spoiler review from Sean Mapes, or just a full-on spoiler where he ruins a movie that appears to be really good. Depends on what he feels like. It's all up to Sean and his vibes tomorrow. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. We'll talk more Warriors, more Astros, and of course, all the other nonsense we get to tomorrow. I'll talk to you then.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, April 17th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to jump aboard, calling in, texting in. We're also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and you can listen on the app as well, or via streaming on your Alexa. Just yell at your Alexa. Be abusive to it. It'll never remember during the great robot revolution of 2033. Speaking of, we have a Nick Caserio press conference to react to at some point during today's show. We're going to bring back Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic big board. And we're going to do this. We're going to try to avoid talking about the Astros as much as humanly possible, though we will be having Jeremy Booth on to discuss their woeful offensive struggles. They just lost 2 or 3 to the Cardinals, have the day off today, take on the San Diego Padres this weekend. Guys, today is a big day. I know not lots of people are fans of our mayor, John Whitmire, but put politics to the side. Today is a very important day. Per our mayor, today, April 17th, 2025, a day that could be the greatest day of your life, is Rockets Red Day.
Tomorrow, everyone, a Houston Rockets Day and Houston Reds Day. Let's encourage the city to wear red tomorrow and support this thing so we can celebrate with a citywide parade. Thank y'all for being here.
Rockets launch. Rockets red glare. Rockets Red Day. Today is Rockets Red Day. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Sean, I have a question for you. Why aren't you wearing red?
Because I didn't know it was Rockets Red Day.
The mayor announced it. The mayor announced it, Sean. Politics, put him to the side. I know you can't stand the guy, right? You can't stand his platforms. I'll be honest, I don't know any of his platforms.
I just know he kind of looks like the Monopoly man.
And he hates bike lanes or something. That's it.
There's
That's all I
something
know.
with bike lanes.
There's something going on with bike lanes. That's all I know. Our mayor told you to wear red. Wait a second. Am I wearing red? Does this look like it's red?
It's reddish.
It's reddish, but it's not.
It would be like maroon.
Oh, is it? Damn it. All right. Well, on YouTube, Twitch, guys, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry, but we're gonna have to fix this really quickly, okay? So just bear with me. Am I taking my shirt off for the first time in the history of the Paul Gallant Show? Yeah, I am. I actually do have.
That's definitely not red.
Nope. I'm very white.
Yeah.
I am not a redskin, as they say back in the day. That is illegal.
Yeah.
You can't say that anymore.
Like John Reagan or Tim Reagan.
No John Reagans and the Hogs from the day back in the day. You know.
Yeah.
I do have pants on underneath. I want everyone watching along to notice that. And we do have a red shirt on right now because the Rockets were so cool. They gave us a jersey. They also gave us a red shirt to wear. It's Rockets Red Day. You better be wearing red. Wherever you are right now, you could be driving a car right now. You know what you're about to do? You're about to pull into a store and buy something red. And then you are going to, in that store, remove your shirt in front of everybody, and you're going to put on a red shirt. Okay? These are the rules now. It's Rockets Red Day, and our mayor issued a decree. And that decree was, you're wearing red. And we should all be wearing red in solidarity with our beloved Houston Rockets. Thank you.
Maybe tomorrow. I'll observe tomorrow.
You'll observe tomorrow? No, it's today.
Remember.
It's April 17th.
But it'll be closer to the game.
I know. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And you have a politician talking about a parade. It's like, no, John, we don't do a parade for making it to the actual playoffs. We don't do that.
Yeah.
We have higher standards here. I get it. You're new to the mayor thing, but we don't do that.
Let's play game 1 first, all right?
Yeah. So From the 832, a texter asks on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, can I use it as a day to miss work? I mean, theoretically, you always can figure out a way to say that you got to miss
Yeah,
work.
it's a holiday.
My child is dying. So am I. The cholera is back. Right, you could do that.
We're not wearing enough red.
We're not
Scarlet fever. We have scarlet fever.
I don't even know what the scarlet fever
I don't
is.
know. It just has the word scarlet in it.
Right, I don't either. I'm like,
I've heard of it.
You got such a fever that you turned red or something like that? Anyway, listen, guys. Today is Rockets Red Day, and you should be wearing red today. We got to figure out who's allowed on and who isn't allowed on the Rockets bandwagon, by the way, as we see our beloved, as we see our second favorite, no offense, as we see our second favorite, the Cougs are still number one. As we see our second favorite basketball team go into the playoffs, hoping to go as far, if not further, than our beloved Cougs. We got to figure out who's allowed on the bandwagon and who isn't. The Rockets have attempted to bribe me, and I'm not going to lie, I liked the bribery. And since I'm allowed to have a Western Conference team and an Eastern Conference team, I'm a little bit curious when it comes to my sports. I am already on. I am declaring myself already on. Paul, you're a transplant. You weren't even here for 94, 95. No, but I do have a Mario Ellie jersey, which is almost as cool, you know? And I think it was BS, too, that they cut into O.J. Simpson in the midst of the NBA Finals. That was ridiculous. He didn't even kill himself. I mean, what were we watching for? We're just watching a Ford Bronco drive under the speed limit? What is this, San Antonio? No. So we got to figure out who's allowed and who's not. On. But you've been a lifelong Rockets fan.
Yes. I have a signature from Rafer Alston and Lonnie Baxter on a Rockets hat. I think I'm in.
Hell yeah, dude.
Even as a kid, I was not that excited to get their signature.
Why not?
Lonnie Baxter was like a bench was a bench big who played like maybe a season.
But is he an NBA champion?
No.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Or maybe somewhere else. He was. Maybe he went to the 08 Celtics later.
Okay. I know Rafer Alston certainly wasn't. So, listen. Let's get back to the matter here. Who's allowed on the Rockets bandwagon? Who isn't? We're not just talking people that live here in our beloved city. We are talking everywhere. We're talking liberal media. We are talking folks from a city up the road who have been through a hard time, and unless they're dying for Paige Buchers to be their basketball savior, like, they're welcome on the bandwagon. Every single Mavericks fan is allowed on the Rockets bandwagon. You can never go back, but every single Mavericks fan is allowed. I am granting you that. Perhaps you hate the French and you're a Spurs fan and you're tired of Chris Paul's antics. You are also welcome on the bandwagon, but you can never go back. That's the rules for that. But we're going to set some rules for bandwagoning here for the Houston Rockets as they begin their quest to win their third NBA championship. Couldn't get it done during the James Harden days, but today could be the greatest year of their life. Starting on today, Rockets Red Day. So we're going to set rules for that on the other side. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch on ESPN 975. Who's allowed on the Rockets bandwagon in our fair city? Who ain't? You get to answer that, and I'll give you my rules. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Who's allowed and who isn't allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon? Some interesting takes from you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. In the last segment, I said, yes, if you're a Mavericks fan, you are allowed to be a Rockets fan. You can just never go back. But I think it's pretty easy to never go back right now. If you're a Spurs fan, probably a little more difficult to do it. But, I mean, what? You think this is going to get better without Greg Popovich, who's not in the best of health these days? I mean, Cole Popovich might be the better coach right now, Texans offensive line coach, than Greg Popovich. Because Greg, I mean, we might not see the guy again. Who knows? You know, dealing with serious health issues. Maybe you're sick of when Greg doesn't have serious health issues of him lecturing you. Maybe you don't like Victor Wembanyama because he's French. Again, you're allowed. You just can't go back. Eric the Driver says, for outside fans, all Eastern Conference fans are allowed, but with stricter restrictions for New York teams. I like that.
Yeah. Your visa doesn't get immediately approved if you're a New York fan.
Right. And it's kind of just arbitrarily done by me because as a Celtics fan, I mean, I should not be allowed to jump on the Rockets bandwagon, perhaps more than any fan base out there. Most championships ever. And on top of that, I mean, they're the defending champions. This would be truly the worst thing I could do. It would be like changing my fandom by the year. And there's always a certain accounts online who will like claim to be, for this year, you would be a Florida, Eagles,
Ohio State,
Celtics, Dodgers fan, right? Like, or it's the
UConn Huskies women's,
the vintage Lakers, Yankees, Duke fan. You know, like that's you. Cowboys too. But nowadays, I would not be allowed to do that. Knicks fans should be allowed, honestly. Nets fans should be allowed. The Rockets have all their picks. So, I mean, it's one of those things where the New York teams, Eric, I'm willing to allow them on. The New York teams fans, I'm willing to allow them on. They just have to shut up about the Yankee stuff.
That's what I was going to say. To me, that's the extra questioning that they get is what, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm looking at their paperwork. I'm going, so how would you describe your affiliation with the New York Yankees?
Right.
Here's a picture. Is this you in this photo right here?
We'll take Mets fans, even though we don't forget about 1986. We don't forget about the NLCS. But the Yankees, nah, dude.
Yeah.
Have you ever slandered Jose Altuve? You're not allowed on the Rockets bandwagon.
Got to check your Twitter for. Do you follow John Boy?
Mm-hmm.
Out.
A caveat from the 409 about Spurs fans: you have to disavow David Robinson's MVP over Hakeem Olajuwon. But you're allowed on if you do that. Some other rules. Ryan Lost in Texas says on our Twitch, if you're a sexy lady, you should be allowed on the Rockets bandwagon. Yeah, like that one fan at the Magic Hawks game. I'm assuming she's a Magic fan. Bringing party favors to the game.
Yeah.
She's allowed on the bandwagon. Like once the Magic are saying we want Boston. Okay, that's cute. When that ends, welcome aboard. Specifically if you're an attractive woman. Like, honestly, if you're a strong, powerful, independent woman, we're going to look the other way on a lot of these rules that we're just arbitrarily setting for who can jump on the Houston Rockets bandwagon. Zach asks, do you think that J.J. Watt gets on the bandwagon? He should. I mean, Eastern Conference fan. He's a Bucks fan, I think, since he is from Wisconsin. So he's allowed. But he should be a Rockets fan, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he has kind of adopted all the Houston teams as well, just in his...
Yeah.
Decade as a Texan. But yeah, I think he's in. He's probably sat courtside at playoff games with like James Harden played in. So
I would think so.
I imagine, yeah, I think he's in.
I think that CJ Stroud is an interesting one here because Stroud is a Lakers fan, a diehard Lakers fan.
And possible second round matchup. Not looking past anyone, but possible second round matchup.
Stroud's not allowed on. Stroud's not allowed on until the Lakers are eliminated. And if he joins, he can never go back as well.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones where, no, I don't want to hear about no Lakers Rockets fans. Here's the thing with CJ Stroud. I think the man has enough of a backbone where he will refuse to get on the Rockets bandwagon ever.
Yeah, I could see him do just like how we're talking about how JJ Watt like just adopted all the Houston sports teams because he played here, which is like something silly that we ask of pro athletes to do. Like, no, root for the other team, for the team you don't play for that lives in the same city because it makes me feel better. Never mind where you're from. Which is like a ridiculous thing to actually think about. But I think CJ would be the opposite of JJ, whereas CJ Stroud would be like, no,
I'm a Lakers fan.
They just got Luka Doncic. Why would I root against? Why would I stop
That's
rooting
true.
for him?
I mean, honestly, yeah, you're a real crazy person to give him up now.
I could see him being like, you know what? When it's just LeBron and AD, him being like, I'm more of a Kobe guy, so it is easy for me to drop because that is a Laker fan that's like, honestly, I'm just more of a Kobe guy. LeBron will never be Kobe.
Who's allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon? Multiple people, and we were going to say this as well, have said no Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is out.
First one out.
Literally the first person we thought of yesterday when we were discussing this topic. Ted Cruz is effing out. Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott did show up in Cougs gear for the national championship, and they lost. I don't know if that means there's a Greg Abbott curse, but Abbott, for now, out.
Yeah, just guilty by association. Your pending review. We'll take an extra time on your file.
John Whitmire, the mayor, who announced that today is Rockets Red Day, he is allowed.
Yeah, because he announced. I think if he didn't announce that it's Rockets Red Day, I think he's out.
And I don't think that, because I think that Whitmire was elected late 2022 to office. Maybe it was 2023. He announced his candidacy for the 2023. Right. So he won in 2023. John Whitmire is a Houston sports championship virgin. Okay. So he's allowed on, even though a texter says our mayor definitely has butterscotch candies in his pocket with no wrappers, which made me laugh. That did make me laugh.
Yeah.
B. Hannon asks, is Drake allowed on? No, he is not. And then B. Hannon said, just kidding. He's out. Yeah, Drake can't be, even though it's his second home. 50 Cent is allowed on the bandwagon.
50 Cent is. He might not even be a bandwagon.
We've seen 50 Cent wearing a Texans hat, for God's sake.
I think when we went to a terrible Rockets team, play
Rockets Raptors, he was there.
Yeah, Rockets Raptors combined like maybe, I don't know, 40 wins between the two teams. 50 Cent was sitting courtside.
Mm-hmm.
So I think 50 Cent, he's in.
Who's allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon? We're even going to let some media people on. Specifically, how about Tim Legler? Tim Legler was on a podcast not too long ago, and he doesn't think that the Rockets-Warriors game we saw a couple of weeks ago was a fluke.
Couple of series that stand out in terms of it's going to get really chippy really fast. And this is one of them. You saw what happened the last time they played. I talked about it. They held Curry to 3 points. And it wasn't just like, oh, Steph had a rough night. No, I watched every second of that game. He couldn't get open. And it was because of the type of guys they can put on him. He only shot 36% from the field against them this year. So they have done as good a job on Steph Curry as you can do.
Damn. All right, Tim. Tim's on the bandwagon. We're letting Tim on. I get it. Tim's supposed to be an analyst. No, man. If he wants to plant his flag for the Houston Rockets, he can. You know who else is allowed to be on the Rockets bandwagon? A member of the liberal media. Danny Chow, who wrote an article on The Ringer with this title. Amen Thompson has become a shape-shifting nightmare. The Rockets' second-year star isn't just the ultimate agent of chaos. He might be the best athlete in NBA history. Bro, Danny Chow, you are in. The description that Amen Thompson has via Danny Chow is something else. Thompson intuits basketball through abilities stripped from ancient mythology. Bro, Thompson has already become a shape-shifting nightmare for some of the league's brightest stars. He is the dark horse as a defensive player of the year race. His shutdown masterclass from every angle against Steph Curry is one example. Shadows, ball denials, the kitchen sink. Thompson does everything. And had Steph Curry looking hunchbacked like an old weathered beagle. Damn, dog. This is some good writing. This is getting me going. I mean,
this guy's in.
I
don't even care who he picked in the series.
Seriously.
Calling Steph Curry an old dog. Old, hunched over dog.
Trying to convey Thompson's extraordinary athleticism through prose is admittedly foolish. Sir, you are doing such a good job. The miracle of Amen is not just that he's one of the most athletic humans who has ever played basketball. It's that in his second season, he has near complete access to each department of said athleticism. He is a marvel of the mind-body connection, a real-life member of the X-Men in our midst. He can jump higher, run faster, identify windows of opportunity quicker and more intuitively than anyone else on the floor, and we have data to prove it. Damn, he's even got data? Read this article. Danny Chow, bro, you are so welcome on the Houston Rockets bandwagon. It's a very long article, but it is amazing. And my favorite part, it's fitting that Amen is now becoming the true face of the franchise in the post-Harden era. He is, in a lot of ways, Harden's inverse. Oh, my God. Oh, Danny Chow. This is like reading 50 Shades of Grey if I'm a woman. This is hot. Also allowed on the Rockets bandwagon, John Hollinger, basketball analyst. He picked Amen Thompson to be Defensive Player of the Year, even though he's not even on the odds board to be picked that. Bobby Marks, the only person to pick the Rockets to win this series on ESPN's website. He's the only basketball expert that picked the Rockets to win in a series that they're the 2 seed with Golden State the 7 seed, featuring players like, Sean, who are the randos that the Warriors have?
Oh, Brandon Pajimski?
Yeah, that guy. The Polish-sounding dude.
Yeah, Quentin Post.
That sounds like a character from The Docs and The Wire Season 2. I mean, I don't know who that is. That's not a real person. Who's the other guy?
Quentin Post?
Yeah, that's not a real person.
Guy Santos?
Who is that? Sounds like someone who's running a taco stand. Like, I don't know. Oh, Paul, it's racist. Whatever.
Careful.
You think he plays basketball?
I think he's Brazilian, so I think.
Okay.
I think.
Brazilian steakhouse. I don't know. Listen, if no one is picking the Rockets except for Bobby Marks on ESPN.com, Bobby Marks is more than welcome aboard the bandwagon. So there you go, guys. That is who is allowed and who isn't allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon going into their first round series against the Golden State Warriors. You want to weigh in on this? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Ooh, from the 281, Charlie Palillo's out. He thinks Tim Duncan was better than Hakeem Olajuwon. Damn. A Syracuse man said that.
Sorry,
Unbelievable.
You're off the Fran Brown bandwagon too.
That's true. That is 100% true. So there you go, guys. It is the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in? I just told you how to do it. It's also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Got any conspiracy theories in sports or in life? Something we discussed earlier this week, a historic moment for a class of people is now being called a hoax. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. We're determining who is and who isn't allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon for this playoff run in this first-round series against the Golden State Warriors. Katy Perry, fake astronaut, not allowed. We're going to get into that in a moment. We may, on a tinfoil hat Thursday, be in the midst of another space conspiracy. And, you know, anyone who thinks we didn't land on the moon, I do think that Buzz Aldrin deserves to be driven to your home so he can punch you in the face like he did that one guy. Houston, we have a problem. His name is Buzz Aldrin. And if you're a moon landing denier, he'll punch you in the face. He will go Dylan Brooks on you. Should be allowed to do that too, you know, or Draymond Green, but we don't look too kindly on what Draymond does. We're definitely fans of what Dylan Brooks does. At some point during the show, we have to play the audio of Draymond Green talking about Dylan Brooks. I do think it's very ironic, you know, fellas who live in glass houses and all calling out certain players' behaviors when they are way worse. Anyway, from the 281, someone said, easy with the racist comments, Paul. One of us Mexicans might whip your ass when we see you. Watch your mouth. Well, that's very racist, sir. That's very racist, I think. I'm not even really sure what that's in reference to.
The Guy Santos.
Oh, gotcha.
Should be running a taco truck.
I mean,
he is Brazilian.
I
I
mean-
did fact check that.
Okay, gotcha.
He should be running Casa do Brazil.
Yeah.
In Paul's eyes.
I hear that name, and I mean, I hear all sorts of things. I mean, why is Santos Mexican? You know, I mean, you're racist for assuming that was that. I thought I was thinking Brazilian taco stand the entire time. What, Brazilians can't make tacos? Also racist, sir. Also racist. I don't see color. I don't see race. I don't hear color. I don't hear race either. What is up with this TV show? We're going to get to Tinfoil Hat Thursday in a moment. I have no idea what is going on right now. There's a BBC America channel on, and I keep on seeing baby versions of famous starlets. First off, Sandra Bullock from like 30 years ago. Now I'm seeing Angelina Jolie. I'm not even sure she's 20 here. What is going on? What is happening? I'll tell you what's happening. It's time for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Before we get into a grand cover-up that we watched on television, we also have to touch on something that the poor Dallas Mavericks fans who are now welcome to the Houston Rockets bandwagon are dealing with. Because earlier this week, for some reason, the Mavericks held a roundtable with no video or audio recording where Nico Harrison, who famously traded Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis in what is being called the worst trade in the history of sports trades, at least of the 21st century, was forced to basically have a 48-minute conversation and explain himself to incredulous members of Dallas sports media. Sean and I yesterday, we were wondering, why the hell is this happening? Like, this is a no-win scenario. Just bury your head in the sand. It's actually the first time where that approach is probably better for you. But we found out yesterday, per Shams Charania on NBA Live or whatever the hell the show is called on ESPN, about what NBA Countdown, that's it, about why Nico Harrison did this media availability.
So, Bob, my understanding is Nico Harrison did not want to do this closed-door round table. This was not his idea. This was something that was enforced by their owner, Patrick Dumont.
Really? And again, I mean, it's hard to run these things. It is hard to run these things. But in a situation like that, you know, I think they were trying to repair some things. It felt like that. But it felt like some of the comments didn't land.
Sometimes
like
less
they
is better.
wanted to.
Sometimes less is better. You know, probably already said enough.
What does it tell you, though, that the owner is essentially enforcing this?
It's a good question, Shams, who asks that at the very end. I think it's this. I think the owner is forcing this to happen and then leaking it to Shams Charania that he made it happen so that Patrick Dumont becomes the bad guy. Now, a lot of people are thinking, Paul, what, a billionaire suit wants to be the bad guy? No, they always want to be the smartest guy in the room because they think they're the smartest guy in the room, and they're generally the richest person in the room. Nope, I think this is chess, not checkers. For a disastrous situation for the Mavericks, yes. Force Nico Harrison to meet with the media and have him explain all the things that you do makes you look incompetent as an owner. And then on top of that, leaking it to Shams Charania as someone that Nico Harrison was forced to do this furthers the idea that you're an incompetent owner. Huh? Now all of the heat is off Nico Harrison to continue to build a basketball franchise that, yes, last year made it to the NBA Finals, and that theoretically this year could as well make it to the NBA Finals because they did win their playing game last
They
night.
won the playing game.
Don't sleep on Dallas.
Defense wins championships, Paul.
All right, let's get to the real story of Did Paul Hat Thursday. So, for those who don't know, Blue Origin, a Jeff Bezos venture, launched 6 strong, powerful, independent women celebrities into orbit for about 11 minutes earlier this week. It led to some of the most insufferable things that we've ever heard from Katy Perry, which is saying something because that woman is quite insufferable. And they are being destroyed, criticized. Everyone is coming after them online. Even strong, powerful, independent women like Emily Ratajkowski, who posted this to TikTok. I don't know what she's trying to say here, but she's not a fan of the Blue Origin space voyage.
Okay, I'm back. I have more to say. I think that this space mission is confusing to people because seeing women and people of color in spaces like science and politics that have not previously included them feels and really looks like optically looks like progress. But the truth is that having a man who has gained his power and become a part of the 1% purely through exploitation and greed, deciding to take his fiance and a few other famous women to space for space tourism is not progress. Instead, just speaks to the fact that we are absolutely living in an oligarchy where there is a very small group of people who are interested in going to space for the sake of getting a new lease on life, while the rest of the population, most people on planet Earth, are worried about paying rent or, having dinner for their kids. I saw a creator on here who said that privilege is not an accomplishment. Even further, and say that exploitation is certainly not an accomplishment. And then being able to take the privilege that you have gained from exploitation and greed of the planet, of resources, of human beings, and then doing something like going to space for 11 minutes is certainly not an accomplishment. That's why this all is giving like Hunger Games, right? I'm making another video is because I think we're in a place in the world where we need to be able to discern what real progress looks like.
Okay.
And what happened yesterday was nothing like that. And
so yesterday wasn't progress for Emily Ratajkowski. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I watched this video, and she made a lot of great points. She really did. Did I zone out during the great points when I watched this video? I might have. My eyes might have been all over the place, but I think she made points there. And yes, that was not progress. That flight was not progress. But don't tell Gayle King, journalist, that wasn't progress. Gayle King, I think, was on CBS, the channel she works for.
Yeah, it looks like Entertainment Tonight. Or maybe this clip is just from Entertainment Tonight taking the CBS thing.
Okay, whatever the case.
And it's also an aggregating Twitter account.
Okay, whatever. Listen, Gayle King, she's insulted by the idea that you don't believe progress was made by these women, these pioneers, these strong, powerful, independent women. And I think that Gayle King's, she's a journalist. I'm sure she's going to be able to eloquently get people that think that this is ridiculous that we did this back on her side.
Space is not an either or, it's a both and because you do something in space doesn't mean you're taking anything away from Earth. And what you're doing in space is trying to make things better here on Earth. What Blue Origin wants to do is take the waste here and figure out a way to put it in space to make our planet cleaner. I mean, Jeff Bezos has so many ideas, and the people that are working there.
Pause for a second. Wait, so we're just gonna throw our trash into space now?
Don't hate it. Don't hate that idea. That's a good spin zone.
All right.
Not our problem.
Okay, Gail. Yeah, it's a different version of polluting the ocean.
I mean, like, yeah.
We're polluting the universal
polluting the
ocean.
landfills. That's bad. That's bad. Paul, have you ever heard you don't bleep where you eat?
Yeah.
Send it up to space.
We're throwing our trash into space. All right. More from journalist Gail King.
Are really devoted and dedicated to making our planet a better place. That's number one. Number two, have you been? Have you been? If you've been and you still feel
pause. Hey, wait a second. Are you flexing? Are you flexing?
You've never played the game, Paul.
Oh, don't. You
She's
can't
doing
do
the
this.
professional athlete thing.
She is literally cosplaying as an astronaut. Have you been to space? F you. You didn't even go to space. You were almost in orbit. But space is technically full orbit where you wouldn't have come crashing down. Like you would have stayed out there. Like those poor Boeing people who were stuck up there for 7 months. Okay. So now Gail is treating us hostilely because God forbid we question why this was needed. That's all. Why was this needed? This was not progress for women. Six strong, independent women but went up into orbit, and then they fell back down, and they were screaming the whole way. And Katy Perry saying, "What a wonderful world," because she's not about herself. More from Gail King. Good God.
that way after you come back, please let's have a conversation. Number three, please don't call it a ride. That is not a friggin' ride. Whenever a man goes up, you have never said to an astronaut, boy, what a ride. You know, we duplicated the same trajectory that Alan Shepard did back in the day, pretty much. No one called that a ride. It was called a flight. It was called a journey, because a ride implies that it's something frivolous or something that's lighthearted. There was nothing frivolous about what we did. And the
Pause! Katy Perry saying, "What a wonderful world" on this. What are you talking about, Gail?
She also announced tour dates up there.
I mean, at least Katy Perry used it to push something. Like Gail King's just acting like, "Yeah, I'm a pioneer, bitch." Like, okay, babe. More from Gail.
The machine that we were on and what it took for the people to get that machine up and running, to get us up and get us back down safely. So, you know, I'm very disappointed and very saddened by it. And I also say this, what it's doing to inspire other women and young girls, please don't ignore that. I've had so many women and young girls reach out to me, and men too, by the way,
Young girls.
men too, that say,
Men
wow,
too.
I never thought I could do that. But
Were
I
they
see
trying to
you
sleep
doing
with
it at
you?
this stage of my life. Who would have thunk it? Not me. And how inspired they are.
Who
This
would
is
have
what
thunk it? Okay, Gail. You didn't go into outer space. That's the conspiracy. And I mean, I like that people are continuing to troll her, so she gets more and more defensive. Because while this is terrible to hear and listen to, I mean, it also is good content. And this I would like some more content from the Blue Origin space flight, who are justifying the eventual hurling of trash into outer space, which, as pointed out on YouTube by Desert Stro and by a texter, there's literally an episode of Futurama where they do that. And spoiler alert,
it works out great.
The garbage comes back as an asteroid, and they have to destroy it.
Well, you know, then what do you do, Paul? You send Katy Perry, you send Gail King, Jeff Bezos' girlfriend, and a bunch of oil drillers up to that astronaut, and you drill a hole in that asteroid, and then you put a nuclear bomb in that hole and blow it up, and then listen to Steven Tyler.
Yeah, that would be great. It's a good movie. Sounds like a movie. Someone should make one like that.
That just came to me.
Yeah, that's a really good movie.
I don't want to miss a thing.
I could stay awake just to hear Katy Perry screaming as we plummet down to earth. Anyway,
you know what? Now I'm pro this just because it gave us the conversation.
Listen, I am too. I have no issue with it. If you're Jeff Bezos and you have FU money, this is literally FU money to bring your girlfriend and some famous people that she probably likes up into space. The next step is shaboinking in the Miles High Club, the Outer Space Club, whatever you want to call it, the Zero Gravity Club. But, like, please stop telling me that this was some pivotal moment in women's history. Like, no, it wasn't. Just say it was fun, because that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was fun. You didn't do anything up there. You just went up and you went down, which is literally what a ride is.
Are they because I'm trying to think of how this is a historic occasion in any way, because like we've had women in space before.
Yeah, yes, the texter just brought that up.
We've had women in space.
That's what and they went into actual space. Like the lady was trapped up there due to Boeing. That poor lady was up there for like 8 months in actual space on a space station.
What if Gail King and Katy Perry went up and saved those people?
Well,
wouldn't that have
good
been
luck.
hilarious?
On YouTube, this is a little sexist, but I'm just gonna call him Brian. Brian on YouTube asks how many curbs do you think they hit up on their way to space? Hey, Brian, come on, man. There's no curbs in the air. Okay. Also, they weren't driving it. They weren't flying it. It was launched by a man. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon? That conversation continues. And on top of that, we will do a very quick look back at yesterday's Astros game. Were the Astros built for that yesterday? Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We're determining the rules for who is allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon today. The mayor of our fair city, John Whitmire, said that today, April 17th, 2025, is Rockets Red Day. Earlier in the show, I removed my shirt to put on a red shirt because the shirt I was wearing was a little bit maroon. But I've got the Rockets fever right now. I hung out with Vanessa Richardson last night, my old co-host. We watched a little bit of the Mavericks and Kings. It was not a very good game over at Lizard's Lounge, celebrating her birthday. We're Team Aries. Sean Mapes also Team Aries. What's up?
Taurus.
Oh, you're Taurus?
Yeah, 23rd.
Well, kiss my ass. Then. Everything I've ever said nice about you in the past, you can go kick rocks. One of those situations where I love Lizard's Lounge is one of those things where we were. I'm not sure we were ordered as many of the things that we were given, but we definitely appreciated being given them. One of those kind of deals. Several Jello shots or so. But we had a good time. I've got the Rockets fever, right? But I do not have the Astros fever. We have kicked this as far down the road as we possibly could. We do have to talk about yesterday's game, which I was able to watch when I got home. Unfortunately, I didn't want to watch that. I didn't want to watch a game where the Rockets, where the Astros looked like that. Like an afternooner where once again the runs weren't happening. So this is what we're going to do for Astros games going forward. Were they built for this? Because if you have watched the season trailer that the Astros did, their slogan for 2025 is this, courtesy of, I believe, the voice trailer guy.
We are built for this.
So let's go. Commodus from Gladiator style. Thumb is in the middle. Does it go up? Does it go down? After yet another performance where the Astros scored no runs and Ronel Blanco is looking a lot like the Ronel Blanco that we expected going into this past season, one thumb down. Not built for this. Nope.
Yeah. I had my doubts just because 1 year guy, his first full season starting when he's 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Year 2, do you think he's going to follow it up? Thumb down.
Yeah. That like the Astros offense, I guess hopefully it wakes up at some point. I'm not feeling great about that right now. That does not mean I'm skeptical because I still think the bats are there, but it has been a very slow start. I'm a little concerned about specifically Blanco, how much they theoretically are going to be relying on him in the starting pitching this season because of this slow start by the offense. And I mean, it was much like it was to expect JP France would come back to earth. Like Ronel Blanco was the JP France of 2023 and 2024. You know, that's what he was. Sometimes a guy is able to put together a really good season, but are you expecting that good season to continue when it's a guy who has not been good until this specific moment of his career? Probably not. You know, it's taken Blanco a long time to get here. It took JP France a long time to get to the show. Congratulate him. It's difficult to be a good major league pitcher, but that has me a little concerned. And I do wonder about how they view Blanco, big picture, if he does continue to struggle. Is there somebody else that they look at in a rotation that, of course, has some depth issues? Who knows when Lance McCullers is going to be back, if he's ever going to be back. He's at least rehab starting. Who knows if Christian Javier is back this year? Obviously, lots of questions. But Blanco has become one. And that is unfortunate, though not unexpected. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next. What are we going to do? You know what we're going to do. Rockets are on the table. And the Astros, they're in timeout today. We will talk to Jeremy Booth in the coming hour. But it's time to get back to focusing on what the Houston Texans need to do before the NFL draft, literally a week from now. We're focusing on tackles. And we're going to tell you all the people that the Houston Texans need to draft thanks to our friend, Lance Zierlein and his very erotic, unintentionally, writing. Stay put. We are a week away from the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The Houston Texans hold the 25th pick of the first round, and we're wondering what they're going to do. Most people believe they should draft an offensive lineman, and many experts believe they will draft an offensive lineman. Yesterday, we played a clip from Ryan Russillo's podcast. He had two NFL draft experts on, Daniel Jeremiah, Todd McShay. Those two believe that the Texans are looking at Tyler Booker out of Arizona and an offensive lineman that we'll discuss in a moment, Kelvin Banks from Texas. These are the two guys the Texans are eyeing. We'll see if they end up picking one of those guys. We'll also react to some of what Nick Caserio had to say about the draft in just a moment. But before we dive into the tackles the Texans theoretically could be targeting, I did think that this question, of all the questions asked at Nick Casario's 38-minute press conference yesterday, was the best one. I believe Adam Wexler asked the question, so shout out to him. This is the big question to ask Nick Casario when it comes to where he has not been great. Because really, I mean, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Nico Collins, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Jalen Petrie. He's done a pretty good job in the draft. He hasn't been perfect, but I mean, the Texans have some really good young talent. He's the reason that it's here. But he's struggled when it comes to selecting offensive linemen, as we saw with Kenyon Green. And this has been an issue for the Texans for quite some time, drafting offensive linemen. You know, in the Bill O'Brien era, there were some similar issues. Nick Casario was asked by Wexler about perhaps reevaluating how they evaluate offensive linemen.
Nick, as you normally do when you open up these press conferences, you mentioned some of the guys that are in your group, Lip, Zeke, and Brad. You guys have been together the last couple of years doing this. Last 3 drafts, you drafted 6 offensive linemen, 3 in the first 2 rounds. Do you think internally there needs to be a reevaluation of how you evaluate that specific position?
I mean, we look at everything on a constant basis. So again, it's case by case. I mean, a lot of faith and confidence. I mean, I'd say the entire building, start with D'Amico and the coaching staff, have a lot of confidence in that group. So again, look at everything and we'll try to make decisions that, we think make sense for your organization. They're not all going to work. I mean, I've said this before. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said it, but it's a lot. You can ask Omar. I mean, the draft's 50-50. I mean, that's what it is. So some are going to work, some aren't going to work. I mean, that's just the way it goes. So we're no different than any other team. So if there's something that we can improve and tweak and adjust, we'll look at it. So it's never one particular thing and never one factor, but we're always open-minded and always trying to find ways to make things better.
Nick Casario gives long answers. And sometimes he gives you nuggets to work with. The problem is the answers are generally so long. And let's be honest, today with our phones, we all tend to zone out a little bit. No? Sometimes we just lose our train of thought. I thought in answering that question, Casario was a little annoyed, but I don't think the annoyance was necessarily directed at Adam asking the question. I think it's partly due to the fact, he knows that this is an issue. But he is right with one of the things that he said there. It is really a 50-50 proposition when it comes to the NFL draft, which is why I really do not take the draft that seriously and our conversations about the draft that seriously, which is why when we talk about theoretical draft prospects for the Houston Texans, what we do is we look at Lance Zierlein's write-ups on these prospects for NFL.com and all of the unintentionally erotic language he uses to describe those players to determine who we like and who we don't like for the 2025 NFL draft. Hit it. Yes. Already on the big board at guard, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, Tyler Booker from Alabama, Tate Ratledge and his sweet mullet from Georgia, Jonah Savainea, a Samoan from Arizona, Joe Huber, a Wisconsin guard. Then at wide receiver, we put 4 on the board yesterday. Maybe there's a wide receiver available at the back of round 1. We're hoping it's Travis Hunter, that there's some gas mask bong video that gets released tomorrow. Tedaroya McMillian and Jack Beck from Arizona and TCU, respectively, are the 2 that we enjoyed the most. Also, Jalen Royals from Utah State. So those are our receivers. Now it's time to look at tackle. Because Nick Casario has said this in the past. I'm looking to have 4 tackles. 4 tackles I can rely on. You just traded one of them in Laramie Tunsil. Cam Robinson, not exactly coming off the best season with the Minnesota Vikings and the Jacksonville Jaguars before that. Blake Fisher, 2nd-round pick, Titus Howard, I don't even know if he's a tackle anymore. They're going to be looking at tackles in the draft, Sean.
Yeah, I was going to say, he said he wants 4 tackles he can rely on. I can squint and see one, with that being Titus Howard at right tackle, but then that opens up, it's a little bit of whack-a-mole with the issues. But yeah, I think tackle is definitely something that they should be at the very least looking at high in the draft.
So let's start looking at tackles. and Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic lingo to describe them with the guy who he has as his top graded tackle, Armand Membu from Missouri. Doubt he falls all the way to the Texans at 25. He's got good pop on contact. He's still growing into his frame, but his game boasts unusual maturity. Oh,
So he's a grower. Got it.
he's a grower, and on top of that, like he's skilled. Like this ain't his first rodeo, you know? Sometimes it's awkward at first. Takes a little bit of time to figure out what you're doing. He sifts through moving bodies. Oof. Here's the problem. I don't think the ladies will like this. Far below height standards. That's unfortunate. And he's not a deep bender, but he doesn't need to be because he's far below the height standard.
Yeah, less he has to bend.
I think we got to put Membu on. It just feels like this guy knows what he's doing out there.
Yeah.
And that's half the battle in
And-
the, areas.
And sometimes you do have to take the chance on the 5'10" guy on the app.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Or the 5'11 and a half guy who says he's 6 feet tall.
On your driver's license.
It does say 6 feet tall on my driver's license. So honestly, that does feel very official. From the 281. Paul, I think you would call him a grower and a shower. Well, I'd actually have to see it first. Will Campbell, LSU. He can clear out B gaps.
Whoa.
Has short arms, but finishes with good aggression level.
Okay. Oh.
Does clear out the B gaps. It's not generally I'm more of an A gap guy, but Will Campbell, short arms. I think I'm out.
Yeah. No. I'm
I'm okay with below height standards, but short arms. What were you talking about? A T-Rex arm? Next thing you know, Gary's gonna call it talking about T-Rex arm quarterbacks. I'm out. How about you?
Out.
Okay.
Out on Will Campbell.
Texas guy's up next, Sean. Kelvin Banks Jr. from Texas, third ranked grade-wise per Lance Zierlein on NFL.com. He must become more proactive in attacking power rushers and long-limbed attackers. Okay, so not into the long-limbed types. I'm a long-limbed. That's my type, if you will. Dips and drives hips into the opponent. Okay. But he lacks desired thickness in his limbs. Is the Texas guy, Sean?
Yeah.
I'm out.
And in fairness, given, in this exercise, I don't like what I heard.
I don't either.
I like watching him play, but I haven't liked what I heard.
Yeah, doesn't sound special. Up next, so he's off. Josh Simmons, Ohio State, who had a season-ending knee injury last year. Adequate size and length, gives good effort to sustain and finish. Is that not every man? Just about
good effort.
Like this is the average human man.
I'm efforting to finish.
And to sustain as
and
well.
To sustain.
I mean, generally we do the former rather than the latter, but adequate size and length. I'm willing to draft him if he slides. I'm willing to draft him if he slides. Like if he falls to the fifth, sixth round or something like that, fine. But yeah, I don't want another John Mechie in the second round. Just looking at it from the injury that he had last year. You tried that once. You tried to get cute, didn't work out.
Yeah, the injury stuff is tough. I think it's tougher in football than in any other sport. Taking a chance on an injured guy just because you don't know how they're going to respond.
Continuing to analyze tackle prospects for the Houston Texans in the draft, entirely using Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic lingo at NFL.com, family website. Josh Connerly Jr. is a tackle from Oregon. He strains at the point of attack. Okay. Throws a sudden punch with good pop. Squeezes the B gap. A lot of B gappers out here. Kind of weird. Hey, to each their own. The tackles aren't doing it for me right now.
No.
I think I'm out on this one too, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's better than some of the ones that we've heard, but I'm still not blown away.
Me neither. All right, more prospects. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State. I'm almost out by default just because of North Dakota State.
Oh.
Yeah, Gray. And, well.
His first name's Gray.
Yeah. Does he have 50 shades in him? Hey, makes a point to get body on body. All right.
Okay.
His short arms. Short arms create difficulties in sustaining blocks. Hands get wide, slide off the target. Yeah, this guy seems
Yeah,
messy. He's messy.
I was ready. I wanted to give Gray. I didn't want to just look at his name Gray and see if he's from North Dakota State and throw him in the trash. But what I've heard isn't inspiring.
I'm not feeling it either. Anthony Belton is up next from North Carolina State. Enormous tackle with good power and long arms. Drives power. His drive power widens gaps. Oh,
Which
you know what?
B gap. Or?
This guy's big. He's a big guy. He's a project guy. I think I'm in on Anthony Belton.
Okay. Yeah, I like the tools. You know what? Maybe I can fix them.
Just needs a little bit of learning, a little maturity.
Yeah.
Ozzie Trapelo, Boston College. Ooh, a Bill O'Brien guy.
Great name.
That asterisk because it's a Bill O'Brien guy. I don't know.
Not Texans worthy.
Has a good feel for pocket depth with an ability to ride rushers over the top. Whoa.
Okay.
Able to uncoil his lower half and access a firm anchor. Whoa, Lance. Above average grip strength allows for longer stickiness.
I'm kind of in.
I'm liking this. Uses reach and feel hands more often than a forceful punch. All right. He's a sensitive type. Gets torqued off balance by stockier opponents with strong hips. Okay, so not thick is not his type, if you will.
Yeah, but hey, listen, there's a reason this guy's like the 6th one we've read.
And when you're a tackle as well, I mean, you're not dealing with thick as often as you're dealing with generally spry. So I think I'm in. I think I'm in on Ozzie Trapelo.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Trapelo.
I'm probably pronouncing his name incorrectly. Ozzie's a cool name too. Here's a really cool name from Minnesota as we continue to gauge tackle prospects for the Texans entirely based on the unintentionally erotic language of Lance Zierlein. Aronte Ursery.
Whoa. That is a good name.
That is cool. Not a natural bender, but a massive humanity. Broad chest, long arms. Good initial slide quickness and depth gain. Whoa.
Okay.
Consistent base width and body control makes well-timed movements. In.
Yeah.
This guy's good.
I'm good.
And one last one. Charles Grant from William and Mary. Elite length. Utilizes a bag of tricks.
Okay.
This is perhaps where he wins. Tree branch arm length with legitimate 7-foot wingspan.
Wow.
Uncoils hips to bolster leverage and strength at the point. All right. I think there's some tackle prospects that the Texans could theoretically find at the back of the draft.
I was going to say, these guys, I mean, just judging by their placement on this list, seem like they'll be available. Probably not on Thursday. They'll be available on Thursday, but probably not someone you want to draft on Thursday.
No.
But yeah, I'm
Saturday?
good with the last 2 or 3 we're in on. So
these guys are all looking like Friday and Saturday guys. So at tackle for the Texans, we're putting on Armand Membu from Missouri, Josh Simmons from Ohio State, though that's a pick that you make later because he's dealing with the season-ending knee injury. Ozzie Trapelo from Boston College, Anthony Belton from NC State, Aronte Ursery from Minnesota, and Charles Grant from William and Mary. They have made it to our Texans big board.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations. It's a prestigious honor. And thank you, Lance Zierlein, for whatever goes on in your head. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It is Rockets Red Day. Are you on the Houston Rockets bandwagon? You should be. We have determined no Ted Cruz. We have determined no Greg Abbott. But John Whitmire, who did say that today is Rockets Red Day, and you should be wearing red wherever you are in town, he is on the bandwagon. That is the one politician that we are allowing on. I think we'd think about it with Lena Hidalgo, but I don't know. I mean, the stress of the NBA playoffs could lead to her taking a leave of mental health. So we don't want that to happen. We don't want that. Who else is on the bandwagon? We have a couple of sports writers, liberal media members, right? Danny Chow, who wrote that amazing piece about Amen Thompson on The Ringer. We got Tim Legler, who believes that the defense that the Rockets put on Steph Curry is legit. We got John Hollinger, who thinks that Amen Thompson's the defensive player of the year. And we have Bobby Marks, who was the only person at ESPN.com who picked the Rockets to beat the Warriors. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in if you have any other rules for bandwagon joining. We said that Spurs fans can join, but they can never come back. We get it. Like, hey, Greg Popovich, it's not going to be him probably much longer. You just have to denounce David Robinson's MVP victory over Hakeem Olajuwon. And if you are a Mavericks fan or from the area of Dallas, you're also welcome aboard, but you must renounce any Jose Altuve slander that you've had in the past. You perhaps need to flagellate yourself several times before we will allow you. We need to see the lashes. We need to see the lashes.
It's like Cersei walking through the city in Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Shame.
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 Ding, ding, ding. Shame. Shame. There is some sad news in college football. This was announced earlier today. Lee Corso, Sunshine Scooter, will retire from ESPN's College Game Day, ending a career with the show that began in 1987. It's been tough watching Lee Corso on the show the last couple of years. He's clearly lost his fastball. He's going to be 90, though, so you get it. He's a guy who I think suffered a stroke not too long ago. The thing that he started that really has made College Game Day, is something he started in October of 1995, the headgear segment, which is at the very end where they're making picks, and he picks the winner of the game that's being played at the College Game Day location. So we'll have a mascot helmet, usually under the table. He puts it up, he puts it on. He's dressed up as a leprechaun, the Stanford Tree, James Madison, Ben Franklin. He held a live baby alligator in his hands. It's going to suck. I would say among broadcasters that you love for entertainment, this guy's on the Mount Rushmore in sports. Charles Barkley's number one. No denying that. Number two, Lee Corso, an ex-coach, not well known for his coaching days, but when he joined this show, and if you played that college football video game back in the day and you played it as much as I did, like that guy for me, one of the more goofy and fun people that we have seen in sports broadcasting. I was bummed to see this. I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
He will at least have one last hurrah. Hopefully he makes it there because he is 90 years old. You never know. But man, it's a bummer.
Yeah, it's definitely a bummer. It's like very clearly like, oh, this show will change now. Like it just can't be the same show that it was, even with the, last however long, last 5-10 years
With
of
Pat
Lee Corso.
McAfee.
Well, just in the last like 10 years of Lee Corso, like he was in a more diminished role, not just like as he aged, but he was just literally on the show less. less segments. He couldn't do it. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. He's on the mount. It's like him,
I'm trying to think of the other two.
Barkley, Dick Vitale.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And-
this is. Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
he's not for everyone. He's not my favorite, but yes, for sure.
He was like the voice of college basketball.
Oh yeah, for a while. No, definitely.
When college basketball mattered like a lot more than it matters now.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I'm trying to think.
There's probably an NFL one.
Does football have one? I don't
Chris
know.
Berman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. Berman, Lee Corso,
Berman,
Charles
Corso,
Barkley, and you just said him, Dick Vitale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. I think we put together a pretty good Mount Rushmore. If there's something missing, you can join in. Most Interactive
Who we're
Sports Talk Show in Houston.
disrespecting by not putting on there.
713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Was it Houston where he said bleep it
Yes.
on live
Yeah,
TV?
that was with I believe Carl Lewis as the guest picker. Where I think it was an SMU fake out. I mean, that's the thing. Like he really did specialize in making viral moments before like viral moments were a thing. Where he would have a little bit to do where he would, either fake out, he would play to the crowd or play against the crowd and then get him back on his side. I mean, he was really, he kind of invented what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like that just wasn't a thing anyone else did before, and Lee Corso did.
Sports broadcaster, Mount Rushmore, guys that you love because they were fun. Terrible job by us, and showing our age a little bit here. It has been a while. John Madden.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Madden.
Sorry, Dick Vitale.
Yeah, Dick's out. Madden's in.
Yeah, I was thinking like the old Sports Center guys. So like Stu Scott or Dan Patrick and Rich Eisen, those kind of. But that's more of like an ensemble-y kind of thing.
Was Vitale ever a coach?
Yes, way back in the day.
So I love Berman, but Berman did not play and Berman did not coach. So if we're talking about sports broadcasters who were actually in their respective field, but we love for being fun broadcasters, then we probably love them for being athletes. I think we've gotten there with Charles Barkley, which is crazy because he was one of the best NBA players ever.
Yeah, he was an MVP.
Yeah, he was an incredible player. But we're there with Charles Barkley, Lee Corso, John Madden, and Dick Vitale. I think that's it.
Or Berman or Vitale.
But I think Berman.
Oh,
because he's not. Yeah, because he didn't coach. He didn't play. I think you got to take.
It's a good
Berman
way
out.
of limiting.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I think I feel good about that.
Fun broadcasters. We're Jeff Van Gundy, a nominee from Ryan Lost in Texas. True, but
if we want to go like 21st century, yes,
we could do that theoretically. I mean, I think you have to expand the Mount Rushmore. The problem is, for basketball, for the NBA, it is Charles Barkley. For football, it was. For college basketball, it was Dick Vitale. And for college football, I think that one is definitely up in the air. But like Lee Corso, honestly, just because maybe the last couple of years, it hasn't been the Lee Corso that we remember. But definitely Lee Corso, I think, for college football. My favorite Lee Corso memory is being on the sideline of a Texas A&M Florida game. This was Johnny Manziel's first game. Honestly, probably the coolest experience I've ever had in the stadium. It was the first SEC game. To stand on the field at Kyle Field and to see all the fans. I mean, obviously I give the Aggies a little bit of crap, given that it's a cult, but that is such a cool place to watch a sporting event. And on the sideline, I'm standing next to John Cassio, who used to work over at Gal Media back in the day, and Chris Fowler, who could not have been nicer. Like really one of the more cool, down-to-earth, humble people. We talked for like 15 minutes that I've met in sports media. But we also saw on the sideline, standing at the 20-yard line, in a place where he's definitely not allowed to stand, wearing a crisp pair of designer jeans with his hands on his knees as if he was actually coaching the game. Watching Lee Corso watch football made me laugh so hard. The guy clearly loved the game. And I'm glad that hopefully, again, knock on wood, he'll be able to retire on his own terms when he has his final broadcast with ESPN. I think it's going to be on August 30th, just a couple of days after his 90th birthday. It's been so fun. Like he's a core part of my life, both from the college football video game and from watching College Game Day growing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, kind of obvious considering he's been doing College Game Day for as long as we've been alive, but just cannot imagine college football without Lee Corso in like certain ways. It's crazy, and it's probably never going to be replicated, at least for our generation. Maybe for, the younger generation, they get that with McAfee.
Yeah.
But I mean, even like Herb Street's kind of taken the role as like the number one college football guy, but he doesn't have that kind of like,
He's not a goofball.
yeah, he doesn't
He's
have that like
serious.
fun element.
Yeah, he's more straight edge, straight man. if you
That's
will.
straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Mason behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. One last one, and we'll take some of your suggestions on the other side. Ryan Lawson, Texas says O.J. Simpson was pretty good on the broadcast. Sir, he wasn't fun. He wasn't goofy, as several documentaries have highlighted. Ryan did make it clear that, until he killed his ex-wife and a waiter, allegedly. But the glove didn't fit. So, we're not going down that rabbit hole. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We just created the most niche Mount Rushmore on a Thursday. That is Houston Rockets Red Day, henceforth, or at least for today, in the city of Houston. Thanks, Mayor John Whitmire. Yeah, getting rid of the bike lanes. And on top of that, declaring today a holiday. Great. I know a lot of people are mad about the bike lane thing. Personally, I hate bikes. No offense. I get it. Some people, you got to go from point A to point B. This is a driving city. Like, you don't walk, you don't ride bikes. You just don't. Just got to accept it. You got to bite the bullet and get an outrageous car payment and pay a ton of money in car insurance because of all the uninsured motorists here who will hit and run your car with no care in the world because they don't want to get caught. But it's the Mount Rushmore of ex-player and coach broadcasters that we love because of how fun they are. Charles Barkley, John Madden, Lee Corso, Dick Vitale. Got a lot of nominations for great broadcasters, but generally it was like Al Michaels or Keith Jackson or some of the other ones that we got on the text line. These are all guys who did not coach, did not play. Chris Berman, who we brought up, but then we were like, oh, wait, but he didn't coach or play. Like, I think that's what puts Lee Corso in a different conversation. A lot of guys are just saying, like, the best broadcaster. We do appreciate it on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Jim Nance, Howard Cosell, amongst others. But that's what we were going for. And sorry, it was a very niche topic. We're creating the most niche Mount Rushmore ever.
It's and like best broadcasters who didn't start broadcasting until after their first career was over.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of funny. Brought up on the text line. Ryan Lawson, Texas said, or on the Twitch, Ryan Lawson, Texas said, "Hey, remember when Dennis Miller did Monday Night Football? I did, and I actually enjoyed it. But that is the kind of Mount Rushmore that he would make. Is the Mount Rushmore of ex-player / coach sports broadcasters that you loved because they were fun. Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Time for a very quick edition of the 10-minute drill. I am bewildered by whatever the hell is airing on BBC America that stars Angelina Jolie and Bunk from The Wire and the guy who creates Skynet in Terminator 2. I do not know what this is. I am lost. Anyway, I don't know what to do with the TV in studio because the remote is gone. All I know is it's on my TV and I'm distracted by all these random actors where I'm saying, hey, that guy, hey, that guy. People are probably listening right now. Paul, this is the worst radio ever. Probably. So let's talk about the AFC South in the 10-minute drill. Cam Ward is probably going to be the first overall pick of the Tennessee Titans. We know this because of all the interviews that the Titans have done with Cam Ward. And on top of that, while streaming a playthrough session of Fortnite, Cam Ward was asked a lot of questions, and he gave very pro-Titans answers to the point where even though I cannot stand the Titans or their fans or their ownership, I think I like Cam Ward because this guy is loyal. Here's Cam Ward when he was asked about who the top wide receivers in the NFL are.
Okay, so y'all already said Ridley, Jamar, Justin.
I think Jason Jamar is like the length, like the
and then for my last one, Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks?
And that ain't
capping. I mean, Traylon Burks is either fourth wide receiver. I like that he put Calvin Ridley in there as well. He did put Jamar Chase in, so it was
you just start with Calvin Ridley too. He was like, okay, so Ridley, who else?
And he thought of
Chase.
Jamar Chase. Took him a while to think about Traylon Burks, but he did have that at the very end, and I love it.
Is he just like, that's like what we would do, just trying to remember who's on the Titans and just be like, I think Burks is still on the Titans.
I'm not even sure he still is, to be perfectly honest. I don't think he's a lock to make the roster for former first-round pick. And I know it. He's a former first-round pick, but I would imagine there's a chance he gets traded. He has been very disappointing. But Cam Ward loves him. That's one of his top receivers.
Yeah.
Ward was asked about the difference between A.J. Brown and Calvin Ridley, why he has Calvin Ridley over A.J. Brown, and here's what he had to say.
A.J. Brown's a dog, but he's not Calvin Ridley.
I love this guy. This is the kind of teammate that you want in your foxhole. Someone who is just completely ridiculous. I love it. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I like that now because back in the day, the NFL, like we'd know who the first round pick or the first overall pick is like months before the draft. Like they would be negotiating a contract already.
Right.
In recent years, it feels like it's from the top down. The NFL is like, hey guys, can you at least like pretend to not know who you're drafting, no matter like how ridiculous it is? I like that Cam Ward got on Fortnite's like, I'm just going to make it abundantly clear that I am going to the Titans. I am already on the Titans.
He wasn't done. Now he's asked about his favorite running backs in the NFL.
My top 4 running backs in the league right now, I would say
Really thinking about it.
Tony Pollard, Spears.
He's trying to think of the other running backs. I'm not sure he even knows what Spears' first name is.
Yeah, there's a Spears on Tennessee.
I feel like Cam Ward probably at this point just pulled up a Titans roster and was just reading things straight off of
it. It really sounded like he was like Tennessee Titans roster. Go depth chart. All right. See what ESPN.com's got.
I respect it.
It's already
completely.
playing a videos. Mute it.
Yeah, right. Seriously. All these websites have automatic pop-ups, automatic videos. I respect the hell out of this answer.
I like
really
it
do.
too.
I think it's funny. Yeah, it's funny. And also, like, hey, ingratiate yourself before you even get there. Titans need is all the help they can get. Bless their hearts.
Yeah. It also helped me help remind me who is on the Tennessee Titans.
I barely remember, you know?
Forgot about Spears.
Well, Jarius Sneed, but he's like in trouble with the law.
That happened.
Because of the old, I hate it when I go to a car dealership and in my Lambo and I accidentally have somebody in the car shooting at people in there. Yeah. I hate it when that happens.
Also, my mom's in the car.
Was the mom the shooter? I'm just asking the question.
How many people are in those cars? And how many of them have no reason to be shooting at a car dealership?
It's just a clown car. They're all piling out.
Legarius Sneed's family reunions in that car. It's
not good. By the way, the Jaguars, as we continue to go around the AFC South and the 10-minute drill, did you see the Jags GM who's flexing? The Jaguars really are proud of themselves this offseason. First off, they said the number 5 pick that we make is going to send a message about who we are going to be moving forward. Okay, Liam Cohen, Duval, and James Gladstone. Okay. Gladstone also said, because they had no pre-draft visits, other mechanisms are more valuable to us. This P Pants is going to be out of a job so quick. And I'd base it mostly off of just how young he looks. But like you're flexing about not visiting with players. And you're saying, like, yeah, we're using different means. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I think just calling it mechanisms is where you lose me. You know, like just if he said there's other methods, like, okay, sure. Like,
right.
You're still kind of sniffing your own farts, but whatever. But going like there's other mechanisms to talk to a 22-year-old?
Exactly.
Talk to a 22-year-old football player? Congrats, dude.
That's Sean Maves Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are bringing back an old favorite segment to analyze what Texans GM Nick Caserio said at his press conference yesterday. The return of Robo Nick Caserio. We analyze everything he said at yesterday's press conference in a way that you can actually understand that doesn't take 8 hours. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. If you want to weigh in, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also listen live on our app via Alexa. Nick Caserio is the general manager of the Houston Texans. At times, he sounds very robotic at his press conferences. This is why I have created a weird segment that we go to whenever he speaks called Robo Caserio, where we react to some of what Nick Caserio had to say, and we translate what's really going on inside of him. Because Nick Caserio, the man has not aged in 20 years. He is in great shape, and his robotic nature makes me wonder whether or not he is a robot or a man. It is time for another episode of Robo Caserio. So I went through Nick Caserio's press conference yesterday. In his opening statement and 21 answered questions, he said 6,656 words, 302.54 words a statement. So that means he's talking at least 2 minutes with just about every single one of these answers. If you were to have turned all the things that he said into a double-spaced paper for college, it would have been 27 pages.
Oh, my God.
When he talks, he talks. He's very good at filibustering. Another reason to believe he might be an actual robot and not a human being. But he is getting slightly more human-like by the year. I think he realizes that he doesn't seem to have much of a personality. I think being on the Texans flagship has helped him out a lot on that front.
So he's learning how to say hasta la vista, baby.
He's learning how to say, frankly, it's bull bleep.
Yeah.
Or he's learning how to say the F-bomb. I mean, he's doing what politicians are doing these days. All of a sudden, everyone's cussing. He's cussing too. So in this press conference, I went through the whole thing. There were lots of questions about his process, which always feel kiss-assy. A lot of wordy questions. He was coy about trading up. He was coy about trading back. And he was asked 4 questions about offensive linemen and 2 questions about wide receivers and 1 about Tank Dell, who is making progress. What did Nick Caserio say that I thought was very noteworthy? Well, here's Nick Caserio being asked a very lengthy question about what the Texans might do at pick 25.
Comfortable are you guys right now at number 25, and where do you see this particular draft? Where do you see there's a drop off in talent, maybe per se?
Just in terms of what do you mean by being comfortable at 25?
Like, do you feel like there is uncertainty given that you're that far back, or do you all feel like you all have like a good group of guys that you all would feel good at number 25 if it came down to that?
Yeah, no, we're always prepared to pick. And if we pick at 25, we're going to get a good football player. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a good player if we pick at 25. So, and if we don't pick at 25, then wherever we pick next or whenever we do pick, we think we're going to get a pretty good player.
First off, to whoever asked that question, I've been there. I feel for you. You're asking something. The words just aren't quite coming out. I did cut out some of Nick Caserio's answer there because I just wanted to play those 2 parts at the very end for effect. So that's what Nick Caserio said. But what was happening underneath that skin? What was the exoskeleton, the T1000 version of Nick Caserio saying?
All the meat bags that I collect in the NFL draft are dogs. As you foolish humans so often say. Speaking of speaking, Get to the point with that quote-unquote question.
Okay, that was a long question. A long question that was asked there by that guy. So Nick Caserio, the robo version of him, says, I find dogs. I collect dogs.
Okay.
Little problematic that he's calling humans meat bags still. We figured it's 2025. He's going to stop calling humans by slurs.
We should probably get that in the next update patch. Just like, I mean, hey, last update, he's getting pretty snippy with the quote unquote questions.
Right, exactly. But no talk about a robot revolution there. Here is Nick Caserio later in the press conference being asked about the offensive line. I don't think he enjoyed this question. There were lots of offensive line related questions.
Nick, you spoke about, how the changes on the offensive line, they were case by case basis, but given the fact that you all had so many changes, do you feel like you have to leave this draft by at least touching on the offensive line at all?
Yeah, like we feel we got to add good football players to our football team. I mean, that's what we're focused on. So whatever those positions entail, then that's how it's going to work. So, I mean, that's how we approach it. That's how we're going to handle it. So we'll see how it all goes next week.
Don't you love how he just says, we're going to draft a player with that answer, and he doesn't even focus on the offensive line? I wouldn't either. I'd redirect as much as I can. You don't want to tip your hand at all. The Texans are expected, for what it's worth, to draft an offensive lineman with that first pick if they still have that first pick. We heard from Daniel Jeremiah with Todd McShay and with Ryan Russillo on the Ryan Russillo podcast that the Texans are looking at two guys, Tyler Booker from Alabama, a guard, Kelvin Banks Jr., a tackle out of Texas. Anyway, what was Nick Caserio really thinking underneath his skin and inside the metal cold heart about that question?
If only we could use actual Terminators on the offensive line, instead of a false start machine and a bust machine. An offensive line group of fashionistas instead of burly beasts. What a waste.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like he liked the offensive line group from last year. A bust machine, a false start machine. He'd rather have burly beasts. Again, watch the lingo. Watch the lingo.
Fashionistas.
Right, fashionistas, yeah. I mean, they are well dressed.
They are.
Larry
They are.
Tunsil.
And I am blown away by Skynet's added vocabulary for this year's Caserio.
He's assimilating, and no talk of a robot revolution there either.
No, we must be doing all right as a human race.
This is where Nick Caserio, now I'm no longer certain that he is a robot, because Nick was being fun in this press conference. He was asked a question by Big Sarge Sports, and he gave a sassy little answer.
Nick, you said you've made some mistakes in the past. I'm not going to ask you about those mistakes. I'm just going to ask you.
You guys talk about them all the time. So.
You did a little chuckle.
Earned chuckle.
Yeah, it was.
That was a good one. And that one I don't think we need robots or we don't need to feed it through the translator.
I think you're right.
That was crystal clear.
Crystal clear. He's becoming self-aware. So there you go, guys. That is Robo Caserio. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Keith has a thought on the NFL draft at 713-780-3776 to call to text. This ought to be fun. Keith.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Always have quality questions. You guys know that. I got an NFL draft question. This is really bugging me. Didn't sleep last night. Where's Jalen Milroe going to be drafted? Coming off a pretty mediocre season in Alabama. Saban, the new coach, DeBoer. Bama wasn't great. Where's Milroe going?
Ooh, I got a good one for you, Keith. And this is somewhat jokingly said, but the Giants have a type at quarterback. And you might think, all of a sudden they're thinking about Shadur Sanders. No, the Giants like guys who can run and can't throw. And Daniel Jones is exactly that. The Giants are going to take Jalen Milroe. They're going to draft some very boring pick in the first round. Second round, Jalen Milroe. Heard it here first. If that happens, I will laugh so hard.
Or they might trade back into the first, because he's going to be at the draft on Thursday. Like, he's going to be in the green room in Green Bay.
He thinks he's going early.
Or at least in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no way he goes Or actually, I shouldn't say there's no way he goes
Unless
early.
he's a big fan of some of the fine sights of Wisconsin.
Yeah, he's like, how many times in my life am I going to be able to go to Green Bay? All expenses paid.
I mean, yeah, you get to see Lambeau Field. You get to see all sorts of things. Like the Bay Beach Amusement Park, the Green Bay Botanical Garden, the old National Railroad Museum. That's in Green Bay.
Oh, that's fun.
The Bay Beach Wildlife Sanctuary. A lot of Bay Beach.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would call. Well, maybe there is a beach.
Probably snow on it. I don't think that you can see the beach, given that it's April in Wisconsin. There's Captain's Walk Winery in Green Bay. Oh, who could forget about the Children's Museum of Green Bay or the Resch Center? There's a lot of things to do in Green Bay. There's Segway the Fox tours. You can take a Segway tour. There's St. Brendan's Inn. There's it's
Wasn't
not
there like a improv group that was on here?
There
time?
was. They might have gone out of business because there's like not many people that live in Green Bay. So there you go, guys. There you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Happy Rockets Red Day. This Thursday, April 17th, is Rockets Red Day. And if you're not wearing red, honestly, I'm not saying you should be dead, but you're certainly not getting ahead in a little game that we like to call life. If you're not wearing red, I mean, listen, you just clearly don't like the Houston Rockets. And welcoming in studio right now is our good friend, our front office insider for the Houston Astros. He's sitting down in the chair right now. He's got a backwards hat on. He's not wearing any red. His name is Jeremy Booth. Jeremy, I mean, why aren't you celebrating Rockets Red Day? It's Rockets Red Day. Come on. He's just giving me a blank stare.
I was a Rockets season ticket holder.
You were?
Once upon a time.
Really?
Yeah, I had some pretty good seats. 14th row, half court.
14th?
Yeah.
Dang.
Might have been seats 11 and 12. I mean, it was good, pretty good seats.
Must be nice, huh?
Well, it was the Harden days.
Ooh.
And so it was really frustrating. Like, because we'd get to, they would play well. I grew up a Laker fan, not gonna lie. LA,
Okay. You're welcome on the bandwagon
yeah.
right now.
Well, Rock got to Houston and, was so involved in baseball. I had a couple years where I just was around a little bit, as I was restarting what the next phase was. And I said, I've never been a season ticket holder. I've never been an NBA season ticket holder. So I want to go do that. And I did it. And regular season was great. And then Harden showed up or didn't show up in the playoffs. And I was like, this isn't what I'm a Laker. Like, this isn't what we do. We close stuff out. And then look, I mean, I've loved going back to the games when I've been periodically, but at the time it was like 40 to 50K, just for those seats.
Yeah.
I was
must
like,
be nice.
well, I was like, I'm not going to spend that, do that type of,
either.
Do that type of cake out if Harden's going to, jack up 74 shots and hit one. Like, I'm not going to do it, So, and I was going to buy, tickets again. I thought about doing it again. And then I realized, wait a minute, they're talking about bringing Harden back. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. Why are we having this conversation?
But they didn't, and they're so likable now.
Yeah,
well, Harden can't hurt me anymore. I didn't like the Rockets when they had Harden either, Jeremy.
Yeah, but you didn't have to watch it every single night.
Yes, I did. It was my job.
40,000. I paid $40,000 to watch this debacle.
That does make it a little bit
I don't want
difficult.
to deal with that. I mean, we had Dwight Howard back in here at one point, and we
Yeah.
had all kinds of really weird things going on. And then again, James Harden ruined the NBA for me. Okay, and when I was a Laker fan, growing up near the Forum, right? You had the Lakers of the 80s, the Showtime Lakers, and then you had a little bit of a lull in the 90s. You had the Elton Campbells and the Van Exels,
okay,
and, all those guys, right? And then you had Shaq.
Yeah.
And then it was like, all right, let's go. You got Shaq, and then Kobe ran him out of town. I was all frustrated all over again. I was like, I'm not going to do this. I actually left. I moved out of LA. So I was playing
entirely because of that.
I was like, I'm out. I'm not even looking back at the
I like
Lakers.
that.
And then
Man of principle.
Yeah, and then still maintain the Laker-ish stuff. I found myself into Boston, your hometown.
Okay.
For a little bit of time. Went to one Celtics game.
Yeah.
Couldn't stomach it. Grew up a Laker. Couldn't do it.
See, that's good.
Couldn't stomach it.
That's good.
I went to the Fleet Center, Paul, and I sat like whatever seat, and I was like, get me out of here. My kid wanted a Celtics Paul Pierce jersey.
Yeah, you couldn't handle a better.
I grew up next to Paul Pierce. He's in Inglewood. I'm from Westchester.
Very cool. That's pretty cool.
And I'm like, okay, here.
There's actual winners there who play tough. Hard-nosed
What are you,
basketball.
Red Auerbach now?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Just
No.
give me a cigar.
No,
just give me a cigar.
It's terrible.
I'm part of the
Listen,
dynasty.
Okay. Growing up on the courts of Southern California, we used to kick the heck out of Bird and McHale and Parrish and DJ.
You didn't get there in '86 because the Rockets kicked your ass. So,
Yeah.
I wasn't alive for that, but I claim that.
I'm just saying, Lakers, Celtics, and that time, I was the most frustrated guy when the show Winning Time was discontinued.
It was a great show. I enjoyed it too.
It ended terribly because the Celtics actually won the.
No,
it was brutal.
Well, they have more titles than the Lakers.
Well, all right.
And the Minneapolis ones don't count. Like you guys have 12, but we can go.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm right. You're wrong.
The Rockets, though, I started to bring it back. I was like standing up. I was applauding. Here we go. Got the NBA back, and then James Harden.
Well, James Harden frustrated you as a season ticket holder. I'm sure Houston Astros season ticket holders right now are rather frustrated with the lack of offensive production. So we're another week in. The offensive struggles are still continuing. Is progress happening? Because we're not seeing it from a runs perspective.
The last time we talked about Alex Cintron
Hitting coach.
needing to figure out how to connect to the young guys. This is not the same lineup. I actually had somebody, random fan the other day say, "Hey, I was turning on the game, and it was not the same Astros I remember." I said, "No, it's pretty different, right?" And so, if you're looking at Cintron, it's not about keeping Altuve sharp or Alvarez sharp, although those matter. It really is about teaching the younger guys how to play without those veteran bats around them, right? Myers isn't going to hit. I say it every time we talk, every time I've seen you since he's been in the big leagues. Jake Myers isn't going to hit. Matter of fact, while I'm on that bandwagon for 5 seconds, 2 years ago, we were in Globe Life, and Jake Myers was on the taxi squad. He wasn't even on the playoff roster. He's on the taxi squad. Okay. And the next year he's starting in center field and he's some fictional Superman type character. He's going to go ahead and carry the club. No, he did not. And you have Chas McCormick, who shows up I don't know. So as you go down the roster and you look at the lineup, it really is about teaching the younger guys to perform, right? The veteran bats in the lineup today that the Astros fans are familiar with are going to be Alvarez and Altuve. Paredes is going to hit. It'll show up in the end. Walker's going to hit. Those guys will have numbers. How and when they produce depends on what they decide to do with lineup construction. I don't know that Joe Espada has even settled into what he really likes to do yet. And I don't think that's his fault. I think he spent last year with a bunch of different lineups, right? So he's trying to figure it out.
Hopefully there are some changes on the horizon that can help jumpstart the offense, or just the weather gets warmer and the Astros start hitting.
Where do you think they're going to get the help from? Because there's nothing in AAA.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so I keep hearing, and I love Dana to death, I do, but I keep hearing that AAA's got the. No, it doesn't. It just doesn't. Not yet. So there might be some arms that can help in the bullpen there as we go, but there's no bats.
2 runs or fewer in half of their 18 games thus far. 3 runs in 4 others. So the runs are just not coming. So I'm not looking at the minors. I'm looking at lineup juggling, which is something we talked about a lot when you were on the show last year, of how certain lineups work. Do you think Espada's thinking about that, shuffling guys around, moving players around? Because for the most part, when at least everyone's been out there and they have been healthy, it's been the same lineup that we have seen.
I think they don't have a whole lot of depth, so I think they're going to run out the guys they got. I also think with that in mind, it is the year to see if Cam Smith's going to play every day in the big leagues. You give him this year, you give him next year, you just run him out there. If you don't think you're going to win the World Series, and I promise you, they don't think they're going to win the World Series. That doesn't mean they're not going to be competitive or try. They're not there yet. It's a step backwards. You give kids like that a chance to play at this level and see what they get. You give them the 500 at bats, especially what's he in 230-ish, somewhere in there. As long if he's hitting 230, 240, and it's some decent contact, even if you're keeping him here the whole year because you're just letting him play. If it's something where you're in the playoff run, the worst thing you can do is pull him out of lineup and sit him, right? He's got to play if he's here. All of that to say, to get better, they got to trade off the big league roster. So it doesn't really matter how they move guys around as long as Altuve and Alvarez hitting where they want to. The rest of the guys are figured out. And then when it comes to trading off the roster, they do that. They're really in trouble unless they trade from pitching, and they don't have the depth yet. So, we're looking kind of like last year, same type of deal. What are we doing in July? Where are we at in these type of trade deadlines? What are we going to go get? And if they trade off the roster pitching-wise, they're in a lot more trouble than you think.
Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider, here with us. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on ESPN Houston, on YouTube at ESPN 97.5 on Twitch. Glad you brought that up. So, given how Dana Brown has talked about the trade of Kyle Tucker, trading 1 year for 14 years of control, bringing in Isaac Paredes, bringing in Hayden Wesneski, who's been really nice to start things off, and bringing in Cam Smith. I know that as a general manager, and if you were in his shoes, you'd be doing the same thing. You're thinking in the back of your mind, okay, it is a year where, as you said, they don't expect to win the World Series. If things continue to go like this and they're a team that doesn't look like they're going to make a playoff run, I'm going to ask you the question, are they going to think about trading Framber Valdez? Because I know Dana's got to be at least thinking, okay, what could I get for him right now, especially given it's the last year of his contract, and there have been a couple of rough moments to open up this season, even though we all think he's a good pitcher.
Yeah, I think if they figure out, let's call it July 1, okay, that they're not in it, that they're may not be a playoff team, and they may get better by getting 5-6 guys back because of overall depth and the fact that Crane's not going to re-sign Valdez, then you probably see some action, okay? If he does that, it's a signal to the entire fan base, season's over. And I don't know how many people here, because we haven't asked, remember that stadium when there was nobody in it.
I do.
Okay, as do I, because I was covering the club, right? And I would go in there and I'd sit in scout section, and there was like 6 people.
I remembered asking Jeremy why I was there. I remember I covered the warm-up for a 2012 Astros Marlins game where both teams were in 4th place, and it's April or May. And I was like, why am I getting paid $15 to cover this? So then I asked Ozzie Guillen about how people were feeling in Miami about him saying he loved Fidel Castro, and he told me to grow the bleep up, mother bleeper. And it's one of my favorite moments of my baseball career, or baseball covering career. But I mean, like that's what I was there for. So I'm with you, and it could continue to go that way. So if they're trading Framber Valdez for sure, signal the season's over. And I'm assuming that's something as in the front office, you got to run by the owner on something like that too, especially if the guy's saying, well, with me, the window's always open. It is a clear sign. It wouldn't be. Say we get to a point in July. You're saying July 1st is maybe where a decision starts to think. Right. Yeah. So I wonder if they'd have the chutzpah to do it.
You know, he's got, if you're Valdez, you got 15 starts by then. The club is going to be at 80-ish games, 85 games around July 1. You know, you're going to have a clue. What's this really look like for the second half? You know, 100 games is when you know, right? But somewhere around there is you got a clue. Are they in a wild card hunt? If they're in any kind of wild card hunt, he stays. If they're not, and look, everybody makes the playoffs now in Major League Baseball. There's like 20 out of 30 teams make the playoffs. You know, so everyone makes the playoffs. So I don't know that it's that automatic. I do know that they'll find a partner. They found somebody from Montero. They'll find somebody for Valdez.
That's
okay. Yeah, and Toronto, ironically, could be a fit, right? As far as what they do, and New York could be a fit as far as the Yankees. You know, Yankees going to Astros going to New York's a little bit tough without a stop in between, but they could also find something in Boston, you know, so there's places they could trade for people that have a chance to be better than you think, that'll then turn around and re-sign them. The Red Sox just did this with Crochet, right? They traded for Crochet and then they signed him to a 6-year extension.
He's looked good thus far.
Right. So it doesn't mean that won't happen. I don't know that Valdez will go for that. I don't think he goes west. I don't think he goes to like the Marlins. He doesn't go to the Mariners. Like, he's not doing that.
He doesn't go to the North either.
Not at all.
I don't think he would extend in Toronto.
Yeah, cold. Right. So, you know, the market's going to be a little different. But that said, somebody will take him, and it'll be a prospect-rich team that's on the cusp of getting past where they're at. The Yankees, believe it or not, are a very good fit for that. They actually have some players in Double and Triple A that would be a fit. And with Cole's out for the year and then some of the other injuries that they've had, especially when they're starting to swing the bat, they're not bad.
I don't think anything would piss the fan base off more, though, Jeremy, than a Yankees trade of Framber Valdez.
I mean,
they got the prospects, though, but hey, you should look at it from the perspective of if they got the prospects, they got the prospects. But I would hate to help the Yankees win a World Series.
Well, that's because you're a Red Sox guy originally. I mean,
originally, I'm from Boston.
Away from this. No, you Celtics, Red Sox, Bruins.
But now, as an Astros fan too, I still hate the Yankees.
Well, you have to as an Astros fan.
Yeah, you have to.
But look,
little bro,
when you're talking about this type of money, you know, the Cubs aren't going to do it because they're not going to turn around and extend him and Tucker, right? They're not going to do it. You get yourself DC Nationals, you know.
Okay.
I mean, you start looking for places that can get over the hump, you know. So I don't know that that's I don't know there's a perfect fit, but they will find it. Dana will find it, and he'll replenish the system. When he was brought here, he wasn't just brought to keep the window open. He was brought here to take the expiring contracts and turn them into players, because that's what scouts can do. Scouts will take expiring contracts on players, big money, and they'll go identify the 7 or 8 guys in a system and go get 4 of them, right? And if you look at what he did in Chicago, just using that one trade, which is a GM-defining trade, by the way. I've had trades like that, not as obviously as a GM, but in with clubs where you knew that was the trade, or the free agent sign you had. That was the defining moment. In Seattle, the trade was for Jesus Montero. That was the defining trade that we made. And the defining signing was Robinson Cano.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, I forgot about
And then there's a defining draft pick. There's always one. And that defining draft pick was Mike Zunino. Right. So if you start going down the list of general manager runs, that was the defining pick. The Astros can point to their history and say the same thing. If you look at the Ed Wade and Bobby Heck group, the defining pick in that whole deal, believe it or not, was George Springer.
Wow.
Okay, now they got Correa too, but it was George Springer. They inherited Altuve. Okay, go to Luno. The defining pick in his realm was Alex Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the defining, not Correa and not Tucker. It's Alex Bregman. All right. Free agent signings all happened in 16-17. Trade Alvarez. There's one player you can point to with everybody. So Dana's job here, his trade so far, is this Tucker deal. He takes something off the roster. He goes and gets a prospect that's way far away. They're not expecting it to the big leagues. Arriving with Matthews, arriving with this group of players, big leagues. Okay. He goes and get Wisniewski, who can help in the rotation while other guys are recovering, who's been nice surprise, nice help. Maybe not surprise to them, but to the rest of the league. Who's this guy? Right. And then they go get Paredes, who everybody kind of wanted, and nobody could really land. And they got him, and he's been all right. Okay. So that's a defining trade. You take Valdez and you flip him to the Yankees, you better go get some players. You better know who they got. You
Or
better
it's
get
the
them back
Nico
there.
Harrison trading Luka Doncic to the Lakers kind of deal.
Something like that. And then people are going to yell at Drayton McClain, even though great
Bring back the team. Yeah.
So I mean, I think you have opportunity to go out there. Now I know on the amateur scouting trail, this I can say, and I'm not a huge Chris Gross fan, as you guys know, scouting wise. I've never really hid that, even though we're connected in different things. And I don't think he's a bad guy. I just don't agree with him as a scout. Okay. They're doing some good stuff now in the scouting department today. The players that are on even in this year that I'm aware of, they're good players, man. They're gonna continue to draft well with this new group. And so the hope really for the Astros is that, especially with the shorter window in the minor leagues, that 3 years from now, they're really back in World Series contention. This is year one. So if he goes ahead and he trades Valdez and he gets 4 players back to help with some depth, a big league player, AAA player, AA player, some guy far away, well, maybe this guy far away is Alvarez.
Oh, wow. Damn, I dropped the mic there.
Got to dream a little bit.
That's some real aggressive stuff. This is why people don't trust general managers, because you guys are always thinking about stuff like this. Our front office insider, Jeremy Booth, in studio with us. So talked about Fromber.
Yeah.
Definitely not something that's about to happen anytime soon, but certainly something to think about as the season goes along. Hunter Brown's clearly the Astros ace at this moment in time.
Yep, done a good job.
What's different from this year to last year to this year, where his velocity is up, which I did not know that was even possible as you get further and further into your career. You know, you would think it goes the other way. And he is in the midst of a scoreless streak of, I believe now, 16 innings. So I guess obviously we saw from the first month on after his struggles then how good he could be. It feels like he's even gotten a little bit better in just one off season.
His first big league year was 23. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it was 120 innings was the most I think he'd ever thrown going into that year, and he passed that. So that was kind of a weird year for him. He's adjusting the big leagues. He had a bunch of good players around him, a bunch of good arms around him, and they didn't win the World Series in 23, right? They won in 22.
They won in 22, correct?
Yeah. So I mean,
he did have 7 games in 22, but it was towards the end of the year,
right? And so out of the bullpen too, right?
Right. Yeah.
So he had the right transition, and then in 24 he's got to grow up. He's got to grow up and he's got to develop himself. And he's got to really adjust to the big leagues, and he finds the sinker. Okay. And so now he's got a year and a half or 2+ under his belt, and he's figured himself out as a pitcher. And now it's about refinement and it's about maturity and growth. And what you find out of that is confidence. You find execution. You find reliance on stuff on your stuff when you don't have your best feel, and you find reliance on your feel and you have your best stuff. You have an evolving complete pitcher. Is he an ace? He's certainly a 2. Got a chance to be a 1. He's certainly a 2, and that's a pick that Chris Gross and the Astros department got right, clearly. Okay, 6th round, Michigan, right? Somewhere in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That said, he's a guy that you lock up now.
Do you think he would accept being locked up now? Do you think he would even be willing to negotiate, given how great the last year has gone for him?
I do.
Okay.
Because he's a guy that you look around and you go, I got Pena, who's here. Alvarez is a keeper. You have some players that Diaz, you have enough players in that window that Cam Smith becomes your next frontline guy that kind of, or not Cam Smith, I'm sorry, Hunter Brown stays with that because you have enough younger pieces to go with him. Cam Smith's what, 22? Is that right? 23? And Brown's 26?
Mm-hmm.
That sound about right? Pena's 27. right? So
Mhm.
they're starting to kind of arrive together, this group of players, and so I don't think he goes anywhere. I think they're the one he's the one they pay.
It would be interesting to see them actually pay a guy early. I mean, the last time that we saw them do that with somebody that maybe we didn't know what their future was with Alex Bregman, where they paid him early.
Yeah.
Obviously, with Altuve, with Jordan, and with some of these other players from Latin America, there seem to be some like hometown discounts, if you will. Like, hey, we found you, so make it easy for us. I'm curious as to how those negotiations go. I think though, if I'm Hunter Brown, I mean, I'm a guy who has seen all these other American players getting paid, especially if they're great pitchers, and I'm probably thinking to myself, man, I'm gonna make them sweat this out. So what do you do in the front office to, I guess, sweeten the deal so that a guy like this won't wait? So a guy like this will take the money now. Like, obviously you have to give some sort of a big time offer, but you also have to kind of encourage him, like, hey man, like, take the money now.
Well, he's entering his prime in a year. So he's got getting 2+. This is 3+, right? So he's in that window where it's about to come up with arbitration. You want to buy out those type of years. You want to be able to extend him past that. He has shown every bit of the ability to stay on the field and pick the ball up and take it. So the injury risk is going to be light. If I'm his people, I'm starting with Luke McCullers' money. I'm starting there. And I'm saying, this guy didn't pitch for you like ever, in certain windows of time. And he happened to go
I was wondering when you were going to get a McCullers shot in.
Yeah, it's just Lance McCullers happens to play or wear an Astros jersey, but I don't know if he actually plays for the Astros.
Let it be known, I like Lance McCullers.
So Lance, anyway, Lance got whatever, 20, whatever it was.
Yeah, it was about 16, 17 a year. So.
All right. So then I'm starting right there. I'm like, this guy didn't pick up the rock. I've been out here every day. Okay. So I'm starting at 16. I'm adding 5. My opening number is 20. And then I'm looking at Verlander and Scherzer in their peak at 40 something million. And I'm saying, we're going to find a middle point here because I'm not there yet, but I'm certainly better than that. Right? I'm watching that window and I'm saying 30 for 6, 35 for 6. That do it? Yeah, probably does. Does Jim Crane give that to Hunter Brown at 28 years old? Yeah. 28 to 34 for
he should
200 million without question.
I mean, that one makes a lot of sense. Like, maybe not for Bregman and maybe not for Kyle Tucker, given the postseason struggles, but for Brown to this point, yeah, I think it would make sense.
If I'm Hunter Brown's camp, I'm looking at my prime years are 27 to probably 35, 36 because he's got the sinker now. That was developed
right
here.
Yeah.
And so if he's got 8-year window, you're going to go to Jim Crane. You're going to say, buy the 8 years out. I understand arbitration's on the front side. You don't have to pay as much there because it's arbitration. I get it. But there's big free agency on the backside. So we're going to let's go land somewhere between 20 and 50. What's that sound like? 35 to you? Me too. Times 8. And I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
And so I think if you do that, then you buy out his big years and he finishes up one at a time and he's a $250 million guy and he rides off the sunset with Payne and the rest of the crew and you have your foundation. Because Javier, if he's back, is here. He's a guy, right? Yeah. He's a guy. The bullpen's been okay. It's been better than you would think sometimes. It's giving it up a little bit too, but it's been better than you think sometimes. Can't put that stress on it like that. You need Hunter Brown and guys like that to come pitch in the front of the rotation so you're not wearing out the relievers all the time.
Yeah, it's like Abreu and not Montero. Haters feels like they're in there every night.
Every night. And then if
they said they were going to do that this year too.
And Abreu's wearing out already, and if you bring McCullers into the bullpen and he's back on the staff, he's going to pitch once a month. So I mean, you don't have the long term. You don't have the long-term longevity of this. And so you have to fortify the best you can with starters at the front.
He is Jeremy Booth. He is our Astros front office insider. You can also catch him on KHOU. He does a podcast with Jason Bristol as well. And you got to tell us about what's going on with the Future Stars.
All right. So Future Stars series has gigantic news that is like seconds away from being able to drop. I know I said this last week.
I know you did.
I promise it's this close.
So close.
Like it's just I can actually taste it.
And this is basically an all-star game of sorts. And
well, there's a series of events, a series operative, but the summer events that we'll have here, we used to have in Houston. We'll have some of the best talent across the country and some of the best talent across the planet, depending on how you put them. First rounders, high draft picks, high school stars, former big leaguers, former Astros out there working and being part of what we do. It's a good time. We'd love to see we have a baseball card deal that's about ready to be announced as well. So guys can get their cards and some other things you may play electronically on a screen and try to win points, and compete that may be coming. And so, it's a good time for us. And we're getting through some of the business part of that, so we can be the best we can for the players on the field and continue to promote the Future Stars series.
There you go.
Players.
Future Stars series, and the website for that, futurestarsseries.com. Jeremy Booth, also Extra Bases with Bristol and Booth, the podcast on KHOU as well. Hardworking man. Jeremy, always appreciate your time.
Yeah, man. Love to be here.
He is our front office insider, Jeremy Booth. Check out the whole interview on the podcast, the Paul Gallant Show podcast, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Always appreciate Jeremy Booth stepping by, our Astros front office insider. Always funny when he takes a shot or two or three at Lance McCullers. Do want to say the views of Jeremy Booth on Lance McCullers do not necessarily reflect the views of the Paul Gallant Show. I don't know how Sean feels, but I know specifically I feel that Lance McCullers is a hero of the city of Houston. He wants to be buried in the H, and he helped the Astros win not one but two World Series, and also delivered memorable one-liners along the way. And it's not his fault that the contract is aged poorly. What a caveat. Lance, if you're looking for a legal defense or a PR man, I can do this on the side for you. I can do it.
Just a media mouthpiece.
Yeah.
Just say,
I'm a useful idiot, as some would say. I could be your deep throat. What? That's the movie. That's the movie. All the President's Men, starring Robert Redford and that other guy.
Dustin Hoffman.
Thank you. That's what the name of the Watergate leak was.
Also in real life too, not
in
just
real
in
life,
the movie.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's based off of a
true story
pornography movie. The nickname Deep Throat. I don't know why they chose that nickname, but they did.
It is a very, it is a very funny thing to this very serious thing.
Yeah.
They're like, also, well, we just named it after a porno movie. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
It would be. Happy Rockets Red Day. It's been officially named that by Mayor John Whitmire, the mayor of our fair city. He declared that yesterday. And listen, there's still time left in the day. All Rockets fans and Houstonians should wear red. Now, this is not North Korea. The mayor is not going to crack down on you if you don't wear red, but it would be greatly appreciated if you wear red today. It's how you show that you're on the actual Houston Rockets bandwagon before on Sunday, they tip off their series against the Golden State Warriors. Okay? You still got time. This is rather alarming. Did you see this, guys? As it's been a while since I've gotten on a plane, but I have literally flown this actual flight. Southwest Airlines, Hobby Airport, flying from Hobby to Cabos. Well, today, a Southwest Airlines plane that left Hobby heading for Los Cabos returned to Houston after a reported engine fire. Passengers evacuated the plane using the slides. Whoa. And were seen on the tarmac when Sky Eye from ABC 13 flew above. Man, they got to do the slide.
Okay.
Listen,
I'm glad you're going this direction.
I'm sad for these people flying to Cabo. You want to go to Cabo, you're probably going on vacation.
Yes.
But when you think about it, like once the plane engine, I'm sure, was put out, once you get past the whole, I could die. This plane could blow up. I might lose all my belongings on said plane. Like once you get past that, you get to say that you got on the slide of a plane, and that must have been at least 2 seconds of exhilaration.
Going down the slide looks fun. Whee! There's no way to do it that doesn't involve some sort of plane accident or something going wrong. Your day, at the very least, your day is ruined when the slides inflate outside of a plane. However, the ride does look fun. I wish you could just do that. I wish they'd set that up. Yeah. They set up a plane outside the airport you could drive to. You could drive to it to go wee, and then go home.
I mean, better a slide than being upside down. Like that plane that flipped over. Gosh, I'm kind of scared of getting on a plane anytime soon. I know that my niece it's her 1-year birthday next month, and I got a couple other trips up to the Northeast for a bachelor party and a wedding on the docket for this year. But I'm getting a little scared of the planes, guys.
It does feel like the frequency of them flipping over or just falling out of the sky, it has gone down a little bit.
For sure.
At a certain point, a couple months ago, it was like multiple per week.
It's like one a day.
Yeah.
Felt like, and there's a lot of people out there, probably people working for big airline, who are saying something along the lines of like, "Oh, it's fine, you're just noticing it more because it's happened a couple of times and people have died." It's like, well, yes, but I don't want to know that this happens this frequently.
Yeah.
I like getting on the plane and not thinking at all.
I liked it when it was like major news, when something with the news or with something with a plane happened. Now it's like
Yeah.
kind of just like, oh, that happened.
Exactly. And what are we doing here, airlines? Why are there incidents everywhere? For the 281, you survived driving in Houston. You'll be fine flying. I mean, sure, but it is perhaps extremely arrogant to believe that airlines are to be taken for granted. That's peak human arrogance. Like, we are flying in a 1,000-pound machine.
I really do. I saw a video of like a plane taking off, or someone like recording how fast a plane goes as it's taking off, and it goes like 300 miles per hour. I was like, you know what? I don't fully understand how they just drive a plane very fast on a runway, and it goes up in the air and then just lands in Boston.
It's called lift. It's called lift, Sean. But I don't
It's
know how
crazy
that works.
that they just point it in a direction and it just starts flying.
I know it's just called lift. From the text line, the 281, Paul, what would you rather do? Have your plane flip upside down, assuming that I survive, I'm hoping, or being stuck in an elevator? Which one are you taking? The plane flipping upside down, I can sue someone.
I was going to say, like, the money aspect is.
Elevators get stuck all the time. It's a cramped, claustrophobic space.
Jeremy Booth and I almost got stuck in the elevator.
In that elevator? Yeah.
Not almost, really, but
I never
there's a
take that
second
elevator.
where I was like, oh.
I never take the elevator in this building, ever.
I only do it with Jeremy Booth.
I've done it once, and that was enough for me to take it. And I was like, I'm never getting in this thing again.
Yeah,
It's a death trap.
I like to position it as me being like, you know what? I'll walk up and down the stairs. I'm health conscious.
Right.
No, it's
Nope. I'm scared of the elevator. I'm not more health.
I've had the lights flicker in there before.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Yeah,
a little bit. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is Rockets Red Day. We hope you're having fun on today's show. We've done a lot of things. Robo Casario joined. We continue to take a look at draft prospects thanks to Lance Zerline and his unintentionally erotic draft lingo. And we established who is and who isn't allowed on the Houston Rockets bandwagon. We did all of those things. But if you got a thought on the most interactive sports talk show, you got one last segment to get it in. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Happy Rockets Red Day. What a show it's been. If you were watching along on the video side of things, you would have seen a half-naked me changing out of a button-down for an important business meeting that we had earlier today. Very excited about that on Monday announcement. We got a new sponsor on the Paul Gallant Show. It's going to be fun. You guys are going to get a kick out of it, but you should get a kick out of it. You should think about the possibilities, but we'll reveal that on Monday, okay? But it's been fun. You saw me shirtless. We continued to laugh at how unintentionally erotic Lance Zierlein's draft write-ups can be.
Yeah, that was a full show.
Establish who's on the Rockets bandwagon. We created a new Mount Rushmore, the Mount Rushmore of ex-player / coach broadcasters we love because of how fun they are.
Yeah. It's
been
love
real.
the name. Actually, we spent most of the show just saying the name of how long that title of the Mount Rushmore is.
And we did it because right now the Astros, at least as of the last 24 to 48 hours, they're not built for this, okay? Wow. And we've been trying our best to avoid talking about them because at this point, I'm just waiting for them to show up. Anything else I say is essentially a waste of time. The offense needs to get going. Hopefully it happens against the Padres starting tomorrow. I will be at the game.
Oh.
I will be at the game. I will be having my first El Tiempo margarita of the year. We will see. Again, I got to do some work stuff too. So I'll be wandering around doing a little bit of work. But the offense better happen.
Yeah.
Better happen on Friday.
We might start demanding a win streak here pretty soon.
Yeah.
If they want to be taken seriously on this show.
I'm with you.
On days that Jeremy Booth isn't here. Because Jeremy Booth does take this seriously.
He does take it seriously. But the Astros don't seem to be taking it seriously, especially at the plate. And we might have to watch some other sports like this. Have you heard of this? Have you heard about this? Thought about this? Talked about this? Well, there's a new sport. And you're going to laugh. You're going to think it's not possibly real.
Okay.
This is not garbage time. This is the kind of sports that we might be resorted to watching this summer, though, if the Astros continue to stink. It's called sperm racing.
Isn't that a part of the miracle of life?
It is a part of the miracle of life.
Aren't we all at least one time
it's a part of
sperm race winning?
Yeah, it's a part of Sheboygan for sure. But Eric Zhu and his sperm racing startup crew said that sperm, a key biomarker for male health, is important.
Yeah.
They want to study it, but they also want people to watch it so that they can bet on it. So there's two young donors, one from UCLA, another from USC, are sperm athletes. They get thousands of dollars a week to help them fine-tune their swimmers for race day glory. So these guys have vitamins. They chug pineapple juice.
Okay.
This is like part of a research grant, but these guys are getting paid thousands of dollars to just provide material.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe we only started talking about this at 2:51. I could talk about this. I have so many questions.
I do too.
The scouting process. What is that?
This just popped up on X. We're going to have to dive back into this tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is a perfect Friday conversation, but yes, there is a sport called sperm racing. And yes, it is literally that.
Okay.
I can't believe that. I really hope that there's a website that we can gamble. Desert Stro says, yo, sign me up. After me, bitch. I'm in line before you.
I have to imagine it's a young man's game, right? Maybe I don't know ball.
You don't know ball. Yeah, you don't know balls either. Okay. Anyway, it's 2:51, time for a little garbage time. I will get more data on this for tomorrow's show, but sperm racing officially a sport. A photo of Bryce Underwood, a Michigan prospect who was paid $12 million to commit there. And the man has a potbelly. Bryce Underwood competed with, I guess, the Bussin' with the Boys guys at the University of Michigan. Taylor Lewan, of course, went to Michigan. And Underwood is wearing a crop top shirt, and he at the very least looks bloated, if not, dare I say, pregnant. And this is a guy who was paid $12 million to commit there.
All right, let me see.
Look at the picture, Sean. I mean, he's got more of a muffin top than me, and I'm 36. He's half my age.
Yeah, no, this isn't. I would not have gone.
I could be his father.
Yeah. Yeah, stuff like this is why I don't do crop tops, and I definitely wouldn't do it if I was Bryce Underwood. Tough visual. I maybe he just had a big meal. Maybe he had.
I don't know.
He's just bloated. Just that happens to me. I just have something high in sodium. I look pregnant.
Sean, I don't know, man. I think
I do that for free for the love of the game. Not making $10 million, $12 million.
I mean, if you pay a guy $12 million and he's a kid, what do you think's going to happen? You know? And again, I'm sure he could work all this weight off because he's probably like 18, 19
And I'm
years
sure
old.
it's like $3 million for the next 4 years. Like it's not
Right.
12 to signing bonus.
Still, though, it's the spring. He can get all this off definitely by the actual start of football season.
Yeah,
This could be his freshman 15.
It's baby fat. That's what we can say. He's a true freshman. This is just baby fat. Don't worry about it.
The NIL era should have every school concerned because of stuff like this, though. It's one of those things where it's just incredibly irresponsible, the amount of money that's being thrown around.
We need a college football Pablo Sandoval, where a guy gets a deal, a Carlos Lee, where a guy gets a huge deal and just eats himself out of the SEC.
You know it's coming at some point, though. Iconic Mike Leach story, RIP. I once watched a football game on a sideline at Washington State in Pullman, Washington, and I was just feet from Mike Leach. It was fun to watch it. Mike Leach was once talked down from lining up a little person in the backfield and then throwing them over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations. So this is something Mike Leach had thought about. Lifting small people and tossing them.
Okay. I can see what he's thinking.
Who talked him down? I mean, listen, I don't want to get Peter Dinklage on me for this because obviously he kept 12 dwarves out of work from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs with Rachel Zegler.
Closing the door behind him.
Yeah.
As far as little guys in Hollywood.
But I don't know. I mean, it would work probably, right? Definitely dangerous. Very dangerous.
I'm worried about the injuries. That's really this might be a one-time deal.
And that's it. It's
yeah.
just like a kind of kamikaze deal.
Or you have to roster a lot of little people.
Yeah. Well, it's college. There's no roster limit.
Great point. Great point.
But again,
you could have 25 walk-ons.
Listen, we don't want to be a-holes here. I'm just saying I can't believe that first off, that Mike Leach came up with this because Mike Leach, crazy person.
Yeah.
When he was in his heyday. But also, like, who talked him down from this? Wouldn't you? I'm sure every coach on that staff, as they're hearing this conversation take place from Mike Leach, is dryly talking about, well, if you get a guy like that small, as you pick him up and lift him, you could probably get the yard a lot more easily than a quarterback sneak. Like,
yeah, who's their guy that power cleans the most? Just have him launch a guy. I do wonder when the person or people talk them down from this. Was it moral reasons or football reasons?
Good question.
Because there might be a football reason that we don't know, where it's just like, actually, by this rule, you can't do that or whatever.
Yeah.
NFL should step in and ban this preemptively.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just, you know what? We don't want Nick Sirianni getting any ideas.
No, we do not. We don't. That would be funny, though, that Tush Push is banned and then this comes into the fold. And they do it with Kyler Murray. Someone's just tossing Kyler Murray for 1 yard. On that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. We had fun. We hope you did too. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, and Twitchers. and of course, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. Happy Rockets Red Day. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present The Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What up, Big Town? Hey, how we doing? He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Ryan or Ryan running the board today. Brian conveniently gets these interns and lets do his work for him. Should we send Ryan our audio?
It's a good scheme if you can pull it off.
Yeah. So what do you want to talk about, Houston?
Are you Cody Rhodes now?
This TV's on BBC America.
What?
Paul, the last thing Paul said when he left the studio is, this TV's doing some really weird things today, and right now the movie Kill Bill is on.
Oh, that is Kill Bill. Uma Thurman. It's a good movie. It's a Quentin Tarantino flick. You see a lot of Uma Thurman's feet on this movie. I would say it's one of his best. Reservoir Dogs, pretty good.
Yeah,
Pulp
Fiction's up
Fiction's
there.
pretty good.
Inglorious up there.
What's the second part of that? I don't remember.
Can we say it? Because I feel like you're setting me up.
It's a movie title, so I think you can say it.
I'm not sure you can. I mean, if F word was in the movie title, could you say that?
No.
Yeah. What? He also had the one with the.
You could say a creek if it's plural.
I'm not sure that you can.
Oh, Lance has said it on the air.
Has he?
Times.
Have you watched that show?
Well, what they can get away
I have
with,
not.
not necessarily we can get away with.
It's a pretty good show. I enjoy watching that show. That show's kind of funny. It's about as slapsticky as I'll get. It's not slapsticky.
It's not slapstick
It's not
at all.
slapsticky, but it's very it's kind of like cheesy over the top. But it's about the most I'll do. We watched that one when the wife was pregnant with Branham baby a lot. I saw Lance today, by the way. He pretended like he was on the phone so he wouldn't have to talk to me. He pulled the.
I mean, it is draft season. It's coming to a crescendo.
He walked right by me and pretended he was on the phone, and he didn't say a word to the person he was on the phone with. So very clearly pretended to be on the phone so he wouldn't have to talk to me, which is a classic move, and I kind of respect it. I kind of respect that move by Lance Zierlein. That was pretty good done. I tip my cap to him as he did that. Who do you think was watching BBC though? Who changed the channel
Dell.
to BBC? What's he watching on BBC? I don't know what's on
I don't
BBC.
know what's on BBC, but I know he's a big soccer guy. Might be a big Euro type guy. Have interests over there. I don't know.
Does soccer come on BBC?
I don't think it does.
I don't think that it does.
I'm guessing, obviously reaching because I don't know what's on BBC.
I don't it's so weird who put it on BBC.
Like if you really wanted to watch soccer, the place I see it the most is it's on Peacock. Like it's on Peacock constantly.
Now they're sending us ads if we want to sign up for BritBox. It's $4.99 a month for BritBox. I've never heard of BritBox.
Well,
is this
one of us is actually subscribed to BritBox?
You have BritBox?
I have BritBox.
Why?
Mostly because my wife wants it. She likes a lot of British shows, but there are a couple shows on there I like.
They show Benny Hill.
Name one.
Well, for the T-shirt I'm wearing, the IT Crowd, which I know you guys haven't watched, but it was also on Netflix for a long time, which is where I found it. But right now it's only on BritBox.
The IT Crowd?
We learn more about you day after day. and the more I learn, the less I like.
I'm fine with that.
The BritBox? You subscribe to the BritBox.
Like you said, it's $4.99.
What's the IT
Even someone as poor as me can afford that one.
Some guy that fixes computers? It's a bunch of people that hang out, fix computers?
I mean,
the IT Crowd?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, the show is
right?
based around two IT professionals, yes.
Oh.
To be fair, Brian
it's a
looks
comedy.
like
They're
he
not-
would be in the IT crowd.
They're
Don't you
not,
think?
I do.
they don't,
He looks
they
like an
show
IT
them
guy.
like fixing stuff like 0% of the show. It's a comedy.
If I had an issue with my computer right now, I'm not asking Blankers. I'm asking you.
I think you'd be out of luck.
Yeah, don't sell me short, but all right.
You're not an IT guy.
No, I'm talking
But
about
I can
me,
figure
Joel.
stuff out. I've had enough things go wrong with my computers over the years, and I used to work with an IT guy.
What's going on right now? We're making fun of Brian being an IT looker-liker,
Well, yeah,
and
why'd
you're
you
getting
take
mad
that
at me
personal?
for
I'm
saying
not
that
getting
he's
mad
the
at
IT
all.
guy.
I know that Joel's
Saying you're
defense was
selling
that
me
he worked
short.
with an IT guy.
All right,
like,
fine.
He
Next
picked it
time-
up through osmosis.
Next time I'll call you the IT guy. Can I call you that, the IT guy?
Sure.
There.
Call me worse.
I've never called you worse.
That's probably true.
What if I called you worse? I think the furthest I've said was like one of your takes might have been soft, but I think that's as far as I've gone. Right?
Okay, probably.
I know I annoy you, but I don't think I've called you things.
No, I don't think we've gotten into name calling.
I name call Brian far more than I name call you. I think.
Oh, that's true.
Facts. Yeah, facts.
I've just done it for the last 5 minutes. NFL draft's a week from today.
It is, and it's in Green Bay. And we talked about this yesterday and then did a little investigation, talking to some folks back home. A lot of people are fired up there, and they're going to it. But I think that it's more across the board that people are like, even back there, they're going for the event. That's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to have it. And I don't know why they're taking it to Green Bay. And I don't think it should be there going forward because really it is Green Bay, and there's not a whole hell of a lot going on. But because of the fact that there aren't the kind of sexy, big name impact players of drafts of the past, even back there, they're like, we're going for the event. And it's not about, even with the Packers and whatever draft picks they have, people are just like, it's not about the players. It's not, you're not going to see. And they were even listing the players that are coming. And everybody's like, It's like, okay, yeah, it's just one of those years, I guess.
What's the weather like next week? I just put
It's
10-day. It's loading.
Yeah,
It's not too bad. 60-degree high, 43 low. That's not brutal.
if it stays.
Yeah.
Now, if the front comes off the bay and or the lake, it can change in an instant. Because my buddies and I were laughing about it. Can you imagine if it started snowing? Because that is a legit possibility. I think last week they had flurries.
The forecast right now shows it to be pretty good. So unless something comes through there, or if they get like normal weather for Green Bay, then it would change some things. But Nick Caserio did his whole press conference thing yesterday. He talked for about 35 minutes. He didn't say much.
Shocking.
He was pressed about offensive line. He's like, we're always trying to do what's in the best interest of the team.
Just keep asking good questions.
Yeah.
Don't ask dumb questions.
Yeah, no such thing as dumb questions. There's just a such thing as dumb twitchers. He was asked about like his failures in the draft.
So we're going to miss it on
offensive
line.
And he kind of nothing burgered that too, though. He's like, we have our standards and we have our methods and we're going to continue to do those. And we trust what we do. If anything, it was a little defensive, but really nothing worth playing to you.
No, and obviously you're going to hear a ton of it across the market, and that's, with this type of year and with the Astros off, everybody's going to be running quotes from it. But I was thinking about it when I was listening to some of it going, people really expect that he's going to be honest with you. I mean, we see how this works. We know how it works even with Twitter and social media, where teams play agents, agents play teams. They say things for the benefit of said agents, teams, general managers. But don't expect that whatever he says is going to be the gospel. And he's going to tell you, yeah, we're definitely focused on offensive line and we're not looking at this position. It's just because they have to speak.
I mean, he really didn't. He didn't hint at all. I mean, and I don't think you can hint at what you want to do whenever you're drafting 25th. Like, you can't.
Unless you're Jerry Jones.
Yeah, but Jerry Jones does it and then doesn't do it.
Yeah, well, in part because he tells you what he wants to take, and then people jump in front of him and take it, like last year with Jonathan Brooks.
Or he could be a bluff.
See, that's
I don't think Jerry's thinking that many steps ahead at this age.
I think I don't think much of Jerry Jones either. But the Dallas Cowboys have been a good drafting team for the last decade.
They have.
So,
Overall,
you have to give them that. So, I mean, I don't think that Jerry Jones is like heading up the draft room or anything like that. But I don't think what Jerry Jones is saying about, we really like Jonathan Brooks. I don't think that they actually wanted Jonathan Brooks.
No, I think that it's the whole poker face game when anybody at this stage, even if it's Jerry Jones, when they're doing a press conference this close to the draft, they're not going to tell you anything close to what they're actually thinking. They might be trying to manipulate something to hopefully get somebody engaged in conversation about something else. I just think that, from a fan's perspective, I get it. You want your guys to be able to kind of tip you off as to what to be excited about for the draft, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah, but whatever, like that, whatever. But here was Caserio. This to me, I mean, we'll play a couple of Caserio cuts throughout the day. I know the Twitchers want like dozens of them, but there was only 3 pertinent ones that were interesting to me. And the other 2 are silly. Like this to me is like, other than silliness, is the only pertinent cut to take from 35 minutes of Nick Caserio yesterday. He was talking about like, hey, you're going to draft by need. You can go best player available, which is always very much like a storyline when you talk about the draft with any team across the board. And here's what Caserio had to say about that.
Well, we've never drafted for need around here. I mean, we're never going to. So we're going to pick the best player that we feel fits our program, regardless of the position. I'd say other than quarterback, I mean, I'd say pretty much any position is on the table.
There you go. BPA, Nick Caserio, BPA kind of guy.
That means he's highly focused on offensive line.
Also means he's full of it, to be
That's
honest.
what I mean.
Why do you say that?
Well, I think the whole idea of people being PPA is far overly exaggerated, both from the fans, media, and the general managers talk about it. Like, I mean, he says, he mentioned Stroud there, like, oh, well, we're not going to take a quarterback, but everything else is on the table. I mean, to me, like in years past when Tunzel was here at left tackle, are you going to take a guy that can only play left tackle? Are you going to take, last year?
Fisher?
Yeah. I mean, but he played right tackle. Like that's what I like, a guy that could only play left tackle is what I'm saying. And then obviously, like last year when they already had 3 great wide receivers, and obviously 2 of them went down. But you went into the season with Nico Diggs and Tank. Were you going to take a wide receiver in the first round? You weren't going to do that, and obviously they couldn't because they traded back. But I don't think teams are ever as truly best player available as they lead on. They say it to try to retain some flexibility in the eyes of the people drafting around them, to retain some mystery. to give them an edge. But they're looking at probably 4 or 5 positions with those early picks. That's the truth of it. They're not truly best player available.
I mean, do we have to hear from Nick Caserio to like solidify what they're going to do in the draft? Because we could sit here between the three of us and we could probably give you a pretty accurate list of topics from the press conference and what he's going to do. We know that they're going to be looking offensive line, wide receiver, backup running back, D-line, interior defensive line, probably at the top of their list. We know that over the course of history, Nick has not had success drafting offensive linemen. He's had success with wide receivers and with defensive backs. We know that he has a propensity to move a little bit in the draft. He can move up, he can move back. Other than that, I don't know that anything that they were going to ask or people were expecting he was going to say was going to be anything that we would believe at this point.
No, I don't think anybody was clamoring for that, though. Or like anybody was like, oh, yeah, Nick Caserio is going to give us this dirt. It's more of us like trying to be detectives and like get an idea. You're like, yes, you're right. But like, I do want to, like Nick Caserio a lot of times says things that aren't true. I don't know what windows are where I've used that quote specifically a dozen times about 2-year windows and 2-year increments. So a lot of times he says stuff that isn't accurate. So you're right. What they say doesn't matter. I don't think the fans really care. I think we all see what it is. But I want to see if he actually is a BPA guy. Is he actually telling the truth here? Are we going to myth bust this, or is this something where he's actually being accurate about his own MO as a drafter? So let's kick it around. I went back, looked at this, took a deep dive on. I don't think picks like round 4 through 7 really are pertinent because, like, at that point, like you're just drafting the best guy you think has a chance to help you. But I think it is important rounds 1 through 3. So let's look back at Nick Caserio's draft history. What do you want to say?
I was going to say the other thing that we do know that he constantly reminds you of, and his track record shows that he does it, is he believes guys that played in the SEC played at a higher level than anywhere else in the country. He believes that big conference, and specifically, he really focuses on SEC talent, and he doesn't hide the fact after the draft of talking about that.
Yeah, I don't think it's. He puts a lot of value in it. I don't think it's 100%, value, but a heavy value for sure.
Like he won't turn his back on an Ohio State lineman or
or
Wisconsin offensive lineman. Right, exactly.
Yeah, no,
or wide receivers from Ohio State.
No, you're right that he does value the better conferences in college football. Like it'd be interesting. That might be another study we can do here over the next couple of days because the draft's not till next Thursday. Like his drafted players by conference, like is probably
SEC's
worth
got to be
doing.
number 1, right?
No question.
Yeah. Well,
he doesn't hide it.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, it's also obvious. Like, right? Like, we don't. I mean, we can all be honest about this. What is the best feeder conference to the NFL?
SEC.
It's the SEC.
Yeah.
Like, would you rather pull players from AAA or single A? AAA. You have a better. Like, it's a more educated guess. 713-780-ESPN. But let's look at Nick's first 3-round pick since he took over the job, and is he actually a BPA guy? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. He's Pac-Man Joel. He's Brian McDonald. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joseph says, say BBC more. BBC, BBC, BBC. YouTube Key says Live Tour's probably on the BBC. I don't think so. It's like on UPN. No, I think it's on WB.
It is here.
Is it
It's
UPN or WB?
It's one of them. It's either UPN or WB.
I think UPN's no longer existent.
It was because locally it's owned by Fox 26.
Do they still have UPN?
I don't know if they have the association with UPN. They might just be an independent station again.
UPN? Like, can I watch UPN on TV?
If you can't, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if UPN is still like a network like ABC, NBC, CBS.
Uh-huh.
I thought that became the CW. Did it not?
I thought the WB became
UPN
the CW.
was separate
Oh,
from the
okay, I don't know.
CW because CW
But all
is,
channels I don't
Warner
watch,
Brothers.
so I don't know.
They used to air Rocket games on UPN 20.
Oh, believe me, I know.
Yeah. Well, I know you know.
I mean, I did shows from there.
How long did they? That was like a few years, right?
My first couple of years here, we did. I think the first 4 or 5 we did at UPN.
Okay, I remember that. I don't know if UPN.
That was what I remember
longer
growing
exists.
up watching the games on was UPN. Like when I first started watching games.
Yeah.
It went from 20 Vision to when they made the association with UPN, and then we went all over the place.
Well, you guys went to the Tube at one point,
We
which I
went
know
to
was
the
a
Tube,
disaster.
which was a disaster. We went to WB 39. Yeah, we flew around for a while.
B. Hannon says BBC covers Premier League and cricket. Okay. All right. I wouldn't know anything about cricket. Junior Bronco says Reddit admin, BMAC. Do you peruse Reddit?
Occasionally for like their stupid stories, depending on what we're doing on the show, but that's about it.
75 says, do we have to hear from BMAC?
No, you don't have to.
Text line, BMAC looks like the Geek Squad guy that came over last week. LOL. See? There you go. IT show, is Brian friends with Philip from yesterday? There you go. We're not making fun of Philip, though. 713-780-3776. Branham just left Sedona. It was amazing. Blankers and BMAC are missing out. Y'all are. You've never been to Sedona?
I've not.
I'm surprised with as much as you've gone to Phoenix that you haven't made the short drive to Sedona.
How far is it from Phoenix?
About an hour and a half.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not too far.
Well, we've done the Camelback Mountains and stuff and obviously golfed. I mean, when I go to Phoenix, when we used to go to Phoenix, if we had any off days, we were golfing.
Snowed Easter 1991 in Green Bay. How do you know that?
I don't.
Wait, 1991?
Like you
the callback to 40
that
30
text,
something
like
years ago.
they had to have heard that on TV or the radio or something. Like
Yeah,
that is
right.
something you just recently learned. You don't remember 1991 Easter snow in Green Bay.
34
You
years
just
ago.
got that information somewhere else. That is not something that you just have been hanging on from 1991. No chance. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Julian, you're in the Hive. What's up, Julian?
All right, gentlemen. Y'all been talking about BBC a whole bunch today. So I was wondering, would you rather watch BBC or would you rather be a deer in some huge headlights? Have a good day.
I'd rather watch SportsCenter.
I see what you did there, Julian.
I see it too. Probably could have taken it, added more. Glad you didn't.
What do you think Julian's confidence was that he was going to get us to answer that question? You think it was high? Do you think he thought do you think he thought he had a better than a coin flip chance that we were going to fall for it?
How excited and also giggly was he leading into asking?
You hear giggle? I didn't hear any giggle.
I didn't hear
No,
any giggles.
I'm saying, but inside he was like thinking he was going to get us. Like
think
he
he-
was.
yeah.
I think there was a lot of anticipation that he's going to pull one over.
I think Julian thought there was a 75% chance we were going to fall for it.
I don't think he cared if we fell for it.
No, I think he did.
I think he did that for love of the game, with just being able to say those two phrases on air.
Nah.
What happened after that wasn't really all that relevant to him.
I disagree. Julian, call back. Let our intern know. We're not going to let you on the air again, but call back and let us know your motive and your intent. Because I mean, look, tip the cap. I appreciate the effort, the old college try, but I wonder the motive, and then I wondered the degree of confidence if it was indeed to try to get us to answer that question seriously. What do you think the motive was?
I think he was definitely driven by
Pulled
the
a
fact
fast
that
one.
he thought that he was going to fool us and we were going to bite on it.
I think
we were
so.
Going to make a selection.
I think so too. Press conferences, the same as pre and post game interviews. They are almost always pointless. I agree. And look, we'll play pertinent quotes and stuff like that, and have fun with them and make fun of them. I like to make fun of the questions that are asked, like, "Hey, Nick Caserio, how important is it that you're drafting 25?" Pretty important, man. Worst questions ever. Like, how important is it that you got to meet with these guys? I guess it's important.
I heard a show earlier today play a clip where he talked about, we're at 25, we're going to get a good player, and we're going to add him to the roster with other good players. Like, why are we even playing this clip? Because you could tell me that's from you could tell me that's from any year of his tenure. His answer is always good. Yeah, no matter what draft position is, hey, we're going to get a good player.
Now, the question of that one, though, I don't remember who asked it, was how comfortable are you picking at 25? It was the first question of the press conference yesterday. How comfortable are you picking at 25?
Really?
Pretty comfortable, man. Yes. Yeah. First question. Pretty comfortable.
I know that.
Jamie, pull it up. Pull it up. First question.
Julian called back in.
What did he say?
For the love of the game.
He just did for the love of the game?
He did it for the love
See,
of the game.
I respect it less now.
Score one for B-Mac.
I respect it less now.
Because I was right.
Is that why you were doing the victory Tiger Woods fist bump back there?
That was the reason.
Not because you were right.
I think that's part of it.
I would have appreciated more if he was trying to get us Scott than just to do it for the love of the game.
I don't know. I respect for love of the game more.
Impasse. Agree to
you
disagree.
take your shot. You don't care about the result. Be Gilbert Arenas.
Hey, make yourself useful. Pull up the Nick Caserio press conference yesterday.
The whole thing.
I want to hear the first question.
All right, hold on.
The first question.
Do we have to
Nick
guess who
Caserio's
asked it?
press.
Or you
We
gonna be
can
able to
we can
identify?
try. I mean, hopefully it's not a DJ. We blast our
It's either
very own.
the sweaty locker or
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Locker. Locker's was like a little bit more in the middle.
Corporal, the little corporal.
No. It wasn't.
He was focused on.
It wasn't the helmet.
Nick's
It might have been.
shortcomings
It might have
on
been
offensive
DJ.
line.
Who was that?
Sarge.
Oh! I thought you were been John McClain. I don't think John was there yesterday. Yeah,
We
Sarge.
got sergeants, generals. We
Sarge
all
got-
kinds of military covering these things.
Sarge got Caserio to cuss.
Drop the
We'll
bomb.
play that a little bit later. Yeah. Well, Brian will pull it up though. We'll see how good he is at his job by how quickly he gets it. Oh, he's already got it. I've sold him short all these years. If he wasn't an IT guy, I don't know how quickly he would have pulled that up. Yeah, here was the first question yesterday.
So, afternoon. Appreciate everybody being here.
Oh, this is the whole little monologue.
Excited about the opportunity next week. It's been a fun off season.
Cougs, all that.
City of Houston.
Rockets.
Just congratulations to University of Houston and all their success. A lot of fun to follow them. Best of luck to the
Wonder if he
Rockets.
listened to us.
I think Ime and Raphael have done a phenomenal job. They got a really
Raphael,
good team, so it'll be fun to watch. We'll playoff basketball here over the next few weeks, hopefully into the summer potentially.
Go Rockets.
So overall, team's in a pretty good spot. Had a number of players here have been in the off season working.
No.
The off
It's
season
about to come
program
up.
doesn't
It's
start
about to
until
come up.
Monday. We've had
He's
great
almost
attendance.
done.
We've had a lot of players in the building. Some players at some different stages. Some of the new players that we've acquired
They're gonna be
have been around
good
as
and
well.
like our team.
So certainly making progress in that area. The official kickoff will be Monday. So expect that to be very well attended.
Big stories.
The first couple of weeks will be just focus on a weight room, and then once we transition to kind of phase 2 and phase 3 or whatever that entails these days. So we'll see. The rules are always changing, but
How long
great
is
attitude,
this- how long is this monologue?
great
From Nick?
spirit,
3
a lot of
minutes?
energy in the building. So
4
definitely,
minutes?
definitely good to see. As far as next week is concerned,
No, don't skip ahead. I
a
like
good
the word
opportunity
salad.
for us here. 4 picks in the top
This is
90
the
or whatever
entire
it is
press
right now.
conference. This
Staff
is
has
the-
done a
this is
phenomenal
the
job like
microcosm.
they do every year. Can't say enough about the work and the effort and the attitude of that group. Lip, Blanco, Zeke Curtis, John Richer.
This is an opening statement.
Brad Matthews, Bailey, DJ Devick. I mean,
Opening
there's a number
statement
of
from
folks just
Caserio.
that kind of
a
manage a lot of
diatribe.
different things.
Rack 'em.
We
More
rely on a
salad.
lot of different people.
My goodness,
Certainly not
Nick.
a one-man operation. Not
He
a
loves to hear
one-man
himself
band.
talk.
But,
No
they've
doubt
done
about
an
it. He
incredible
does.
job.
He,
put the
Daryl
organization in a
Morey,
really good
Chad
spot. I think
Brown,
the big
never
thing
met a
right now
Mike
is kind of
Muscovy.
aggregating a lot of information.
Let's
and
guess
just kind
who
of
the first
distilling it
question is
down
still,
into
but it's a
clear
terrible
picture of
question.
What we think we have with each player. So
Is John McClain
say it's
still
very
available?
He
fluid,
wasn't there.
Nothing's
Okay.
set. There's
Aaron
no
Wilson?
board, quote unquote. That's set.
He'd probably be the Vegas favorite.
Aaron was there.
Final list of
Aaron was there,
players
but I don't
or
think it was
we're,
Aaron.
you know,
I think it was
taking X
DJ.
number of
Who is
players,
the
or these are the
who is
three
the
players
main
we're
beat for the
focused on.
Chronicle right now?
Jonathan
That's
Alexander?
this time of year is a bunch
So
of
maybe
noise
it's
out
Jonathan.
there.
Then
It could've
I would say
So,
Jonathan
I mean,
Alexander.
we're just going to go through our process and just kind of prepare.
Should we just play
get
the
ready to go
entire
for
Nick Caserio
next
press
week and take
conference as we
advantage of
talk about our
opportunities
normal
to pick
segments?
whenever those
It's not the
might be.
highway to hell.
Right now, we're scheduled to pick at 25.
take it live.
Pick at
I can't
25,
believe
great.
the
We
opening.
don't,
I forgot
we
the
don't.
opening statement was this long.
However that goes.
A lot of guys, they know they have to do it. They just give you a couple sentences. This is a book.
You know, which we feel
This is
like we've
opening
done a decent
statement.
job
It's just
of
like
that
you
over the last few
wrote a
years.
speech
So,
like you just got elected into
Nick and I will
office.
continue
We're
to
about
talk about
2.5, 3
different
minutes in,
players.
I think.
talk about the team.
He ain't done.
Meet every day, go through different groups of players, get his
I
thoughts.
like the record to
thoughts
show
of
that I
coaching
told Brian to
staff.
find us the
Like,
first
it's collective
question.
effort.
You did.
At the
I
beginning of
know.
the
Very
press
proud of
conference.
himself for
Now,
getting
I
it
have
that
offered to
quickly.
skip ahead at least 3 times.
Yeah,
and
but
he told me no.
It's funny
Just trying
now.
to identify
Okay,
the right
all right.
people with the right
Hey guys,
traits
by
and
the way, did you know
characteristics
from
in this
April
building
13th to
and
the
make a
16th,
commitment to our football
2018,
team?
Green
I mean,
Bay
this
got a
program's about
24 and a
mental
half
and
inch
physical
snowstorm.
toughness. It's
How
about
would I know that?
competitiveness.
I'm telling you,
It's about putting
just
the
to
team
pass the
first.
time
So
while Nick
the
continues
rest
to
of it,
talk.
I mean,
Green
it's
Bay
not about
trivia.
that.
Someone
Got any other random
Someone
facts to throw
texted in
out?
that it was 1990.
It's not
That's
putting together the
false.
best team possible.
2018.
Got
Well, he
a long
didn't say
way
it was
to
the
go
last
before we
time.
played our first game.
Uneased.
So just
He
get
didn't say it was
the
the
players in
last time.
building.
He just said that
you
it snowed Easter
players that we
eggs.
Okay, well,
acquire
in
next week,
2018,
they're
it
gonna be
snowed
the furthest behind.
24.2 inches.
So
I believe
the
both
only
of you.
expectation is
That's
they
also
try to
not
have a good
good.
day, work hard, and just try to
Nick,
give themselves.
meanwhile,
Nick's still going. That's why I got out.
Rejoin the Texas press conference already in progress.
Definitely excited about
this
the
is
opportunity here next
insane
week,
how
and
long an
we'll be
opening
ready to
statement
go
this is.
when we have a chance to pick. So
I think he thanks the
All right,
Academy.
here we go. First question.
How comfortable are you guys right now at number 25, and where do you see this particular draft? Where do you see there's a drop off in talent, maybe per se?
just in terms of what do you mean by being comfortable?
I think that's Jonathan Alexander.
He said, "How comfortable are you picking at number 25?" Uncomfortable.
It's a bad question.
I'm really unhappy with where we're selecting in the NFL. I wish we were picking one.
Kind of shows that we had a good enough year to be drafting there.
Yeah, that's
We
an
gotta
awful
be proud of
question.
that.
That's an awful question.
That's why I like listening to press conferences, because some of these questions are atrocious.
Like, I sometimes think
I think it was DJ though.
sometimes when people blast us for being a soft media market, I cringe at it. I think it's a little overdone, but questions like that don't help, because what is the purpose of that question?
I think you'll get pressing questions in Houston. What I don't think you see in Houston, though, is like the back and forth bickering, like the Devin
There's no
Booker guy the other
follow-up,
day.
right.
Yeah, like the Devin Booker guy the other day, who's like,
Oh,
"How
right.
embarrassed are
Yeah.
you by what has been done? How much personal pride?" And just keeps like going back at him, trying to dig a little bit. Houston, you'll get people that ask the tough question, but then it's over. Like here it is. They'll nothing burger you, and then it's done.
Yeah, they basically take the hint. Like,
Yeah.
if you're not going to address it right away with me, then I'm not going to spend the time trying to pry it out of you.
Which I don't think is a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing per se.
I mean, at a certain point, you just become more of an irritant and an annoyance to where the players will remember it. If you ask it and then you respect the fact that they're just not going to touch on it, then they'll respect you more.
There was one guy that would do it, but he's now in England, I think, covering soccer.
Oh, Brian T. Smith.
Brian T. Smith was, I think, of all the guys we've had here, at least semi-recently, going back to the O'Brien era, he's the only one I remember being willing to go after him like multiple follow-ups.
I wasn't a Brian T. Smith fan either.
I'm not saying I was a fan of him, but he was willing to go after people.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think the tough
Doesn't
question
matter,
gets
Brian.
asked here, but I don't think it gets. I don't think the follow-up happens. The needling, so
Brian
to
T.
speak,
Smith's ego
happens.
was pretty big.
Really? He had a big head though, so his head was massive.
I can't speak on that.
Massive head. I'm talking literally. I mean, I'm sure proverbially as well.
I
it was
think
big,
proverbially
but
also, yeah.
literally, it was a
I
massive
can't
head.
speak on it.
What happened?
I
Tell
got
us.
a big dome.
You have a big head. What size you wear?
7.5.
That's not too big.
It's not as. I know there are others that have bigger domes than that.
Yeah, it's not too large.
What is a big head size?
Probably
I don't
like
even know what it
7
would be.
3/4.
7 3/4 to 8.
What is the average?
Intern said 9 3/4.
7 1/4.
9?
I would bet you 7 1/4. That's
That's
Barry.
what- that's
That's
what
like
Barry
Andre
Bonds
the
said.
Giant.
That's Barry Bonds. Sorry.
What is the average head
7
size for a
1/4, I would bet.
man? Let's see. Average head size for a man. Well, it didn't give us. It gives us full circumference in inches.
Let's go hat size.
What is
average
the
hat
average
size.
hat? Good call. What is the average hat size for a man?
Should I text DJ and see if he asked
I
the
mean-
first question yesterday?
I'm pretty sure it's him. Average hat size is a 7 3/8. That's.
Oh, that's bigger.
You're just a little
Just
above
ask
average.
him who asked it. Don't ask him, did you ask it?
I think you should just leave it.
Okay.
Like, what's the? It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't
Like,
think there's a win there, but if you're going to ask
Yeah,
it,
there's not a
just
win.
ask
I
who
wanna be
asked
right.
it, not
There's-
did you ask it.
Well, I guess there's the win. I'm pretty sure that was DJ, but I mean,
think
it's
it was
not.
Jonathan.
It's not really worth. Play it again. I'm just kidding. All right, 713.
You can get
shaking his
You wanna
head.
sit through
I
5
gotta go
minutes?
through all
You're
that.
good. I'll make you sit through it. We're not going to break.
No, not on the air. Just find it, cue
No,
it up.
I was. Yeah, you can do that. We can do it on the other side. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's see if Nick Casero actually is a BPA guy. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You're probably a property tax guy because you're paying too much on it. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and great cost, especially those property taxes. Ownwell, everybody's talking about Ownwell, and they're here to help you with all of that stuff. They're here to help you put your property tax overspend to rest. Let them do that for you, but save you some money along the way. A lot of homeowners overpaying on property tax. I don't want it to be you. I care for you deeply. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put that savings back in your pocket. Ownwell handles it all, from the start to the finish, and they deliver top results. I mentioned no upfront cost. So there's zero risk here. There's no risk. All that there is reward. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saves over $1,100. So 86% of you that head to ownwell.com, you're going to receive a reduction. Of the 86%, the average customer saves $1,100. What are you waiting for? Head to ownwell.com right now. The deadline to protest May 15th. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Start that protest today. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Twitch. What'd you do to irritate the Twitch today, Brian? They're mad at you.
I mean, are they mad at me every day?
It's a day that ends in Y, right?
I know. I don't know what I did it specifically, but
How's the Mac Attack show? Says King of Twitch.
oh, apparently I talked. I think that's the answer.
Junior says that's DJ the enemy. King of Twitch says I miss Juggy. He was funny and didn't ramble nonsense.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, so let's listen to who is this asking this? How comfortable are you at picking at 25?
Nick, how comfortable are you guys right now at number 25? And where do you see this particular draft? Where do you see there's a drop off in
the volume being turned up?
Just in terms of what do you mean by being comfortable at 25?
I think that is John Alexander.
Yep, I would bet on that. Yeah.
He does really good work. He does really good work. I'm a fan of his.
That question
would like to have that question back, I think.
I guess Paul was telling me during the break that he made fun of the question today, but he said that we've all been there. and at one point or another where we've asked a question we probably would like to have back?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And I said,
Oh,
without
sure.
question.
Yeah, sure. But we're still going to make fun of it.
Absolutely.
We'd make fun of it if it was us, too. We'd probably make more fun of it if it was us. So, yeah, you have to make fun of it. Not his best question. Texture, when does the arguing start between you guys? I don't know. Buckle up. I'm sure it's coming. BPA isn't a real thing. What do you mean it's not a real thing? How is BPA not a real thing? I don't get that. Maybe that was Brian's argument earlier. I think BPA is absolutely a real thing. Okay,
there's no doubt.
We have a good wide receiver room. We have a bad offensive line room. The best player on our board is a receiver right now. We're still going to select that receiver. That's BPA. That's
I don't
BPA
think
being
teams
a real
actually
thing.
do that, though.
I disagree. I completely disagree.
I don't think teams actually do that often.
Oh, I completely think so. And I'll give you a perfect example. I was 3 years ago when the Eagles made a trade that really worked out in their favor, and they had just made the Super Bowl, and they had a top 10-ish pick. And they had no real need, and they had like 6 guys on their board, and they just decided we'll take the best player available at that time. Now, I don't think it was the Jalen Carter draft, but I know that in one particular draft, they just basically said, we're loaded. We'll take whoever falls to us.
But I think you gave the answer. Like, they were loaded. They didn't have a need. Like, if in the situation Jeremy described, where one position group is fine and the other position group has massive holes, they're not taking the position group that's fine.
I disagree.
It depends on the state of your roster. I would agree to some extent, but I also believe that there's plenty of times that a GM says, hey, and again, another example. A lot of GM rooms will have 2 separate lists. They'll have lists based on position groups, and then they'll have how they rate the best players in this draft, regardless of
like
position.
a top 300 or something, yeah.
And then based on how they value the value of each list, they'll go, hey, getting a guy to fall this late is way better for us than taking the best offensive lineman left or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
what he said.
What he said. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Your Eagles' point is valid, and teams do sometimes draft BPA. I just take exception with what Nick said, where he said we're always best player available. I don't buy that for a second.
All right, let's dive into it. Because rounds 4 through 7, let's just throw those out. Because those rounds are kind of irrelevant when you're talking about filling a need. Because you're not really looking. You're looking for developmental players, guys that might help you on special teams, depth pieces, stuff like that. Like first 3 rounds are where you're really aiming for starting capable players. He took the job January of 2021. His first draft didn't have a first or a second round draft pick. There was also the threat of Deshaun Watson demanding a trade. The first pick in Nick Caserio's Houston Texans career as general manager at round 3, pick 67 was Davis Mills.
Stuck his neck out on that
Was
one.
Davis Mills by need or by best player available guy?
I think that it was probably a little of both.
I think it's need. I 100% think
They
it was
absolutely needed a quarterback, but I think that at that point, maybe there were other positions.
I don't.
Who were the other options?
In my opinion, whenever you're drafting a quarterback in the 3rd round, they're never the best player available. Quarterbacks get overdrafted. Quarterbacks are always being drafted ahead of where they're
you're saying just specifically for quarterbacks?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, quarterbacks are overdrafted. Like you're gonna have this year. You look at all these NFL guys, they're like, there's one quarterback that has a 1st round grade, and that's Cam Ward. How many 1st round quarterbacks do you think are going to be drafted? I think it's probably going to be 3. I think Shadur's going to go in the 1st round. I think Jackson Dart's going to go in the 1st round. So quarterbacks get overdrafted. So if you're drafting a quarterback in the 3rd round, I don't think that is a best player available. I think that is always kind of a need, or like, we want a quarterback that we want to develop. There's no way a quarterback in the 3rd round is BPA. No way.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I think he also got a little bit concerned about the whole Watson thing.
Oh, I think that played into it. And obviously it's the most important position on the field. And he knew that he was already, backed into a corner thanks to Bill O'Brien. But I don't think that at that point they had a lot of financial flexibility either. So they had to do something.
And they had a lot of needs. Like their team was dreadful. So that there is also that part of it. Now, his 2nd, 3rd rounder that year, he drafted Nico Collins. He traded up for Nico Collins. Best player available, need. I think that's more BPA.
I would think so.
Because he traded up for that. He's like, I would like this player so much. I need to trade up for him. I think that he really thought he was the best player available at that time. And he traded up for him. It has to be.
You look at what he did with Fisher this last year and other guys too. He identified in a year or two's time the potential for a guy, and knew with him still being on the board, that was a guy, because I don't think he played his last year at Michigan or something. There was something where he was not quite who he was going to probably develop into, and you didn't know he was going to be this. But I think he did it with Fisher too, where they said Fisher was, a second-round pick this year, but if he was in this year's draft, he'd be a first.
Yeah, I always hate that narrative. Like, how would you know that? Like, they
Right.
said the
Well,
same thing about Quinn
Justin
Ewers. I mean,
Justin Reed was supposed to be a first-round pick. They got in the third.
Like, what does that mean, though? Like,
I mean, remember the hype over Radler? I mean, he was going to be the first overall pick and flamed out Oklahoma, had to go to South Carolina. Like,
the other
things
one was,
changed
But
year
he
to year.
flamed out in college enough before it was actually during his draft.
Well, I know, but that same thing could happen if you stick around an extra year in college. You could be someone, he's going to be a first-round pick, but then if he flames out, it's no longer so we can't actually know that.
That was the thing on Davis Mills. They were like, if Davis Mills stayed another year, he'd have been a first-rounder. Says who? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's hard to project 12 months out who's going to be first. Like, they thought Quinn Ewers was going to be a first-rounder this year. Quinn Ewers is going to be the 7th or 8th quarterback taken in this year's draft. That's going to be in the 5th round, probably. Who was it Sam Barkley at USC?
Matt Barkley.
Matt Barkley was projected to be the number 1 pick 14 months out. 14 months out. He was like, he's the number 1 guy. What happened to him?
I think he's a
pick.
3rd or 4th rounder, and he's never done anything. He's been a career backup.
2022 Stingley at pick 3. That's probably BPA. They needed a corner, but he was also the best player on the board. He or Sauce. There was a big
I
debate
feel
there.
like these early drafts for him are going to be kind of both for everything because they're starting from such a low point for the overall roster that it's going to be kind of both.
All right, we're going to have to hammer through these. Kenyon Green.
That's need to me. I mean, you could say, especially since they traded back.
See, I think a trade down is more need, whereas a trade up, I think, is more BPA.
Like, they went into that and passed on Kyle Hamilton, who would have been PPA.
Because whenever you're trading down, that's like, why are you trading down? Because the best player on your board is probably a spot where you have a player you like. So you trade, or you have players that are already good. I think an example this year is Jackson Dart. Like, if some team loves Jackson Dart, you're sitting there picking at 25 and Jackson Dart's the best player on the board. Okay, what are you going to do there? You want to trade down for a team that loves Jackson Dart because he's
wouldn't you also say
unanimously the best player on everybody's board?
To counter that and say, if a team thinks that they want a certain offensive lineman and they don't think he's going to slide, and that's what they really need, and they realize that, hey, he's right here. We have a trade partner we've talked to. We can move up to get the guy that we need in a position of need. Like, I think the Eagles did it a couple years ago with Andre Dillard, where they jumped the Texans and they needed an offensive lineman, and they jumped up to get the guy jumping right in front of the Texans who also needed an offensive lineman.
But if he was number 7 on your draft board, why are you trading up for a guy who's number 7 on your draft board?
Yeah, I don't know, how they.
Let's hit this. Let's continue this on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jalen Petrie, best player available guy or by need? Second round pick 2022.
I think best player available.
I think it's BPA. John Mechie, second round pick in 2022. Traded up for him.
They did. I guess BPA.
I would go BPA.
Yeah.
I'd go BPA there. Christian Harris, third round pick in 2022.
I think BPA.
I think BPA. 2023 CJ Stroud, pick 2.
Yeah, that was. Well,
see, I think that was more need.
Yeah, that was a need. That was a need.
I think that was more
that
need.
Was one, yeah.
Will Anderson traded up, pick 3.
Need.
I think that's BPA. I think they would have picked him at 2 if they went strictly BPA and didn't trade.
I think it could be both.
I think they had Will Anderson number 1 on their draft board.
It's possible.
So I would go more. I personally, Juice Scruggs, second round pick. Traded up for him too.
Yeah, I would say need.
I'd go BPA. I see. I'm just.
But you know that.
I think if you're trading up for a player,
that's what I was going to say.
That's everybody else's board. That's
I know,
not the
I'm
Houston
just,
Texans board.
I know we can't know what he was on their board, but just from my outside perspective, like he was projected about a round later, Joel? I think that's what I remember.
Third round.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But why would the Texans trade up for him into the second round? They're not going to do that if they think everybody else has him as a third round grade.
Unless if they get a need they have to fill now, and maybe that was kind of the end of their run at that position, and they didn't want to risk waiting any longer.
Tank Dell, third rounder.
BPA.
Trade up for him.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree. BPA.
Kamari Lassiter, second rounder last year.
Need.
That one's tough.
They needed a second corner bad.
They did. They
needed. I mean, it could be both, but I would lean
Blake Fisher, second rounder last year.
BPA.
I think it was BPA because he didn't even play. He didn't even play until late in the year.
And they basically were drafting him to be a backup plan.
Swing tackle.
Yeah.
Swing tackle. Kalen Bullock, third rounder.
I'll say need.
I'm going BPA.
I would say
he was
BPA.
Hold on. He was the third safety behind Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward. Like he
I
didn't
think that
start at
they
the beginning
knew
of the
two
year.
things could happen: that Jimmy Ward could get hurt, and that they were going to need him in a year anyway.
But how is it a need if he's a backup?
But if he comes in and impresses you, he starts, right? Which he did.
No, he didn't. He did not start until like the 4th week of the year. Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward started.
I don't remember that. Okay.
Yeah, like that to me is BPA. Like
You can even throw Jalen Petrie in because I don't know if he had been moved to nickel corner at the time they drafted him. Yeah, so I would say that's definitely
So
BPA.
how many of that was BPA need? Probably 70-30?
Like 60-70%.
most of it.
So I think he's mostly BPA. I think what he said yesterday was mostly true. Mostly BPA.
I mean, that's my whole contention, though. He said it's always BPA.
No, I don't agree. I think he's lying 30% of the time.
Okay. Well, I mean, that was my whole contention, though.
You were talking from a league scope.
Yeah, I would transfer that over to most GMs. Yeah, I would. I mean, we could. The exercise would be endless if we try to go through every team in the last 5 years.
We wouldn't want to do that.
No,
I think. Everybody has their tendencies. Every general manager has their tendencies. Like Nick Casario's tendencies. 60% of the time, he's BPA. Philadelphia's Howie Roseman might be 100% time BPA. Some other random team might be 0% of the time BPA. Like every GM has their tendencies and they have their little sliding scale of who they are as people and their, what they do, their skill set, all of that. I think Nick Casario is a 60-40 guy. 60-40 guy BPA.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It's in that window. I might be more than that.
So what positions are off the board? Like he said, quarterback off the board. Are there other positions that are off the board? Let's say at 25. Like, is running back off the board at 25? If Omari and Hampton slips to the Texans at 25, is it possible they would draft him?
I think it's possible.
Really?
Yeah.
I would lean no.
I lean no, too. I think that's one where he's not a BPA guy's running back. Now, I wouldn't hate it. Now, Joe Mixon be kind of weird.
Yeah, because he's got what, 2 years left with Joe?
I think that's the deal, but I think all the guaranteed money's this year.
Right.
So I don't. You said 100%. I don't think there. I think there's a percent. There's a small percentage point that he could take him.
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, I probably if Omari and Hampton's an option at 25 based on just the entire draft and like what we think we know, I probably wouldn't lean that way. At the same time, I wouldn't be mad if it was Hampton.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Banks, Booker, and Hampton were our three options, Hampton's my third option there. But if he did it, I would be excited about it. I would be excited about the addition of Amari Hampton. All right, any of the offensive line positions at 25 on the board here?
They're all on the board.
I think they're all on the board.
All right, so that's something that would be considered. Wide receiver, yes.
Yes.
Tight end?
Probably not.
See, I think
but
it's
again,
more.
there's a percentage.
Oh, here you go. More likely tight end or running back? I think it's tight end.
I would agree.
I'm pretty confident saying that.
Okay.
So that's everybody on offense. Defense, defensive end, even with
I was
I
going to
think
say
edge
pass
rush
rush
is
is
out.
out.
The caveat, I mostly agree, but the caveat here is that D'Amico loves his defensive linemen, and they value defensive ends, right? They value edge guys. If there's somebody that they love, who they feel has a top 15 pick grade that falls to 25, and maybe all the offensive linemen they like are off the board, I think there's a fraction of a chance. Just because they love defensive ends so much.
I mean, he'd be the
But
fourth edge rusher behind obviously
Autry.
Will, Hunter, and Autry.
Well, I mean, Autry can move inside a bit. He might be your third edge rusher. And plus, this is Autry's last year. Daniil Hunter's pretty old.
Fair.
Like, you're going to have to pay Will Anderson, so it would help you to have a second defensive end whenever Hunter's gone that's on a rookie contract. I'm just saying, if somebody they love. Interior defensive lineman, I think, is in play too.
Absolutely.
Like Walter
Absolutely.
Nolan, the kid from Ole Miss.
No question.
Linebacker, no.
Nah.
Linebacker, no. What about corner? Corner that they love.
At 25?
Corner that they love.
I don't think it's 25.
See, I think that's one where they would ignore BPA. If there is a corner that they love that is the best player on the board, BPA, I think they would pass on him.
Agreed.
I think they would pass on corner. And then safety, you're not picking late first.
No.
Even if it's Kyle Hamilton, Texans would trade down and draft an inferior offensive lineman.
Out of a Toscasita.
All right, we all like
Buddy was
trades.
loyal to the bees.
Would you make any of these past trades for pick 25? Also, it's going to sound weird, but I really want Jackson Dart available at 25. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Trill on YouTube says edge rusher off the board. Okay, that's probably fair. On the text line, running back if you plan on trading Pierce. I don't think Pierce has any trade value. Like the best you're getting for Dameon Pierce would be a late round draft swap. But I don't think that should preclude you from drafting a running back. Like there's room for another rookie running back with Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon and Dari. Like you're going to carry 4 running backs.
You are, and I think that there's a chance that whoever you draft could play a significant role or a fairly significant role in the offense.
If
they can catch,
no doubt,
and they're dynamic out of the backfield, yes.
Like don't draft a between the tackles guy that's very similar to Dameon Pierce.
Right.
Draft a guy who is a contrast of skill. Make yourself diverse in that running back room because Joe Mixon can kind of do it all. Like Joe Mixon's fine running between the tackles. He's not a burner per se, but he's fast enough. He's pretty good out of the backfield. Dameon Pierce is not good out of the backfield, good between the tackles.
Right.
Hopefully the new offensive scheme kind of rejuvenates him and brings back some of what we saw as a rookie. But you can absolutely draft like a good scat back who can catch the ball out of the backfield.
You think Dameon Pierce is good between the tackles?
Yeah, I think he's fine. I mean, that's his skill. Like he's not good outside of the tackles,
But
but he's
I
not a
just
good
think
pass
he's not
catcher. Like that's his strength.
He just kind of puts his head down and just.
Where's he better though?
He's a battering
He's a
ram,
power
but I
back.
think that hurts him. Yeah.
No, he's a power back. Like, but he's not an outside the tackle guy.
No, not
he's
at all.
not. He's not a pass catcher at all. And look, maybe it's scheme. Like maybe he just wasn't a scheme fit for what we were trying to see with Slowick and kind of the one cut zone blocking scheme and all that, which that has been talked about. Like that has been talked about that under this scheme that it will accentuate his skills better. We'll see. But he's also in the final year of his deal. Like this is the 4th year of his rookie contract. Are you re-signing Dameon Pierce?
Nope.
No. So you get a rookie running back here, 4 years. They overlap by 1. It's a good diversity of skill. It makes a lot of sense. Now, probably not at 25. Probably 3rd, 4th round.
Yeah, no, I think that, 25 is not going to be a running back, but I believe that they're looking for their next backup running back for now with a chance to be a more featured guy in the next 2 years.
What if it's just like a 3rd down back?
It still helps them.
Like not a guy who's ever going to be the lead back, but is a good 3rd down back.
Yeah, I mean, but I would say, like you said, third round or after that.
Like this Henderson guy's talked about as more of the receiving guy from Ohio State. Was it Judkins, who's more of the inside, the bruiser? The guy from Kansas is known to be like more of a receiving running back. Same thing with Harvey out of UCF. So look, I mean, we'll see what happens. At 25, I would say that it's very unlikely the Texans will draft. Here's why I want Jackson Dart available at 25. If a team, like I've been reading reports that teams are going to love Jackson Dart, but they view him as a late 1st round, early 2nd, but will want to trade into the 1st round so they get that 5th year option on Jackson Dart. If there is a team that loves Jackson Dart and he's still at the board at 25, the Texans should use that to their advantage. Absolutely.
Yeah, trade down.
Absolutely. Because usually you get good value trading down. I think it becomes a little bit magnified whenever that player that the other team is selecting is a quarterback.
I would totally agree. I think that because of the position that Nick is in and because of how we've narrowed it down, at least to some degree, of what he'd be looking for, there's going to be some teams that get into the between the 20 and 30 mark that are going to really be hell bent on getting someone. And I think it would be in his best interest to trade down and get a couple extra picks.
And we know he'll be listed in, but I feel like that's the best chance to get the most value.
Yeah, because I think it's unrealistic that some of the drafts in the last few weeks have said Shador is going to slide in there, and that's where teams are going to be active. I think Jackson Dart's more of the kind of guy that teams will be willing to move up a few slots for.
I wonder who do you think is going to go first between those two?
Shador's going in the top 13.
Okay, so you think Shador will be drafted ahead of Dart?
Yeah, I do.
Shador is probably the biggest wild card in the 1st round.
You see someone compare him to Daniel Jones coming out?
That's a bad comp.
That's a bad comp.
It was, I think, the Giants' former OC, was it not?
Yeah, it was the DC at Colorado.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Shermer?
Yeah, well, who used to be the head coach of the Giants, right?
Well, you said OC.
Yeah,
Okay, I said OC or whatever.
But he came out like that was a compliment, but he was like, he's a lot like Daniel Jones. Oh, boy. I don't know if
I
like
don't
that.
see that, though. Like
Deion will probably fire him.
But Shador's not fast.
Yeah, Daniel Jones is more athletic.
Like Daniel Jones is like athletic, fast, can run, doesn't throw well. Shador's skill set is actually the opposite
Yeah,
of
that's
that.
exactly
Like
right.
good accuracy, strong arm, not like an elite cannon, can move good enough, but is not like Lamar Jackson at all. I've seen Shador comp to Jared Goff. Like, so Daniel Jones is on the opposite end of the spectrum of that.
Yeah, that was some headline news today.
In golf was Lance's comp for C.J. Stroud.
That's right.
So yeah, if I think Shador is a less toolsy C.J. Stroud.
He's
I would
a poor
agree.
man CJ, and
Yeah,
maybe
poor man
homeless.
CJ.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what the odds right now are on Shador Sanders and where he gets drafted.
I think Kuiper's got him really high, and there are some guys that have him sliding to late first.
The Derek Carr news helps out his chances.
Yeah, I think New Orleans, that's what I said. I think New Orleans, anything inside of 13, New Orleans is in play. Cleveland, I think, is an outside chance, but I don't think as much as some other people say they might be in play. The Raiders is interesting, but I don't think so. I think
they just paid Geno. I don't think they would take somebody in the first.
I don't either. I think they're going to take either that. I think they're going to. I think they're going to take Ginty, but they don't take Ginty. I think they take that Mimbu, that left tackle.
Lineman.
Yeah. The odds right now on Shador Sanders on the book I use, it's 8.5, but the over on 8.5 is minus 320 and the unders plus 220. So it's not a great over under if you're trying to like split it in half. It's terrible over under. If I set it at 11.5, you taking he's picked before that or after that?
I'll say before that.
After.
I'm gonna go after.
Okay, we'll see.
I'm gonna go after. Now the Saints are the wild card there, but that's why I put it at 11.5. Yeah, he's gonna be interesting to see where he gets drafted. Do you think the Texans could draft Donovan Edwards at 25? I don't think so. That's way too high for Donovan Edwards. Is he even?
Yeah, I think Lance has him as a second round pick.
That high?
Wait, we must be talking about different players.
I don't think Donovan Edwards is in the 2025 NFL draft.
I must have misheard you.
Okay, he is in the draft, but he's like a 7th round projection.
Yeah, he's a running back, right?
Yeah, but he's not like valued at all. No, I don't see the Texans interested in Donovan Edwards at 25. John Gruden said Will Howard's comp is Josh Allen. Ooh.
Well, that was more on his Gruden QB show. I don't know if he necessarily comped him to that, but he did his whole Gruden thing when he had Will Howard on. I was like, man, you look a lot like Josh Allen out there. I don't think he was actually comping him to Josh Allen.
Will Howard's another guy that's kind of polarizing. You got some people that really think that he's talented and other people that think that he's just a lot of smoke and mirrors.
The other people who saw the combine.
Yeah. Well, McAfee saw him the night before throwing footballs over the buildings.
That's right, in the
stuff.
parking lot or something.
The Donovan Edwards, I just pulled up his scouting report, and doesn't Lance do these? Pretty sure Lance does these.
NFL.com, yeah.
Lance gives him a 7th round grade for Donovan Edwards. He gives him a 5.85 prospect grade, which is an average backup or special teamer. So I don't think Donovan Edwards is in play, in maybe an undrafted free agent for the Texans. He's not that highly thought of as a prospect. Not Toro Times. Battle Red blog. They put together past trade packages for the 25th pick. So it gives you an idea of what could be on the board potentially for the Houston Texans at 25. In 2023, the Bills traded up to 25. They gave up pick 27 and pick 130, which is a 4th rounder. If some team comes calling, offers you pick 27 and a 4th, that year 4th, would you move down 2 spots?
I'm fine with that.
I think it's a no-brainer, right? No objection, Brian? You're down for that? 2
Yes.
spots, you acquire a 4th?
Yep.
What if you only like one player left on your board?
It depends on what your read is on the team you're
And
trading
who's
with, I
drafting
guess.
before you. If you analyze it and know that they're not taking the guy you want at 25, now you got one other team to worry about.
Because if you have 3 players that have a 1st-round grade, it's obvious.
Yeah.
But if you have one player that left that has a 1st-round grade and you move down 2 spots, now there's 2 cracks to have your last 1st-round dude off the board.
Yeah, you'd have to have a read on what that team's wanting to do.
I don't think Caserio would do it if there's only one 1st-round grade he has left on his board. If there's 3, I think he absolutely 100%, no doubt about it. All right, here's another one. This one's from the 2023. This pick was traded twice. Giants traded down to 25. They had pick 24. They traded down. So I guess this would be the Texans trading up as 1 spot. So Texans 25th pick, a round 5 pick, a round 7 pick to trade up 1 spot. Would you give that much to trade up 1 spot? and the Texans I don't even think have a fifth, but let's play the hypothetical here. They acquire one in some other means.
Sure.
Or a future fifth.
Yeah.
Would you trade 25, a fifth, and a seventh to move up one spot? So this would probably be there's one player left with a first-round grade on your board.
And we're trading up to get there?
One spot. A future fifth, a seventh, trade up one spot.
Yeah,
and again,
the
scenario
seventh to me
matters.
is as the way Nick used to throw them away anyway. But the fifth is, how much do you value that? But I would be fine with that.
And scenario matters a ton. Like if there's two players you love equally, you stay put. But if there's only one player left on your, like if it's Booker's the last one. All these offensive linemen are off the board. You don't want a receiver. That's the only way you do it. But
I'd be fine with it.
I would too.
Yep.
Like a seventh rounder, I don't care about.
Seventh round picks. I mean, I would even say really the same for the fifth round. I mean, how many can't miss starters that the Texans got out of the fifth round, or really any team?
Baltimore 2022. They traded pick 25, a fourth rounder, to move up 2 spots to 23.
25 and a fifth rounder?
Fourth
round.
So again, let's go with there's one more player left on your big board that has a first round grade that you really want to get as you leave the first day of the draft. Would you trade a fourth rounder to move up 2 spots if there's only one more guy you really love?
Reluctantly, I'd say yes. I hate it, but if I had to do it because it's the only guy that's got a first round grade, then I got to do it.
I don't think fans would love it.
No.
But that's the only way Casero would do it. If there's one guy left on his first round grade and he has to.
Yeah, scenario matters because overall, I think fourth round's kind of the line where I start to care about losing the picks. But if it's scenario like you said, one guy left on your board that you absolutely have to have, then why not?
You better be acting out of desperation. But I don't love it. But if you're
You'd be
acting out of
drafting for
desperation,
need in that situation.
probably, yeah. Or I mean, maybe both, but
Maybe
probably more so need. I would agree. All right, 2020 draft. The 49ers had pick 25. No, the Minnesota had pick 25. They traded down for pick 31 and 2 fourths. Would you be down for a trade down to 6 spots and acquire 2 fourths?
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on the board, yeah.
Depending on the board. And I feel like you'd have to be comfortable with your board to make that trade.
Yeah, you've got, again, it's like scenarios you've painted before. If either there's no more first round grade guys there and or the guys you specifically really wanted weren't there, then I think you absolutely get the 2 fourths.
2019. The Eagles traded. This is the one you brought up earlier, actually. This is the Andre Dillard trade. The Eagles at 25 traded up to pick 22 to select Andre Dillard. They traded pick 25, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder.
For
3 spots.
3 spots. I'm giving up the.
You're giving up a 4th and a 6th to move up 3 spots.
If it's for an offensive lineman you really like, then I have to go with it.
I'm probably okay with it too.
Yeah.
I'd be fine.
Yeah, I'm probably okay with it. All right, last one. This one involves Houston too. This is the Deshaun Watson draft pick in 2017. The Texans traded pick 25 and a future first. I'm sorry. The Houston Texans traded pick 25, their next year first, to move up to number 12 to draft Deshaun Watson. Would you be okay with the Texans trading their first rounder this year and their first rounder next year to move up to number 12 overall?
Assuming that you think they're going to be good and you're going to have a pick in the 20s that you're giving up, and depending on who the player is, I'd be okay with it.
See, I'm not good with that because I feel like that's a trade you're only making for a quarterback. So I wouldn't like that. But what players would you be okay with for them to trade a future first to move up to number 12 to draft?
Kind of what the Falcons did with Julio Jones.
You would have to love a receiver or even a tight end, maybe. Probably receiver.
Yeah, I was going to say who's foundational in this draft is probably not the best draft to do it.
It depends on who you love as a receiver.
Matthew Golden?
If you love Tet
or
McMillan, which some people kind of waver on him, like he's kind of a little bit. He half a dozen love him, the other half a dozen do not, because he doesn't love football and stuff. I wouldn't do this type of trade if it wasn't for a quarterback. So I would be out on this. I don't want to trade my future first. I think it's bad business. I do think the Texans are a playoff team, so it's a late first. But I'm not doing that sort of trade unless it's for a QB. Even for a receiver that I love, no. Even for one of these tight ends that are very good, no. Although Warren in Houston would be a lot of fun.
I could be talked into it if it was a generational wide receiver, but
you don't think there's a generational wide receiver in this
No.
draft? You wouldn't do it for Tyler Warren?
No.
Would you do it for Ashton Genty?
No.
Okay.
Like, I mean, when the Falcons did it for Julio Jones, or if this was a Jamar Chase, draft, like something like that, I'd be fine with that. But
would you do it for the best left tackle available?
That's why I'm thinking that's why I said I would do it.
don't-
If there was a foundational
maybe,
offensive lineman
If
at 12.
if Armand Mimbo, who some people are saying is the best tackle in this draft,
because of the
if
importance
Armand
of CJ.
Mimbo falls to number 12, would you trade pick 25 and a future first for Mimbo?
I would.
I wouldn't kill. I don't know if I'd advocate for it, but I wouldn't kill Caserio for it. If he's convinced he's the left tackle for the next 10 to 12 years at a high level, it's that important to CJ.
And this is okay with you, considering how Nick Caserio drafts offensive linemen.
I have to be, because no matter how he's drafted him previously, he's also just blown up the entire offensive line to where I think they need more.
Yeah, I'm a draft pick hugger, so I'm not making this trade if it's not for a QB, so I'm out on that one. Texter Sanders reminds me of Johnny Manziel. That's a bad comp. Like, Sanders doesn't run like Manziel.
That's completely different types
People
of
see
player.
Shadur and like, well, he's primetime son. He's black. He must be a great running quarterback. He's a solid runner. He's mobile enough, but he's not Lamar. He's not Josh Allen.
No,
he
he's a
can,
pocket
but he
guy.
doesn't want to,
Yeah.
and he's not like that dynamic when he tries to.
He says Travis Hunter's is Mike Evans. Travis Hunter's is dynamic too, because he's like, I better play
There is
both ways.
I will agree with that part of it, because you watch Shadur, if you see these cut-ups, especially a lot of his go routes, a lot of them kind of come up short, and Travis Hunter bails them out. So there is something to that single aspect of it, but overall, completely different types of players.
Maybe he's not talking about player types. Maybe he's just talking about a quarterback, wide receiver core, with the receiver lifting up his quarterback.
And like Manziel was with Mike Evans.
Yeah. So maybe he's talking more about the relationship, not necessarily the skill set. That could be it.
Travis Hunter's like the poor man's Ohtani, as you look at it from a value standpoint, because he's not Ohtani-esque in terms of his,
That's what Andrew Berry said today.
I don't see it though.
I said it last week, but
I'm not trying to take away
no,
credit.
but
I'm
I was
just
like,
saying.
but the thing is, I think that he could be in either position. He could be a first-round pick this year. If he was just a wide receiver, he could be a first-round pick. If he was just a corner, he'd be a first-round pick.
Agreed.
See, but does he play both enough?
That's up to the team, right? I mean,
I
I
don't
think
think
he wants to. He expects to. He said what he said. He'd quit
Well, he said he
football if
quit,
he couldn't.
yeah.
I just don't. Well, right, but I don't think he's going to be a full-time player at each.
That's why I
one.
said I don't. It's up to the team that drafts him and how much they're willing to play him at both positions, because it's going to be exhausting.
See, I don't even think it's up to the team. I don't think it's physically possible for him to be a full-time receiver and full-time corner in the NFL. Like, even if the team wants him
Yeah,
to
I
do
think
that,
he'd run
I don't
out of
think it's
gas.
possible.
I don't care
for
what
what,
kind of
for
shape
what
you're
it's
in.
worth, when Barry talked about it today, he says they see him as a wide receiver, but they're open to him playing corner.
I always saw it the other way. I see him
That's
as a
what I
full-time
thought
corner
most
with like
teams saw the
situational wide
opposite.
receiver.
Yeah,
But it's like receivers make more money.
I knew that was coming. Yeah.
And if you're a team, would you rather have a receiver at the rookie scale at a position that makes a lot more money, or a rookie at a corner scale where the money's not as great? Like, there's more savings for a team drafting him as a receiver.
Well, but also keep in mind, though, maybe you're still right from the perspective of receivers make more, but the DB value went way up this offseason.
There's no denying that. But if you could play both and you thought you were elite at both of them, which one would you rather play?
You probably play wide receiver.
Yeah. So, like, the corners went up, but it's still not receiver money. Not even close to receiver money.
Kind of close.
I don't think so.
Because we're at the 30 threshold for Sting and for in that realm. So you got, receivers. Yeah, you've got a couple that are. What did CD Lamb sign for?
40 something.
Was it 40 a year?
I want to say it was like 40 a year.
I thought that, even after the Tyreek Hill deal, I thought the receiver deals that were really big, were monsters, were right around 30.
The wide receiver franchise tag number is 24 million. The corner number is 20 million. So it's not that massive of a gap. Yeah. It's a little closer than I thought, actually. But still, that's 4 million more. That's almost 25% more money.
Mm-hmm. It's one more year at Colorado.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Ime Udoka, he hinted that the Rockets could be changing their starting five based on this matchup. What would your starting five be against Golden State? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
We'll get to the Rockets in just a moment, but the text line flooding in. Who's the number one running back in this year's draft? Ashton Genty is clear-cut number one running back in this draft. Omarion Hampton has closed the gap, though. It's still not close, but end of college football season, it was this wide. Now it's like this wide. Omarion Hampton will be a first-rounder. Now, will there be a third running back taken in the first round? I personally don't think so. I think those are the only two in the first.
I think the third running back, if taken, and I agree with you, I don't think it'd be the first round, but I think it would be the kid from Ohio State, would it not?
Which one of the two? I like the Henderson more than I think he's more of an NFL kind of the way that the NFL's played.
Yeah, they're premier of the two, and they did share the carries a lot. But yeah, there's one that's a little bit better than the other, and I think the Ohio State back would be the third pick.
Yeah,
third running back pick. But I
think he
the
could go
more
a bunch of different ways. Like he very well could be. There's a few other guys that could also take that moniker.
I think overall, one of the kind of storylines of that too is we're talking about a running back in the top 10 again. So the fact that we were constantly on this narrative for the last several years of the running back's value has been is starting to devalue. There's not as much pay the running back type thing, and maybe because of the year Saquon had, or maybe for other factors as well, and the fact that Genty looks like he's the real deal, we're not talking about a running back in the top 10.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. I think what you have to be as a running back to be in the top 10 is I think you have to be multifaceted. Like you have to be really good at the running back spot, but you also have to be catch the football out of the backfield. Like if you're capable of having 70 catches out of the backfield, well, it's like, well, yeah, you're a running back, but you're also a wide receiver. And I think that's where the value has come back for running backs.
And I think that, and I would add to that, like you have to have the physical presence and the ability to endure, but you have to have the quick twitch to be able to shake. So
no doubt.
Yeah. And I think that if you have those, and again, Lance started months ago showing me some tape on Genty, but then the more you watch him and then you see, even people talking about him, even after the season was over, they're like, this kid is different.
Yeah, he's good. For what it's worth, Brugler has Genty as his top running back. He has Omarion Hampton as his second. He has the Caleb Johnson from Iowa third. And then he has the Ohio State guys 4 and 5. He has Henderson 4, Judkins 5. So, but I mean, that's one man's opinion. And he has Caleb Johnson and Henderson very close because Johnson he has ranked as his 44th best prospect and Henderson at 46. So, I mean, pick one guy and the other guy's going to have Henderson ahead of Johnson. I wonder if Johnson has that 3-down skill set, though. Like, that's the question I have with Johnson. And it's not fair to him because Iowa probably didn't showcase it all that well. And that hurts him.
Was awful.
Yeah, so that I think that hurts him a little bit. Another text. I want to see Nick make a Stroud-Anderson draft trade and come out of the first round with Booker and Igbuka. That's tough.
That ain't happening.
Now, you could stick and pick at 25 and get Igbuka, right? Like, what would you have to put together to trade into somewhere in the 20 to 25 range to have 2 picks there? See, actually, what you would do,
have a future one.
What you would do is you draft Booker at 25, hope he's there. You hope Igbuka slides to 28, 30. I mean, some people have him as an early second.
They do.
So I don't think that it's impossible. I don't think that the Texans have the draft picks, though, to want to do that. I don't see them trading up and being as aggressive as Caserio is capable of being.
And I think he likes having 4 in the top 89.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really intriguing to him, even if it is all BPA, that he could add 4 quality players to his roster.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I would love it if Igbuka was the guy. However, if one of those 2 offensive linemen slide, I don't think there's any way that he does anything but take whoever's there.
Shadur is Jake Locker, says Tyler and Conrad. That's a terrible take. Like, Shadur might not be good, but he's not Jake Locker. Like, Jake Locker was a guy who couldn't throw. He was a running back who played the quarterback position, could never throw. Shadur Sanders is not that. He's nothing like that. I don't know why people think that. Branham, you were upset when the Texans traded for Will Anderson. We know you want to keep picks. Fair. I didn't love that trade. I feel a lot better about that trade today. Now, in fairness to me, the Lions ended up with Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and a future first. So it's not like the Texans didn't give up serious value to trade up to get Will Anderson. Now it shows you the type of player Will Anderson is. And if I could redo the trade, would I? Would you rather have Will Anderson or would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and a future first? I probably keep Will Anderson, but let's not act like the other end of that trade was not also very, very good.
Yeah, that's a tough call because you've got the potential for 3, but 2 legit better than average starters at skill positions in the NFL, and those are tough to come by.
Yeah, the Lions got out of that trade. They got Gibbs, Laporta, and they still had a future first. So that was very good return for the Lions. The Lions probably wouldn't make that trade. Like here in Houston, we probably wouldn't. Like we were good with that trade. We wouldn't trade Will Anderson for Gibbs. I don't think we would, right? I don't think we would trade Will Anderson for Gibbs, Laporta, in a future first, right? I don't think so.
Probably not in this town. Probably not.
And I think Detroit would say the same thing. We're not trading Gibbs, Laporta, in a future first for Will Anderson.
I think around the league, the rest of the league might lean towards Detroit side of it.
Yeah, I'm curious. Here in Houston, I think we would all lean Will Anderson.
But I think the rest of the league would look at those 3 players and say, I'd rather take 3 guys that are above average or 2 with the potential of 3 with whatever you do with the other first.
Do any of y'all take Travis Hunter seriously? If he doesn't play both ways, he won't play at all?
No, not at all. Come on, man. The dude he's a footballaholic. And yeah, I'm sure he's saying that so that hopefully he doesn't have to deal with it. But if they just say you're playing this or that and they're paying his bills, he's playing football, he's playing football.
Yeah. I think this is him saying, you better play me both ways. Like he still has leverage before a team drafts. I mean, look, I think they have leverage even after they get drafted. Like if they ticked him off, well, I'm going to hold out, all that stuff.
We've seen it predominantly with quarterbacks. We've seen it. And Deion's going to get involved.
Deion probably will get involved. Did you really just say Shadur Sanders is not good? I think he's okay. I think he'll be pretty good. What I said, though, real quick to clarify, I said he might not be any good. He might turn out to be a bust. We don't know who's going to be bust in the NFL. But he's not at all like Jake Locker at all.
What's a fair comp? Jameis?
I think Goff is the best.
I think he's a little bit more athletic. I don't think his arm talent is as good though.
I don't think as an accurate passer with arm talent he's as good as Goff. But Goff actually developed a lot of that after he got in the league too. He had some of it. He got a lot better once he got to Detroit.
LA first.
What's that?
LA first, Goff.
Oh, I mean, sorry, LA first.
He was pretty dang good. Like he was pretty dang good.
I think I'm just looking for a guy that, because I don't think it's fair to kind of make a comp to a guy that, runs a lot. I just don't think he's not that guy. And I don't think his arm strength is above average by a lot. It might be slightly above average. I don't think it's great.
No,
but I think he's an accurate passer.
Yeah, watching him play and then watching the cut-ups on deep balls specifically, he doesn't have a super over-the-top, arm.
No, it's strong enough, but not a cannon.
He's accurate between the numbers. He's accurate 20 yards in, but he doesn't have a howitzer.
Now, wasn't that a knock on CJ too?
Yeah, I think he's less toolsy CJ.
Yeah, I think that's
really what I think he is.
I think best case scenario, he's CJ.
Right.
Yeah, which is a good comp.
That is
fine.
a good
I mean, that's a high ceiling.
If he turns out to CJ, then they hit on the pick.
But that's a way higher comp than kind of where he's being slated right now.
I mean, Goff's had more success in the NFL than Stroud has had.
But I'm saying, based on where those two guys were taken, I would say that.
I mean, Jared Goff was the first pick of the draft,
and CJ was top 3. So So I'm saying, like, I don't think Shadur right now went all through. I don't think he's that high.
Some of the people are giving their comps. Would you compare Sanders to Watson? See, I think Sanders is more accurate as a thrower than Watson is.
I would agree.
I don't think Deshaun Watson was very accurate with the ball.
And Watson has a bigger arm.
And he loved to run.
And he loved to run,
he was
too.
pretty happy-footed. Yeah.
And think about it. I mean, what did we say? He tried to extend plays too much because he was constantly either trying to make the Sports Center play or he was trying to run with
some of that.
But what hurts Shadur, though, is that his offensive line was dreadful.
Yeah, he bailed on almost. He had to bail on almost every play.
Yeah, so it's hard. It's hard. Like I saw Orlovsky give his assessment of Shadur, and he's like, I had to throw out 90% of the tape because either all his passes were at the line of scrimmage or he was getting pressured within, a second of the snap. So he said he threw out like 90% of the tape on Shadur, and then the other 10% that he watched was like really good. So it's hard to get an assessment of him because his offensive line was dreadful. They threw a lot of passes at the line. They had Travis Hunter, who's going to be the top receiver taken in this draft. So he's kind of volatile as a prospect. I do think he has a high floor, though. Like to me, he's an NFL starter. But how good of a starter, I think, is what is up for debate. Kirk Cousins says a texter.
Don't sleep on Kirk Cousins' career, though. He's had a really good career so far, regular season.
Shadur Sanders or Bryce Young, who would you buy stock in? I would go. I mean, I like Bryce with this new with Canales.
Mm-hmm.
Like he looked pretty good at the end of last year.
I think I'd lean Bryce.
I would lean Bryce.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were ready to write Bryce off, and the minute that he got in the right system, he's looked a lot better.
Teddy Bridgewater for me says a texter. See, I think he has some Geno-y skill sets. I think he can be a Geno type.
Geno doesn't like to run.
No, but is capable.
Yes.
Capable.
Right.
RG3 says a texter.
No,
not at all.
Not even close.
Not at all.
No. Texter, well, I mean, you thought Will Levis was worthy of the second pick, so I wanted Will Anderson at 2, and then I wanted Will Levis at 12. So let's clarify that. I didn't think he was worthy of the second pick. I thought he was worthy of the 12th pick. Still wrong, but I wanted Will Anderson at 2, not Levis at 2. I would love trading up if Genty slides or if that defensive tackle from Michigan slides. See, I think defensive tackle could be in play
It's
for
in
the
play.
Texans.
I definitely think
really
it's in
do.
play.
All right, let's get to the Rockets starting 5 conversation. Ime Udoka kind of hinted that they might be looking at changing the starting 5 based on who they're playing. Should they? Will they? What should it look like? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, it's Thursday. I have the best weekend idea for you, whether it's this weekend, whether it's next weekend, maybe it's a month away, maybe it's over the summer. Whatever the case may be, you need to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, escape the stress of the job, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From open green spaces to wildlife you just don't see in the city to beautiful, majestic trees. And if you like fishing, they have some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that. Also, what is great about Two Creeks Crossing Resort, it's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there in an hour and a half. You don't have to load up the kids and travel 5 hours on the highway. You don't have to worry about airports and all that junk. You can get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort in an hour and a half. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak the water, pickleball courts, or how about just hanging out by the pool? You can do that too with a drink if you want. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is always taking care of their visitors. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Also, here's a little deal for you. You can save 20% on your next 2-night stay. Sunday through Thursday, 20% on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Has to be a minimum of 2 nights, maximum of 5 nights, but you can save 20% if you act now. Book your weekend escape at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Rare Candy says, isn't this the most interactive show in Houston? I'm confused with Paulie's show. It's up for interpretation. It's all relative. No one's seeing whose reaction is bigger than the others.
Trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but
everybody
like-
think that you know ball.
One show talks about the other.
And I think one show is more boastful about.
Yeah, we never boast. We never talk up our accomplishments and accolades and all the things that we've done well in the past. I won a long drive championship a couple weeks ago.
You beat just going to say that was the latest.
713-780-ESPN. Everyone wants to talk Shadur, and we do what the people want us to do because we're very interactive. I don't know if we're the most interactive show in Houston, but we're up there. We're in the conversation. We're in that tier. We're in that status. So let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, I love your show, and I call every blue moon, not that often. But look, just bear with me for a minute. Josh Allen's college stats. Watch this. Each year, 66%, 56, 56, 56. Hold on. His distance per throw, 6.7 yards in college. Average, 6.7. That's per pass attempt. Jared Goff, his pass per attempt was 7.5%, 7.6 average. His Shadur Sanders college stats, I don't know, let's go. 8.7 yards per attempt. His completion percentages over the years, and I know we're going to take these numbers and still put blinders on and come up with some, but just let the numbers speak. He was 65, 70, 69, 74. But his pass attempts were 8.7 yards. So I get Dan Orlovsky. I get the Detroit running out of bounds guy who never amounted to great analyst. But this is such the most biased and whatever. Come on, we call it what it is. Not just his dad, but if this was Josh Allen's stats, sure, Josh can throw a ball 100 yards. I just pulled up all their stats for college per pass play. These are facts. And we're going to still take Shadur and rip his accuracy or his lack of showmanship or his time watch piece. He completed, I took Josh Allen and Jerry Goff. I looked them up, Googled them, and these are stuff everybody who's listening to me can look them up. 8.7 yards per attempt. But guess what?
Gary. Let me ask you a question. Where do you think?
Here we go.
No.
Gary, come on, it's just a discussion.
That's good information. That's good information. Where would you draft Shadur in this draft? Like where do you think he goes? Top 5, top 10, top 20?
Let me get it. Thank you. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Everything is based on the need of the QB. I know questions are asked to muddy the water. They do that in court too.
Sure.
But when you got facts, not you, when they have factual evidence and it looks clear and cut, they ask questions to muddy the water.
You're right.
I would take him if we know this now. Back in the old days, we were not as educated, but we know this now.
Yep.
We know the sarcasm. We know the quick-wittedness. We know the temperature of the culture. We know the reasons why. So you can't get that over our head.
Gary, I agree with you. Gary. I agree with you. Let me ask you a question. Where
Gary, we gave you Gary, slow down.
I don't think yelling at him works.
Just did.
I don't think it works though.
I know.
He's just gonna watch this. He's gonna take my question and not answer it.
Oh.
Gary, where do you think Shadur Sanders should go in this draft?
If I needed a quarterback, don't try to muddy the water. I would take him first if I needed a quarterback.
You like him over Cam?
If the Baltimore Ravens, wait. If the Baltimore Ravens were picking first to not muddy the water, they don't need a quarterback. If Buffalo Bills, they don't need a quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's how you answer that question. But
So you have Shadur over Cam?
And let me tell you what he's going to do. Indianapolis Colts. That's who he's going to be. We are looking at that athleticism and all. He's going to be that Indianapolis Colts guy with a little bit better than that.
I got you. Okay. Appreciate the call, Gary.
Remember, put it down. Put the date down.
All right. We'll save it on the podcast. Good stuff,
Thank
Gary.
you.
Appreciate the call. He might be right. Like Shadur's hard to read. Like I will be the first one to admit. Like Shadur as an NFL player is hard to read. All NFL quarterbacks are.
And here's the thing, though. I mean, you can. We've talked about this on numerous different topics. You can take whatever stats like he just did, You can find stats that'll support your argument no matter what you do. I could counter his Josh Allen comparison and say, and let's not forget that his first couple of years were at Jackson State. So, but I would also say, if you want to talk about like what he was, a comparison with Josh Allen, do you think Josh Allen has a stronger arm? I don't think it's even close.
No, I don't really care about stats. Like you're not going to look at a college quarterback stats and be like, he's going to amount to this. Because if you did, you look at the greatest quarterback of all time in college football history that has the best stats. No argument here. Case Keenum. Case Keenum would have been Tom Brady. He would have been Peyton Manning. So like Timmy Chang had really great stats at Hawaii.
Was it Colt Brennan?
Timmy
in Hawaii?
Chang's my best friend's
Colt
nephew.
Brennan, unbelievable.
Brennan, yeah.
Nice flex.
I told you this
Graham
before. He was the best man at my wedding, and he taught Timmy Chang to play quarterback.
So like Gary gave us facts there with like statistics and all that, and that's good work by Gary. Look, Gary might be right. Like if Sanders is better than Cam Ward, that's going to be like a huge shock? No, that wouldn't be a huge shock. So I'm not going to like dismiss Gary's point and say that Gary's going to be wrong here definitively. We have no idea. We'll get back to it in 10 years.
But we gave
and
Gary
have this
the
conversation in
chance
10
to
years.
make his case, and then he gave us no chance to rebuttal.
I like it when Gary calls. It's funny. Now, I just don't put any. I shouldn't say any. I put very little credence in college football stats when I'm trying to evaluate what a player is going to be in pro football for the next at least 4 to 5 years, maybe even 10 if you give him that second contract and all
But
of
in
that.
his first couple of years at Jackson State, he still had Travis Hunter, and they were killing their competition.
Yeah, and the Josh Allen comparison is funny because the argument you would make in Shador's defense is, the lack of talent offensive line. Well, Josh Allen played at Wyoming. Wasn't he dealing with some of the same things?
Well, Wyoming's normally pretty stacked for their level.
I'm just saying, it's not like either one was a powerhouse. And the other part of it, okay, sure, the hand-picked stats that you picked out to make your point happen to be the same, but we know what gets quarterbacks drafted. It's tools. And there's no way you could say that Shador looks more toolsy than Josh Allen did coming out of college.
No way.
And some of those stats were very cherry-picked.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm saying. Yeah.
You picked the stats that fit your argument.
And Allen didn't have good college stats. He's right about that.
No.
All these people are being mean to Gary on the text line. Don't be mean. Can you please stop taking that dude's calls? It's always the same with that dude, says Adrian. Why are we being mean to Gary? You bet everyone, Ohio State's and Alabama quarterbacks have had great stats, and a lot of them have not panned out in the NFL, says Keith. That's true. Gary, shut up. Come on. Why are you being mean to Gary? Hang up on his – come on. Dude, get Gary off the freaking radio. Why won't Gary let you ask him a follow-up?
That's the biggest.
Should have told him to shut up. I'm not going to tell Gary to shut up. Hang up on him. Why are y'all being mean to Gary? 713-780-3776.
Or have a conversation.
Yeah, he was incapable of having a conversation.
Not delivering a
with us.
speech.
I don't know. I kind of like it. Like I like confrontation though. I like a little bit of controversy. So I don't mind. I mean, look, all these texters are texting in about how they want Gary off the radio and stuff. It's good for business when Gary calls. Gary, you're always welcome. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Just not today, not the rest of the day. All right, Rockets starting 5 against Golden State. You changing it up? What should it be? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Gary sounds like he punches walls. Come on, don't rip on Gary. We're not going to read this stuff. 713-780-3776. Gary was big mad, says Phil. I don't think he was mad.
He started not mad. He says he listens to us, loves our show. So
I like when Gary calls. Just once a show, though. I didn't think he was mad. I didn't think he was mad at all. Texture says it's always white or black with him. I've never noticed that. I've always thought that Gary was very fair and balanced. You noticed that?
Yep. There's some tendencies.
Never noticed that. Okay, enough about Gary. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. 713-780-3776. So Ime Udoka doing the media stuff, he kind of hinted that the Rockets could maybe tinker or at least look at changing their starting lineup. Should they? Will they? What would yours be against Golden State because of the matchup?
No, I watched the game the other night, and I'm not shocking you. And the thing that interested me the most was that the fact that the Warriors were throwing out a very, very small starting lineup in which they had Draymond and Jimmy Butler guarding the 4-5.
They started that game, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And in looking at that, I was like, wow. I mean, against the wrong team, that could get exploited pretty hard. So my initial thought was, do the Rockets try and jump on them right away with the big lineup and go with Adams and LP? And I think it's too early for Adams, and I don't think it's sustainable where Steven Adams is going to be playing like that a lot of minutes as like starter minutes. So then I kind of went back and forth. I don't mind a starting lineup with Jabari taking advantage of, I would say, Jimmy Butler, but Jabari's got to understand that he's got to try and take him inside. He's got to exploit him on the inside because Jimmy's quick enough to stay with him on the wing and he can contest shots from a face-up position. But that I think LP's footwork will get him shots against Draymond no matter what Draymond's defensive abilities are. And I think that you would have an advantage when you had the ball if you had Jabari on Jimmy.
See, I think Ime's focused more on the defensive end, though. He's defensive-minded.
I think Jabari can guard Jimmy.
No doubt.
Because Jimmy's not a three-point shooter either.
No,
so I think it's more or less,
few.
Yeah, you've got the wingspan.
He's quick, though.
But I know Jabari likes to call himself the locksmith, but Jabari's still good enough and moves his feet well enough that I think that because of his wingspan, he might be a half step at certain points, but I think he can recover with his reach. I don't mind, and I don't think Draymond's a threat on the offensive end. So I think that they could do that, and I think they'd be all right.
So you're putting Jabari in, and who are you taking out?
That's where
you're trying to start 6 guys on me.
No, because see, I don't want to sit Dylan because Dylan, look, as much as I've been critical of his contract, Dylan's 3-point shooting and the way he played this year might have been his best overall season in the league.
I think it was 3-point percentage wise. Yeah.
It's the only guy you could sit though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could sit Fred.
No,
you're not going to do it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like the only person, if you're putting Jabari in the starting lineup, the only person you could take out would be Dylan.
I wouldn't say the only. You could sit Fred.
I don't. Well, the three of us might do that. There's no way Ime is benching Fred.
There's no way he's benching Dylan.
I agree. I'm
They're
just
the same.
Okay. I mean, maybe it's 90% versus 95%, but
No, I disagree with that. Well, I'll argue that margin. I disagree completely. No, I don't think he would ever sit Dylan Brooks.
I'm operating from the side of I agree with you. I don't think he's going to do it, but in the hypothetical,
I took objection to the 95-90. I think it's dead even.
Okay, fine. But
I also
in the
think he could sit
hypothetical
Fred.
where
I don't see. I agree with Brian.
I
on
don't
that
see
point.
it happening, but I think they could because I think Ahmed and Jalen, if they play up tempo, are capable of handling the ball.
I ain't changing a thing. Now, not from a starting perspective.
Right.
Now, going to the bench and who's playing the minutes and like Jabari, Tari, even Steven Adams, because like size gave Golden State problems in the second half against Memphis. They have Draymond Green is not. I'm not worried about him offensively either. So like, could Steven Adams keep up with Draymond Green? Yeah, I think he could. So I think you can exploit that. Now, the problem there is, can your 4 and like you're not taking Alpi off the floor for a significant amount of time? Like, can Alpi defend Jimmy Butler? I don't think so.
I don't think so at all.
I don't think so. So like, I don't think that the Rockets can go with the size as well as Memphis did, depending on who's on the floor.
Because
for Golden
Jaren
State.
Jackson Jr. is not only an athletic big,
He can defend better than
and he
Alpi.
can also shoot the 3.
Yes.
So he exploits on both ends to where, to me, I think you pick your spots when you go with the Steven Adams Alpi lineup, but you pick those spots when you want to go in attack mode. Because I think that you can either solidify a small lead or you can take advantage of it in small doses. And I think that you could swing the game by about five points or so by getting that double big lineup in at the right time.
Once they go big, I'm cool with it. But I don't think you can go. I don't think you can go double big with their starting five. Not with Steven Adams. Like you could go double big with their starting five if Alpi's your 5 and like Jabari's your 4. Which that's not your double big. But like Jabari at the 4, I'm with you. Can guard Butler, not perfectly, but okay. Alpi on Draymond Green, I'm not worried about that defensively, but it would be hard to slide Alpi to the 4 when they have their small lineup on the floor because I don't think Alpi can defend Jimmy Butler.
He can't guard Jimmy.
So you can't go double big when they have their starting 5 on the floor because they start. How do you say they possess me? How do you pronounce his name? They start him, Moody, Curry, Butler, Green. They play Butler at the 4, Green at the 5, like you mentioned. You can't have Alpi at the 4 whenever Golden State has that 5 on the floor. It's impossible.
Yeah, and you're starting 2 point guards. You're starting Moody as a 3-ish. He's a.
They're called. I mean, the way that they play offense, though, they're all pretty interchangeable.
Yeah, but there's second units where you can really exploit the double.
Agreed.
Big. Yeah, because they have no one that can guard either guy. You're going to get offensive rebounds. You're going to clean the glass on the defensive side, and I don't think anybody really you worry about blowing those two guys' doors off.
No, like whenever they bring in Looney. Quentin Post is weird to me. Remember when Looney destroyed Clint Capella, though? I always have bad memories of Kevon Looney just obliterating Clint Capella.
Aside from being an NBA champion, that might have been one of his highlights of his career.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No, he had an unbelievable – I forget what year it was, but he just destroyed Clint Capella. What do you think of this Quentin Post guy? I wasn't that familiar with his game until I watched the one on Tuesday, and then I looked him up and
he's
all that stuff.
Extremely versatile.
He can shoot the 3, and he's big.
I was gonna say that's what I mean. He's got big guy tendencies, but he can face the basket and knock it down on you, to where he's kind of the perfect Golden State guy.
He played 22 minutes against Memphis.
They wanted Kuminga to be that guy, and this guy Post seems like he's more of that guy than Kuminga right now. Kuminga's kind of out of their rotation right now.
Oh yeah, he didn't play against Memphis.
Right. So, and that's from a guy that people were talking about at the start of the year. They got locked down, and that he was a core guy for the future of the Warriors. So that's what tells you what they think about Post. I think he can play, and I think that he can give you some problems. But I think against the Rockets, it's a good matchup because you got Tari, you got guys that are versatile that can guard him, that kind of take him out of his sweet spot.
Like I don't think he's gonna blow by you. Like, do you think that Adams could mark him defensively?
I don't think Steven's quick enough.
See, I don't think Post is beating you off the dribble though.
Steven's not quick enough.
Right, but what is Post doing where he's like exposing Adams' speed?
I think he moves enough without the ball. I mean, in Golden State's offense, I think it's a staple you have to do to a certain degree. I think he moves enough in the course of the offense that Steven Adams could get lost.
Yeah, maybe so. Like, I'm not worried about Post, like, off the dribble.
Right.
I'm not worried about him, like, on a closeout that he's just going to get by. But maybe you're right with the ball, like the ball movement and the cuts.
Yes.
But you can make the case that is always going to happen to Adams, no matter, like, who's on the floor for Golden State.
Well, for Golden State, right? I was going to say other teams you don't have to worry about. Yeah, but specifically for Golden State, because even Buddy Hield, they've got him to move more than he's ever moved in his career.
So it's like Adams not going to play a lot in the series?
I like I said, I think they're going to pick spots. I think they're going to pick spots when the second team comes in for Golden State and they realize, hey, they got no one with any kind of rebounding or size on the floor. If we can control tempo just a little bit, we can control possessions to make a difference of about 5 points.
Will Golden State force the Rockets' hand to a lineup change? What does the rotation look like? Some of the textures have theirs as well. What do the minutes look like for some of these Rocket bench guys, too? Because I think that is their strength, their size, their length, all of that. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. Desert Stro. We'll see who the better defensive player of the year candidate is in this series. Draymond and Amin. I mean, Draymond's got the reputation. He's still a good defender. Still a good defender. But Amin Thompson's the better defender between the two.
Yeah. You don't worry about the defensive player of the year for this year because Amin's not even in the running.
You don't think?
Oh, no. No.
The guy that writes for The Athletic had him number one.
I saw the majority being between who got hurt so that it was supposed to be between Draymond and
I think he'll finish top five. I'm in
top five. Yes.
The kid from Orlando.
You said not in the running. Like, what do you, I mean? What do you mean by that?
Not a front runner, not one of the top two or three.
I feel like your goalpost moving a little
No,
bit.
I'm not. I'm seriously not. I'm talking about the fact for this year, I thought there was a clear-cut 1-2.
The odds are Evan Mobley plus
Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley was the guy
Dort
that was
plus
supposed
600.
And then he started sitting late in the year to where Draymond was making a case that he should win it. I think Evan Mobley.
Draymond's the heavy favorite.
Evan Mobley and Draymond are the top two, and I think everybody else is playing for third.
Draymond's minus 500.
Who's third?
Lou Dort.
Oh, he's pretty good too.
Yeah, his odds are plus 600 though. Yeah. So there is that aspect of it. Twitch is making fun of Brian again. 75 BMAC. You could take some tips on how to dress from the intern instead of showing up in yard work.
I've never claimed to dress well, so that's fine.
What's intern wearing?
It was an Astros hat. I don't remember what else.
The City Connect hat, but he had almost the half the uniform on yesterday. He had the jersey
the hat
and
and the shirtsy on yesterday. Yeah, it's a good look. I like the new Astro City Connect. Hey guys, I'm a diehard Rocket fan, and call me crazy, but I got the Rockets winning in 7. I have the Rockets in 7 too, so
I got the Warriors in 6.
I don't think you're crazy. Gary started happy hour early. We're not reading more Gary texts. We're not going to make fun of Gary. I bet Gary hates Tom Brady. We're not reading that. Here's a couple of starting fives from the text line. The lineup for me would be Amin, Green, Brooks, Jabari, Şengün. So he's sitting Van Vliet and putting Jabari in his spot.
That's what I threw out there as the not impossible. I don't think he will. I think that he has too much trust or he feels like a need to have that kind of stabilizing force coach on the floor of Fred as well, that he wouldn't do that.
He's not doing that.
But I think that, do I think that lineup would work? I do.
I like that lineup.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
No, I like that lineup. He won't do it, but I like that lineup too. Now, who do you think plays more minutes a game, Jabari or Fred VanVleet?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
I think it's pretty close, but I think it should be Jabari. I think it will be Fred.
I agree with what you said. Who's more impactful in this series, Jabari or Tari?
Depends on who stays out of foul trouble. I think defense is at such a premium for the Rockets in this series to be able to have versatile guys that can guard multiple positions. I think that Jabari will get the first crack at it. If he does well and stays out of foul trouble, I don't think Tari's going to play as much. I think that on the flip side, if Jabari gets into foul trouble, Tari could be, for a lot of minutes, could be a very, very valuable guy. If I have to pick between the two, I'm going to say Jabari because I think he's got the ability to do more if he's on the floor.
I would agree. Jabari or Adams more impactful in this series?
Because he's going to be on the floor more, I'll say Jabari.
Tari or Adams?
I think it could be Big Steve.
Okay, I would go Tari there. I think that the length and the athleticism is important against this Golden State team because of how they move and the fluidity of offense and all of that. So I'll go with Tari.
Big Steve could be a very big factor in this series, even if it's in small doses.
For sure. And the offensive rebounding, I think, would be critical too. The lineup for me would be Şengün, Adams, Brooks, Green, Thompson. So you're playing Amin, Green, the backcourt. Brooks would be your wing, and then Adams and Şengün. See, I don't think you can defend with that. If you're just putting that starting five with the Golden State starting five, it's Amin, Jalen, Dylan Brooks, Alpi Şengün, Steven Adams. That
They'll
can't
run you off the
defend
floor.
Golden State's 5.
They'll run you off the floor.
Like, you can do that in like you said, doses,
Yep.
depending on like if Looney's coming into the game or even the post is coming into the game. But if Butler's there 4 and Draymond's there 5, you can't have Steven Adams and Alpi Şengün on the floor at the same time.
So Golden State's eyes get wide and they put the pedal down, and all they do is run your ass off the floor.
Because at best, what they're going to do is they're going to say, here, well, okay, Alpi's defending Jimmy Butler. And then that doesn't even account for screens that they're going to run to lead to possible switches. So, like, you cannot have that 5 on their floor with their starting 5.
They would exploit the hell out of it. Like you said, to my point earlier, everybody on that offense, everybody on the Warriors knows they're going to be moving without the ball on every single possession. And every chance they get, they are going as fast as they can.
Yeah, that's why I think Adams is going to be hard to get a lot of minutes in this series, because there's not many players in the Golden State rotation that you want him on the floor defending. Like Looney for sure. I would even go with Post, maybe even Draymond, but that's it.
He can guard Draymond, but I think that he can take away a lot of Draymond defensively if Draymond is on him. But I think that it's going to be that first opportunity in the second quarter or whenever they really go heavy with their backup unit. And then I think it's going to be situationally late in the game.
I agree. Like there's going to have to be size on the floor for Golden State for them to do that. A text, I couldn't even find odds on him in for Defensive Player of the Year. Laughable.
That's what I'm talking about.
Does Branham fake his voice at home? Yes, I do. I fake my voice most of the time, actually. When people can't decide on who to play, that means they have good depth. I like this roster. I agree. I like this roster a lot. I think that this roster is underrated. I think they're very underrated. I think Ime's being underrated for Coach of the Year. I think Amin Thompson's being underrated for Defensive Player of the Year. I think the Rockets are going to get snubbed on like every first, second, third team in the NBA. I think they're incredibly underrated. I think they're overlooked, and I think they're one of the most talented rosters in the NBA. That's why I think they win the series.
I think that I love the roster for the long haul. I do have questions about when you start talking about how far this team can go, specifically this year, because of the fact that they really don't have a go-to guy that they can just put in his hands and know that you're going to get a bucket. And I think that I would be very, very, very careful about making any moves in the offseason trying to get that guy, because I think that this roster is too talented to start giving up on some of the guys they would have to do.
Yeah. Scott says y'all clearly didn't watch the last time the Golden State and the Rockets played. The double big kicked their butts.
In a regular season game, Steph Curry also only had 3 points.
Well, that's credit to him in.
Okay, to some degree. In a playoff series, if you think that's going to happen or come close to happening, then you're out of your mind.
I need to go back and watch that game. Moses Moody only played 14 minutes that game. Draymond only played 27. So, like, was there a factor for the double big? I'm going to go back and watch that game, though. He brings up a good point. That's a fair point, Scotch. I tip my cap to you.
Joel, I'm curious because you've obviously watched the Rockets more than I do, but with what I saw the last time they played Golden State specifically, but even other games with the two bigs, is they go to more of a zone look so that maybe Adams and Şengün aren't exploited as much on the pick and roll. Do you think that would help them all from this concern about the way the Warriors could pick them apart if they go double big?
I think it's very tough for longer to try more than in short doses to try and do that because of the way Golden State plays offense. I just don't think that they can be effective doing that, like trying to do that consistently throughout a game. I think they get torched.
What breaks a zone?
Shooting.
Who is the greatest three-point shooter of all time?
Steph Curry.
I don't think
men would have to do a job, obviously.
Yeah, I don't want. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to go zone against Steph Curry. Like, I want a min in his face from the moment he walks in the gym. I want a min to touch him every single second of the game, just to let him know he's around. Like Max Crosby with Pat Mahomes. Like, did you ever watch that quarterback show? Or Max Crosby was just like tapping Pat Mahomes every time he ran by him, just to like try to mess with his head. I want a Min Thompson tapping Steph Curry for 48 minutes. 48, the moment you see him to the moment he leaves through the tunnel, I want a Min Thompson in his kitchen.
Steve Kerr played for Phil Jackson, right?
Yes.
Steve Kerr's already doing Phil Jackson things. He's already talking about the fact that everybody's allowing everybody to touch and grab and pull at Steph at every position and every possession. And this is what Phil Jackson would do. He would do it so that to set a tone or change a tone within the series, he wants this called closely because of what Jeremy just said. Because if they don't, You can take advantage of Steph Curry. You can take advantage of him and exploit him all, when you have the ball for sure. But you can, if you're allowed to put a hand on Steph and you're allowed to be physical with Steph, it's a whole new ballgame.
Yeah, and like I get what Kerr's doing. He's got to obviously protect his own self-interest. But when it sometimes what Kerr says regarding that rings hollow when you have Draymond Green on your team. And other than Curry, a lot of your guys play physically. And Jimmy Butler's constantly jumping in and creating contact on jump shots. Like, let's not pretend that Golden State doesn't play physical defense outside of Stephon Curry, especially with Draymond. So the way Kerr talks about, freedom of movement, will they let us, will they call the game the right way? Like, your team benefits off that as well.
Keith from LA, playoff Jimmy plus playoff Curry. This is going to be tough for the Rockets. You're from LA. You don't know ball. You have no clue. Didn't they play bad when Fred was hurt? Yeah, they did. They had their slump whenever Fred was hurt.
Jimmy's a different player in the playoffs.
No doubt.
There's just you just look at it.
Finest.
As good as he has been in the regular season, if there's one guy in recent history, and there's been others, and Steph's one of those guys too. But people don't give enough credit to the way Jimmy ups every part of his game in the playoffs.
He drinks all that espresso. Peter blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, and the Rockets.
Just keep adding to that list.
We need like a whiteboard with the running list of all the things that Joel hates.
What did he? I don't think he added anything though.
He did. He added the Rockets.
I think he's had the Rockets there.
When have I hated on nickel corners?
That was the one that
That's whenever you talk bad about Petrie, you didn't want to give him his money.
Well, I think we all kind of didn't like that.
No, we
deal,
definitely
though.
did. Yeah.
Joel took the brunt of it though.
Yeah, Pete's exploiting it. It's fine.
He hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, and the Rockets. Which of those is not like the others? I would go puppies. I feel like you like puppies more than kids, nickels, corners, and Rockets.
I love kids the most. My kids specifically.
But other people,
I've always loved kids though.
I've always been good with kids. Love kids. Love the dogs.
Texture says Joel loves ketchup.
Love ketchup. Fact.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. More Kevin Durant to Houston smoke. I will discuss next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, tax day just passed, but property tax day is May 15th. There is still time for you to save some money if you challenge your property taxes. And I'm telling you this now because there's a company that's waiting for your call or waiting for you to contact them so that they can help you because they have over 60 combined years of experience. And they do all kinds of property tax challenges, residential, commercial, industrial, and business properties. They're going to fight to reduce your taxes. Century is the best in the business. Century Property Tax Consultants are going to get it done for you. And if they don't, you don't have to pay them a single thing. That's the best part of all of this. You have nothing to lose and a ton to gain if you go to the people at cprotax.com. That's right. cprotax.com is where you need to go. You need to sign up and you need to realize you're getting 60 combined years of experience. You're getting a business that would fight for you, and they're not going to take a dime unless they win. That's why I'm telling you about them right now. There's still time, and you can make money by going to Century Property Tax Consultants. CPROtax.com is going to be where you need to go, and they're going to take it from there. They'll do the fighting. They'll do the presentation. They'll get in front of the court, and they'll take it where it needs to go. And all you need to do is sit and wait. If they don't win, you don't pay a thing. Hey, but you know what? You gave it a shot. But for the most part, they're going to win. And you're going to save. And that's why I'm telling you that you need to get in contact with them. Best in the business, cprotax.com. That's who you need to call. Century Property Tax Consultants. Don't pay more taxes than you need to.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blank Branham bees. Brian behind the glass. He's not doing much today, though.
Second day in a row.
I know.
Riding that Ryan train.
If he's not taking a day off, he has an intern doing all his work for him. It's kind of crazy. Ryan, do you have a B in your name? Ryan shaking it. Brian's scared of the microphone, I think.
He's scared of the
Look at him,
microphone. He's
scooting
still
away.
learning the
He's
buttons.
now on his feet,
And now
running
BMAC
away.
is pushing him aside. He
Brian's
can't
like,
take
give me
any
my
more of this.
microphone.
Get out of the way.
I
It's my
got to
shot
talk.
here.
713-780 ESPN. Is Ime the best coach in the series?
I don't think. I'd say no, simply because of the skins on the wall. I understand the team that Kerr had and what he inherited when he got there. I mean, Ime also inherited the Celtics team that had a boatload of talent. So I would say no.
If you had an expansion in basketball team, NBA team, I don't think it's different.
I think Steve Kerr in a playoff series has the skins on the wall and the experience in every facet. I don't think there's anything that would surprise him at this point. And I think that he's had the success to where I would say that no slight on Ime Udoka, and he will get there.
Mhm.
I just think Steve Kerr is a guy because of that has a notch above him.
Yeah, I'm not really arguing that Kerr isn't the better coach, but to me, the resume shouldn't come into play. Like, who is the best
the back of
coach
his
for the
baseball
next
card.
7 games? That's all that matters when you're talking about the best coach in the series. And the answer still might be Steve Kerr. And like the experience does help him, obviously. Has had multiple NBA championships, has had tons of playoff runs. Ime Udoka had the one run to the NBA finals. So he has some experience, not the experience of Steph Kerr. But which coach do you trust the most over the next 7 games, potentially, in this 7-game series? It still might be Kerr.
I think it's still Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it still might be Kerr. That's tough. It's a good coaching matchup. I would go Kerr.
And I think you know, as a caveat, you throw in that Kerr's playing days and his experience in a lot of championship series, in a lot of those kind of games, big time playoff games too, that you put that all into his skill set and say he's had a ton of experience. I think that Ime is just experience away. Because I thought what you were going to say is if you had to start an expansion team tomorrow, which guy would you rather?
Well, yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah.
I think that's a different question, and I think that's Ime.
Why is it a different question, though?
Because I think that Ime relates really well to younger players. He did it in Boston because Tatum and Brown were on the way up, and he was developing some other guys as well. And I think that he really connects well with the younger players in today's game, whereas I think Kerr walked in and right from the jump, he had a team loaded for bear.
Yeah. I guess you're right. Expansion is not the way to say it because to me, it's more the better way of phrasing the question. They have the exact same team. The players are the exact same. You're coaching the exact same players. They're playing in a 7-game series. Who's winning that because of the coaching prowess? That's the better way to phrase it than an expansion team because you're
those players matter too.
If they're the exact same,
but I'm saying who they are. Like if you've got a Steph Curry or you've got Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, that matters. If you've got guys just coming into the league for the first time.
No. We're like, this is obviously a very hypothetical thing because you can't do it. But you give Steve Kerr the same roster. You give Ime Udoka the same exact roster. The only difference is the head coach. So that's the way of figuring out who the better head coach is. Obviously, you couldn't do it. It's the hypothetical. It's the conversational piece. But Steve Kerr, Ime Udoka, same exact roster, 1 through 12.
I still lean Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I lean Steve Kerr a little bit. Now, it's close.
It is.
And the way they do it, I thought where you were going to go with the roster is it depends on if it's an offensive roster or defensive roster. Because Steve Kerr, I think, is the better offensive coach. Ime Udoka is the better defensive coach. And then maybe you give Kerr the slight edge based off that. So the roster could matter in terms of like the personnel.
Yeah, and I think that from an offensive perspective, Ime's more of the modern day offensive coach, and that's why I said the personnel matters too. If you got guys that are knockdown shooters, if you've got a guy that is, there's no argument, he's the best shooter the game's ever seen.
Yeah.
Then Steve Kerr's the guy that designed the offense and the movement and all the things that are going to get done. I don't think Steve Kerr is a genius on defense.
No. Yeah, I would give Ime the edge defensively, Kerr the edge offensively overall. I'm with you. I give Kerr the slight edge. I think it's very close, though. I asked that question because if Udoka can get the Rockets to the 2 seed and get more out of the team, why isn't he the better coach?
I think we just kind of summed it up, though. I think that, from all the experiences and from all the different I don't think there's a single scenario that's out there right now that's going to pop up in the playoffs that Steve Kerr hasn't gone experienced and can coach through.
Probably not.
And I think that there's still some things with Ime that he probably hasn't seen yet.
If they switch rosters, who would win? I think the Rockets roster would win with either coach. I like the Rockets roster better. I really do. I think the Rockets will win the real series if they traded coaches and Kerr was the coach and Ime coach Golden State. I still think the Rockets win. I believe in the Rockets' talent. I think it's real.
I can't do that this year.
Fair enough. 713-780-ESPN. Kevin Durant to Houston smoke. Shams, ESPN's latest. He's putting more smoke on Kevin Durant to Houston.
And there is going to be a level of mutual interest. There has been already with them and Kevin Durant with the Suns. Seeing how they do. Listen, if they win a couple rounds, they might be good where they're at. If you lose early, you don't win or enough to where you want to. Right. Could you look at a guy like Kevin Durant once again?
There you go. More smoke to Kevin Durant. They're saying he might force his hand to Houston. Where are you at with this?
Again, what we've always talked about, and from my standpoint, is the price really matters. Like Kevin Durant, could he help? He can help. He can help just about every team in this league. Kevin Durant could be an asset that helps you take the next step wherever you are, whether you're the Charlotte Hornets and you're trying to get to the playoffs and improve, or you're a team like the Rockets that's trying to get that next tier up. Kevin Durant helps. But what you have to give up is as important as anything with him, because you're only going to get him for a couple of years. I don't know how many years he's got left, but I think you're only going to get him for about 2 years of still top quality Kevin Durant. And what you're going to have to give up, I understand that they're focused on getting their picks back, as they should be.
Rumors they're not.
But if they want some of your young core and multiple guys from your young core.
Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd, a first rounder. And then probably like Van Vliet to make salaries work.
Smash accept.
I could do that. I could do that.
Give me.
Do that.
I mean,
Give me.
easy smash accept.
Those guys aren't in your rotation right now. So, yeah, and the first round pick, no matter what it turns into, by the time that first round pick develops, unless you get Cooper Flagg, and even with Cooper Flagg, I think it's going to take a little bit. But I don't know that it helps you as much as Kevin Durant for the next 2 years if you can keep the rest of your rotation.
How are you getting Flagg?
You win the lottery. I mean, if you win the lottery, you get the
Was
number.
it 3% odds?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, that's why I said it's a small odds, but I'm saying unless whoever you get with that pick you're giving up, if you said you don't want, they didn't want it
let's
back.
wait. Let's wait for the lottery. let's wait for the lottery.
Let's not make this trade before the lottery.
We'll wait for the lottery on that one.
Yeah.
I'll meet you in the middle.
that's fine.
Let's do it post lottery.
Because I don't think
the lottery,
other than Cooper
they
Flagg,
have no
that's what I'm
choice though. Like the lottery happens in the playoffs. Like this would be post lottery no matter what. They can't make trades until the lottery's done.
Right. So as long as you don't have the number one overall pick, I don't think whoever you get, they're all based on potential. And I think they're multiple years away from being like a contributing factor to a team like the Rockets, to where I'm fine doing that trade.
Here's where I'm at, because I am too, like that scenario, all that. Here's where I'm at with this right now, though. All of these Rockets are in on this player, that player. I'm putting that to rest until the Rockets postseason is done. I don't want to talk about trade rumors and this guy's coming to Houston while the Rockets are in their first playoff run since 2020. I don't want to do the rumor thing until their season comes to a close.
Or should you?
Can we do that on this show?
Yeah.
I'm
Can we
agreeing.
do that?
Do it, because I think that the main thing that I've been harping on is we're going to get a lot clearer definition of who each individual player on this roster is based on what happens on this playoff run.
100%.
And it's not just how the team does. We're going to find out a lot more about Jalen and Alpi and just about everybody in the rotation in terms of where did they take their game when you take your team to the next level. If they all are stepping up and they're showing you the promise that they can do this, I'm going to be less likely to make just about any move. Yeah. But if they falter and they get it bounced quickly and it's not who you thought they were going to be, now you've got to change direction and do things a lot differently this offseason.
Let's table this until the Rockets season is done.
Agreed.
I don't want to hear about Durant, and I'm open to Durant. I don't want to hear about it. Don't want to hear about Zion and Jaw, all of this stuff. No. Let's table it. Who?
Joker. Brian had found that one last week.
Let's table all of this
Joker's
future Rocket until the Rockets season is over. Texter, I hate Flagg, so it's almost a lock. Houston gets them. Crying emoji. I don't know why you hate Flagg.
Why do you hate Flagg?
I hate Duke. I like Cooper Flagg. I would love Flagg.
Yeah, he wouldn't be wearing a Duke jersey if he's playing for the Rockets.
I like Flagg.
I don't think there's any
his
team
game
in the
a lot.
league that hates.
Yeah, give me Cooper Flagg. I'm going to come across as a big hater, but I'm tired of the Warriors and their moving screens, Rockets in 6. Why would you come across as a hater for that text?
All you got to do is you don't have to dig very far, and you can find the highlights of all that.
You're not coming across as a hater. Flag's got a punchable face. That's true, but I wouldn't mind that punchable face in Houston. No arguing today. Bummer. LOL. I've looked for my spots, but Blanker's been making some good points today.
I think the other thing when you start talking about the whole hater aspect, it's like Pat Beverly. It's like guys like that. What's his name? That's on Phoenix now. That was with Milwaukee. Grayson Allen, JJ Redick. You hated him at Duke. You hated him if they played another team because they had a good chance to do something to really kind of affect you. But if they were on your team, you'd love every minute that they were playing.
Look at Dylan Brooks. I'm sure a lot of Rockets fans didn't like him before, he started playing well this year. They didn't like him when he was with Memphis.
That's true. Yep. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What lands on the list this week, and what do you want to add to it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Bad Take Boulevard. What's making the list this week? 713-780-ESPN. What do you got? 713-780-3776. We start with Nick Casario's press conference yesterday. He doesn't know the name of the Rockets general manager.
Best of luck to the Rockets. I think Ime and Raphael have done a phenomenal job. They got a really good team, so it'll be fun to watch a little playoff basketball here.
Trafel.
It is.
If you're gonna show love to people, and I respect that Nick Casario is showing love to my Cougars, go Cougs, and the Rockets.
You got Ime right.
You gotta know the name of your GM brethren. You gotta know how to say his name, right? Like if you're gonna pay somebody a compliment, you better know how to say his name. You better know how to say his name, or just wish the Rockets good luck. Don't say their names.
And if you really
Raphael.
knew him, you knew that Rafe is acceptable.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Does he hate it when people call him Raphael?
I don't know that I've ever heard that one way or the other, but everybody in the office called him Rafe.
Okay. Did you call him Rafe?
I didn't.
You did or didn't? I didn't hear the NT there at the end.
I did.
You
not.
didn't.
I did. Not.
Is that why you didn't like it? You think?
I think there were. I think that I didn't like him first.
That's why you didn't call him Rafe. What did he call you?
Joel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. It's better than
I
some
thought it was
alternatives.
something I had to bleep or something.
POS.
No.
Yeah, so Nick Cassera makes the list for not knowing
You
how
just made the
how to
list.
say the name of his GM brethren as he tries to wish them good luck in the playoffs. ESPN 97.5 admin who handles the Twitter here at the station, which who does that? Is there a collection of people? Is there a few
mostly
people?
Sam. I think Joe pitches in
You
time
do
to time.
You do as well.
I've never edited or posted a video. No,
that's not true.
I've never edited or posted a video.
You have posted a video.
Twitter.
Well, the video you're in reference to, where it's that's a different type of video. I've posted.
Look at this.
Semantics matter.
Who is this? Look at this moving the goal. I've never posted. Well, some videos, but not this. No,
But
you
know
posted
what
videos.
type of video I'm talking about. The highlight reel of what you guys said on the show, where Sam
Sure.
puts up the graphic. I've never had. That's
Now,
a different department.
There are some different. I've heard some conflicting reports here. How much involvement do you have on the headline?
I give a suggestion most times.
Okay, how of your suggestions of the headline? How often is it used?
I don't track it, so I'm not actually sure.
Well, how about you take a little bit of passion for your job? So the tweet, our show tweet the other day, should Astro fans give up on the season already? Which our conversation was nothing to do with that.
Cron.com or the Chronicle did that.
And then the caption, the little the headline on the graphic that they used, too soon to panic, ?
I think that was what I sent her.
Okay, well then y'all both make the list. Y'all both make the list. Sam makes the list. You
just made the list.
ESPN admin makes the list. Framing our conversation
that was the
this way.
conversation. You guys were reacting to people who were panicking already. So the question is it too soon to panic?
This is
Obviously, you're saying it was.
This
It
is
come
some
across
framing.
like it was framed like it was us.
This
No,
is
it wasn't
major
framed as
framing.
It wasn't framed as if it was you guys.
It's
You guys
framing
were.
and farming.
Well, you're not against farming.
I'm not
though.
opposed to that at all.
Yeah.
No.
Don't feign any disdain
How
there.
many hashtags do we use here too? 1, 4, hashtag
many.
Astros, hashtag Houston Astros, hashtag MLB, hashtag Fromber, hashtag Astros baseball, hashtag MLB talk, hashtag Houston sports, hashtag wild card race, hashtag baseball season, hashtag Astros nation, hashtag ESPN 975, hashtag don't give up.
What's their
We're
marketing
going
line this
Jimmy
year?
V.
Don't ever give
Built
up.
for this.
Built for this. There you go.
Hashtag baseball fans. I feel like I can sue for slander.
Hashtag don't stop believing.
Well, you would have to be slandered in order to sue
I am
for it.
slandered.
You're not.
Yes, it's the questions are.
It doesn't say Jeremy Branham quote. It just it's asking the question, and then the clip you guys are responding to the question. That's what it is.
I feel like there's some serious framing going on.
And it's never been framed as Joel said this or Jeremy said this.
We're tagged.
Well, yeah, sure, so you could promote it.
Our
show what show it's on.
It comes across, I think, as our show and the guys that are on it.
If you listen to the clip, I don't see how you could
But
draw
that's
that
the
reference.
thing.
People don't listen to the clip.
It's not about the clip.
But again, it's asking a question. It's not phrasing, I think the season's
But
over.
it's giving off the impression that we're saying it does.
I think you're overselling it.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Read the comments of my quote tweet. I am not overselling it. In fact, let me go find that real quick.
Most people attack before they watch the video based on the headline.
No one has the attention span to listen to a 50-second video.
But
no one.
You wouldn't
They're
have
going to read the
listen
graphic.
You wouldn't have to listen to the full 50 seconds to get the gist of the conversation.
They don't listen to any of it. A lot of times you're scrolling, you don't want to have volume. And you might not read the captions at all either. Anyway, I quote tweeted this. No, the Astros patrons shouldn't give up on the season. Yes, it's too soon to panic. And then look at the comments here. I don't want to be disrespectful, but why is this question even being asked 16 games into a 162-game season, especially considering they got off to a worse start last season and won the division? No idea. It wasn't ours. I know it wasn't yours. It is your station, though, so I thought I'd ask.
I mean, that speaks to the person.
97.5. What kind of question is this? Says Kathy. I'll worry in the All-Star break. The same question's been asked at the same point for the last 3 to 4 seasons. So there you go. There you go. Make the list.
You just made the list.
You too, Brian. Get you one for you.
You just made the list.
Yesterday, caller Keith, he I don't know if this is a bad take yet. Yeah, it's a bad take already. He said Logan Win will win 300 games. And we can't
You just made the list.
That it's a bad take yet.
I mean,
but I'm willing to put my reputation on the line.
I would bet the mortgage on
I'm
it.
willing to put my career on the line.
Yeah, I was going to say that ain't happening.
Sports radio career, not play-by-play career.
Retirement match.
I care about that one more.
Yeah.
So, Keith, you made the list. Live Golf Nation, of course, the Rory, Bryson DeChambeau shootout at Augusta, which didn't live up to the hype. But as you can imagine, Live Golf Nation had an allegiance one way over the other. They sent out this tweet. When you watch the post-round interviews for Bryson and Rory, two things become clear. This is going into Sunday, after their round Saturday. Bryson is the last person Rory wants to be playing with, and Rory is exactly who Bryson wants to be paired with. Bryson craves the moment. Rory wants to stay in his bubble. Rory didn't play great, but he played better than Bryson. Bryson shot a 75 after this. So, Live Golf Nation, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Play better than Bryson. But Rory choked 3 different times. He double bogeyed at 1, the little wedge into the water, and then he bogeyed 18. All he needed was par for the green jacket.
Yeah, there was some tendencies from Rory to have some truth to that, but at the end of the day, because he saved face by winning it.
And he beat DeChambeau.
Yep.
And he played better than DeChambeau. He didn't play great, choked 3 different times.
And now they're 1-1.
But he played better than,
Right.
Yeah, but they weren't head-to-head at the U.S. Open. But
Right.
yes. Pirates color guy, the color analyst, he calls the pitch to strike out Ellie De La Cruz with the bases loaded. Ellie De La Cruz up with the bases loaded. I think there's 2 outs in the inning, 2 strikes in the inning. Pirates color guys like change up, strike 3, getting out of the inning. Here's how it went.
A change up for a swinging strike 3 down low.
Full count, bases loaded. 3-2 pitch to De La Cruz, and it's a high fly ball to left deep. Pham going back to the wall. Grand slam, Ellie De La Cruz. On his bobblehead night, he gives the Reds a 4-0 lead in the 3rd inning.
Called it. He said he's going to throw the changeup and strike him out. And then grand slam.
Wasn't a changeup either.
Was it not a changeup?
No, it wasn't a changeup. It was a fastball up and in.
On his bobblehead night, no less.
Yeah.
Ellie De La Cruz.
You just made the list.
No Tony Romo predicting plays.
That pirate, he sounded like 80. He sounded ancient.
He did sound old, yeah.
I wonder who it is.
Is it an ex-player?
Couldn't tell. I don't know who it is. Usually they give the jobs
Pirates
to the
are pretty
ex-players,
cheap,
though.
too.
They do. That's why they kept him there. He's still working on the salary that they gave him whenever he first got hired. Pirates color commentator, television. Let's see who it spits out here. The Google machine. It says that it's Kevin Young. He's in his 4th year, but other guys rotate, so we have no clue who that was. He sounded ancient, though.
It kind of did.
Sounded like he was 80 years old. So that guy makes the list. Ryan,
You just made the list.
Ryan Clark. This whole Nico. How do you say Nico's last name? Tennessee quarterback.
Amaliva.
That's not how I say
It's a
it.
joke. I know.
Yeah,
Nico
I
Amaliva.
really did get a kick out of that when I kept reading it.
pretty
Going,
funny.
I mean, it's pretty appropriate that he looked at Tennessee and said, "I'm gonna leave you."
Anyways, Ryan Clark was on one of the Talking Head shows the other day, and he blames Mario Cristobal for Nico leaving Knoxville.
Shouldn't hold out because the contract isn't binding, and now you got people like Mario Cristobal, who, by the way, is part and fault of this because he gave Carson Beck, who ain't the best quarterback in the country, $4 million to go to Miami. There's no reason for him to hold out because he's getting overpaid.
Why are we blaming Mario Cristobal for this? That was like, I mean, I know NIL is weird now, but that was like in the normal window and all that. It wasn't right before the spring game and holding people hostage.
No, and he knows going in that he's only getting Carson Beck for 1 year. I mean, there is the capability of making a deal for the next 3 years or 2 years for I'm gonna leave you.
I guess he's trying to say that Carson Beck's overpaid.
He's saying that he ruined the market.
Yeah,
He ruined the market.
He
but I
changed.
mean,
But the market's the market.
The market's the market,
But
right?
the
He's
kid
worth
that was
what he
going to
gets.
LSU he got 10.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't 10 a year, was it?
I think it was 10, or at least the initial one.
The one that ended up going to Michigan?
Yeah.
The one that ended up
Underwood?
changing his commitment
Underwood,
and
yeah.
went to Michigan, got 10. I don't know if it was 10 a year, but what's the name from Barstool was
Dave Portnoy. Yeah,
Portnoy was
10 and a half over 4 years.
Okay.
That's not crazy, actually.
Well, that's actually what Nico was getting from Tennessee, but he got it for the first 2 years while he was still in high school.
So 10 and a half. I mean, that's less than $3 million a year. That's not crazy.
He had 1 year left on the deal that he signed with Tennessee at 2.2, and he wanted 4. Tennessee said, "Go fly a kite."
College basketball point guards and big men getting more than that. So a quarterback getting that much money is not unheard of.
That's crazy.
Not unheard of. But Ryan Clark makes the list. And then you have this one, Brian, on
You just made the list
on audio here. Sal Licata.
Yeah, Sal Licata from WFAN and up in New York. His talking about is the season already over for the Astros? 15 games into Juan Soto's career with the Mets. He's already done with Juan Soto.
I believe you.
Sounds like it.
Juan Soto has stunk to start his Mets career. I never thought I would be at this point with Juan Soto, a guy who I begged and pleaded the Mets to go get, a guy who I wanted more than any player ever in my fandom. I wanted Juan Soto. The Mets delivered, and every single time this guy has come up in a big spot this year, and there have been plenty, he has failed. And yesterday, a despicable 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, leaving a small village on the base pass as the Mets lose a series. You don't pay $765 million to a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Bullcrap.
Where's the bad take? I agree with this take.
I hate
He's already
when,
making excuses too.
I mean, I hated the contract the moment he signed.
Well, well, sure, but the idea of
this is a great take.
15 games in, we're talking about what, a 12-year contract, and 15 games in, well, he can't get it done.
15-year contract.
Okay, sure, 15, 10, 12, whatever. They're 15 games in, and they've already making the decision that he can't get it done.
I agree with the take.
Yeah, well,
he's not living up to the contract,
and he's already making excuses, saying, last year I had the best hitter behind me, and
factual.
Throwing his own teammates under the bus.
Now those Mets teammates are not even close.
I just love it when, like, in the context of sports, something that's not that serious, people are using the words like Sal did there, despicable, to describe a guy that went 0 for 5.
It is serious. He signed a $765 million deal.
From an ROI perspective, it ain't starting great.
He went 0 for 5 in
great.
1 game out of 15, and oh my God, it's despicable. Settle down.
We're doing it with Christian Walker.
We have not had the conversation of him being despicable.
The Astro fan base has.
No.
They called him a Abreu. That's worse than despicable.
Okay. Well, those people should wind up on the list too then.
I don't know. I don't mind this take at all. I think it's a good take.
You just made the list.
Texter, can you give a shout out to my daughter, Natalie, and her volleyball club, Bay Area Volleyball Association 16 under. We're in Dallas for a big national tournament. No, we're not giving Natalie and her volleyball club, Bay Area Volleyball Association 16 under, a shout out. In fact, for just asking the question, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Do shout outs to Natalie and her volleyball club, Bay Area Volleyball Association 16 under. We're not doing that. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Texture says Branham hates 16 and under volleyball. Who doesn't? I don't really like Little League sports. I think it's gotten bad. What?
I coach it. I mean,
Yeah, you're probably one of those coaches that yells at umpires.
Not even close.
Jeremy wouldn't come watch it play.
I'd go watch them play if they were if they were nearby. I'm not traveling more than 30 minutes for it. But if they were like playing in my neck of the woods, I had nothing else to do, I'd go by and watch her play for sure. For sure. If they're ever in my neck of the woods, let me know. I'll go watch her play.
See, but there has been with people on this station before. I was called weird if there were top prospects playing in basketball or football in a high school game.
Yeah.
If I wanted to go watch them.
I don't mind that either.
I think
I'll go watch a game.
My dad used to do that all the time in Milwaukee to see some of the top prospects.
Yeah, like when Vince Young was killing it in Madison. Why wouldn't you go watch it?
Oh, I did do that.
I know. I'm saying.
Madison, North Shore, Madison, Hightower. I went to MacArthur, Louisville in the Dome in '94.
I mean, I watched Luck play. Was it Stratford?
He was at Stratford.
And I watched Andy Dalton play at Katy.
I never did watch Dalton play, I don't think. No, I don't think it's weird. Okay. It's not weird at all. Uncle Barney would take me to triple headers at the Dome.
Oh, my dad was the same. All
we go watch the high school playoffs, football playoffs at the Dome, triple headers. No problem.
Yep. Growing up in Milwaukee, they used to have the high school state tournaments at the Mecca and at different buildings. And my dad would buy the sessions for all the games. Just go watch all the games.
Uncle Barney, Uncle Jack take me to Thorne Stadium for a little District 21 5A football. Big Ike, Eisenhower.
Those are the same uncles that like the Beekeeper?
No, those are the Mexican uncles.
Oh, okay.
Which is weird. I wouldn't think my tíos would be in on the Beekeeper. I was a little surprised to hear that. I wish
my kind of people, your uncles.
That was my Mexican side. It was the white side that took me to high school football games. All right, what do you got? Car wreck of the day, Blankers.
Car wreck of the day is everybody that in sports these days that think you got to have this pristine diet and be the greatest of all time. Alex Ovechkin highlighting the exact opposite on what he eats and drinks on the bench.
Oh yeah, I still have like we're in a plane and I have my Cheetos, my Subway, and Coke for sure. And on the bench, I always have a Coke. So if you see me drinking a bottle, it's a Coke.
That's awesome. God, that's awesome.
That's a legendary. So with that being said, a lot is talked about how you're incredibly jacked and how good a shape you're in. And now you're in record-breaking season.
Are you sure I'm in shape?
Yeah. I see pictures of you with no shirt more than I see a lot of other people with no shirt on. And the Stanley
in the
Cup
summer,
celebration,
no good. In the summer, no good.
He actually says that in the Gatorade bottles on the bench,
that's crazy.
In his, it's Coca-Cola.
I drink a lot of Coke, and it's a bad habit. I need to quit. I intend to. I can't imagine doing it while I'm doing anything athletic.
See, I have reflux, so that would really screw with me in terms of like.
But anything athletic, you're drinking Coke?
Yeah,
did you guys watch the Wide Receiver Show on Netflix?
The White Receiver?
The Wide Receiver Show.
I did.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad, who's like a bodybuilder, apparently also tells Amon-Ra drink a Coke at halftime. Now I don't know what the science is.
Well, it was the day he was sick.
Oh, okay.
It was a day he's like, whenever I'm sick, like I do crave a Coke. I think there is something to that.
Like, but if you have an upset stomach, it's supposed to be like
Sprite.
7-Up or Sprite.
Yeah,
but
Sprite.
yeah, if you're just sick, Coke can help.
Yeah, he was sick that game. It told him to drink a Coke. Like I crave a Coke every now and then whenever I'm under the weather. I don't think that Subway though. Ovechkin's got terrible taste.
I knew you were going to say
You
that.
could do
Terrible
better for
taste.
sandwiches, man.
Subway, get a little Potbelly, get a little Jimmy John's, a little Firehouse. Subway, you might as well
Jersey
go to.
Mike's.
Was it Bismo's? Blimpie.
Quiznos.
Blimpie.
Quiznos.
I combined two.
Okay.
No, I was thinking
Yeah,
Blimpie.
he did. He combined them both.
I combined two.
Bismos.
I was thinking Blimpie. I actually saw Blimpie the other day, but I didn't go in. I'm going to nominate Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio, you're supposed to be a role model. You're supposed to be someone that little kids look up to. You have little kids that are watching your press conference, and then you pulled this move yesterday.
You said you've made some mistakes in the past. I'm not going to ask you about those mistakes. I'm just going to ask you.
Oh, you guys talk about
What?
it. All the time, so.
Nick Branham baby was watching that. Nick, come on! I didn't think you were going to be the guy that did this. You dropped the first ever F-bomb to Branham baby. Unbelievable, Nick. Unreal. What do you got?
So he never went to a Cougars basketball
My
practice then?
good, no. He would not.
For time's sake, I'll nominate caller Gary, who could not take a breath and let's have a conversation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Somebody nominated me for pooping on Blimpy. Blimpy's bad. All right, what's winning here? Ovechkin, Casario, or Gary? Ovechkin. Not
Eating
Ovechkin.
Subway, I think, is the win.
Really?
Yeah. bad take.
Casario, a role model, dropping
I think
F-bomb.
Casario wins.
I think
For the
Casario.
bomb.
I'm outvoted.
Nick Casario, you win. Dropping F-bombs like that. My goodness. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work, and Ryan, really. He's Blank. I'm Brad, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. The Inside the Icebox with Joe, George, and the great Jeremy Branham coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.